You've awakened the most powerful hidden class, where reducing your HP to just 1 point boosts your 4 core attributes by a staggering 2000%. Yet countless people mock it as the most useless profession. The reason is that once you enter a frenzied state, not only is your HP critically low, but you also can't recover it through any other means eventually. You even turn into a bloodthirsty madman. Yet you ignore this entirely, draining your HP down to 1 and starting to solo dungeons, while others are celebrating reaching level 2. Little do they know you've already soared to level 5. All of this is because, the moment you awakened your class, the system also descended upon you, granting you a starting shield value of 1,000 points right off the bat. As you level up, your shield value grows even higher. Just then, a pleasant notification chime rings out. You've slain a Blackwind wolf, gaining 36 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased to 5. You muse casually, I must be the fastest leveler in the entire school. The boss area hasn't even been cleared yet today. I'm definitely hitting level 6. With that thought, you set off again and soon arrive at your destination. The boss area is the territory of creatures called blazing flame antelopes, said to be wreathed in fire, the only monsters in the dungeon capable of magical attacks. You climb a high slope, and the scenery abruptly shifts. The once lush green plains transform into scorched earth. Across the barren land, longhorned antelopes with flames blazing atop their heads are everywhere. You take a deep breath and charge into battle once more. With 2 hours left until the dungeon closes, clearing all the monsters will grant you a mysterious reward. The antelopes immediately enter combat mode upon seeing you, their countless sharp horns charging at you with flames burning fiercely as if to consume you entirely. Unfortunately for them, they can't even touch you. Before they could get close, an impossibly swift cold gleam sliced them in half, horns and all, turning them into nourishing experience for you. With 20 minutes left before the dungeon closes, you silently let out a sigh of relief. By now, you've cleared most of the antelope zone, leaving only the final boss area. Securing the mystery reward seems certain. Still, today has been grueling, your legs are trembling, and your mind feels numb. At this thought, you can't help but complain. I wonder which genius principal came up with these rewards. If even I'm struggling this much, how are others supposed to get them? Soon, you arrive at the final boss area. The scorched earth stretches endlessly before you, but no ordinary antelopes remain, only a massive one moves about, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Its enormous curved horns blaze with raging flames. Blazing antelope, level 5, HP 600, strength 50, agility 55, skill, rain of fire. Your jaw drops slightly at the displayed stats. This difficulty has no place in a beginner dungeon. Even with one less layer of Berserk active, you wouldn't dare approach. Gazing at the antelope boss, your excitement is palpable. Taking it down will mark a perfect end to today. Without another thought, you raised your blade and charged straight in. The antelope boss had been leisurely strolling around when it sensed danger and swiftly reacted, dodging your strike. After evading, its eyes turned red as a wave of heat flared from its nostrils, and fiery rain began to fall from the sky, covering a 10-meter radius. Its signature skill, blazing skyfire. Your shield value started dropping rapidly, and you couldn't help but feel surprised. This was the first monster you'd encountered that could use skills. Fortunately, your shield absorbed all the fire rain, and it still had a solid 600 points remaining. With a sneer, you taunted, "Let's see you dodge this one." As soon as the words left your mouth, you swung your blade again, your body moving so fast it left afterimages. Earlier, the distance had been too great, but this time, the antelope had no chance to react. In an instant, your blade struck its body with a thunderous impact. The antelope blocked the strike with its horns, avoiding instant death, but was left dazed with blood trickling from its mouth. Seeing this, you swiftly followed up with 2 more slashes. As the boss collapsed, the dungeon announcement echoed, "Congratulations on defeating the antelope boss. You gain 2,000 EXP, leveling up to 6. For achieving the first day boss killed milestone, you receive an additional 5,000 EXP, leveling up to 7. Your eyes lit up. You hadn't expected such a generous first day achievement bonus, essentially gifting you an entire free level. This made you even more eager for the upcoming mystery reward. If the boss kill reward was this good, how much better would clearing the entire dungeon on the first day be? The dungeon seemed to be tallying your results. You deactivated Bloodthirst and waited quietly as your health began regenerating automatically. Before your HP even reached half, another announcement played, "Scan complete. You have eliminated all dungeon monsters, achieving the first day dungeon clear milestone. Reward, exclusive equipment chest." Your excitement surged. This chest would automatically select gear perfectly tailored to your class, each piece capable of dramatically boosting a player's combat power, with top-tier items even triggering qualitative leaps in strength. Just as you were lost in thought, a flash of light appeared, and an exquisite treasure chest materialized before you. You stepped forward and opened the chest. As the lid lifted, a dazzling radiance gushed out like a burst of morning light. Congratulations on obtaining the Crystal Echo Pendant, plus 30 Spirit, plus 300 Mana, plus 50% Mana Regeneration. Refunds 30 mana after casting a skill. Skill Echo restores 10 mana for each enemy hit by a skill, limited to skills below tier 3. Staring at the description, your face was full of question marks. You were clearly a berserker. Why did you get a mage's equipment? Though its stats were outstanding in every aspect, you were a berserker with no mana bar to begin with. This gear was as mismatched as a donkey's lips on a horse's mouth. You fell into deep self-doubt, even forgetting the joy of consecutive level-ups. Just as you were questioning your life, nearly all the classmates outside the dungeon had already emerged, but no one left. Everyone was staring at the portal, waiting for Lu Menghan to come out. They wanted to see what level she had reached. This woman had awakened a rare purple tier talent, had been the top student in her grade for 3 years, was stunningly beautiful, and, to make matters worse, came from an incredibly wealthy family. At that moment, a group of school administrators also arrived at the dungeon entrance, eager to see Lu Menghan's progress. If she could reach level 4 this time, it would undoubtedly be a massive boost to their reputation when facing other schools tomorrow. Meanwhile, the young female teacher standing nearby remained visibly worried because you hadn't come out yet, and she couldn't shake off her unease. Everyone continued to watch the portal as time slowly passed, and soon it was exactly 6 o'clock. With a heavy rumble, a glowing silhouette emerged from the portal. A classmate shouted excitedly, "She's out! She's out!" Others quickly turned to look, only to see a blood-soaked boy stepping out of the smoke. Lin Chie? How could it be Lin Chie? The students were stunned, but before anyone could process their confusion, the portal lit up again, and a poised figure stepped out of the light. Lu Menghan herself, her level clearly visible, level 4. Instantly, the entire hall erupted in chaos. The number 1 genius of number 1 high school. Well deserved. Lu Menghan is amazing. The head teacher approached Lu Menghan and said, "Lu, you've done exceptionally well, truly a role model for our number 1 high school. Reaching level 8 before the college entrance exams means you can get into a good university." Though Lu Menghan appeared calm on the surface, she was inwardly excited. She replied politely, "Teacher, you flatter me. All my classmates are outstanding. I don't deserve to be called a role model." The head teacher's smile stiffened slightly. "Regardless, you've brought honor to our school, and I'm very proud of you." Other teachers also chimed in with congratulations. Amid the celebratory atmosphere, the young female teacher nearby sighed in relief. Lin Chie had made it out safely. This was her first year as a homeroom teacher, and she wouldn't have known what to do if something had gone wrong. She weaved through the crowd and approached Lin Chie. "Lin Chie, are you alright? Look at all this blood, you should be more careful." "I'm fine, teacher. It's all monster blood, I'm not hurt." The teacher exhaled in relief again and reached up to adjust his collar. "Good. Just come out earlier next time. You're a berserker, no one would blame you for being a bit underleveled." "Wait, what? You're a berserker, no one would blame you for being a bit underleveled." "Wait, what? You're already level 7? As they were speaking, the female teacher suddenly widened her eyes and couldn't help but scream. The surrounding teachers and students who were still focused on Lu Menghan turned their attention at the sound. It was fine if they hadn't looked, but once they did, they all froze in place. Why was the level displayed on Lin Chie's body 7? Were their eyes playing tricks on them? A berserker who was thought to be incapable of fighting monsters had actually reached level 7 on his first day out of the dungeon? Not level 3 or 4, but the unprecedented level 7. The first to snap out of it was the female teacher standing closest. Still unable to accept the reality, she looked up numbly and asked, "Lin Chie, are you really level 7? Not one to hide his strength, you shrugged and said, "What's the big deal about level 7? Is it that hard?" The moment these words were spoken, gasps erupted from the crowd. "Do you think this is like shopping at a market? Didn't you see Lu Menghan with her divine gear and rare talent only reach level 4? And you, a berserker, are 3 levels higher than her." Hearing this, you explained, "I lowered my HP. Berserkers gain power by lowering their HP. Didn't you know?" This time, everyone was collectively speechless. Could you be any more outrageous? Who doesn't know berserkers can lower their HP? But the problem is, it has to actually work. Everyone knows that with berserkers, lowering HP too little is useless, and lowering it too much is fatal. It's basically a gimmick. That's why it's called a useless hidden class. The hall fell into silence once more. Seeing that no one had any further reaction, you decided not to linger. After a tiring day, you urgently needed to go home and rest. You started walking out, and although your classmates were still puzzled, they all made way for you. Just before taking 2 steps, Lin Yu was called to stop. It was the director of instruction. Lin Yu also recognized the director of teaching is their first high school principal agent. The busiest is her. She is also very interested in school performance, named Wang Huilin. "What's wrong, Director Wang?" Lin Yu said. Wang Huiling left Lu Menghan behind and trotted to Lin Yu. "Lin. Limnu. Oh, student Linyu, teacher is asking if you're participating in tomorrow's large-scale replica? A large copy. Linyu thought for a moment and then returned, the teacher who will attend. His original plan had been 2 days to acclimatize before heading out into the wilderness, and even though he was a little high today, he hadn't had any thoughts of changing his plans. At the sound of the voice, Wang Huilin immediately revealed a snickering expression. Although she wasn't sure how Linyu had risen to level 7 right now, she was very clear about one thing. Linyu is fierce, very, very fierce. As long as Linyu was there, they were bound to take first place in the large-scale replica tomorrow in the third form. It can even break off ahead of other schools. That's way more insurance than Lu Menghan. Is there anything else, teacher? No, I'll leave first. Linyu's voice came, and Wang Huilin returned to her senses and said, the matter is gone, but student Linyu, do you see that you have what you need? Teacher can get you a piece of equipment below purple. This is our school's preferential treatment for honor students, any equipment you choose. And this condition? Linyu's eyes lit up. He really hadn't heard of it after going to school for so long, and immediately the depressed mood of just being teased by the exclusive treasure chest washed away quite a bit. If I can, teacher, I want a weapon. Linyu directly put forward the idea, don't want it for nothing. His novice long knife was drying and curling its edge all day today. Wang Huilin also revealed a smile. Anyway, it wasn't her who paid for it, and she also pulled strings with Linyu. No problem, the teacher will bring it to you in the morning, so go back and rest, you're exhausted from today's day. Thanks for your concern, sensei, the weapon is best to sword ha. After Linyu left, all the students showed envy. A student whose name was unknown had gained the favor of the head instructor and a purple weapon in one day. The most precious equipment is the weapon, a purple weapon on the market how to big hundreds of thousands of dollars. There is a high probability that one of them will not be able to match a purple weapon for a lifetime. Of course, everyone was just envious and no one was sour. After all, people that deserve it, Data 7 is not something humans can do anymore. It's just that schools don't give people a quick call. It's a real knife in the ass opening my eyes today. It is also counted as a long time to live. I want to know earlier Linyu so fierce with him team up now, what is the scene? That's harsh, honestly I wouldn't dare dream about this situation, it's outrageous. HSS, wait. Then, according to the current situation, Lu Menghan is not a first-day talent. She doesn't seem to be a bit worse than Linyu. It's another genius difference. I don't know which student brought the topic to Lu Menghan, and all the students were stagnant. Lu Menghan, the first miss. First in everything, first in academics, first in talent, first in sports, first in promotions, and this is the first time she's fallen off the wagon. I wonder what it will be like. At that moment, everyone turned their gazes back to Lu Menghan in unison, each with eyes that held curiosity. Lu Menghan. Teachers, I'm going home first. Lu Menghan left the hall straight after greeting the teachers. The face was still as calm as usual, and nothing unusual could be seen, but the footsteps seemed a bit hurried. After it was completely over, Wang Huilin rushed towards the principal's office at the first opportunity, with a very light footstep. And talk about not having any noteworthy students, I'll give you a shock today. Knock, knock. Enter. Wang Huilin walked into the office. School Han, there's a student with good grades, I've come to report to you. She deliberately sold it. Han Mingrui was still sitting behind his desk reading a book. I've said there's nothing to be concerned about, just look after it. Why are you here again? Here we go. Wang Huilin was delighted in her heart and continued to tense her face to, School Han, the grades of the students this time are really good, are you sure you don't want to know about it? I've watched this year's transfer, what good can it be, you're just responsible for it. It's so late, hurry up and get off work. Han Mingrui lowered his head, and his tone was clearly impatient. Wang Huilin sighed long and hard, ugh well then. And I was saying it's a good achievement to have a child rise to grade 7, since the principal doesn't care then I'll go ahead. You have an early night as well, Colonel Han. After saying that, Wang Huilin made a gesture to exit the office. While backing up, he mentally counted. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, Han Mingrui's voice rang out. You wait. Nonverbal grunt as interjection. Get comfortable. Chapter 11, so, it's like this? You said someone got to level 7? In the office, Han Mingrui had raised his head at this point, confusion hanging on his face. Yes, 1,000 times over, I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Huilin returned to her office, secretly delighted. She had long wanted to see Han Mingrui lose his temper, all day long without desire. This next Lin Yu's achievement completely breaks the historical norm, and can even make their first high school reach a new height. She could imagine Han Mingrui's expression in a moment. However, Han Mingrui's eyes only flickered, and then returned to being as unperturbed as ever. The person you're talking about should be Lin Yu. What's going on? Wang Huilin was puzzled. You, how did you know? Han Mingrui raised an eyebrow. It's impossible for a normal profession to get to 7 in one day, and this year the school has only produced one hidden profession, Lin Yu. Wang Huilin continued to pursue, but aren't you surprised at all? She didn't see a bit of shock on Han Mingrui's face. Even if he guessed it was Lin Yu, was it normal to be so frank? Is it possible that this achievement is not even on Han Mingrui's radar? As if Han Mingrui had insight into everything, he let out a light laugh. I know what you're thinking, Lin Yu's achievements are truly stunning, and if you change to a regular career it's truly extraordinary. But he's a berserker. The low difficulty of the novice copies gave berserkers room to press the blood, which is a trick. When the difficulty of the later copies is raised, his advantage will naturally be gone. Of course, being able to achieve this is still proof that Lin Yu has a good talent for fighting and is willing to persevere, but then he will face a new problem. The more berserkers kill, the more violent they become, and him not knowing how to control himself like this is undoubtedly speeding up the progress of becoming a demon. More or less, self-destruction for grades. Personally, I'm not really in favor of that. A steady hand might go a little further. But it's not easy to judge people for what they want to do. Han Mingrui seemed to have raised a bit of interest as he spoke, and touched his chin to add a bit of his own insight. Kelly Wong fell into a deep silence. She heard you. What Han Mingrui means is that Lin Yu is not a genius. Instead, it's wasted. And it's still scrapped tomorrow. As soon as the difficulty of the copy increases, Lin Yu cannot, tomorrow happens to be carrying out a large copy, or a large copy of the mandatory team. Kelly Wong is in a low mood. For Han Mingrui word, she is convinced, Han Mingrui deep hidden eyesight do not know how much deeper than her. Besides, it made sense, and she came to understand it herself. But what about tomorrow's copy? She had just thought about a good facelift tomorrow by relying on Lin Yu's broken lead, and it was dashed so quickly. And listen to Han Mingrui's meaning Lin Yu and accelerating into the devil, then the back of the college entrance examination promotion rate also became a bubble. Fortunes come in 2s and 3s. Wang Huilin was depressed when another bad news came one after another. She suddenly remembered the Ziwu that she had just promised Lin Yu. How can Lin Yu send if he abolished Ziwu? On her own salary? Hundreds of thousands? Han Mingrui noticed that Wang Huilin's face didn't look good, and the tunnel opened its mouth to comfort her. Director Wang, you don't have to be too disappointed. 1 year's good or bad grades won't change anything, just do your job. The corner of Wang Huilin's mouth twitched. Yes. Thanks for your concern, headmaster. Alright, you've been busy all day too, hurry back and rest. Han Mingrui waved his hand and said, continuing to lower his head to read. Sasha. The book turned 2 pages, and Wang Huilin was still standing still. What's going on? Han Mingrui frowned. Director Wang, is there anything else you want? The corner of Wang Huilin's mouth twitched again, while she still decided to fight for it by confessing to the principal. After all, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. Go back to the husband should be divorced. And if she didn't give it straight away, the promises were promised out, how would Lin Yu look at her, and how would her classmates look at her? Yes, Colonel Han, there's one more little thing. Wang Huilin stumbled over what she had promised Lin Yu Ziwu earlier. But Han Mingrui didn't have a hint of blame. Instead, he was open-minded and said, no problem, just go directly to the warehouse to receive it. Later is later, Lin Yu's grades are real now, and we in the first grade won't disown the rules for this kind of thing yet. Wang Huilin was overjoyed and couldn't help but admire it, and hurriedly thanked her and left. As he walked to the door, he was called by Han Mingrui again. Right, notify Lin Yu's situation in the school group at night, lest the students don't know that they've teamed up with him, and it's no joke for berserkers to go crazy. At those words, Wang Huilin couldn't help but sigh again. Tomorrow's large replica was already increasing in difficulty, and then you can't team up. This kid Lin Yu. Poor thing. On the way home from school, Lu Menghan walked side by side with her best friend Lu Xiaoxue. Menghan, now which Lin Yu took first place, what are you going to do when you go home? Lu Xiaoxue looked at Lu Menghan worriedly. As a bosom friend she was clear about Lu Menghan's family situation. Having an extremely strict father, Lu Menghan has to compete for first place in everything is what his father forced him to do. Even the slightest dissatisfaction will even beat and scold. This first day of upgrading was overtaken by others. Home is even more afraid to think. Lu Menghan's face was calm. What can I do? Just go back and face it. Ha? That's not good. Either you go back and don't mention Lin Yu. Just say you're number 1. You're level 4 anyway. Your dad shouldn't expect anyone to be higher than you. At those words, Lu Menghan frowned. He knew his father well enough to know the results of today's copy better than she did. Even though the man was away, I'm afraid there is no possibility of deception at all. Of course she didn't want to be deceptive, it was what it was and she wouldn't bother with uselessness. From the end of the copy, she had been thinking about Lin Yu's rank. She wasn't one to give in easily, but Lin Yu's rank was really frustrating. How in the world did you get up that high? Ignoring Lu Xiaoxue, who was chirping out advice, Lu Menghan just kept thinking about her own problem. 2 more stoplights. Next to her, Lu Xiaoxue suddenly screamed, Menghan! I know how Lin Yu got to level 7. Lu Menghan twisted his head in confusion, only to see Lu Xiaoxue's eyebrows fluttering, her expression very excited, and holding a cell phone in her hand that she kept shaking. Menghan! The school sent out a notice saying that Lin Yu upgraded fast today because the novice copies were favorable to his profession and just happened to take the cake. His upgrade speed will drop tomorrow. And he said for all of us not to team up with him. Lu Menghan's eyes flashed, bring it to me. Lu Xiaoxue handed over her cell phone. Only to see a long list of notices sent by the director of teaching in the school's large group. The content is basically similar to what Lu Xiaoxue said, only more detailed. The focus revolves around the reason Lin Yu upgrades so quickly is that the newbie copy is easy, giving the Berserkers room to press their blood, so that people should never run to team up with Lin Yu because of this. Berserkers are dangerous and subsequent upgrades drop off. There are a number of other responses from students below. I said how can someone upgrade so fast, so it's a drill ah. Also thought more hang it, make half a day is picking up leakage, Haunted Numbness said yes. I was going to team up with him, but I'm glad I didn't. I was scared to death. You've had enough. You're not better than me, so it's your turn to tell me what to do. Yo, so soon there is filial son, even the team cannot be organized how he should be better than me. Come on you tell me. How about? There's no need to worry now. The first throne is still our Miss Lu's. Seeing Lu Menghan finish reading, Lu Xiaoxue wrapped her arms around his neck and started flirting again. Lu Menghan lifted her head, when have I ever worried? Che, you're the one with a tough mouth. Lu Xiaoxue grabbed the cell phone and ran out first. Looking at Lu Xiaoxue's back, Lu Menghan's eyes flashed. The original. Is that so? Chapter 12 Side Effects of Ultimate Berserkness. Phew, cozy. In the small relief room, Lin Yu simply took a cool shower, only to feel refreshed and the fatigue of the day was washed away. Hitching up a towel and stepping out of the bathroom, Lin Yu pulled out a chair and sat down at the small desk. Today's day was not bad, although there was a rather disturbing specialized treasure chest, but the unexpected promotion to level 7, and the purple martial arts promised by the head of the teaching staff, all in all, it's still very good. If you can get to level 8 before the entrance exam, you can go to a good college. Other people don't even reach it if they try for 7 days. He walked almost the whole thing in one day. That's the beauty of the system. That's the beauty of Shield with Berserkers. Lin Yu was in a soothing mood as he sat down at his desk and opened the career panel. He hadn't bothered to add any points since he'd gotten to level 5. Adding points and boosting is equally pleasurable. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker Hidden. Rank, LV7 1.10%. Life, 360. Shield, 1000. Power, 22. Agility, 22. Body mass, 36. Spirit, 12. Freedom attributes, 10. Passive celebration of blood, +1 to strengthen agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive blood rage, gain attribute increases based on different lives. Blood eating LV2, you no longer receive any life regeneration while the skill is on, turning off the automatic recovery of 2 life points per second. Active release, decrease life value by 10 points per second. Strength and agility are both increasing by a balanced 2 points per level, reaching just under 22 at level 7 now. Physique was 1 point per level, originally he should be 16 now, but he added all 20 points of his free attributes from before level 5 to reach 36. This value is a long way from the morning when the least was doubled. As for the spirit, let's not talk about it. And the active skill, blood eating, had also naturally risen one level to LV2 after level 5. Off per second life restoration has been mentioned from 1 to 2, which is a nice boost to allow him to get back to full blood faster when he's out of combat. Upgrading here automatically raises the skill level, actively every 5 levels and passively every turn. But it's useless to want new skill upgrades, you have to buy skill books or someone to teach them, etc. I wonder when I'll have an active skill. Lin Yu is also a little itchy. He is now strictly speaking a capable of fighting active no, but the ordinary skill books open out the hidden profession skills chances are too slim, exclusive skill books, then. And too expensive. He could only think about it for now. The good thing is that even without skills he is not bad in battle, and can still be a little bit better than ordinary people. After looking at it for a few moments, Lin Yu began to add points. Still no need to hesitate to add body mass to all of them. There are celebrations passive he added constitution is equal to the strength and agility constitution all added, the genus is to win hemp. A wave of warmth cut through, and Lin Yu's physique welcomed the change. Physique, 3646. Lifespan, 360-460. Lin Yu squinted his eyes, 460 life, even not counting Berserk could provide him with 46 points of force sensitivity, which was equal to adding out 2 strength professionals. If you count Berserk, that's 20 that can't be beaten now. Cozy. After doing this, Lin Yu threw his entire body into the bed, soothing his mind and body. With such a boost, it would only be easier for him to deal with large subs tomorrow. And the experience given by the large replica would be different from today's trial replica, and tomorrow he would have a bigger boost. The perfect virtuous circle. With anticipation, Lin Yu planned to go to sleep. Get a good night's sleep and continue the upgrade tomorrow in good spirits. It was evident that he was indeed tired today, and in no time at all, sleepiness set in and his body grew heavy. However, just as it was about to fall asleep, Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes again. Forgot to check Berserker's info. He had thought about coming back to check the information before because he didn't understand what Berserker Ultimate Berserker mentioned about having risks. Thinking of this, sleepiness suddenly faded like a tide, and Lin Yu became incomparably awake again. It can't be helped, he's just a guy who can't keep things in his mind. Besides, that Ultimate Berserk does make you itch, the bonuses are so high, after all. 2000%, which is 4 times more than the 3rd rank, and also ignores all controls. He could have cleared his copy in even 3 hours today if he had the conditions open. Lin Yu climbed up and grabbed his cell phone to check it. Online news is a mixed bag of true and false, but he's still a student and has their school's internal information network. The information inside covers a very wide range, from demonic beast characteristics to skills and equipment to career information and so on. And it's rigorous and reliable. This is one of the advantages of the school, and by the time you get to the university academy the information will be much more extensive and the grade will be much higher. They are still all basic in high school now. With a categorized index, Lin Yu quickly found the Berserker column. Berserkers, attacking and sensitive, tyrannical and impulsive. Attacking but not defending, strong when encountered. It was the opening introduction, and Lin Yu quickly scratched down the page. Berserker core skill, Blood Berserker, a drop in life provides additional force sensitivity, and the lower the life, the greater the increase. Life drop to 50% provides 10%, drop to 30% provides 50%, drop to 10% provides 200%. How is this all a normal version of Berserkers? Lin Yu had flipped through half a day, and all he saw was the Berserker in the advanced profession, which was the normal version, and it definitely didn't match up with his advanced version. Hey! There! While being despondent, Lin Yu saw a piece of information about his Shadow Berserker related information in an appendix. A confession from the owner of the Shadow Hidden Profession Bloodthirsty Berserker. Lin Yu's eyes lit up and he quickly clicked in. I can't tell the difference, I can't tell the difference. Blood? Blood? Ah, delightful flavor. Don't push me anymore. Please. Please. Stop me. Ha! Seeing the opening lines, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown and hurriedly scratched downward. It's a long blurb, and it appears that the author's mental state is sometimes insane and sometimes sane. Eventually, Lin Yu found the answer he was looking for at the very end. 1% Ultimate Berserk, entering this state will cause you to instantly fall into a violent state, losing all reason, with only killing in your eyes, you will want to tear everything in front of you into pieces. Either you die. either you die, or everyone dies. This is also the final form of Berserkers, just letting you experience it once in advance. As someone who has been there, I would advise my juniors not to attempt the stage, ever. It is not a power you can control, you know? You have to experience it. Do you know the thrill of killing? He'll make you experience pleasure like never before, come on. Just a little more blood. It's almost time. Lin Yu. Turning off her cell phone, Lin Yu's eyes couldn't help but sink. The author writes like crazy, but inside and out it all points to the point that ultimate berserk, with strong side effects. It will send people straight into a frenzy. And uncontrollable. This was far more serious than Lin Yu had thought, and it seemed to be at a point where it was all but impossible to resolve. His system shields only kept him safe from outside circumstances, but this one was clearly going straight mad on its own. And not being able to resolve it meant that he could no longer use ultimate berserk and would have to be a poser. After all, that was clearly written, either you die or everyone else does. What about this? Lin Yu was deep in thought. Of course he could not afford to give up this skill, so high bonus there, can only see cannot be used too unacceptable. But what can be done about it? Going crazy on your own. Loss of sanity. Ruthless. Wait. Clear spring flow rings. It reduces mental side effects. Chapter 13. It's Berserkers, then it's okay. The next day, early morning. Lin Yu set out early for his downtown copy, and around his neck, today, he had a fine pendant. The pendant is sky blue in color, in the shape of a water drop, and when you look closely, there is a glittering light flowing inside, like a stream of water, which is very beautiful. The pendant was naturally the purple equipment opened from the exclusive treasure chest, Clear Spring Flow Rattle. Last night he went over the issue of Kayasumi's interaction with his rampage. First of all, Saizen is able to attenuate the ultimate berserk side effect. Saizen's aura is a 30% attenuation of all psychic debuffs, and berserk uses psychic side effects as well. He had looked up a lot of information on this point and was basically sure. Secondly, ultimately berserk isn't completely insurmountable. As long as you can kill and dry up everything living around you, or exhaust yourself, you'll eventually be able to slowly awaken. The fact that Berserker Senior was still able to leave a self-description proves this. Lastly, it's whether or not he can turn on ultimate berserk while carrying Saizen, or not. The answer is, not sure. The clear spring can only be weakened by 30%, and Lin Yu can't determine this without experiencing it firsthand. Residential areas he dares not mess around, easy to play himself to death. He planned to go into the replica today to test it out in real life. The replica didn't have any living people, so there was nothing to worry about. Lin Yu swept up a small yellow car and set off toward the downtown copy. The downtown copy is a large copy created by the government, and it's different from yesterday's school copy. The monsters inside can reach up to level 15, and the difficulty is almost indistinguishable from that of the wild, with the only advantage being complete information and a familiar environment. This copy will be open until the student's senior year, which will still be 10 hours a day. The replica is situated in the central area of the city of Beijing, and is a very open hall, similar to an airport terminal. There are 5 middle schools in the city of North Ninja, which is not a small number of people. When Lin Yu arrived, the entire hall was already overcrowded, with students standing together in piles, a teacher docking with the staff to register, bustling. Director Wang, I've heard that there's a hidden profession in your first middle school? And it rose to level 7 yesterday? Oh? Seriously, so you guys are sending it out this year in the first grade? A couple of principals had come over early and were now gathered together for small talk. The one who came from the first middle school is still the director of teaching, Wang Huilin. Wang Huilin sighed darkly, alas, don't mention it, that height of ours is a berserker, yesterday was also by chance, today it won't work, what's with the hair? Joy appeared in the eyes of the principals. They had actually heard the news long ago, but at this time, they were merely confirming it. It's berserkers, then it's fine. Hey, Director Wang, you're being modest again, berserkers are fine, 1 day to 7 isn't enough to prove strength? Right, it's a hidden profession anyways, Director Wang, you're too pessimistic. In my opinion, there are just too many good students in the first middle school, Director Wang, your eyes have been spoiled. A few principals pretended to comfort and listened to Wang Huilin's head full of black lines. Lin Yu looked around and found his school's area and stepped over. As soon as he entered the group, he immediately received numerous odd looks, accompanied by a few whispers. Look at that, Lin Yu is here. How many levels do you guys think he'll get today? I'm guessing that at best, I won't be able to go up another level, or even one level. Haha, hero, there's no opening for him today. Stop it, he's coming over. Lin Yu's face was expressionless, he naturally saw the group message yesterday. There was some misunderstanding, but no harm done. It's not like it affects his upgrades, and he doesn't need to group up. It was even kind of a good thing, at least it rationalized why he upgraded so quickly and could save him some trouble. Lin Yu silently waited for the copy to open. The students looked much more relaxed today, and it was obvious that everyone was less nervous after their first time down the book. But again, one is very serious and every day before the entrance exam is crucial. Enough to change the trajectory of a lifetime ahead. Lu Menghan stood at the back of the crowd, and today, as always, she was wearing a tight-fitting battle armor, with a straight posture and a frosty face. Looking around, the classmates were full of pouring envy. Look! Returning to the first throne, our Missy is just different, the whole person is confident again. Lu Xiaoxua popped out of the crowd. Lu Menghan's face remained unchanged. I've always been like this, what does it have to do with being number one or not? Lu Xiaoxua skimmed her mouth. Yes, you're noble, you're not afraid of the collapse of Tarzan. Stop it, how do you feel today? Do you have the confidence to surpass Lin Yu? Lin Yu, since the abolition of that with the character of Lu Menghan, naturally want to exceed him as soon as possible, otherwise her old man is not allowed anywhere. Over Lin Yu? Ryu Manhan looked in Lin Yu's direction. Her goal today was definitely to overtake Lin Yu to take back first place. However, she wasn't quite sure about the copy situation yet, and Lin Yu was still 3 levels higher than her. Still can't tell until I get in there. Lu Menghan looked back. Why would I want to surpass him? I just need to level up myself. Lu Xiaoxue was completely speechless. Near the opening of the replica, Director of Instruction Wang Huilin returned to the team. Class, we all know the difficulty of today's copy. Upgrading is important, and safety is equally important. Aside from Lu Menghan and Lin Yu, everyone else is going to form a team. Must make sure that each team has at least 3 people and at least 1 warrior. Don't wait until you get bumped and then regret it, the entrance exams won't wait for you, is that clear? The difficulty of the large copy is much higher, and it is beyond the scope of the students to cope with it alone. So in order to minimize casualties, teams are mandatory for the first 3 days of school each year. The students were well aware of this rule, they had formed their teams as early as yesterday, but their hearts still soured when they heard this. If you group up, you'll split the experience, and you definitely won't upgrade as fast as soloing. But only rare or higher professions can break the rules and enter solo by themselves. Envy surfaced in the eyes of many people as they looked at the single-shaped Lu Menghan. Immediately after, he saw Lin Yu, who was also alone, and immediately balanced quite a bit more. People don't have to group, this dude can if he wants to. Wang Huilin also cannot help but sigh. Large copies of the original difficult for Lin Yu, and then do not allow the team as equal to the child's future will be destroyed. She didn't feel good about it either, but the Berserker really couldn't help it. The good thing is that yesterday was the application down for Ziwu, which is a little bit of compensation. Wang Huilin came to Lin Yu. Student Lin Yu, this is the weapon you were promised yesterday, it's your favorite knife, said Wang Huilin as she pulled out a long crimson sword. Lin Yu was a bit surprised. He thought that Ziwu had also cancelled after yesterday's notice. Of course it must have been better to have him, or he would have had to use a regular iron blade that had rolled its edge before. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yu smoothly took the long sword and politely returned. Wang Huilin sighed again. Lin student, you must be more careful when entering this book today, after all, you're the only one. If it really doesn't work, just quit, don't worry, you have a special profession, no one will laugh at you. Lin Yu. Laughing at me. That's something you don't have to worry about. Chapter 14, Experimenting with Ultimate Berserk. Students line up. Don't crowd, everyone enter the copy in an orderly manner. Coming. I'm going to kill 100 monsters today. I'll say a number, one day today, 8 levels in a row. Followed. The replica opens at 8 o'clock sharp. The students were guided by the staff to start entering the replica. Lu Menghan walked right behind Lin Yu, but she didn't look at him the entire time. She's lost interest in Lin Yu since yesterday when she learned about the situation. Even though Lin Yu was still her target for the day, it was nothing to be concerned about. If you don't exceed today, you will certainly exceed tomorrow. Lu Menghan stepped into the portal with a light pace. Everyone enters the replica after. A giant screen on the wall of the hall lit up at once. Large replicas have real-time viewing information, and through the screen outsiders can simply see the number of monsters the students have killed. Lin Yu appeared in the middle of a desert, the sky was dark and the sun was dim, and the whole world was nothing but endless quicksand as well as yellow dust in the sky. Needless to say, this is exactly the interior of the copy, the land of quicksand. Naturally, the cozy environment of a school copy is missing here, even the air is dry as hell. Lin Yu squinted his eyes and adapted for a moment, then first took out the weapon that Wang Huilin had just given him. Just before he had a chance to look at the attributes. Scarlet Purple. Strength plus 52. Agility plus 52. Draw Tide, switchable form, 10% life draw and draw form, 10% extra damage in Tide attack. Spirit Liquid, this weapon can absorb blood and convert it into surplus energy, which can effectively resist damage to the weapon. To the right set, no effect. Triggered by 3 or more pieces of Supreme Justice equipment. Worthy of a purple marshal, this attribute. The equipment level is divided into white common, blue advanced, purple rare, gold legend, and colored gold artifacts, just like the profession. Normally white or blue would probably give about 10 or so panel points, this one adds over 50 straight away, and it shows. Looking at the crimson long knife in his hand, Lin Yu revealed a satisfied smile. Artificial copies don't even have equipment drops, and this knife just solved his immediate problem. And the side effects are all still very appropriate too, a double cut where he doesn't have to draw blood to fully enjoy the damage increase all the time. The other looks to be able to give the weapon protection through combat and not have to worry about damage later. It all feels like enough to last him a long time. But it's obviously all kind of a little extreme. Is the school so attached to me? Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder a little, were they all so generous in the first grade? Didn't dwell on it much. Lin Yu let out a deep breath and prepared to start his experiment for the day. Test whether he can turn on Ultimate Berserk or not. The attributes given by Ultimate Berserk were just too many and would have a profound impact on him in the future, so he still had to try to figure it out. Blood Eating. Blood Eating was on, and Lin Yu's blood level began to drop rapidly. 10. 10. Lin Yu now has a total of 460 life. 10 points per second for blood devouring. You have entered the first level of Berserk. Strength and agility increased by 50%. You have entered the second stage of Berserk. Strength and agility increased by 100%. Soon, Lin Yu came to the third stage of Berserk again, reaching the critical point of Ultimate Berserk. Lin Yu touched the clear spring flowing around his neck. Shouldn't anything happen? To be honest, he was still a little trembling. After all, that blurb described it as kinda scary, completely insane and tearing everything apart. Whatever, go on. Berserk wasn't completely insurmountable, and coupled with the weakening of Qingxuan, Lin Yu felt that he should be able to control it. Blood Eating kicked in again, and Lin Yu's life continued to drop. Life 30. Life 20. Life 1. You have entered the final Berserk, increasing your strength and agility by 2000%. Ignore all controls. Danger alert, please raise your life value quickly. Danger alert, please raise your life value quickly. Suddenly, there seemed to be an alarm sound that kept echoing in Lin Yu's mind, suggesting that his current situation was extremely dangerous. But Lin Yu didn't move, he stood quietly where he was. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Ah, the smell of blood. It's been a long time coming. At that moment, a giant desert scorpion passed by, and it seemed to have caught Lin Yu's attention. Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes have long since disappeared, half the color of clarity, replaced by a pair of scarlet to the extreme of the blood pupil. The face was also devoid of the slightest human emotion, and turned to a sickly insanity that sent chills down one's spine. Next moment. Only a red shadow flashed. Barely. One arm of the desert giant scorpion was ripped off by the roots, and blood instantly gushed out, splashing onto Lin Yu's face like a sharp sword. Lin Yu didn't care, instead, he took a deep breath and revealed an obsessive smile. It's as if my cells are cheering. Immediately after, Lin Yu grabbed the other arm of the giant scorpion again. Just as it was about to be ripped off. I can't. I want control. A star point of light suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's eyes, and this little bit of light appeared like a prairie fire that began to rapidly encroach on the color of bloodlust. A few moments later, Lin Yu's eyes regained their emotions, and although they were still blood red, they could tell that they had an autonomous consciousness. Phew, what a fierce desire. Lin Yu exhaled deeply. Just now he just felt some kind of strong desire suddenly pouring into his mind, making him just want to fragment everything in front of him. It was good that there was a clear current to fight against it, a clear current that ran like a stream across the blanket of desire, preserving the last part of his sanity, the keeps him from losing himself completely, and the ability to control himself. As for why he just ripped off the scorpion's arm. The desire came too hard and too suddenly for him to resist for a moment. I feel much better now that I've acclimated a bit. After another sigh of relief, the corner of Lin Yu's mouth gradually picked up. He was right in his judgment. There's a clear spring flowing and he does have control over ultimate berserk. The stream in the brain just now is naturally the effect of the clear water flowing in the direction of the spring. The fact that he is still self-aware and in control now is proof enough of everything. Lin Yu gets excited, and very excited. Ultimate berserk, but it's a full 2000% increase. Being able to use ultimate berserk, he didn't even know how far it would allow him to grow in the future. It's the mythic professions that aren't false. At this moment, his meddling with the exclusive treasure chest also completely disappeared. Sure enough, it's exclusive, absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's his pattern that's small. I wonder how high my attributes will be with the ultimate berserk bonus. Lin Yu was so full of excitement that he couldn't even care about the giant crab next to him and was about to open the panel to see the attributes. Yet just then. Ho ho ho! The giant crab next to him hissed and aimed his tail pin at Lin Yu. Lin Yu paused. May? Want to die? I'll fulfill you. In the roiling yellow sand, Lin Yu's eyes were once again cold. Without an ounce of emotion. Chapter 15 More than 1,000 attributes. A few minutes later. Lin Yu looked at the giant scorpion that he had completely dismembered and fell into deep thought. I don't seem to be in full control of ultimate rampage. He's discovered, it seems, that he can't be aroused, can't be provoked, in the ultimate berserker state. Otherwise it would still be a complete loss of sanity. It is not until the provoking creature has been completely torn apart that can slowly recover. It was the scorpion that suddenly gave a strange cry and aimed its tail pin at him just now, leading to this tragedy. Lin Yu's eyes sank. The result was somewhat of a disappointment to him. Not being able to fully control it means he still can't use ultimate berserk in most situations, and if he's in the wild or with other humans the consequences are imaginable. Once out of control it is easy to get into uncontrollable danger. However, there is good news, too. At least it proves he's on the right track. Whereas other berserkers were completely insane once they went into their ultimate berserk, he could now maintain his sanity without being provoked and still recover quickly. This is undoubtedly the progress brought about by the flow of clear water. And, from that, it follows. As long as he continued to collect equipment that attenuated mental side effects, this progress could continue to increase until he had complete control over ultimate berserk. Okay. We'll work hard to earn money after we go to the wilderness tomorrow, and save up to buy spirit-type equipment, preferably exclusive equipment treasure chests. And I think I remember Saizen Ryu Rattle was still a kit. Lin Yu has a new goal to strive for. Ultimate berserk is a must to control. Of course, spirit gear isn't all that easy to acquire. He still needs to work on it. Making up his mind, Lin Yu exited his contemplative state. A mysterious smile followed immediately. Complete control of ultimate berserk was still a long way off, but he could use it in this copy. There were no powerful monsters or other humans in this copy, so he had no worries at all. Lin Yu immediately opened the information panel. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, bloodthirsty berserker hidden. Rank, LV7 1.10%. Life, 1,460. Shield, 1,000. Strength, 1259 plus 45 plus 1,140 plus 52. Agility, 1259 plus 45 plus 1,140 plus 52. Body mass, 46. Spirit, 63 plus 51. Passive celebration of blood, plus 1 to strength agility for every 10 life points lost, currently offered, 35. Passive blood berserk, currently enters ultimate berserk, power min boosted by 2000%, ignores all controls. Currently available, 1140. Note, this stage is dangerous, so please boost your life value as soon as possible. Blood Eating LV2, you no longer receive any life regeneration while the skill is on, turning off the automatic recovery of 2 life points per second. Active Release, decrease life value by 10 points per second. 1,259. His strength and sensitivity attribute came to an exaggerated 1259. Ask who can stop him at this stage. Despite being prepared, Lin Yu couldn't help but have his heart thumping in his chest. He couldn't even begin to imagine how many levels of professionals it took to reach a panel of over 1,000. Suddenly, Lin Yu remembered that most of the other students were still at level 1 right now. Attributes are still 10 points up and down on the munchkin. For a moment, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth pulled higher. Okay. Start the upgrade. Today's goal, stab through the copy. The Land of Quicksand is a copy of a very wide area, only divided into 2 areas of the outer core. The outer range is large and relatively simple, with monsters ranging in level from 3 to 7. However, the absence of precise monster territories means that any level and any kind of monster can be encountered as long as they are in the periphery. Lin Yu hadn't gone far when the yellow sand rolled in front of him and a large scorpion jumped out from the sand. Desert Scorpion, LV4? Life, 290. Power, 25. Agility, 21. Body mass, 29. Spirit, 11. Tailed needle spikes, yellow sand armor. Not bad for a large copy of a monster. The level 4 monsters already had higher attributes than the level 5 monsters in the previous school copies, and ordinary students were afraid that they would need at least a 4-member team to cope with them. Looking at the scorpion in front of him, Lin Yu became excited. He desperately wanted to experience what kind of power ultimate Berserk was. Supreme Scarlet. The blood-red long knife appeared in his hand as Lin Yu ran towards the giant scorpion. Yet just then. Ho ho ho! The giant scorpion let out a hiss as it felt the danger and aimed its huge tail at Lin Yu. Lin Yu was at a standstill. Looking for death? 5 seconds later, there was an extra body in pieces on the ground. After 3 minutes, Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Looking at the giant crab parts on the ground, Lin Yu had something to say, which eventually turned into a long sigh. It's just that it's the same whether the body experiences it or not. You have killed the desert scorpion, experience value plus 22. Lin Yu gave less experience because of the higher level more powerful giant scorpion instead. In fact, his experience gain has dropped once since level 5, at which point the experience suppression falls into a further reduction. In exchange for a normal classmate to this monster is estimated to give more than 60 experience. Lin Yu ignored the copy prompt and continued to set off. His goal for the day was definitely not these small monsters anymore. The Land of Quicksand had a large range for one thing and no clearing rewards for another. He's ready to upgrade to the core. In the midst of the roiling yellow sand, Lin Yu advanced in a straight line towards the core. The core area is very far away, usually a few days after the copies outside the direct opening of the portal. He would like to go now is certainly not enjoy. Therefore, Lin Yu's speed is very fast, and the whole person is pulling out the shadow of the fire, and avoiding the surrounding monsters. Still, there were some ungrateful ones that always stopped him in his tracks. A 2-meter-tall sandstone giant's eyes reddened as Lin Yu passed by, and he let out a disgruntled roar up to the sky. Lin Yu are running out 2 kilometers hard to turn back. Looking for death? I'll make you whole. As Lin Yu was making his way with difficulty towards the core lot, outside the copy. 1 Liu Menghang kills, 21. 2 Zhang Ming's kills, 19. 3 Chen Shen kills, 18. Real-time information scrolled across the lobby walls as several principals sat down to exchange pleasantries. Director Wang, Lu Menghan is also from your first middle school, right? Her grades are fine. Well, 20 monsters killed so quickly, and a good talent for combat. Alas, when will this kind of good student call us in the 3rd grade as well? We really don't have that blessing. Wang Huilin was lack of interest at this time. Menghan, this child has a stronger character, to say that the occupation is similar to everyone else. The information screen can show the top 100 students that. Lin Yu's level 7 strength, how can you say he's in the top 100? But it never showed up. It means that you can't press the blood and can't team up Lin Yu really can't level up. Pity. Several principals saw this and were relieved at the bottom of their hearts. Lu Menghan wouldn't be able to open up much of a gap with them anymore, that level 7 really didn't make it on the list just fine. Hey, Director Wang, look at you being modest again, the first one is still similar to everyone else. Lu Menghan is a Phaeton swordsman, right? This profession is also upper class and rare. Chapter 16, Where did Lin Yu come from? Phew, finally it's here. Within the copy, Lin Yu had finally arrived at the core area. With his speed, it had taken him a full 2 hours. This copy really wasn't that big. A light curtain barrier appeared in front of Lin Yu, like a wall of air across the boundless desert. This is the barrier that divides the periphery from the core, but in fact it serves no blocking purpose and exists only to give the students a hint. Ahead is the core, the difficulty will increase. To enter, please consider your own strength more. Well, more like a warning sign that. After all, there's not much sense of direction in the boundless desert. It was mentioned in the textbook that the monster level in the core area is between level 8 and 12, and that there will be elite monsters present. I've wasted a lot of time already, I need to upgrade soon. Lin enchanted while striding through the barrier. The long rush caused him to barely fight any monsters, but not coming was not an option. Outsider blames his level suppression for giving too little experience. Access to the core. In front of me, there was still a vast expanse of yellow sand, but the wind and sand were much smaller, and some building ruins appeared in the distance of the site, covered by the wind and sand. Not long after, Ling Yu ran into a monster. It was a short-legged lizard, shaped like a crocodile, with its back covered with yellowish earth-colored scales, like armor looking hard and solid. Shield Armored Gargoyle, LV8. Life, 480. Power, 35. Agility, 30. Body mass, 48. Spirit, 21. Thick scales, giant tongue. Sure enough, it's up to level 8 or higher. Lin Yu's eyes brightened slightly. Higher than his level, experience income would only be considerable. Either the ones on the periphery are just too stingy. The giant lizard was lying behind a dirt slope, about 10 meters away from Lin Yu. This time, Lin Yu had learned from the previous lesson and completely did not give the giant lizard any counter space, instantly bursting out the fastest speed to kill over. While going into a berserker rage was fine, he wasn't keen on wanting to keep tearing at that thing with his hands. It was more than a little gross. Now Lin Yu's super high agility, the distance of more than 10 meters in an instant, and the difference between instantaneous movement is probably still able to see the trajectory of the action. Swish! Accompanied by the red aura brought up by the Supreme Scarlet, the giant lizard was instantly split in two. The entire cut was smooth as a mirror, and it took a few moments before it fell to either side with a rumble. It was only immediately afterward that the blood flowed as if it had just reacted. Phew, what power! Seeing this scene, Lin Yu also couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He didn't even feel any sense of blockage. It was no different than a cut in the air. Yesterday he couldn't kill monsters up to that level. Not bad for the ultimate berserk. After the giant lizard fell, a copy alert followed. You have killed the shield armored gargoyle, experience value plus 86. Experience income keeps up. Lin Yu noticed that his experience bar had pushed roughly 2%, meaning that he'd be able to upgrade after 50 monsters or so. That's not a low number, and upgrades will be much slower after level 5. Many students may be in front of the day to rise 2 or 3 to 5 levels after 2 or 3 days to rise 1 level is normal. His 2% is a far cry from the average student's 2%. Lin Yu continued on his way, and soon ran into another monster. It was a vulture with white eyes, standing far out in the desert looking around as if on guard against a natural enemy. Lin Yu is the law, far from the instantaneous burst of speed. The fight is only a second. The vulture even Lin Yu's silhouette did not see was once again split in two. Lin Yu's experience had risen again. You have killed the corrosive vulture, experience plus 88. Upgrading and progressing will always be pleasant, and the monsters in the core area are at a minimum of level 8. At this rate of progress, Lin Yu estimated that he would at least reach level 10 or more today. Lin Yu was filled with relief. And it doesn't look like it's going to be too hard to try and control not to become obsessed at the moment. It could have been completely avoided if he had just paid more attention to observing paired with high agility. As Lin Yu was thinking this, there seemed to be a vulture and a giant lizard fighting not far away. Hissing and chirping in unison. Looking for death? Lin Yu's eyes were bloodshot, and he immediately shot towards the direction of the voice. 5 minutes later. Faced with 2 completely dismembered monster corpses. Lin Yu. Well, it's not that simple. But invariably. Going into a runaway doesn't really affect upgrades, it's just nasty. Lin Yu just leveled up in the core area, sometimes lucidly and sometimes frantically. You have killed the shield armored gargoyle, your experience value is plus 86. You have killed the corrosive vulture, experience plus 88. You have killed the yellow rock boa, experience value plus 96. An hour later, Lin Yu welcomed his first upgrade after entering the copy. Ding! Congratulations on your leveling up to level 8. Lin Yu had only been fighting monsters for an hour from the actual start of the full fight, a speed that was undoubtedly well worth getting excited about. Unfortunately, he was in a state of insanity at the moment, and all he could think about was doing battle. Lin Yu ignored it and continued to fight with a maniacal smile. What a wonderful scent, you're really making me happy. You know what? Outside the replica, the lobby's scrolling screen refreshes again. 1 Liu Meng Han kill, 51. 2 Zhang Ming's kills, 47. 3 Chen Shen kills, 46. A few of the principals were still down there making small talk. I don't know what these waifs can hit today. It's still pretty much the same as before, I guess, averaging just about 50 monsters up and down. The highest I can remember anyway was 222. Well, then the record was played right out of your school's 3rd grade, so you can count on keeping a clear record. Do you guys think anyone can break the record today? It's hard to say. Now it's a short period of time. Physical strength are okay, behind is getting slower and slower. To break it depends on Lu Menghan. So far Lu Menghan does have the momentum. Director Wang, what do you think? Wang Huilin did put aside her unpleasantness at this time, and sniffed and pondered for a moment. The one who recorded before I remember correctly was a mage and had an advantage in brushing monsters. Although Lu Menghan is not slow now, he is more or less at a disadvantage in terms of occupation. Whether or not it can be broken depends on the next refresh. If we can keep the momentum going, there's still a chance. The information screen was refreshed every hour, so if Lu Menghan could continue to rise 25 monsters or more, then there was a chance. But Wang Huilin feel hope is not big. After all, on the monsters and upgrades in this aspect of the warrior swordsman, how can not compare to the mage? Of course it's definitely a different story when you're fighting solo, it's natural and can't be helped. Between conversations, the lobby screen happened to receive another refresh. Several principals cast their eyes up in unison. 1 Liu Meng Han kills, 73. 2 Zhang Ming's kills, 66. 3 Chen Shen kills, 65. 10 Lin Yu kill, 51. Up 22 this time, a little slower. Ha! Where did this Lin Yu come from? Swordsmen do have some disadvantages. Ha! I haven't seen this student before, huh? A group of principals are evaluating that. Suddenly they all froze. There's never been this guy before. Where did he come from? And straight to the top 10? Chapter 17. Whose ministry is this? Whose ministry is this? A couple of principals were confused. They'd been watching the screen the whole time. A guy who didn't even make the top 100 in the first 2 hours suddenly storms up and breaks into the top 10. Just 1 hour, killed more than 50 monsters. Is this scientific? Have any of you heard of this man? Not from our 5th grade, my student I remember well. Lin Yu. Isn't Lin Yu that shadow hidden in the 1st grade? The one who got to 7th grade yesterday. Several of the principals' brows furrowed with the gradual impression that the... Turning to Wang Huilin. Director Wang, what's going on? Didn't you say that Lin Yu was by chance yesterday, but not today? Wang Huilin blinked. I don't know how. Wang Huilin, now her brain is also buzzing. The person must be the Lin Yu she knows. But it shouldn't. Large copies of the intensity of Lin Yu did not have the opportunity to pressure the blood. Besides, he really hasn't moved in the first 2 hours. How is this suddenly top 10? After thinking about it, Wang Huilin said, "Don't worry everyone, I reckon Lin Yu should have stumbled upon a nest of relatively weak monsters, giving him the chance to press his blood. After all, it's not as if this kind of situation isn't present in the copies. One more thing, it's possible that Lin Yu was hovering around the top 100 for the first 2 hours, and with this wave of luck just happened to rush into the top 10. It should be the only reasonable explanation," Wang Huilin secretly pondered. Several principals sniffed, and although they still had their doubts, they were halfway convinced. The reasoning sounds far-fetched, but it barely makes sense. It's also impossible for a major berserker to kill 50 monsters in an hour. It's completely counterintuitive. Everyone regained their ease. And so, soon an hour passed. The big screen refreshes again. 1 Lin Yu kills, 101. 2 Liu Meng Han kills, 96. 3 Chen Shen kills, 88. Principals. Kelly Wang. Director Wang, what do you say this time? Still luck? Ran into another nest of garbage monsters? Wang Huilin rolled her eyes. Don't ask me. If you want to ask, go ask Lin Yu. This time, she was really confused, too. Another 50, or a solid 50. 2 hours straight even Lu Menghan exceeded, luck can't be good all the time. Completely beyond her comprehension, she went where she knew to go. All the principals were frowning as they looked at Wang Huilin. It always feels fishy. Inside the copy. Cozy. Lin Yu was truly experiencing the power of ultimate berserk. Quicksand because of the wide area. In fact, the monsters are somewhat scattered. The average student can kill 10 monsters an hour even if good, or peripheral areas, the core will only be less. And he killed over 100 of them in just 2 hours, which is more than 10 times faster. It's almost like flying an airplane. Swish. The supreme scarlet light flashed. A yellow-skinned boa constrictor is cut in two, and the incision remains smooth as a mirror. You have killed the yellow rock boa, experience value plus 112. Ding! Congratulations on your leveling up to 9. Level 9. Lin Yu squinted his eyes. The 100 or so monsters had just allowed him to rise 2 levels, just 1 level short of today's goal. Upon reaching level 10, the skill attributes would have an all-around increase, which could be considered the first qualitative change for a professional. Also, his system's shield will receive an upgrade. He had previously understood that the shield value was raised every 10 levels, and Lin Yu was somewhat looking forward to it. Without realizing it, Lin Yu passed through an abandoned earthen wall and entered the ruins of a city. The core area is the remains of an ancient city, said to be a projection of a small part of some ancient desert kingdom from back in the day. The level of the monsters in the city will be raised further and their number will increase. I should be able to upgrade even faster. All of this information had been mentioned in the textbooks, and Lin Yu had some impressions. Not long after, Lin Yu came across a group of humanoid monsters. The number is close to 10, all are soldier-like, holding a lance body attached to yellow sand armor, neatly seems to be patrolling. Soldier on patrol, LV11. Life, 600. Power, 50. Agility, 48. Body mass, 51. Spirit, 35. Lance strikes, soldier combos. Tisk, TSK, that attribute, or the squad together. Lin Yu was now averaging 20 or 30 attributes without berserk, and this monster had doubled even him, or was a group monster. As a matter of fact, this is really the most central part of the Quicksand Land, and usually only the last 1 or 2 days can have students come over. It would also have to be the very best of that group of students teaming up together, and it wouldn't necessarily be manageable. Of course, it's still not enough to put it to Lin Yu. Any harder was sustenance for his upgrades, even the harder the better for him, the harder meant more experience. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and instantly rushed out. In fact, there was no time for him to think about it. Just now one of the soldiers had evidently noticed him, and had shaken the ground with a long mane of. It certainly stirred up another Lin Yu's ferocity. Lin Yu, the whole like a machine, generally rushed into the soldiers' group. These usually let the students fear the existence of. This time all turned into a paper mache. A handful of them tore one to shreds. All of them were killed in 1 second without any suspense, and some of them were crushed into powder by a single charge without even reacting. For a while, yellow sand filled the sky with smoke and dust. Yellow sand soldiers don't have real bodies, and often turn to sand when they die, and there's no blood coming out of them. The lack of blood made crazy Lin Yu lost interest in the secondary destruction of the corpse. All turned to one-hit kills, killing one and immediately moving on to the next. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu's killing speed went one step further. You have killed a patrol soldier, experience value plus 112. You have killed a patrol soldier, experience value plus 112. You have killed a patrol soldier, experience value plus 112. The high amount of experience paired with Berserk Terror's speed caused Lin Yu's experience to skyrocket. Visible into the inner city monster number also really surge. Before killing a monster, often Lin Yu awake after crazy Lin Yu has not found the next monster. But after killing a wave of crazy Lin Yu this time, he was soon able to find another wave to continue getting into the fight. And these patrolling soldiers seem to be really patrolling in general, and will still lean in when they hear a fight. This pretty much takes up Lin Yu's window of opportunity, and it's straight up crazy Lin Yu kills it. When Lin Yu woke up again. It's been most of an hour since. The remains left by the soldiers were piled up around them, and there was not a single movement for miles around anymore. Who? Lin Yu deeply exhaled. Berserk Lin Yu does not know how to get tired he is feeling. Every time he exits from the crazy state he is all over the place. At this time, he was even more tired and his limbs were stiff. However, the rewards are great. In just half an hour, his level had come to level 10. This speed was simply unimaginable when put to ordinary students, and it was even close to twice as fast as he had just been. Lin Yu's eyes shone with anticipation. Finally reaching the first metamorphosis of a professional. I wonder how much the shields add. Chapter 18, Level 10, Shield Upgrade. Ding! Detected that the host's level has reached 10, the shield value has begun to upgrade. Can it be doubled? Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yu was a bit curious. To be honest, he now feels that 1000 points of shield is not so safe. The monster level up to hit him for a moment can also deduct a small dozens of blood. It's still very resilient, but it's nowhere near as safe as it was at first. And he had to go into the wilderness tomorrow, and the monsters he would face would be raised even further. Lin Yu's expectations are doubled to 2000. At this stage he can encounter monsters up to at most power will not exceed 200. As long as he can have 2000 he can resist at least 10 hits and not worry about getting spiked at all. Soon. The system voice sounded again. Ding! Shield value upgrade complete, current shield remaining, 10,000. How much? Lin Yu froze in place, he even suspected that he had heard it wrong. 10,000 points? With monsters generally having less than 50 strength, and even with the same period of time when their classmates still had 200 to 300 blood. He has 10,000 shield points? Seriously? Awesome! After a long shock, Lin Yu could only give such a nationalist evaluation. What else could he say, and worry about the wilderness issues that? A system is a system. This aspect of awesome never needs to be worried about. Next. Lin Yu turned off Blood Eater while he was awake and opened the panel when his blood level was back up. All attributes would be raised once after level 10, and he had to find out what was going on. Then again he hadn't added any points since coming in and was due for a boost. As to why the blood lifting. Lin Yu was head over heels in love with the numbers, there were too many additions for him to convert. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker Hidden. Rank, LV 10 1.10%. Life, 480. Shield, 10,000. Power, 36. Agility, 36. Body mass, 48. Spirit, 19. Freedom attributes, 18. Passive celebration of blood, +1 to strengthen agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive blood rage, gain attribute increases based on different lives. Blood eating LV3, you no longer receive any life regeneration while the skill is on, turning off the automatic recovery of 4 life points per second. Active release, 20 points of life value drop per second. Sure enough it's all lifted a whole lot. Looking at the panel Lin Yu muttered. He's got a strength and agility of 22 and a constitution of 43 at level 7 in the morning. By projection by level 9 strength and sensitivity should be 26, and constitution is 48. Now it looks like the main attribute strength and sensitivity has been increased by 10 points directly, and physique has been added by 5 points. Just one level is a big jump, so to speak. Not bad for the first threshold of a professional. Lin Yu very much recognized that before level 10 could only be called a novice, and after level 10 could be called a true professional. A qualitative improvement indeed. Without Berserk on Lin, you should easily be able to take level 9 him now. And not only the attributes, but also the skills have been upgraded another level. The recovery speed of blood eating has increased from 2 points per second to 4 points per second, and the speed of blood pressure has increased from 10 points per second to 20 points per second. Although this doesn't feel very useful either say. Still need to get an active skill soon. Lin Yu grinned, then added all the freedoms to physique as usual. Freedom also increases from 5 to 8 points per level at level 10, which is also a nice boost. A wave of warmth passed through, and Lin Yu's physique increased. Body mass, 4866. Life, 480,660. Nice. Lin Yu was very satisfied overall and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Progressive advancement is always pleasurable, and the fact that 660's life is close to doubling compared to the morning makes for a blissful experience. Just then another procession of soldiers arrived and this time there was another elite monster that stood at the front of the group. Patrol Leader, LV-12 Elite. Life, 800. Power, 60. Agility, 52. Physical fitness, 80. Spirit, 45. Lance stabs, sweeps through thousands of troops. Either that or try it without Berserk on? After briefly crossing such a thought, Lin Yu quickly rejected it, as if elevating too quickly would always give people a sense of expansion. He doesn't have a single bonus without Berserk, and he's no match for the elite monsters at all. Of course, with his current shield this monster can't kill him. But it's always a crime. Blood eating. Lin Yu once again pressed down the blood, and the upgraded Blood Eater's blood pressure speed increased, putting him back into ultimate Berserk mode in no time at all. With the raging power bursting out of his body, the strong desire that had been there at the beginning filled his mind once again. Lin Yu had no restraint at all this time, it was an upgrade anyway. Actually, not counting the nausea if you will, he realized that he was much more talented in combat in his Berserk state than when he was sober. The raging desire carried Lin Yu out in an instant. The captain of the soldiers at the forefront was smashed into flying sand without any reaction at all, and the other soldiers were no match at all. It was unstoppable just now. It's even more unstoppable now. For a while, the yellow sand reared up, the smoke flew and Berserk Lin Yu was once again in the middle of a killing spree. You killed the patrol leader, experience value plus 132. You have killed a patrol soldier, experience value plus 112. You killed the patrol leader, experience value plus 112. An hour later. Upgrading has gotten a lot slower, The short time he was awake, Lin Yu noticed that his upgrading had slowed down. 9 to 10 only took the better part of an hour, and now close to an hour he hasn't gotten to 11. The professional's experience is shaved down every 5 levels, and it looks like he's been further nerfed after reaching level 10. And predictably it's going to get slower and slower as he upgrades. The copy of the Land of Quicksand didn't really suit him anymore. Of course this couldn't be blamed on the copy, mainly his upgrade speed was just too fast and a bit perverted. I'm leaving work early today, so I'll hit it for another hour. The highest level of monsters in the Land of Quicksand is level 12, so it's twice as hard to fight them anymore. Another hour and he'd be leveled almost to 12, which would be complete. One more point. He also left time to go to the outer teleportation points. After all, there were no teleports in the core area right now. Lin Yu made his decision, and soon another group of soldiers arrived. Looking for death? I'll make you whole. Outside the copy. 1 Lin Yu kill, 322. 2 Liu Menghang kills, 152. 3 Chen Shen kills, 139. Director Wang, tell me properly, is Lin Yu really a berserker? Several principals looked at the big screen, completely numb at this point, and in just 2 hours, it's gone up another 200 or so. How can this be a human thing? They now strongly suspected that Lin Yu wasn't a berserker at all, but some powerful hidden profession. Wang Huilin rolled her eyes. You guys are suspecting me? Isn't this kind of thing obvious upon investigation? Why would I lie? The several principals immediately revealed a look of embarrassment at his words. No, we didn't mean that. Yeah, mostly it's just that it's so unbelievable and we're in a bit of a hurry, sorry. Director Wang. Wang Huilin rolled her eyes again and wasn't talking. But at this point the heart was in a state of flux. She's the one who's the most confused. She knows everything about Lin Yu. Besides, Han Mingrue's seen it all. Lin Yu should have been pressured to not be able to level up, but now not only upgraded, but also a big rise, directly dumped Lu Menghan 8 streets. This plot shouldn't look like this. What went wrong? While everyone was wondering, the eyes of a female principal in the corner suddenly flashed. You guys, do you think Lin Yu will? What about the demons already? Chapter 19, how did you get to level 12? Demonized? Several of the principals frowned, disbelief flashing in their eyes. The principal spoke again. Think about it, a berserker will have a huge attribute boost when his life is on the brink of dying. Normally people wouldn't dare to do that, but as long as he's possessed, he won't be able to deliberately control his life value anymore. And without control, if he gets that huge boost, isn't that great? Several principals paused and waving his hands back and forth. Hey, impossible. According to you then how can he kill monsters when he's on the verge? He would have been killed by the monsters long ago. And this copy of ours isn't a homecoming. Yes, the endangered state of the berserkers I also understand, is called the ultimate berserk, right, that must be left 1% life to open, Lin Yu at most 3 to 500 blood, leaving a 3 to 5 drop still how to fight, change I cannot come. The principal wasn't surprised and seemed to be prepared for it as she continued. The reasoning goes like this, and I'm well aware of Berserker's ultimate berserker. But let's not forget that berserkers are not only crazy when they become demonized, their combat sense is also absolutely top-notch. The land of quicksand is difficult for ordinary students, but replace it with the demonized berserkers. Think for yourselves. Hiss. With an intake of breath, several principals froze. They seem to did overlook that. Some say berserkers are crazy, some say berserkers are reckless, no one ever says berserkers are vegetables. Berserkers once into the devil's strength is really not cover, after all, purely rely on bloodthirsty instincts to fight, itself is a pure killing machine. There was once a record of a second-turn berserker ripping 8 third-turn professionals alive with just a single drop of blood, and in the end, it was still suppressed by carpet fire coverage. A few principals' faces changed. If that's the case, Lin Yu seems to be a real possibility. What are you guys blindly guessing apart? Berserking into the devil is also a process of accumulation. Lin Yu's transfer has only been the second day until now, how can it be that fast? At this time, Wang Huilin directly opened her mouth to interrupt, her tone dissatisfied. These people in front of her lying this now into the devil are on the whole, wild war into the devil, but we have to use means to suppress, equal to pronounce the death sentence. Lin Yu. Lin Yu is still a student, you are all principals talking a little irresponsible? The principal scratched her head, I'm just guessing, haha. Several principals also smiled in quick succession, we just thought about it, nothing. Wang Huilin rolled her eyes and stopped talking. Immediately after, swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva in a row. Well, she actually felt the principal had a point. Berserking into demons is a cumulative process, but it's also tied to willpower. Lin Yu's willpower. She wasn't too sure. It can't be. Really be possessed, right? Soon, another hour passed. The lobby screen refreshes again. The crowd cast their eyes up at first. 1 Lin Yu kills, 480. 2 Liu Meng Han kill, 180. 3 Chen Shin kills, 157. 480. This time it went up 106 in an hour. NEI, should we look to call off the copies first? Several principals couldn't sit still and looked at each other to look at Wang Huilin. Berserkers into the devil is a very scary thing, and the consequences are unimaginable if you pass out with your classmates. Director Wang, what do you think? Wang Huilin's eyes kept rolling, inner one. Just then, the portal ahead flashed, and a figure teleported out. Yellow sand covered with blood stains, looking so wretched. Wang Huilin froze, Lin Yu? Why did you come out? Lin Yu? He's Lin Yu? Several principals sniffed and subconsciously shrunk back. The person who came out was naturally Lin Yu. At this time he had already risen to level 12, the monsters in the copy couldn't give much experience, so he came out early as planned. Looking at the several principals who were standing by, Lin Yu was a bit strange, but he didn't think much about it. Oh, I upgraded a bit fast, and the monster experience inside was a bit too much to keep up with, so I came out early. Lin Yu directly said. Several teachers sighed in relief at this statement. The fact that it can still be explained means that it's not demonic and is in a normal state. Immediately afterward, though, everyone was speechless. Upgrading too fast. Monsters can't keep up with the experience. This speaks human language. Air. It seems to be really human. Several principals saw the overhead screen again. Wang Huilin quickly stepped in front of Lin Yu. Student Lin, teacher took the liberty of asking, how did you do it? Said Wang Huilin, pointing to the screen information on the wall. The rest of the principals hastily pricked up their ears and Lin Yu followed the guidance to look at the wall, and then he also understood. I pressed the blood. Berserkers press the blood can have war power. Teacher is not also clear? Wang Huilin froze in place. The expressions of the group of principals also froze. Blood pressure? It's that easy? You're going beyond history. Beyond the cliff. Unprecedented. Just simple blood pressure? Lin Yu didn't care about the crowd being surprised, he was telling the truth anyway, he did press the blood. Speaking again, he said, is there anything else, teacher? Nothing, I'm going to go back first. His primary goal now was to get back in the shower, and while he'd learned his lesson today about being prepared with a knife wiping rag, Ultimate Berserk Love Handle Monster had taught him another lesson. It's built to be even more buried than yesterday. Plans never catch up with change, and it looked like he'd have to have a pair of gloves ready for tomorrow. After saying that, Lin Yu added, by the way Director Wang, tomorrow I'm planning to go to the wilderness, so I won't be coming to the copy. Wang Huilin came back to her senses. Oh, it's fine, of course it's fine. Wait? You're going into the wild here? Wang Huili froze again. The environment in the wild can be dangerous and unpredictable, at least they all have to be level 10 professionals. What kind of fresh graduate runs out? No way. Do you know what kind of environment the wilderness is? Just upgraded 2 days ago and you're only... Wait. You? How did you get to level 12? Saying that, Wang Huilin's eyes once again widened, and again. It was then that she realized that Lin Yu was level 12. The latter level is becoming more and more difficult to rise. Lin Yu is counting on the current results counting also absolutely impossible to get to level 12. What's going on here? Lin Yu could see Wang Huilin's doubt and didn't hide it. Oh, teacher, I went to the core area to upgrade, so it's a bit faster. The core area? Impossible. How many levels are the monsters in the core area, and besides, the portal isn't even open yet, you. Wang Huilin subconsciously waved her hand back and forth, but she paused before finishing her sentence. It seems like... It's not a problem, either. Lin Yu grade 12. Wang Huilin tried again. So, you didn't upgrade in the first 2 hours just... That's right, I would be on my way to the core area then. Lin Yu replied directly. Boom. Wang Huilin was struck by lightning and stayed completely and utterly in place. Numb. She was completely numb in this moment. Director Wang, that's no problem now, right? Then I'll leave first. Wang Huilin was in a trance. Nope. Nope, you be safe tomorrow. Already at level 12, it does qualify you for the wilderness. Even if you don't go to this copy, there's no room for it. Lin Yu didn't say any more nonsense and gladly left the hall. After Lin Yu left, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 20. Then you should be careful, teacher. Hall, after a long silence. Wang Huilin suddenly burst out laughing. Anyway, it turned out alright. Lin Yu didn't waste it and broke the all-time record again. It was still broken in a crushing position. With Lin Yu in the picture, the resources they'll be able to get next year for their first high school are absolutely unprecedented. Wang Huilin quickly came to the several principals, everyone, who just said that our Lin Yu has become a demon. She hadn't forgotten the attitude these guys had just had, so she was taking this opportunity to discuss them. They've been fighting over grades for a long time over the years. The faces of the several principals stiffened. Director Wang, aren't we just guessing? Yeah, you're not making a big deal out of it, we're not doing anything here after all. Wang Huilin was unforgiving, huh? I'm making a big deal out of it? You guys aren't unaware of the consequences of going berserk, right? If you really decide that it's a human life, can you take the responsibility? Do you want our outstanding students to die so badly? Besides, shutting down the copies is what you guys are talking about, right? In case the copies are really shut down, it affects the entrance exams of all the students. Several principals surrendered. Yes, it's us who made a big deal out of it. Director Wang is right. Speaking of which, it was also the principal of the 5th form who first started the demonization. Right. It's the principal of the 5th grade. I think she's the one who doesn't have good intentions. That's right, Director Wang, you're looking for her. The principal of the 5th form is a young woman in her 30s. Sitting in the corner at this point, wanting to cry. Director Wang, my fault, it was my lack of consideration. Seeing this, Wang Huilin was finally satisfied and returned to her seat with a smile on her face. Several principals were relieved that. Immediately following the death stare from Principal 5 Bells came another. It's all my fault? I don't have a good heart, that's not what you guys were just doing. The principal's hearts lifted again. No. We didn't mean that. What's that supposed to mean? Meaning it's all my fault? Oh no, look, you take it easy. Time slowly passed, and students began to come out of the replica. Word heaven! This quicksand land is too hard. Ugh, who says it isn't? My old back is breaking. It's really too much harder than the school copy. I'm convinced. I thought I could level up a few more levels today, but I'm exhausted and I'm barely at 3. Alas I go, you can still get to 3. ING second level have not even passed half pipe, this level in the end who was rising up. When the students came out, it was the standard trifecta of paralyzed, grumbling, and wailing. After this day they are to further understand the world is difficult, upgrade the book is simply too difficult than going to school to listen to lectures. They had to get to level 8 before the high school entrance exams, and they worked their asses off for 2 days to barely get to 3. True to the saying, it's hard to level up is hard to eat. Collapsing to the floor of the hall, the students looked again at the large screen on the wall. 1 Liu Menghan kills, 201. 2 Chen Shen kills, 182. 3 Zhang Mingzi kills, 178. Geez, 201? Seriously? I killed more than 30 monsters with all my strength, and this is the first ING kill of 200? It took us a team of 4 to kill over 50, what the hell is wrong with these birds? There was disbelief in the eyes of the students, and despite knowing that there are some tough guys every year, actually experiencing the difficulty of the replica still made everyone sigh. The hall was getting crowded. It wasn't long before the crowd suddenly erupted into a clamor. Quick look! Chen Shen is coming out. Chen Shen is the genius of our second middle school, his profession is rare mage, he got in solo. I'll go, killed 182 of them solo. I wonder how many levels I've risen to, envious. Mother, when will I be able to have such a great time? Only a noble boy appeared at the entrance of the portal, and there was envy in the eyes of the students. Over 100 monsters a day, I don't even know how many levels I've gained. None of the future high school exams need to be taken into account at all, and life is all open everywhere. Chen Shen, who was in the limelight, was smiling profusely at this moment. He loved this feeling of being admired. Obediently he unlocked his viewing privileges. Holy, level 7. Seriously? I'm only level 3, and transferring more than doubles me in 2 days? Is this the difference between people? I'm crying my eyes out. Chen Shen smiled even more. Yesterday he had risen to level 3 in the school copy, today he had risen to level 4 with the increased difficulty. Just wanted to ask who else. Passing through the envious crowd without looking askance, Chen Shen came to the group of principals. Hello principals. First, he politely greeted, and then turned to the principal of the second middle school, Schoolmaster Wang. It's a pleasure, I'm already at level 7. Chen Shen is a little smug, their second middle school has been at the bottom for 3 years, he shall not raise his eyebrows with this achievement, shall not let the principal give him as a baby, shall not let the other principals be impressed. Thinking so, Chen Shen's back straightened a few points. A group of principals coincidentally mouth-twitching, if before this achievement they really have to look at 2 eyes high. But now just met Lin Yu. A few principals whispered, Old Wang, is this your student? That's a lot of pretending, isn't it? It's only 100 or so kills, and even Lucky doesn't mess it up, tbh. The principal of the second middle school felt his cheeks burning at this point. He really wanted to say this is not my student, I don't know him. On the contrary, Wang Huilin was very happy at this time. Chen Shen student right, level 7? Quite good, just a little bit worse than our first high school students, keep up the good work. Chen Shen froze and recognized Wang Huilin. Thanks for the teacher's compliment. First middle school's Liu Menghan is indeed powerful, but I'm not bad either, so be careful of being caught up by me. It was true that Liu Menghan from the first middle school was a bit stronger than him now, but the difference was not that big, and who could say what would happen in the future? Liu Menghan? Wang Huilin narrowed her eyes and turned the corners of her mouth higher, haha. Yes, cheer up Chen, teacher will wait for you to catch up. Chen Shen was confident, then you have to be careful, teacher. The principal of the second middle school on the sidelines simply wanted to find a crack in the ground. The replica closes at 6 o'clock sharp. Liu Menghan appeared in the hall, her beautiful face was covered with dust and slightly distressed, but her eyes were radiant. Today through perseverance she managed to get to level 8. It even exceeded her own expectations, and the second day of the all-time record, which was level 8, she tied the record. Originally, she wasn't sure if she could surpass Lin Yu today, but now she should be fine. Did Lin Yu actually not even make the list? It looks like it's really not working. Looking at the hall screen, Liu Menghan shook her head. Chapter 21, Let's Ask the Teacher. Our Missy's results are just extraordinary, congratulations. Liu Xiaoxue jumped out while Liu Menghan was watching the big screen and rejoiced. Ryu Monahan looked back, it's not so bad, it's just that. Liu Xiaoxue beamed and added, but didn't even see Lin Yu. Hey, I came out quite early and didn't see anyone, and there's nothing on the list, so I don't know how many levels he's at. Let's go ask the teacher. Manchen, said Liu Xiaoxue, eyes lit up, pulling up Liu Menghan and leaving. Liu Menghan pumped her arm, no need, Lin Yu didn't even make the list even if. Liu Xiaoxue frowned, what no need, not let you feel at ease still. Besides, your father has to be accounted for there. Move. Lu Xiaoxue pulled Lu Menghan to bounce through the crowd and arrived in front of Wang Huilin. Kelly Wang was having a friendly conversation with the group of principals next to her. Schoolmaster Wang, you don't say that Chen student of yours is really good, and he really has a chance to catch up with us if he works hard. Oh yes, School Lu, you students have the inverted CXS too, don't you? The grades are good, very good. And also, the results of the 5th middle school are also outstanding this year. I'm afraid that our first middle school's #1 throne is about to change hands. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiaoxue directly said, Director Wang, have you seen Lin Yu? I didn't even see him when I came out. Wang Huilin heard the voice and turned back, seeing Lu Xiaoxue suddenly a little unhappy. However, immediately after that, he saw Lu Menghan next to him and his eyebrows stretched again. See, what's the matter with you? Wang Huilin said suspiciously. Lu Xiaoxue, oh, it's fine, I just wanted to ask Lin Yu how many grades she's in and what her grades are, I'm a little curious. This statement immediately caught the attention of many of the surrounding first middle school students. Look, Lu Menghan went to inquire about Lin Yu's grades. Ha, the first miss is just so competitive that she can't pull it off for a day. But then again, I'm kind of curious how Lin Yu's grades are today. Why haven't we seen anyone? Then what else can be done? Yesterday did not say Lin Yu wasted it, today must not have the face to see people ran away early. Makes sense. Lu Menghan was a little embarrassed and tugged on Lu Xiaoxue's arm again. Lu Xiaoxue ignored it and returned a reassuring look. Lin Yu grades? Wang Huilin frowned, followed by her eyes clearing. Lin Yu's grades can be too argumentative, the teacher just happens to know. Come on, those who want to know lean over a little bit, the teacher will tell you properly. What is this? Is it necessary to be so secretive about a grade? What can I say? All the students were puzzled, but they all moved closer. The few principals beside Wang Huilin, but their faces became even more bitter. It's obviously coming for them. It's been a long day. The principal of the 2nd middle school looked at the exuberant Chen Shen next to him, he now wanted to plug the boy's ears. Wang Huilin spoke up, before we say more about Lin Yu's grades, teacher first asks you all, do you know what the historical record of the land of quicksand is? How can you bring up history again? The surrounding students are even more puzzled. Just say it directly, teacher, what does it have to do with the historical record? The history I seem to recall was typed by age 222 only it seems. A teacher, don't sell yourself short, just say it, the history record still has something to do with Lin Yu, All the students were helpless. A couple of the principals' faces fell even further and the principal of the 2nd middle school patted Chen Shen who was next to him, Student Chen, you're also tired, go back and rest first, come back in the morning. Chen Shen was excited, it's okay principal, I see Director Wang is talking about something interesting, I want to hear it. Principal of the 2nd middle school. Satisfied, Wang Huilin stopped selling, that's right, Lin Yu can really relate to the all-time record because he broke it once again. Lin Yu's score for today, killed 480 monsters, leveled up to level 12, and it also only took 6 hours. Swish. There was a moment of silence around the 480 only, 12 levels? How can it be? You're kidding, Mr. Wang. Right. Teacher, you know what level the all-time record is, how can it be double the all-time record, just kidding. The students were all wearing expressions of complete disbelief, after all, this stuff was too outrageous to be connected to logic. Wang Huilin had expected this and the corner of her mouth picked up. Immediately, she pointed to the several principals next to her. Of course I'm not joking. At that time when Lin Yu came out these principals were there, they all saw it with their own eyes, if you don't believe me you can ask a few principals. A couple principals can't possibly lie to you kids. Wang Huilin said it with such a seriousness that her classmate couldn't help but frown. There was a flurry of attention turned to a few of the principals. Principals? What a sin, why doesn't this day end? Several principals coughed up their throats and what Director Wang said is true, Lin Yu did kill 480 monsters today. This will be over as well, so teacher will leave work first. Well, Lin Yu has risen to level 12, and teacher Gang did see it with his own eyes. Students from the 3rd middle school remember to come early tomorrow haha. That's all for today. Lin Yu did just use 6 hours, and just went ahead with too high a level. 5th form's coming this way. Let's go back. Several principals said as they stood up and yelled as they left. leaving a field of students staring at each other in disbelief. It's a well-known fact that principals don't lie. There's no reason to lie to them either. Or so many joint scams together. So? Really? Really? After a short hesitation, all the students instantly froze in place. Lu Xiaoxue opened her mouth. Did I make a mistake? Lu Menghan subconsciously clenched her fists. Chan Shen? So? Did I just mean to go 12 levels over? Nope. The levels don't match. Even if I could kill 480 monsters, I wouldn't reach level 12. There's something wrong, teacher. Chen Shen suddenly exclaimed as he caught the point. He also knew about the experience of the monsters in the copy. Even if he could kill 480 monsters, it would get harder the further the level went. 480 monsters would be equivalent to 3 days of his experience, and it definitely wouldn't reach 12. There's a problem with the bag. Wang Huilin froze, followed by brighter eyes, and looking at Qin Shen was even more enjoyable than seeing Lu Menghan. Shen, you're right, the observation is very subtle. The teacher is here to encourage you. But teacher just forgot to mention that Lin Yu's 480 monsters were going to the core area to kill, and he only used 6 hours just because it was all wasted to catch up. You figure if the experience in the core area is right. At the sound of the voice, all the students once again stood still for a moment and... So? Lin Yu still went to the core area to level up? Lu Xiaoxue. Lu Menghan. Chen Shen. Chapter 22 The Quiet Principal's Office. Relief room, small single room. Phew, soothing. Lin Yu had already taken a shower and was soothed. Hitching up a towel, he came to sit at the small table and skillfully opened the information panel. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, bloodthirsty berserker hidden. Rank, LV 12 0.01%. Life, 700. Shield, 10,000. Power, 46. Agility, 46. Physical fitness, 70. Spirit, 23. Freedom attributes, 16. Passive celebration of blood, +1 to strengthen agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive blood rage, gain attribute increases based on different lives. Blood eating LV3, you will no longer receive any life regeneration while the skill is on, and will automatically recover 4 points per second off. Active release, 20 life points per second. Props, Scarlet Purple, Fresh Spring Flow Pendant Purple. Having reached level 12, his attributes have improved a bit more. The main attribute Strength and Sensitivity was added 10 points each, Physique and Spirit were added 4 points as well as gaining another 16 points of freedom. This yields an increase in Strength and Sensitivity of 5, Constitution and Spirit of 2, and Freedom of 8, for each upgrade after level 10. Almost all doubled compared to before, a very nice improvement. Lin Yu rubbed his hair while skillfully adding freedom to his physique. Physique, 70-86. Life, 700-860. Warmth cut through, and Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. In just 2 days, his progress could not be described as horrifying, nearly quadrupling in strength. The level also came to an exaggerated 12. Ordinary people before the college entrance exams are not necessarily to 8. Lu Menghan's stream of geniuses are only 7 or 8 levels. A far cry from him. That's the power of the system. This is the perfect bond of the strongest shield plus the fiercest berserker. As long as the dark side of the stereotype goes on, he believes that one day he will be able to achieve his ultimate goal and add longevity to his life. Turn off the panel. Lin Yu took out his cell phone and looked up the price of the Clear Spring Flow Rattle Kit online. Fresh Spring Flow Rings is a complete set of equipment for a pendant, ring, bracelet. Each piece has the effect of mitigating psychic debuffs and comes in sets with set attributes. Now that I've determined today that I'm on the right track, I'm sure I'm going to keep collecting next. He can't completely control Ultimate Berserk right now, or even say he can barely use it. After all, there weren't many copies of Pressure that weren't dangerous and didn't have other humans for him to paint. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 10 million? Lin Yu found the auction prices for the other parts of the Qingxuan stream rattle and directly screamed out in shock. The average professional here works his ass off for 10,000 bucks a month. The other regular purple gear is only $1 million or so. That's $10 million, right? Looking at the cell phone screen, Lin Yu's eyes flashed. Soon to fall silent again, In fact, he himself had certain mental expectations that the value of this type of jewelry equipment is really different from ordinary equipment. Ornaments equipment is very rare, and the production process is difficult. The same level of ordinary equipment and ornaments require a different level of forger. Listen to this: often a piece of jewelry prices are topped 5 or 6 pieces of ordinary equipment. Not to mention the fact that the clear spring stream rattle was also a minor artifact among the ornaments. Reducing all mental side effects was a very treasured attribute. And the lower the level requirement, the rarer the equipment. This is evident by the fact that it's been put in an exclusive treasure chest. The fact is, Clearwater Flowers doesn't just want $10 million. There's still a price to pay. There's no sale info online at all, and you have to take your chances and wait for an auction or something. These Lin Yu himself is also clear. He just became too suddenly, for a moment was taken aback. But invariably, Lin Yu swept back at his small home that wasn't worth $2,000 altogether and skimmed his lips. Gotta, a long way to go. Keep up the good work. Starting tomorrow, do your best to save as much money as you can without affecting your upgrades. Try to take down Clear Spring Flow Rattle as early as possible. Lin Yu set a plan for the future. Ultimate Berserk was something that must be controlled. The attributes were given too much, and it was vital for him to have a future. Surely it must still be without affecting the college entrance exams, which are undoubtedly the #1 priority for him right now. The ability for a good university to offer permanent attribute talents again, that's a fundamental change. But the good news is, he's not bad at all. Whether it's saving up or taking the entrance exams, he should have an easier time than the average person by so many billions of points. Sleep. Exhausted from this day. Having made up his mind, Lin Yu rolled on his ass and burrowed directly into the quilt. Today he also full of dry day. Even the ultimate berserk, that perverted look, is not a lightweight. His body has long been exhausted. In no time at all, the room was snoring. On the other hand, in the first school, inside the office building, Wang Huilin stepped on her high heels and walked towards the principal's office. She'd rushed over first thing since the copy had just ended, but this time it wasn't to take credit for it. Even though Lin Yu brought another stunning achievement today, the disadvantages of berserking into the devil were not lost on her, and the faster Lin Yu upgraded meant the closer he was to entering the devil. She came here this time to ask Han Mingrui if there's any solution to the problem. Han Mingrui was the strongest professional she knew. Even the mayor couldn't compete. Knock, knock. Come in. Han Mingrui's calm voice came from inside the door. Wang Huilin let out a deep breath and pushed the door open. Colonel Han, do you remember that Lin Yu from yesterday? I came over today to have something to report to you about him. Inside the office, Han Mingrui was still behind his desk, reading a book. He frowned at the sound. Lin Yu? The berserker who rose to level 7 yesterday? What happened to him? Wang Huilin said, it's like this school, Han. Didn't you say yesterday that Lin Yu wouldn't make it? But he made good grades again today, so it might be a bit out of your expectation. Wang Huilin spoke about the Lin Yu situation that she had seen today. She definitely had to introduce the situation first, otherwise there was no need to talk about any solutions for a classmate with a bad name. Not that she was still trying to sell it. However, it was obvious that Han Mingrui had misunderstood, again. Wang Huilin was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. Han Mingrui looked up with a helpless face. Director Wang, haven't I said it many times, you just watch over this aspect of student performance, you don't need to report it to me. I did say yesterday that Lin Yu couldn't make it, but I didn't say that he was completely wasted. How can he say that a level 7 isn't better than an ordinary classmate? Come on, hurry up. How many levels did Lin Yu rise to today? Level 8? Level 9? No, I just said yesterday that Lin Yu couldn't do it. It should be higher to surprise me. Level 10? Really not, I say you, Director Wang. In the future this kind of thing really do not come. Everyone's time is very valuable. You have this time, you might as well. Han Mingrui seems to be bitter Wang Huilin for a long time, as soon as he opened the box to pour out the bitter water to say non-stop. Wang Huilin sighed in her heart, this situation should be put in yesterday. Well, what a good opportunity to hit the face. Unfortunately, she wasn't in the mood for that today. Taking a gap, Wang Huilin directly passed the words in, no school Han, Lin Yu isn't level 10, he's level 12. He killed 480 monsters today, all of them in the core area, and it only took him 6 hours. At once. The office is quiet. Chapter 23, I don't think Lin Yu will be able to come back. Inside the quiet office, Han Mingrui froze in place with his mouth open, his entire being as if he had suddenly been immobilized. Wang Huilin understands when she sees it like this. Lin Yu's achievement today was indeed too unbelievable. To say that yesterday could still be explained by a phrase of genius, today it was completely inhuman. The shock she would have received then was no less than Han Mingrue's now. That was still the result of her step-by-step watching Lin Yu's grades go up with some mental preparation. After a long time, Han Mingrue finally reacted. The first thing that comes back to me is, "Are you serious?" And the expression on his face was like saying, "Director Wang, are you sure you don't have a fever?" Wang Huilin skimmed her eyebrows. "Of course, Han School, how could I joke about such a thing? I saw it with my own eyes." Wang Huilin again said what she saw today in detail, from the beginning to the end of everything. As soon as it's over. Han Mingrue seems to be in a state of downtime again, staring at his eyes and not saying a word. Kelly Wang. This time, Kelly Wang wasn't going to waste any more time. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth to enter today's topic. "So, Colonel Han, I came here this time to ask you if you have any solutions for the Berserk madness. After all, as you can see, this kid is so good that he can be of great help to our first school." Wang Huilin is clear about Han Mingrue's character. He is not completely do not care about school grades, but just too high vision has been no student can enter the eyes of the law. Back then there was a female classmate with a legendary career, and Han Mingrue was very much on board. Daily personalized instruction with meticulous attention to detail. So Wang Huilin felt that with the potential Lin Yu was showing now, Han Mingrue would definitely help if he had the means. Han Mingrue still seems to be dealing with the shock of what just happened, and with this problem right now. The eyes gradually sank down into thought. Wang Huilin didn't interrupt and waited quietly. "Director Wang, I understand what you mean." Half a minute later, Han Mingrue spoke up and his voice was a little low and his expression a little disappointed as he silently walked back behind his desk and sat down. He added, "But you are also aware of the disadvantages of the madness of the Berserkers. Historically it is irreversible, and no one in history has ever resisted it successfully." "There's nothing I can do about that." Han Mingrue made it very clear. The office fell silent again. "Or not?" Wang Huilin's eyes dimmed. "I thought if I could become, not to mention the school results, Lin Yu's future is also absolutely brilliant, become a rising star. Now hopes are still dashed. Unfortunately." Kelly Wang took a long breath, casting aside the clutter and in fact, she herself is also clear, Berserk War madness is not so easy to solve. History has all sorts of previous experience does not mean that the difficult, when she came to have a certain psychological expectations, is to come over to take their chances. At this point it wasn't that hard to take. "So, how long do you think Lin Yu can hold out, Colonel Han?" Kelly Wang added that if you can't solve the root of the problem, deal with the moment first. She was a little confused about the Berserker madness cycle. The scene in the replica hall this year was still fresh in her mind. Just in case of accidents it is definitely necessary to ask Han Mingrue, a big brother, for his authoritative opinion. Of course, with her speculation that there should be nothing wrong in the short term. Historically, the shortest cycle of berserkers getting into demons has lasted for months and months. Lin Yu's willpower looks pretty good, so he should be able to last longer. It was evident that Han Mingrue had also raised some interest in Lin Yu, and at this time, pity was written all over his face. A moment of silence at the sound of "How long to hold on?" "I haven't seen Lin Yu's state with my own eyes, but according to my speculation, it should be just recently, in January or so. More even, it's likely to be just before the entrance exams." Wang Huilin was stunned. How can it be so fast?" Han Mingrue's eyes stared, and added, "The fundamental reason for Berserker madness is actually in the killing base. The more you kill the more negativity you pile up. Historically, most of the berserkers and crazies have maintained this note of the second turn, and with Lin Yu's killing speed, he's not far from the second turn. The other point is that Lin Yu kills really fast, and comparing to others also intensifies this speed." "Is that so?" Wang Huilin shook her head, realized, and was also completely disappointed. A long mental sigh. "This thing," Han Mingrue added. "Right, Director Wang, go to the warehouse and fetch a spirit detecting crystal and check Lin Yu before entering the duplicate from tomorrow. Be attentive about this. I reckon Lin Yu is likely to be faster than I presumed, so don't have any accidents." Wang Huilin smiled bitterly at the sound. "School Han, Lin Yu went to the wilderness, he's not coming to the copy tomorrow." "Wilderness? So soon?" Han Mingrue was stunned, but then it dawned on him that also, he really doesn't have enough copies of that upgrade speed anymore. "But I forgot." "Fine, go out into the field and leave it alone, then. The monsters in the wild are even more ferocious. I reckon Lin Yu can't come back either." Early morning, relief room. Depart. Wild. Lin Yu went to bed early yesterday and got up early today, full of energy. At this time the sky was just slightly bright. Lin Yu packed up and hurriedly went out. His goal today was naturally to go out of the city to upgrade. The monsters outside of the city were of high levels and in large numbers, which could further accelerate his upgrade speed. And to make money to buy the clear spring flow rattle kit you also have to go to the field. There are no equipment materials ever dropped in the copies. But before he left town, he still needed to prepare a few things. Lin Yu caught a bus around the city and rattled all the way to the eastern outskirts of the city. The eastern suburb is already not far from the eastern city gate, where there is also a very important organization in their city of Binang. The Hall of Professionals. The Professionals Hall is a smorgasbord of organizations that provide convenience to professionals, covering a variety of functions such as grouping, posting quests, skill and equipment collection and sale, and so on. Lin Yu was going to collect a quest. There were many quests that didn't conflict with upgrading, such as asking you to collect some materials and other things along the way. That way you can make more money too. On another note, he had to prepare an appraisal skill that the monsters in the replica have the convenience of being able to see all sorts of information directly. Outside of town, it's every man for himself. Appraisal skills are essential if you want to stay safe. Although Lin Yu thought he was not weak, he still had to be cautious. The lobby looks like a large office with various clerical windows and various information screens on the walls. Professionals of all shapes and sizes walk through them, dressed in different ways, from those carrying big axes, to those holding lances, to those dressed in moonlight white robes like priests. It was Lin Yu's first time here, and the noisy atmosphere immediately surrounded him as soon as he entered. Wolftooth Adventure Group raiding the dark dense forest, have a level 15 or above warrior. A good fight can directly enter the group. Unlimited recycling of green herb at 100 per serving. Professional A082 is requested to hand in his assignment at window number 3. Professional A082 is requested to hand in his assignment at window number 3. Chapter 24, There's someone else posting secret realm quests? Gee, the overall strength out of school just isn't the same. Lin Yu noticed that the auras of the professionals in the hall were all not weak, at least all of them were above level 15. This is quite understandable, these people are all out of society for a long time. The old oil, rank higher is normal, some of the older looking ones were even in their 20s. But it was rare to see more than 30 levels. Beyond level 30, you've reached the second turn, and you're at a small level in society, and there's not much need for those people to come here. The Hall of Professionals, which is really an organization that serves the grassroots. The implication is that most of the people here are, in fact, minions. Don't look at the grades, many of which presumably never went to college. Lin Yu had traveled across the world for more than 2 years and had some understanding of the structure of this world. Looking around the hall, Lin Yu found the window selling skills and walked over. Hello, I want a skill that can appraise information about monsters, please recommend it to me. Appraisal, which is a general skill, is the most basic skill. These types of skills are usually sold directly by the government with stable price control. So, this window belongs to the government window, and the sales staff is more or less related to the establishment. Behind the window sat an older woman in overalls, in her 40s with glasses. She glanced coldly at Lin Yu. Where's the number plate? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. What number plate? The older sister's face went cold. Q number plate. What number plate? If you don't have a number plate, go get it and come back when you do. Lin Yu looked around the window where he was the only one. This. Big sister, I'm the only one here now, so just do it for me. The older sister rolled her eyes outright. No, we have rules, we can't do it without a number plate. With that, she turned right back around and went to chat with the sister at the counter next to her. Lin Yu really did not expect here can also be prescribed again on a lesson. It's also his fault that he didn't have much experience on his first visit and was careless. Eventually he ran outside to find a security guard, who took him to the machine to get a calling card. That's how I came back and managed to buy the appraisal. An appraisal is a small crystal plaque. Elementary appraisal technique, can detect information on targets up to 10 levels above oneself, not effective on targets above level 30. Lin Yu bought one of the most basic beginners with very average efficacy. But it was barely enough, and he couldn't touch 2 high-level monsters at this stage. Of course, he can't afford the major premium ones. His entire fortune was just over $1,000, and this appraisal spell cost him $500, he'd be eating dirt if it was more expensive. Lin Yu pressed the crystal sign to his forehead. The crystal tablet instantly turned into glittering light and drilled into his body. The basic skills are learned in this way, the better ones will be scroll molded, they are taught in these schools. Having mastered the appraisal technique, Lin Yu followed it up with a visit to the quest release area. The quest area was noticeably crowded with people, with all kinds of quest information constantly scrolling on the walls, and some people simply shouting at the top of their lungs down below. Escorting 2 sisters to the Southern Creek Valley, easy work for little money, billed by the day, come this way if you need it. 100 cold tunnel crystals in 3 days, 1,000 for each, the requirement must be within 3 days. Long-term collection of goblin knuckles, 200 each, minimum 10 at a time. Lin Yu stood still for a while to gather information, and realized that most of them were low-level quests. It's either low difficulty or time grinding, doesn't pay much, and is basically hard labor. This is not unexpected Lin Yu, after all, no matter where the grassroots are the majority. The grassroots are also selling hard labor. The average 10+ level professional here will probably make a few $1,000s a month, tens of thousands for the better ones. The pay for these tasks has also remained largely in this range. Lin Yu's words, he had planned to just find a relatively well-paid one. For him, going out to fight himself was the big one, the mission was just incidental. It's best to have a premium one, and it's fine if you don't, it's just more or less a shame. After searching for a while longer, Lin Yu still didn't find any advanced quests. Was about to pick up a random one when a voice ahead of him suddenly caught his attention. Recruit 2 fighters to explore the secret realm together. Requirements level 20 or below, preferably fighters, after the success of the secret realm resources 70-30, or 500,000 honorarium. Lin Yu stopped and couldn't help but frown. How else can someone openly come out and recruit people to fight in the secret realm? In the knowledge Lin Yu had learned, a secret realm was a very precious resource, similar to a copy in the wild, but naturally formed. Not only is there a wealth of resources in there, but the monsters also give a lot of experience. But it is very rare, ordinary people simply cannot touch, and even have a specific space stone space secret key to open. The average person who is lucky enough to find it has quietly gone over there on their own, or at most to an acquaintance. Lin Yu couldn't help but look over curiously. Only to see that there were 2 young girls standing in front of them, with exquisite looks and extraordinary clothes, looking like young ladies of a big family. Visible secret realm temptation is indeed very big. At this time the hall many people have flocked up, a scurrying neck positive enthusiastic. One of the taller girls frowned at the gatekeeper. Don't crowd, speak one by one. You're level 15? No way. We want level 19. Ordinary profession, no, we need to be advanced at the minimum. Lin Yu didn't come up to him and withdrew his gaze after only a moment. He was just a little curious, but not moved. Although the secret realm was indeed tempting, including the reward, 500,000 could almost buy the life of a level 20 professional. But teaming up together was definitely something he couldn't accept, it would affect his upgrading speed, and another thing was that he guessed others couldn't want him as a berserker. Besides, who knows if there are ghosts in this kind of pie in the sky? Though the girls seemed as if they were 2 munchkins. Lin Yu ended up picking a medium mission that was relatively not bad. Travel to the depths of the dark forest to obtain the skull of the Cobalt King, time limit, 7 days, reward for the task, 100,000. The eastern outskirts of the city. Once out of the city is the dark forest, which probably stretches for about 30 kilometers, and the deepest part of it is the area where the King of Goblins operates. Lin Yu had planned to upgrade in this area, and this quest was just as smooth as it could be without wasting time. Moreover, the pay was not bad, 100,000 huaxia coins for a skull, equal to the fruits of a year's labor for an ordinary professional. Of course, this was also because the difficulty of the Goblin King was not low, and it usually took a group of level 20 or higher professionals to dare to hunt it. Lin Yu had just received a lot of blank stares when he took over the mission. After receiving the mission, Lin Yu rushed straight to the outskirts of the city. The Hall of Professionals is not far from the East City Gate, only half an hour away. A magnificent, towering wall separates the human living area from the wild world. After Lin Yu stepped out of the city gates, heaven and earth suddenly changed. Giant trees and overgrown weeds. It's as if you've crossed over from modern society to primitive society all at once. The sky had become dim for several minutes. Chapter 25 Grumpy Goblin. Brother-in-law, is this the outside of the city? It looks so scary. Less talk, outside the city is not like inside, all caution is the best, very tight to me in a moment. There were still quite a few professionals to be seen at the mouth of the city walls, and from time to time, people passed by Lin Yu and didn't go into the forest in front of them. Behind them, the original city wall was also caught in the mist and out of sight. Lin Yu acclimatized a little before burying his head into the forest. From the east city gate out of a large area are a kind of territory named Goblin Monster. The level is maintained at about 10 to 20 levels, the danger is not too high, is more than 10 levels of the most common activities of the professional area. The Goblin King was active right at the end of this area, and Lin Yu planned to just rush over there while upgrading. The sunlight was dimmer when we didn't enter the forest, obscured by the thick trees that. While walking, Lin Yu's life kept dropping. He turned on Blood Eater. To fight monsters, first press the blood, this is the rule of Berserkers. Not to mention that the outside of the city is not like a newbie copy, the difficulty of the monsters has increased, and he can't even fight them without entering a berserk state. Life, 860. Life, 840. You have entered the first order of Berserk. You have entered the second stage of Berserk. After reaching level 12, Lin Yu's life value reached 860, the force sensitivity attribute reached 46, theoretically blood pressure to the end of his own can have 131 force sensitivity, Together with the ultimate Berserk 2000% bonus it can reach a total of 2751, which is enough to crush all professionals of the same level. But now that he wasn't in a copy, ultimate Berserk he definitely couldn't use it. Lin Yu eventually pressed the blood level down to 10%. Life, 8860. You have entered the third stage of Berserk, and your force sensitivity has increased by 500%. Name, Lin Yu. Level, LV12. Shield, 10,000. Strength, 714 plus 78,595. Agility, 714 plus 78 plus 595. Gee, that's a big chunk missing. After stopping his bloodlust, Lin Yu couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw his attributes. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After experiencing the huge bonus of the ultimate Berserk he then looked at the 6 or 700 is everywhere. The difference between 2000 and 700 was nothing less than a Chi Refining Jr. and a Foundation Establishment Big Brother. But the good news is, practicing gas is also divided into pre and post. 700 of him still belongs to the late Big Brother, ordinary professionals are still below 100, are still pre-small Karami. Okay. Start the upgrade. As his attributes increased, Lin Yu's speed also steeply accelerated, instantly disappearing into a gust of wind. There were originally some other occupiers around who were cautiously advancing, and they were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Brother-in-law, didn't you say that the monsters here are strong? Why is he running so fast? Isn't he afraid of danger? I'm also. Not really. You keep your mouth shut. Just stay close to me, this man is just looking for death. Hey buddy. You see, people with this speed are obviously the big boys, and it's your turn to comment. The dark forest was vast, and in no time there were no more other professionals in Lin Yu's surroundings. At the same time, a monster gradually appeared in Lin Yu's line of sight. It was a green-skinned kobold, 1 meter 2 or 3 tall, with a sharp mouth and long nose, looking like Gargamel. Carrying a wolf's tooth stick in his hand, a pair of reddish little eyes looked around, full of bloodthirsty color. Try appraisal first. Lin Yu stopped far away and hid behind a tree and threw an appraisal spell over first. He had heard that some unscrupulous merchants sold skills that were completely empty, useless. Although his appraisal is sold directly by the government, there is a possibility of a defective product, which cost him 500 Dayens, and he has to be on the defensive. Grumpy Kobold, LV12. Life, 800. Power, 77. Agility, 62. Physical fitness, 80. Spirit, 40. Wolfsbane Bombardment, Rampage. Just as Lin Yu appraisal threw over enough, not a moment later a message returned. It wasn't presented in front of his eyes like the panel in the replica, but rather it was similar to a piece of information that was fed directly back into Lin Yu's head, but it was equally clear. Well, no refunds. Lin Yu nodded while drawing out the Supreme Scarlet came out from behind the tree. Being able to have clear feedback means that the skills are fine and he doesn't need to be running to return them. It can be seen that the strength of the monsters outside the city is indeed extraordinary. The goblins are also level 12, but their attributes are a great deal higher than the monsters in the replica. And his reaction speed was also good. As soon as Lin Yu stepped out of the count he immediately caught its attention. The kobold's ears shrugged, instantly locking onto Lin Yu, and without any nonsense, he raised his wolfsbane and rushed up like Lin Yu. The swift action of his eyes and the fierce dance of his wolf's toothstick show the ferocity of the monster in the field. No one would doubt that as soon as Human was caught by it, the end would surely be a blow to the head with a stick. It's a pity that it ran into Lin Yu. Swish swish. Two very crisp cuts. The kobold stays in a charging position and falls to the ground. Without even reacting, the entire monster was split in two in the blink of an eye. With Lin Yu's, he naturally wouldn't much with him. No matter how fierce you are, you'll be killed by two knives. Kill LV12 Grumpy Goblin, experience value plus 162. Lin Yu's experience value rose close to 0.5%, this growth is quite good. After reaching level 10 its experience further compressed copies of the monsters can give 0.2%, 0.3% would be good. You can see that the monsters in the wild are really full of experience. Lin Yu's attention wasn't on that, though. As soon as the kobold was dead he stared at the body, trying to see if I can pop up any equipment materials that. The wilderness has been able to collect equipment materials, and even skills and stuff if you're lucky. His current upgrade speed, to be honest, the college entrance exam has not too much to worry about, as long as the performance of the steady go absolutely not bad. Other people would still be in the periphery of the replica, puffing and puffing, brushing small monsters, and some of them hadn't even reached level 5. So earning money is now the most important thing. After all, 10 million pressure can be really not small. Don't be so hard on him if he doesn't have enough money saved up for the auction one day. Lin Yu stared at the kobold corpse for half a day. Nothing came out, just a little blood. Lin Yu grinned. Goblins are just low-level monsters outside of the city, and their burst rate isn't that high. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the monster can burst out of the probability of good things to be greater. Like kobolds not only have a low burst rate, but the stuff that comes out isn't worth much either. A normal professional in the kobold region can only earn $10,000 a month, counting the quests he takes. Lin Yu is also aware of all these, but after all, it is the first one, his heart is still more or less looking forward to it. It does seem like I'm not having much luck. Lin Yu silently spat out a sentence and continued to set off. Most of the kobold area monsters are of this strength, even the deepest part of the area won't exceed level 20. Lin Yu had nothing to worry about, burying his head and advancing. Luck is not so good, but the good thing is that the strength is not weak. He doesn't have to look ahead and push forward like others. Just slug around looking for monsters to kill. Not far out, Lin Yu ran into another kobold, holding a wolfsbane with a ferocious nature. Likewise. 2 clean cuts, and the kobold falls to the ground. It had to be said that the 2 days of fighting had made his shots a lot drier, and almost every time, he was guaranteed to make a nice arc. Kill LV12 Grumpy Goblin, experience value plus 162. Kill LV12 Grumpy Goblin, experience value plus 162. Chapter 26 Lin Yu's money-making speed. Kobolds are everywhere in the jungle. You run into one every other moment. Occasionally there are groups of them, and you can even see a male and a female having sex. With such a large number in no limit, Lin Yu's experience was growing rapidly. But Lin Yu didn't care about any of this, he had been focusing on the material drops. Finally, after Lin Yu had entered the jungle for half an hour and killed an unknown number of kobolds, there was finally a kobold that had popped out materials. A light flashed, and a piece of bone appeared in front of him, suspended in the air. Lin Yu stopped in his tracks and hurried over to pick it up and opened the appraisal technique. Kobold's knuckles lower level. Good hardness, can be used for general defense weapon making materials. Monsters can drop materials, finished equipment, skill books, and more. This one of Lin Yu was clearly the most trashy material, and it was still inferior. Lin Yu thought back to the quests that he had seen in the replica hall earlier, and one of them was to collect the finger bones of the kobolds. 10 is 1,000, so this one is $100. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched. But it wasn't much of a disappointment. 100 less is a little less, but he still understands the principle of accumulation of less into more. Overambitious is not desirable. Besides, Lin Yu was clear about the value of the goblin jungle's output. After all, they were all low-level basic monsters. That's how everyone earns it, and the price isn't that low. Let's just say it's that he's aiming too high. Silently placing the finger bone inside the storage space, Lin Yu continued on his way. Everyone has a storage space after transferring, and the space gets bigger as you level up. It's very convenient to keep some equipment materials, clothes, food inside. The kobolds in the jungle were still no match for Lin Yu, and were basically solved with a single slash. And also most of them were taken away by Ling Yu on the way, and unless they came across several in a row, they didn't have to stop their feet much. Material drops are not very impressive. But experience grows fast. Kill LV12 Grumpy Goblin, experience value plus 162. Kill LV13 Grumpy Goblin, experience value plus 183. Kill LV13 Grumpy Goblin, experience value plus 183. As Lin Yu went deeper and deeper, the goblin's level gradually increased. It started at level 12 and slowly increased to 13, 14. The kobold jungle is just that. The deeper you go, the higher the kobold level gets, all the way down to the deepest part where there will be a kobold king event. Most of the level 10 or so professionals who came here to make a living would usually choose an area suitable for them to hunt, ensuring safety while maximizing their harvest. Lin Yu didn't have any concerns in this regard. His initial goal was at the deepest goblin king, and he would even continue to go deeper when the time came depending on the situation. The level of danger increases while the harvest will be higher. Lin Yu has super strength will not turtle. The upgraded kobolds still couldn't stop Lin Yu. Most of them were still 1/seconds, and the stronger ones could last 2 slashes. Lin Yu advances quickly and moves further and further away from the restful city. Without realizing it, the day passed quickly. It was getting dark. The kobold jungle is roughly 30 kilometers across. Lin Yu had probably traveled close to 20 kilometers at this point, in the middle and back of the jungle. The wilderness becomes more dangerous after dark. The effect of the sky is one thing. Monsters also become more violent, and many have the habit of coming out by day and night. Including kobolds, which become more rabid at night. That's why most professionals choose to exit the jungle before dark. Even if they don't go out, they will choose to head to the outpost to rest and wait for dawn before continuing. Including Ling Yu, who was planning to stop and wait until tomorrow to continue. Although he was not worried about the danger or anything, but after a day of fighting, physical and mental cannot keep up. In addition to the darkness of the vision is not very good. After killing a few more kobolds, Lin Yu cleared a relatively clean area. Sitting directly on the ground, he leaned against a thick tree trunk and pulled out dry food and water to replenish his strength. Well, all these things were prepared by Lin Yu earlier. He had planned not to go back once he was out of the wilderness. The college entrance exam is 4 days away, so he can just rush back before the exam, so as not to waste time. Not far from Lin Yu, a bright light could be seen from afar. That's the outpost for the kobold region. A sentry station, that is, a place spontaneously established by professionals in order to minimize the time spent on the rush. There are a lot of professionals who gather together to guard it, and there are also patrols at night, so it's kind of a little safe zone in the wilderness. But Lin Yu has no intention of going. With his strength, honestly, the whole kobold area is horizontal. Where he is, that's the outpost, no need to get that together at all. While eating dry food, Lin Yu checked today's harvest. 2, 4, 6. 38 kobold knuckles, not bad. Lin Yu didn't hit any other materials today, nor did he explode any equipment. It was all clear kobold finger bones. But the good thing is that in the second half of the kobold leveling up, the explosive rate increased a lot. 38 finger bones, that's equivalent to $3,800. Though still a long way from the clear spring flow. But it's already equal to a month's salary for a school security grandpa, which is very good. It's not too much of a stretch to say that the future is bright. After looking at it for a while, Lin Yu put the finger bone away again. The personal panel opened immediately afterward. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, bloodthirsty berserker hidden. Rank, LV 1457.1%. Life, 900. Shield, 10,000. Power, 54. Agility, 54. Physical fitness, 90. Spirit, 27. Freedom attributes, 16. Passive celebration of blood, +1 to strengthen agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive blood rage, gain attribute increases based on different lives. Blood eating LV3, you will no longer receive any life regeneration while the skill is on, and will automatically recover 4 points per second off. Active release, 20 life points per second. Props, Scarlet Purple, Fresh Spring Flow Pendant Purple. While there is little progress in this area of saving, the leveling aspect is outstanding. In just 1 day's time, he had risen 2 more levels to an exaggerated level 14. It's been just 3 days since the transfer, and he's zeroed in on all the other students. I have to admit, berserkers don't need to worry about their lives is really fierce like no other. Lin Yu estimated that he might even get to level 20 before the college entrance exam, directly setting a precedent. Without much hesitation, Lin Yu still added his freedom to his physique. Warmth cut through, and his physique welcomed the boost. Body mass, 90-106. Tisk, 100 and SAX's physique is pretty scary. Looking at the panel, Lin Yu couldn't help but smack his lips. 100 points of physical strength is enough to catch up with the strength of monsters of the same level, and normally speaking, the attributes of monsters of the same level are higher than those of professionals. After all, professionals are concerned about skill tactics and other interspersed cooperation, while the monster will be the main one to fight a thick skin and flesh. How horrible can his physique be to catch up with how horrible a monster can be? Of course it's just him, a normal person can't punt all their freedom to one attribute. Handling the harvest, Lin Yu meal is almost eaten. As the saying goes, when you're full, you're sleepy. Well, when you're full, you get sleepy. Lin Yu was also feeling sleepy at this time and kept on sweeping. He was about to lean against a tree and sleep, when suddenly there were whispers from nearby. Big brother, we've really hit the jackpot, alas, even the quest to explore the secret realm can be picked up. Those two little girls are probably just out of society, and they do give us the short end of the stick. Ha ha. Just thinking about the secret realm excites me. But brother, are we really going to join those two little girls? I see that those two little girls are only 13 or 14, so why don't we just... Chapter 27, this man must have something special. I see that those two little girls are only level 13 or 14, why don't we just get down to it tonight and take the secret realm key and we'll go by ourselves, isn't that better? How's it going, brother? How you can even think like that, it really makes brother, ugh. I'm sorry brother, I didn't mean it like that, I just had a moment of lard. No, you don't have to apologize, what brother means is that it's really comforting to me that you think that way. The only way for us ordinary people to get ahead is to fight and rob, and the fact that you can think this way means that you've grown up, and I'm happy for you. Really? So, then, brother, you're agreeing with my revulsion? Then we'll do it tonight? Of course I agree, but not tonight, it's still too close to the city, it's crowded, and besides, there's no guarantee that those two girls have any backhanders. When tomorrow, after we are completely deep in the jungle, we use the Goblin King to make a point, and it just so happens that brother here still has the Goblin King that can lure the... Wait. There's someone. What man, come out. Lin Yu. Unable to sleep peacefully even if he wanted to, Lin Yu silently sighed, stood up and walked out from behind the tree. The two had been talking within earshot of him, and there was no one else nearby, so naturally it was him who was talking. Hatch, I'm resting here, are you two joining me? As soon as he came out, Lin Yu yawned and pretended to have just woken up. He didn't really want trouble, he just wanted to sleep. The two people who were talking were probably only about 10 meters away from Lin Yu, a level 19 archer with a longbow on his back and a level 18 warrior in armor. Both of them had a wary look on their faces. However, after seeing Lin Yu come out, they were all instantly relieved. Brother, a level 14 rookie, looks like he's still alone, why don't we? The warrior in armor cast an inquiring glance at the archer next to him. The archer didn't reply and his gaze went to Lin Yu. Little brother, aren't you afraid of the danger of resting here alone at this late hour? Why don't you come with me to the outpost over there, so we can take care of each other together? Lin Yu scratched his head, thank you brother for your kind words, there's no danger over here that I've explored, so I won't bother. The archer suspiciously swept a few eyes, and after a while said, little brother is also big-hearted, then we won't disturb, please bear with us for disturbing brother's sleep. Farewell. With that, the archer clasped his fists and saluted before turning and striding away, the warrior on the side rushing to follow, full of confusion, Brother, we're just leaving? Didn't you say you were going to rob it? Besides, he probably heard our plan. That just woke up look is a fake. The archer's footsteps did not stop, this man must have something to offer if he dares to stay here alone, and since he can put on an appearance that he doesn't want to cause trouble, we don't need to make trouble. The warrior paused, is that so? Seeing the two leave, Lin Yu skimmed his lips. Another typical case of murder for profit. Lin Yu had heard before that it wasn't just monsters that were ferocious in the wild, but the danger of their own kind was just as low. I didn't expect to run into him on his first day out. It's easy to hear through the conversation we just had that the two brothers are plotting a heist of the... And the target of the robbery should still be the two female munchkins who posted the secret quest in the hall in the morning. After all, it was only the two of them who had issued the secret quest, and the two of them could match the level of the required level 20 or lower professions. The whole thing is supposed to be that two girls were kind enough to pull people together to explore the secret realm, and the archer and the warrior stood out from the crowd. But now the two were relying on their high rank, intending to secretly dispose of the two girls' exclusive access to the secret realm and turn the tables on them. It can be said that it is not vicious, and those two girls also lost their money and their lives, which can be said to be quite pitiful. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lin Yu. He has absolutely nothing to see the hero to save the idea of beauty. Individuals have individual lives, his life creed is to manage their own on the line. It was the first time he'd encountered this kind of thing. Little sigh of relief. Lin Yu nestled back under the tree and began to rest again. No one disturbed him this time, and he fell asleep quickly. Early the next morning. The air in the forest was moist, and Lin Yu felt stiff in his limbs when he got up, his teeth chattering from the cold. Well, one thing's for sure. Shady forests really aren't very good for camping. Looks like he'll have to prepare another tent next time. This was another item that was scrubbing rags, gloves, and another item that was scratched into Lin Yu's list of must-haves for upgrading. Well, one always grows by doing. Lin Yu rubbed his palms and realized that the effect was not very good, and sighed darkly. Better kill the kobolds, they should warm up as you kill them. After recognizing the direction, Lin Yu drew out to Zhang to start today's journey. Today still continued to push deeper into the jungle, and Lin Yu estimated that he would probably make it to the deepest part by the afternoon. As for when we'll find the Goblin King, that's another story. The dark forest was vast, and the Goblin King wasn't that easy to come across. Yesterday's resting place was a large circle of nearby kobolds all killed off. Today as Lin Yu stepped out of the clearing circle, he soon came across the kobolds wandering through the forest again. By this stage, the kobold's level had come to 16 or 17, much stronger than the one at the entrance, But facing Lin Yu still had the same result. Anyone who shines at most two knives, even the screams are too late, have been turned into nourishing Lin Yu's experience. Kill LV16 Grumpy Goblin, experience value plus 222. Kill LV17 Grumpy Goblin, experience value plus 250. Kill LV17 Grumpy Goblin, experience value plus 250. After killing for a while, Lin Yu's body gradually warmed up, and his hand felt hot up. For a moment the speed became faster, like a sharp arrow shooting straight towards the deepest part. All that's left along the way is a field of kobold corpses. The bodies were all in the same state of death, with only a shallow scratch on the neck, remaining well preserved. This is Lin Yu's newly researched method of killing. He'd found that precision strikes were much less laborious than just chopping them in two, and the spectacle was less bloody. Works very well. Of course, this should be obvious to anyone. Mainly he's agile as well, and it's easy to do that is all. As Lin Yu continued to go deeper and deeper, today's acquisition of materials poured in. It took over 2 hours for him to hit another dozen or so knuckles, another third faster compared to yesterday. The higher the level of the monster, the higher the burst rate. Looking at the gradually plentiful finger bones in his backpack, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. Progress makes a man happy, and accumulation is equally pleasurable. This one bone would eventually turn into the match that would ignite his ultimate rampage in the future. Lin Yu could only say, "The future is bright." Ha! What's this? A level 17 kobold died and burst into light again. Lin Yu thought it was a finger bone and was about to put it away as usual. But suddenly it was the wrong shape. Vine breastplate white. Physical fitness +8. Strength +5. Holy? Out of gear? Lin Yu's eyes immediately lit up. He had thought that there was no equipment output in the goblin area, and this was certainly a small surprise. You should know that the price of ready-made equipment is not comparable to materials. The lowest level of white equipment can be sold at least several thousand. If finger bones are matches, this gear is linoleum. The future is quite promising. Chapter 28 Problematic Boss Territory. Monster levels throughout the Goblin region hovered between level 10 and 20. By the second half of the game it's basically level 17 or higher. With his high attributes, Lin Yu pushed his way across the room with little to no obstruction. In the middle of the afternoon, it managed to reach the deepest part of the forest, the area where the Goblin King was operating. At this time, Lin Yu's level has also increased again. When he first came to the wilderness he was level 12, and yesterday he rose to 14 in one day. Now it's up to 15 again, which is not an exaggeration. Lin Yu estimates that now he is directly home to sleep behind, and then a little immobile college entrance exams are stable. The best high school grade in history was only 15, but he still had 3 days to go. The jungle in front of him was even dimmer, with thick branches blocking out almost all the sunlight. Next, it's time to find the Goblin King to finish the quest. Lin Yu took a short break. The search for the Goblin King was then launched straight away. Killing the Goblin King and popping the skull, he'd get the 100,000 quest bounty, and the same would be done. For the first mission in his life, Lin Yu was actually quite attached to it. Not to mention the money or lack thereof, there's a credibility rating mechanism for everyone in the mission hall. According to the time you complete the mission, the results to judge the reputation score, the higher the reputation score you can receive the mission later the better. On the contrary, you always fail, most likely will not be able to receive the mission. It's similar to a personal file or a national link. Lin Yu does not want to carry the name of a scoundrel in the future. One more thing. It's always uncomfortable to have a task weighing on your mind. It's better to finish early. I remember that the Goblin King likes dark and damp places. I just have to keep an eye on the water source. Although he hadn't been to the dark forest, monsters with high popularity like goblins had been mentioned in textbooks, and Lin Yu had an impression. Lin Yu walked through the jungle, observing his surroundings as he went, continuously reorienting themselves to the environment. Talking about the Goblin King, Lin Yu was still a bit excited. According to the quest, the Goblin King is a level 20 bronze boss that, as we all know, once the monster stained the name of the boss, that attribute is exponential growth. Before the school novice copy of the simplified level 5 boss are hard to carry. Lin Yu 3 slashes, but also released a skill once it can be seen. Lin Yu, since the transformation, has not had the opportunity to let go of a good fight. Every time is a second. The feeling is like just a seedling wilted, more or less let a person a little suffocating panic. I wonder if this level 20 boss can give him a little surprise. Also, the boss rewards are something he's looking forward to too. He only needed the skull for his mission, and anything else that popped out could be his own. Walked for the better part of an hour. Lin Yu's footsteps gradually slowed down. At this moment, although the surrounding area was still a forest of giant trees that made people unable to distinguish the direction, the air had become incomparably humid, accompanied by the musty smell emanating from the trees. And it's gotten a lot quieter around here. The Goblin King had a sense of territory, and the area where it was located usually had no small monsters that dared to set foot in it. Should be there soon. Lin Yu wiped his fingers on the trunk of the tree and made a judgment. Continuing on, and sure enough, within a few moments, over a fence made up of criss-cross tree trunks, the view changed dramatically. A large clearing appeared ahead, no overgrown trees, just a small circular pool of water with various green mosses floating on it. The smell in the air also became more putrid and moldy. This is it. It's not easy to find such a large clearing in this jungle, and it's undoubtedly the Goblin King's lair. Lin Yu was delighted. He didn't have any scruples, and immediately lifted up Zhizhang and swaggered in. Although he wasn't sure about the attributes of the Goblin King, he expected that it wouldn't pose a threat to him. Not to mention he had a whopping 10,000 points of shield protection, nothing to worry about. A ripple appeared in the silent clearing as Lin Yu entered. The dirt under Lin Yu's feet was so soft that it made a crunching sound with every footstep. Accompanied by the pool of water in front of them would also ripple slightly. However, there would be no follow-up. There were no monsters out to attack him, nor was there any sign of the Goblin King. Is it hard to guess wrong? Lin Yu furrowed his brow as he walked. He had a slight doubt in his method of determining the location of the Goblin King. But that's what the textbooks on the subject say, that the Goblin King loves moisture, is sexually violent, and has a strong sense of territory. It's not like there are any other goblin minions here, and there's such a large pool that it would logically fit anyhow. Lin Yu continues to observe. The entire range of the open space was not large, visually measuring a few dozen meters in diameter, and soon Lin Yu had finished circling around. There is still no movement, the wind is calm. Lin Yu understood at this point. It's been shortchanged. Kobold Kings don't usually leave their lairs, and the odds are that the textbook information is fine. Then there was only one possibility left. The Goblin King had been ate over by another professional long ago. Lin Yu couldn't help but hold his forehead. The Goblin King is a very special monster that can't be fought by level 20 or lower professionals, and level 20 or higher can't fight him as well as going elsewhere. That's why there were usually very few people who could keep an eye on it, and Lin Yu had taken this mission because he was looking at this point. I didn't expect to win on this first strike. Wasted most of his hour for nothing. Fortunately, there was also more than just one Goblin King in the dark forest, and he could look for more. It was just a waste of some time. Sighing helplessly, Lin Yu had no choice but to continue looking for the next place. Walking out of the range of this Goblin King, Lin Yu still followed the same path as before. Adjust your direction according to your surroundings and the range of activity of the goblin minions. This time it took an hour to find another secluded spot. No goblin minions around dared to approach. It should always be okay this time. Looking at the water ripples that appeared in front of him, Lin Yu was delighted and hastily accelerated his steps. However, when he entered the area of the water pool, his newly raised emotions instantly crashed down again. No! Not yet? Around the water hole, there was still silence. No monsters came out to attack him. Lin Yu stood at the edge of the pool looking at all this and simply doubted himself. Wasn't his luck a bit too bad that this situation could be touched twice in a row for him? Forget it, next place. Taking a breather, Lin Yu didn't dwell on it and set off again. Luck is something no one can say, and it's no use complaining about it. Finding the Goblin King is the right thing to do. It's going to be dark in a while. With the first two experiences, and his own high agility, Lin Yu made quick progress this time, finding another Goblin King nest in less than half an hour. It was getting dark, and the jungle, where sunlight was already scarce, became darker. Lin Yu's footsteps slowly slowed down. A moss-covered pool of water likewise appeared in front of again, an open clearing. When Lin Yu stepped into the area of the water pool, the surrounding area was equally quiet. Nope, something's wrong. Lin Yu frowned. This time he didn't rely on the luck aspect. There weren't many Goblin Kings, and even fewer professionals willing to come and deal with them. There were reoccurring. It was impossible for them to appear 3 times in a row. Something is definitely wrong somewhere. Is it hard to believe that it's those 2 brothers from yesterday? Lin Yu suddenly remembered those 2 black-handed brothers from last night, who seemed to have talked about some kind of Goblin King. Just thinking about it. Help! A shrill cry for help suddenly came from the distance, accompanied by the roar of the Goblin King. Chapter 29. So, the fate of heaven is on me. So it was those 2 brothers who lured away the Goblin King yesterday? Hearing the voice, Lin Yu froze for a moment, probably clearing his mind. Yesterday, he really heard that the 2 Black Hand brother to kill the release of the secret task of the girls to enjoy the secret world, but worried about the crowd eyes not insurance 2 brothers intend to attract the Goblin King to do it. The latter was found not to be heard much. But now the situation is clear. The 2 brothers are starting to get their hands dirty. One of them should have some kind of prop that could attract the Goblin King. So that caused him to run a few places in a row with no luck, so now there were calls for help coming in as well. This situation, even though it was a guess, Lin Yu felt that it was not too far from the truth, either that or there was no way to explain his successive short walks. One more thing, it seems like he did hear something yesterday about attracting the Goblin King or something, he just didn't quite catch it. Running through his thoughts, Lin Yu's entire being fell into speechlessness. The good news, the back-to-back short moves were a result of human intervention and not his bad luck. Bad news, the results made no difference. It's a bad day, it's bad luck. Lin Yu cursed and drew his legs in the direction from which the cries for help came. He wasn't worried about the safety of the 2 innocent women. The main Goblin King had been lured there. Although those 2 Blackhearts didn't look like much of a powerful player, but in case there was any way to deal with the Goblin King, his mission wasn't finished. This time there was no need to observe the environment. A high agility full speed burst allowed Lin Yu to be extremely fast. Coupled with this unlucky thing to make Lin Yu heart a little upset, the speed is added a few points. He would have been too much of a pain in the ass. Lin Yu's entire body was like an arrow traveling through the jungle, the shouting in his ears getting closer and closer. Not for long. The scene of the crime appeared far from Lin Yu's sight. Pretty much as he suspected. It was indeed those 2 black guys yesterday who were borrowing the Goblin King to kill the girl who posted the quest. The 3 large-sized Goblin Kings ran frantically after the 2 girls, their spiked wolfsbane clubs smashing the ground out of a crater with each swing, splattering mud and dirt. The 2 girls were not as calm as the one they had seen in the hall. Both of them were full of panic and frantic fleeing. One of them had her clothes torn down most of the way, and blood was pouring out. But what made Lin Yu a little surprised was that the 2 black-handed brothers from yesterday seemed to be very scared at this moment, too. The 2 of them were a little ahead of the 2 girls, also fleeing frantically, and compared to the 2 girls were not in a better situation. The shorter fighter even lost one arm. What is this? Wasn't it this brother and sister who made the setup? Lin Yu was a bit puzzled and twisted his head to find a tree branch to hide. Now that he was sure that a few people were just not a threat to the kobolds, he didn't want to meddle with them. Let's see what happens first. After Lin Yu jumped up into the canopy of the tree, two black-handed brothers happened to pass by below. Big brother, what's going on here? Didn't you say that just one goblin king would be attracted? How else are we going to deal with three? You quickly think of a solution. The warrior shouted as he endured the sharp pain of his broken arm. He was really about to go crazy at this point. We agreed to lure in a kobold king, and let the two chicks grind for a bit of blood before they make their move. By the time you have the secret key, you'll still be whoring out a boss for nothing. But it turns out there were three of them. And all of them are as crazy as they are stimulated. Normal they can't take one of them three stimulated, how can they fight? If they couldn't figure out what to do, they'd even have to die here today. As soon as the warrior's words left his mouth, two indignant voices immediately sounded behind him. You wolf-hearted thing really deserved it. We were kind enough to share the secret realm with you, but you invited the Goblin King to harm us. I'll die here today and I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Don't waste your breath with him. Three Goblin Kings, don't worry, these two scums will definitely die today too. The two girls looked like they wanted to break him into pieces and glared. As soon as the words fell, a large wolf toothstick smashed down again, with 1,000 pounds of momentum smashed to the half-open clothes of the girl. The other girl gritted her teeth and fought her way up to push the other away, followed by a shield of light around herself. Clang! A loud clash of gold and iron rang out, and the light curtain managed to block the blow. However, the girl was spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and her state was even more atrophied. The girl who was pushed away rushed forward. Why are you? I'm fine, let's run. The warrior minion completely ignored all that was going on behind him and just kept a close eye on the archer. The archer's elder brother did not look good at this time. Howdy, this time it was elder brother who was reckless. Elder brother might have been cheated by the treacherous merchants. Being ripped off by a crooked businessman? Is that a reason? The warrior junior was beyond depressed, but the situation was urgent now, not the time to think about that. Then think of something, big brother. Do we still have a chance? We're really going to die here if we keep dragging this on. The archer paused. Is there a way? There is one. The warrior's eyes lit up at once. What is it? Tell me. The way is. The archer who was running wildly suddenly stopped and pushed the warrior next to him back with one hand. It's you who died for me. Don't worry, big brother will remember you in the future. Boom. The warrior minion flew backward in the direction he came from, and due to the force was even directly lifted to the ground. The two girls who just ran up to the front were secretly happy to see this, and were busy opening their mouths to retaliate. I didn't expect to see you die in front of me before I die. It's really a great pleasure. It was your big brother who invited the trouble, and now your big brother is pushing you back with his own hands in order to stay alive. This is what happens to scum like you. At the same time, a wolf toothstick also smashed straight towards the warrior's little brother's head. And yet, in the face of all this, warrior minions were unmoved by the. He hadn't moved since he'd first been pushed back, only one pair of eyes staring dully in the direction the archers had left. As if to ask. Why? Unfortunately, there's no one left to answer him. Boom. A wolfsbane went down and the warrior minions were smashed into plasma. The Goblin King seemed to be very satisfied with his masterpiece, his scarlet eyes filled with excitement as he raised his wolfsbane and chased after him again. So that's what happened. Seeing the chasing troops pass, Lin Yu jumped down from the tree branch. He understood. The two Black Hand brothers stole the chicken, failed to erode the rice, originally thought to eat both ends of the result, did not expect to attract too many Goblin King, resulting in now also difficult to protect themselves. So, doesn't that end up being cheap for him? According to Lin Yu's observation, these few people definitely couldn't run away from the Goblin King, which meant that they would all end up dead in the end. And if they all die? Equipment, materials, bosses, and even secret keys. So it's all his? Not counting his Lin Yu bully for wrongdoing, strictly speaking this is all he picked up it. So, the destiny of heaven is mine. Lin Yu revealed a crooked smile and hurriedly followed the trail. Chapter 30. Help me block the Goblin King. Lin Yu is not a vicious person who kills innocents indiscriminately. But it's not a benign one either. His creed in life is, each sweeps the snow in front of his door, not minding the frost on others' tiles. He won't let go of a bargain he got for nothing. Therefore, seeing the two girls who were being chased by the Goblin King, even though they knew that they were both innocent and pitiful, Lin Yu is also indifferent. When they die, the secret realm key will naturally return to Lin Yu, and it is not considered Lin Yu's own hand. Instead, if you save it, you still have to pull the trigger and get into trouble in vain. Lin Yu just hung back from afar. With his agility attribute doing that was very easy. Taking the time to do so, he also flung an appraisal spell at the Goblin King. The attributes of the bronze boss he was curious on in the afternoon. Goblin King Bronze Boss. Life, 5,000. Power, 470. Agility, 450. Body mass, 500. Spirit, 101. Armor Shattering Strike. The Kobold King's next attack ignores 50% of the target's defense. Berserk. The Kobold King enters into a berserk state, dramatically increasing his strength attribute. This attribute, it's worthy of being a boss. Seeing the information that came back from the appraisal technique, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. The highest attribute of normal level 20 or so small monsters still can't touch 200, this directly dry to 500, completely a qualitative leap. It's even putting some pressure on him now. He rose another level of basic strength and sensitivity to 59 today, and his physique counted as a free addition to 116. Currently open to the third stage of the crazy violent sensitivity is 954, plus to the correct 52 full count is only 1006. Aha! It's still not a big gap, either. But invariably. Finally, 2 moves. Lin Yu excited up, to be honest, before our knife second he's still small regret, but also want to sharpen combat technology. Here's your chance. 3 bronze bosses, Lin Yu estimated that it was enough for him to score 5 points. 3 minutes. Immediately after that, Lin Yu aimed the appraisal technique at one of the girls fleeing for their lives. He hadn't seen the attributes of the other professionals yet, and it wasn't a bad thing to learn more about them while he had the chance. Normally it's not polite to use identification directly on someone. But with the current situation, Lin Yu felt that they shouldn't blame themselves. Profession, Flare Mage Advanced. Level, LV 13. Power, 36. Agility, 38. Physical fitness, 45. Spirit, 82. Ordinary appraisal can only see the basic information, in-depth skills, talents, equipment, enchantments and whatnot. The attributes were similar to what Lin Yu had expected. The average attribute of a normal level 10 or so professional was around 60. This one is obviously a mage who has added mainly spirit, with a side boost of constitution, and is still generally normal. But you dare to break into the secret realm at this level? How dare you openly drag others along with you? Lin Yu furrowed his brows a little curious. The difficulty of the monsters inside the secret realm will be further increased, even if he can't see the skills and equipment and so on. But that's a bit too reckless for that kind of strength, isn't it? Unfortunately, this question was destined to go unanswered by Lin Yu. Just as Lin Yu was secretly observing. Ahead. A Goblin King managed to catch the girl Lin Yu was observing. Berserk Goblin King did not have any nonsense, grabbed the leg and lifted it upside down and smashed it into pieces with a wolfsbane. The hot blood splashed into the other girl's face, and the girl stopped in her tracks for a moment and, seeming to anticipate something, she turned around with difficulty. Next moment. No! An extremely mournful wail resounded through the jungle, and along with the sound, the girls went mad and rushed towards the kobolds without escaping again, seemingly to take revenge. Tear apart all the Goblin Kings in front of him. But alas, the gulf of strength is ultimately insurmountable. The girl didn't even rush close before she was directly smashed out by the swinging wolf toothbat, perishing on the spot. Getting blood to irrigate, a few Goblin Kings became more excited and continued to chase towards the last human with screams. After the Goblin King left, Lin Yu came to the 2 girls' corpses. At this moment, in addition to a mess, there were various equipment potions floating here, as well as secret realm keys. Upon the death of a professional, everything in the space will fall out of the. This is the main reason why their counterparts in the wild are more dangerous. Lin Yu quickly put everything into his space and didn't even look at it. It wasn't the time to check the harvest. After you put it away. Lin Yu glanced at the mess and sighed silently. You too should be more careful in your next life. The first time I saw this kind of thing, Lin Yu was more or less emotional. Even the joy of licking the bag has been dulled a few times by the. Of course, he wasn't doubting himself. As far as these 2 sisters are concerned, even if he saves them this time, they will be lost sooner or later. Just a simple sentiment. I have to be more careful in the future as well. I have a system and a hidden profession. My future is bright. I can't afford to do it for others. Gathering himself together, Lin Yu continued to chase in the direction of the Goblin King. It's getting dark. The surrounding trees kept retreating like a rewinding tape, and the strange cries of the Goblin King in front of them rose and fell. Lin Yu was still chasing with ease. But he was hesitating about one thing at the moment, should we just do it and forget about it? The secret key was also obtained, and there was just a level 19 common professional left, and it didn't matter much whether the bag was licked or not. Waiting a little longer for it to get completely dark will make it inconvenient for him to fight. Kobolds can see at night, he can't help it. One more thing, it would be troublesome in case the pursuit leads to other professionals again. Lin Yu thought as he hurried along calmly. A few moments later. No way. This person knows the secret key, it's better to die. He stepped in to take care of the Goblin King, a level 19, and he'd live, in case his thieving heart turned back to attract trouble again. It wouldn't be good. It's still more reassuring to be dead. Lin Yu made a decision. Continue to hang on without slowing down. The dimly lit jungle was completely directionless, surrounded by nothing but trees. After running for about 5 more minutes, Lin Yu's brows gradually furrowed. It shouldn't be? How come this guy can run so well? Kobold King's agility is over 400, a level 19 professional counts his archer's main plus agility is at most 150 up and down. How can this run for so long? Moreover, Lin Yu noticed that the Goblin King in front of him was moving less and less. It's like... Did we lose them? Lin Yu raised his eyebrows filled with disbelief. And yet, just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the space next to him. The silhouette held a longbow and wore a fierce smile. Brother, please help me block the Goblin King. Thanks. Shoo. A sharp arrow shot out from the longbow, hitting Lin Yu straight in the chest. The huge burst of power instantly pushed Lin Yu backwards. Meanwhile, the Kobold King, who had just weakened somewhat, screamed again with excitement but this time the target. It was aimed at Lin Yu in unison. Chapter 31. How can you be so strong? Thud. The arrow against Lin Yu hit a tree trunk heavily with a muffled sound. Lin Yu's face remained unchanged under the powerful impact, only blinking. He understands. The archer man should have a stealth skill that could make the Goblin King lose his target for a short period of time, and that's why he was able to hold out for so long. But again, his stealth skill probably wouldn't last long enough to completely get rid of the Goblin King, and that's when he stumbled upon Lin Yu again. So I'm the one watching the show and getting ed? I'm being used as a backstop? The instant he reacted, Lin Yu felt a pang of speechlessness. He wasn't much offended. There was no excuse for the archers using him as a backstabber in order to stay alive. It would definitely be the same choice if he were to replace Lin Yu himself. But mostly, he still holds his own identity behind the blah 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 review it, and is in charge of people's life and death and whatnot. And they don't even know when they're walking on their faces. It simply invites big laughs. Just then, the Goblin King behind him rushed up, and a huge wolf-toothed stick smashed towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu casually blocked the blow. Immediately after that, not caring about the Goblin King in the near distance, Lin Yu got up and chased straight towards the archer. He can understand that. But others rode his head. He could not let go. The Goblin King will be back in a while to kill the same. If it was anyone else, that arrow would have killed the Goblin King. Lin Yu's speed was extremely fast. The Goblin King couldn't touch it at all under the full force outbreak, and in an instant, he disappeared into the darkness of the night. He was just caught off guard and didn't react, otherwise that arrow would have been hard enough to reach him. Ahead. The archer ran with all his might, his eyes filled with the excitement of the aftermath. Originally, he was about to run out of spirit and was at the end of his rope, but he didn't want to run into another professional at this critical juncture, or a level 15 rookie. It certainly gave him time to recover his spirit again, and it was simply luck against the odds. Gollum. Another tube of psychotropic potion was poured down. The refreshing sensation cut through his entire body, and the archer could only feel his heart beating faster and faster. As long as he could be given some more time, he would be able to perform stealth again, and even have a high chance of escaping with his life. And as long as he was allowed to escape with his life, the secret key would be his as well. One man, a whole secret world all to himself. A heavenly chance. Throwing the potion bottle in his hand, the archer glanced back again out of habit. Seeing that the rear was still dark and motionless, he revealed a sardonic smile. Little brother, let's commit you first. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, brother will definitely make it up to you. Of course, I guess there's no chance of that. The archer turned back around and took out another potion, just tilting his head. A faint voice rang abruptly in his ears, There's a chance, and it doesn't have to be later, you make up for it now. Only to see that Lin Yu had already caught up, running neck and neck with him, and with a relaxed face. The archer's eyes instantly widened. You. How could you? Nothing is impossible. Lin Yu, not much nonsense, instantly a probe to its neck. This person will be invisible, he is aware of, have to learn from the mistakes of a long time. Lin Yu's attribute Goblin King cannot help, let alone this small archer. He was picked up like a chicken without even reacting. Instantaneous life and death are all in the hands of Lin Yu between thoughts. The archer's hair stood on end. What kind of speed is this? Why was he subdued without even looking? And how is it that a level 15 rookie can run away from a siege of 3 Goblin Kings? But now is not the time to give him time to think about that. Brother, spare my life. I'm sorry for what I did just now, but that was never my intention. As long as you can hold your hand, brother, I'm willing to offer half. Oh no! All of my possessions. I only ask you to spare my life. The archer immediately begged loudly for forgiveness, without any trace of the hideousness he had just seen. No matter what, staying alive comes first now. Lin Yu laughed lightly at the archer's nervous appearance. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The archer froze, and then was overjoyed. Really? Then really thank you so much, brother. At the same time, he said in his mind, I've run into a hairy guy. Lin Yu doesn't look very old. I don't think he's even killed anyone. At this moment, it is estimated that he is just being angry and came over to find trouble, not to really kill him. In this way, does he still get to keep the property? The archer again pretended to be grateful. Little brother, this is a complete misunderstanding. In order to express my apologies, my old brother will surely offer all of his possessions. You first let my old brother down. Lin Yu didn't reply this time, carrying the archer and running directly in the direction he came from. The archer's eyes widened as he realized what was going on and... You're crazy. Where are you taking me? Are you going to get yourself killed? It was hard for him to imagine that this was clearly going into the Goblin King's arms. Even if Lin Yu had the ability to escape from the Goblin King, was it worth it just to get back at him? That's 3 Kobold Kings. No. You let go of me. You lunatic. You're completely insane. The archer began to struggle frantically, but the hands were as firm as iron jaws, not moving no matter how much force he put into them. Damn! How can it be so strong? Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the Goblin King, the archer completely panicked and began to beg for mercy without a care for his face. Little brother, I was really wrong this time. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. Little. No, big brother. I'm not a thing. 1,000 times I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have hit you with the idea. As long as you're willing to let me go, I'll definitely give you all of my possessions. I still know the news of the secret realm. As long as you spare me once, I'll give you the secret realm key as well. I have to say, a man can do anything when he's about to die. The archer looked like a burly man in his 30s at this point, howling a snotty. But Lin Yu had no fluctuations and steadily advanced. He had just left the Goblin King not much farther away from the gathering, and now it was still both sides advancing together. Soon, Lin Yu then met up with the Goblin King once again. At this moment, the archer who was being carried seemed to be resigned to his fate and began to launch vicious curses at Lin Yu. You shall not die. You think you'll be okay if I die? The Goblin King will kill you with him. He'll bite your bones and tear your scalp. What's wrong with me? I'm just trying to stay alive. What's wrong with me? What's your name? Tell me. I'll wait for you down here. Forever and ever, I'll wait for you. Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. He'd been thinking of doing the same thing for a bit. I didn't realize this man could be so disgusting. If I had known, I might as well have pinched it. Without talking nonsense to him, Lin Yu raised his hand and threw it gently. The archers flew into the group of kobolds at once. He was still cursing Lin Yu as he flew in mid-air. Just remember, you have me waiting for you, huh? Well, the spell was interrupted from being cast before it was finished. A few Goblin Kings chased them all the way long ago and were incredibly cranky, and the archers were instantly smashed into plasma before they even hit the ground. The equipment also exploded all over the place. Up to this point, The secret four all perished. Who? Lin Yu took a long breath. The foursome is over, so next. It was finally his turn to do his own thing. Fight the boss. Lick the bag. Check the harvest. Lin Yu eyes bright, running all day, waiting for this moment is not it. At the same time, the few goblin kings who had resolved the archers also aimed their spearheads at Lin Yu once again. The scarlet eyes paired with a height of nearly 2 meters were oppressive. Lin Yu also became more excited at the sight. Just in time to try and see if a couple of you can loosen me up. In addition, since rising to level 15 his experience had gone through another compression, and upgrading had become slower. 3 level 20 bosses, there was no telling how much experience they could give him. Lin Yu was looking forward to it. Chapter 32 The Gold Belt for Murder and Arson. The 3 goblin kings were majestic and fierce. Lin Yu also drew out the Supreme Scarlet, his eyes flashing with essence. The big battle is imminent. Well, it wasn't much of a battle. After all, Lin Yu's super high attributes were there, solidly double that of a boss. A few goblin kings were still taking a one-sided beating, and basically couldn't even return the favor. The better case 3 monsters' combined attack could barely graze the corner of Lin Yu's coat, but it was still blocked by the shield collectively. But after all, at least it was a way for Lin Yu to move his muscles. No longer a knife before the second, are able to hold up a good number of knives, Lin Yu specializes in rain and dew, but also counted on opening the hands and feet. In the end, it was pretty much the same as what Lin Yu had predicted earlier. The fight was over in 3 minutes. Brush. Lin Yu's last blade struck horizontally, and the Supreme Scarlet cut a narrow ray of light in the night. The 3 goblin kings fell to the ground in unison. Kill the boss goblin king, experience value plus 5,000. Kill the boss goblin king, experience value plus 5,000. Kill the boss goblin king, experience value plus 5,000. Your level has increased to 16. Your level has increased to 17. 2 levels in a row, not bad. Lin Yu wasn't too excited or disappointed, and was quite satisfied. Upgrading gets harder the further back he goes. He's not exactly high level 15, but he's out of the budding stage. Professionals of the same level might not be able to level up one in 10 days in half a month, even he himself only leveled up one in 1 day today. It's still 14 to 15, and after 15 it's also at no movement. That's a straight jump of 2 levels in a little while, which is pretty good anyhow. That's when the Goblin King's materials popped out. All 3 Goblin Kings exploded skulls, and 2 of them also exploded an additional piece of equipment, all of which floated in mid-air, radiating light. Seeing these things, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. The upgrades were enjoyable, and the rewards brought a lot of pleasure, and he hadn't forgotten his goal of $10 million. Lin Yu quickly stepped forward and collected all 3 skulls first. The Goblin King's skull was the target of his quest. Carrying a quest on his body always felt unpleasant, this was always comfortable. And this is 3 at once. In terms of value this thing is $100,000 apiece, the equivalent of $300,000. Immediately after that, Lin Yu looked at the 2 pieces of equipment that had exploded. Vine chest armor blue, physique plus 28, agility plus 12, set attribute, none requires 3 or more pieces of vine equipment to trigger. Vine leg wraps blue, physique plus 12, agility plus 28, set attributes. Blue. Advanced equipment, not bad either. High-grade equipment would cost tens of thousands of dollars at a minimum on the market, and the average poorer professional wouldn't be able to scrape together 2 pieces of it with their entire body. Plus it's still a kit part, so it's only going to get more expensive. All in all, the 3 bosses alone, combined, provided him with over 400k, which is pretty good. Lin Yu squinted and put his equipment away. At this point, it was already completely dark, and there was only a faint moonlight in the forest. The breeze blew, and the air carried a rotten dampness and a strong smell of blood. Lin Yu let out a long breath. A lot had happened for him today as well. The first time someone had died in front of him, the first time he had seen the face of humanity, the first time he had killed someone. Actually, it still has some impact on the mood that. After all, he wasn't hard-hearted, and he'd been nothing more than an ordinary man for 2 lifetimes counting. Though these were his own choices. But all in all he needed to calm down. Lin Yu stood still for some time before. Hiss, it's cold, better get going, the bag hasn't been licked yet. A gust of wind blew, and Lin Yu shivered, hastily rubbing his arms to get into action. The archer burst out of the equipment has not yet picked up, and after leading the very first warrior minions did not pick up the. Now it's time to finish licking the gear and build a fire to check the harvest. Lin Yu set off again, a light shining in his eyes, and a hint of composure in his depths. He's grown up a bit with this experience. At the very least. Another time he shouldn't have to calm down. Lim Yu has had a rough go of it. After collecting the archer's equipment, he had planned to return the same way to the warrior minion's bag. But the jungle was already bad at telling directions, and at night you couldn't see at all. Lin Yu got lost. It ended up taking him most of an hour to find it on a 5-minute trip when he came. During that time he even wondered countless times if it had been picked up by someone else. Motherer, I'm gonna have to bring a flashlight next time I come out. In a still dry clearing, Lin Yu cursed and built a fire. Lights, knife wipes, gloves, tents. Another object into Lin Yu travel must have list. Mostly he's a fighter, forget about considering that. A lot of people's mage skills glow, and they generally don't use lighting. The flames rose and soon the surrounding area was lit up. Lin Yu rubbed his hands together and dumped out all the contents of his storage space. There was no telling how much the entirety of the 4 professionals could be worth. And with the secret key in place, Lin Yu had wanted to see it for a long time. Whoa! A layer of light spread over the ground, and as far as the eye could see things were very mixed. There were potions, equipment, materials, all over the place. Lin Yu began to count up one piece at a time. Primary life potion restores 150 life points within 1 minute after drinking. This one is average. Lim Yu shrugged it off. Frost Moon breastplate advanced, physique plus 26, spirit plus 12. This is good. Lim Yu puts it to his feet. Wind hunting bow advanced, strength plus 31, agility plus 22, special attribute, bow and arrow flight speed increased by 20%. I'll be damned, there's attributes, this has to be in the top 10 tens of thousands. Licking the bag for the first time, Lin Yu looked excited and giddy throughout. 20 minutes later. Sure enough, the gold belt for killing and burning. Lin Yu put down the last item, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. The 4 people's packages brought him a total of 12 pieces of equipment, 4 weapons, 52 bottles of potions, and even a bunch of various crystal materials. Lin Yu conservatively estimated that the combined value was at the very least over $1 million. That's a number that, to put it mildly, the average professional might not be able to save up for the rest of their lives. Lin Yu himself had never seen so much money. And there was the all-important secret key. According to the information returned by the key, the secret realm is a secret realm under level 20. As long as you pass it within 2 days after entering it, you can get a generous reward. And it wasn't far away, just deep in the dark forest. As we all know, the secret resources are already rich in experience, and now that the level is right and the time is right, it's simply priceless to Lin Yu. Lin Yu even wanted to go straight over and start painting right now. He estimated that coming out of this secret realm, he could conservatively rise to level 20. There's even a chance to go beyond 20 and reach the achievement of being the #1 high schooler outright. If you're lucky enough to get some equipment and save up $10 million. Doesn't that explain where the clear water flows? Chapter 33: The Secret Realm of the Ghost Moon. In the end, Lin Yu restrained his excitement. Despite the scent of the secret realm, he had been fighting all day today and needed to rest. Waiting until tomorrow to get refreshed is the right thing to do. Lin Yu carefully categorized the materials on the ground and put them away so that they wouldn't be messy when it came time to sell them. Well, he didn't intend to keep it for himself either. The archer's equipment didn't suit him very well, and the 2 girls before were also mages, and just one of the fighters died with his equipment all but destroyed. Moreover, these equipment attributes are not really high, not much of a boost for him, so it's better to sell them and save up early to clear the spring is the right way to go. After putting away his equipment, Lin Yu opened the information panel again. I haven't added any points to my upgrade today. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker Hidden. Rank, LV 17 0.05%. Life, 120. Shield, 10,000. Power, 67. Agility, 67. Body mass, 120. Spirit, 33. Freedom attributes, 16. Passive celebration of blood, +1 to strengthen agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive blood rage, gain attribute increases based on different lives. Blood eating LV4, you will no longer receive any life regeneration while the skill is on, and will automatically recover 5 points per second when it is off. Active release, 20 life points per second. Props, Scarlet Purple, Fresh Spring Flow Pendant Purple. Before he killed the Goblin King, he had a strength and sensitivity of 59 and a constitution of 116. Now that there's been some more progress with 2 consecutive promotions. And Blood Eaters also went up to level 4, and Life Recovery went up from 4 to 5, though it's still not very useful to say the least. I don't know when a skill book will pop out either. Looking at the panel, Lin Yu wanted to skill up again. To this day he still doesn't have a skill that can fight, and fighting is still purely manual and more or less monotonous. But it can't be helped, skills are the hardest to spawn, and to match his hidden profession skills are even rarer, so you might have to buy exclusive skill scrolls, and this was also considered a pain point for hidden professions, and Lin Yu could only think about it at the moment. Lin Yu skillfully added freedom to physique. The same warm currents cut through. Physique, 120-136. Nice. With 103 physique, he could now walk sideways when he went back to his downtown copy even without a shield. Closing the panel, Lin Yu let out a long breath. In 1 day's time today, he completed the quest, leveled up 3 levels, made almost $1.5 million in money, and there's an even better secret realm waiting to be brushed tomorrow. It's just a flying improvement. Sleep. Lin Yu added a few more logs and leaned against the trunk of the tree with complete satisfaction. Soon he was in dreamland. Early the next morning. As soon as Lin Yu woke up, he felt tired and his limbs ached. After a few days of non-stop upgrades and 2 consecutive days of sleeping in the wilderness, his body was beginning to protest. Lin Yu struggled to get up. Hang in there for 2 more days and get some rest after the entrance exams. The college entrance exam is still very important to him, enough to influence the height of the future. Lin Yu, despite his condition, has to do his best. Having said that, he's probably good enough to crush all his classmates now. The best high school grades in history are only 15th grade. After moving his body, Lin Yu set off directly towards the secret realm. Yesterday through the key he already knew the location of the entrance to the secret realm. It was in the depths of the Cobalt Forest, not too far away from him. Of course, Lin Yu didn't forget to put out the fire before leaving. Setting fire to the mountains and going to jail. Half an hour later, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. There were still ancient trees all around them as far as the eye could see, as featureless as the rest of the forest. Lin Yu wasn't surprised, and first looked around to make sure no one was there. And then he took out the key and poured his spiritual energy into it. At once, the key floated up in the air and began to emit a dazzling light. Under the light, a portal began to slowly emerge. This was the way the secret realm was opened. Only the person holding the key came to the entrance, and after he or she went in, the portal would close with him or her, and others couldn't find it at all. Sort of a remote niche knowledge. Lin Yu before school is quite serious, but also have an impression. Looking at the teleportation portal in front of him, Lin Yu's face couldn't help but be gloomy. While the secret realm is high-yielding, it also represents high risk. There have been many rumors throughout history that people have found secret realms and thought they had gained heavenly resources, only to end up perishing in them. Even rare professions haven't folded much. Of course, it shouldn't be any stronger than Lin Yu. Normally a card-ranked full formation of high-level professions would be able to get through it, something like 4 yesterday's archers. The 4 archers, on the other hand, won or lost against Lin Yu at a glance. So he should still be solid. Soon, the portal coalesced into shape. The purple light on it surrounded non-stop, looking deep and mysterious. Lin Yu exhaled deeply and stepped into the portal. The secret realm was called the Secret Realm of the Phantom Moon, and you had to come out within 3 days of going in, or else you'd stay in there forever. This was the information Lin Yu had learned through the secret key. And that's all he learned, nothing more. A wave of vertigo cut through. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, the sky and earth had changed color. The whole sky turned from day to night, and a full moon hung high in the sky. It's still a vast forest all around, but not as dry and thin as it is out there. All the branches and leaves are thick and intertwined, and the bright moonlight seems to linger in them like a glittering veil. The overall feeling was one of silence, very silence, as if there wasn't even the slightest breeze. Blood eating. Lin Yu doesn't give a about anything else, though he's still not sure of the situation or where he's at. But all in all it's accurate to press the blood first. 1360. 1340. 1320. When the blood comes up, 20 drops per second of Blood Eater isn't quite enough for A. Lin Yu waited half a day before entering 10%. You've entered the 3rd stage of Berserk, your strength and agility have increased by 500%. Life, 130, 1360. Strength, 1110 plus 123 plus 925. Agility, 1110 plus 123 plus 925. 1001. Each time a small point of progress was made, it was an exponential increase under the Berserk increase. Looking at the bright numbers, Lin Yu then relaxed. Start thinking about how to get past this secret place. Normally speaking, he just has to keep breaking in, hitting whatever he comes across, and teleporting out when it's time. Anyway, as long as you kill monsters, you'll give experience, and you'll be able to explode stuff, too. His strength shouldn't be anything to worry about here. But there was a message in the previous key. There will be rich rewards if you pass it within 2 days. To pass the level, it means there's a high probability that there's a boss. And to kill the boss, he first needed to know the direction. Otherwise it's all for naught if you run in the wrong place. Lin Yu turned around in the same place, looking at the vines that were all one and the same around him. At once the man swooned. How do I find it? Chapter 34, there's really gold everywhere. Never mind, let's walk around for a while. Lin Yu eventually gave up looking for direction. He was going to just walk in one direction for a while, gathering information as he went. It's best if you can find the boss. If you can't find the boss, you can poke around in the wrong direction. A level 20 secret realm is not expected to be much. Try it a few more times and you'll probably have a good idea. Swish swish. Lin Yu drew out to being next to the trunk of the tree scratched twice. Leaving a mark first is the only way to make sure you don't go in the wrong direction, otherwise it's easy to get lost in this forest. Seeing a cross mark left on the trunk of the tree, Lin Yu picked a direction and set off straight away. I wonder what the monsters in this secret realm are and how much experience they can give. Entering the secret realm for the first time, Lin Yu was still quite excited. It was said that every time those who managed to come out of the secret realm were loaded with money and directly crossed the ranks. And while most of them were still in groups, Lin Yu was on his own and definitely gained more. But the strange thing was that Lin Yu hadn't found any monsters until now. It stands to reason that wherever there's a monster there must be all sorts of noises, howls and whatnot. It's too quiet here. Lin Yu was thinking about it, and the answer came quickly. An ancient tree nearby suddenly drew out a long rattan and instantly rolled onto Lin Yu. The vines looked like they were alive, and as soon as they were rolled onto the body, they began to wriggle and contract, with spikes on them, and worked their way into Lin Yu's body. 105. 103. Misty grass. So it's a tree demon. Lin Yu understood why it was quiet and was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. It's a good thing he's got a shield. It doesn't hurt. After calming down, Lin Yu tried it and easily ripped off the rattan. When he looked up again, he only saw that the originally calm ancient tree next to him had become twisted, a bunch of vines waving madly all around, and it seemed that 5 senses had even appeared on the trunk of the tree, making the whole thing look like a crazy woman with long hair. TSK, it's worthy of being a monster in the secret realm. Putting aside the attributes and whatnot, this look alone is bluffing enough. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh, while backing away a bit and throwing an appraisal spell over. He had to get information about the monsters, so that he could follow up and judge the direction of the. Normally speaking, the stronger the monster means the closer you are to the boss, which is a minor detail. Twisted Tree Spirit, LV20. Life, 2800. Power, 210. Agility, 0. Body mass, 280. Spirit, 155. Winding, whipping. Holy, straight up level 20? And the attributes are so fierce? Seeing the information transmitted back, Lin Yu, despite the preparation, cannot help but be surprised. The secret realm can only be entered by level 20 or below. Come up with level 20 monsters. And the attributes are also supermodel. Outside the highest attributes of level 20 kobolds are only 200, this directly dry to 280, it is almost twice as much. I guess the experience isn't bad then. Lin Yu revealed a joyful color, no longer grating, and rushed up with his sword. Just Lin Yu backed away, seems to be out of the tree demon attack distance, and no longer move. This time Lin Yu and rushed up tree demon immediately returned to the previous crazy appearance. A bunch of rattan canes were flung at Lin Yu like whips, dazzling his eyes. Lin Yu also has no rules and regulations, carrying the knife is just randomly cut. Although the tree demon's attributes were good, but it was still small compared to him, all the vines that came into contact with Ji Zhang were cut off with their roots and fell to the ground writhing. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yu rushed to the trunk of the tree, and with a slash, deep scratches appeared on the trunk of the tree. The tree demon seemed to be able to feel pain in general, tossing and turning even more frantically for a while. A bunch of vines rolled towards Lin Yu desperately, wanting to pull Lin Yu out of the range of the tree trunk. A knife did not die. Lin Yu was not surprised. By now encountered monsters are getting stronger and stronger. He is indeed difficult to do a knife killed in seconds. Not to mention that this tree demon was also a bit stronger than the ones outside, and was considered an elite. The flying rattan canes couldn't even pull him halfway, and Lin Yu quickly added 2 more slashes. Swish! Swish! The 2 scarlet blades converged into a cross that. The tree demon instantly stopped all movements as if it had been instantly electrified, and the high-hanging vines scattered with it. Killed LV20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Lin Yu's experience bar went up by 1.5%. This made him very happy. Now the kobolds of the same level outside might not even be 0.5%, a full tripling. Not bad for a secret realm. Lin Yu's eyes were clear, so that he could go up a level if he killed more than 60, and with his level, more than 60 monsters could not waste much at all. This secret realm was really in the right place. But I just don't know how the number of tree demons is. Upgrade speed does not only look at the quality of monsters, the number is also very critical. Lin Yu will not think that the trees in this forest are all monsters. Otherwise it is estimated that the one who should run is him. Lin Yu left another mark on the spot and continued to set off as planned. He really doesn't have a good sense of direction, and he has to make sure that there are always 3 marks in his line of sight in order to do that. It's a good thing he can still see well. After walking for a while longer, while Lin Yu was carving his mark, he came across another tree demon. It's the exact same tree where he carved his mark. The tree demon was bleeding out before he could even begin to pounce. Lin Yu also reacted very quickly, and in the process added another knife. The tree demon just waved 2 vine whip directly killed. Killed LV20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Ignoring the experience reminder, Lin Yu silently calculated the time. It's been about 5 minutes since the last tree demon monster we ran into. Assuming he can keep up the momentum, he'll run into about 10 of them an hour. AKA 5 to 6 smalls will get you a level up. 2 conservative upgrades a day. Lin Yu couldn't help but get excited, but he tried to restrain himself as much as possible. And that's just his speculation. 2 bases alone is too little. And the burst rate is still unclear. Earning money is one aspect of it. 5 minutes later. Lin Yu was rushing along when suddenly a vine whip wrapped around him. Shields also dropped another 100 points instantly. Have to admit that this demon tree is indeed very difficult to defend. Along a kind of sudden attack when you pass by, even Lin Yu cannot react. And now that the shields aren't so safe again. Deduct 100 for 1 hit, 10,000 points will resist 100 hits. Lin Yu looked at it and currently only had 9,006. It's almost level 20, so hopefully it'll go up a bit more. The tree demon was right next to him, and Lin Yu ignored the vines wrapped around his body, slashing down with 3 consecutive swords. The tree demon died, and the vines on his body slipped off. A ball of light appeared at the root of the tree. Lin Yu stepped forward to pick it up. Psyvine Wood high grade, contains wood attribute energy, can be used for defense or weapon making, main material for mace weapons. Phantom Vine Wood. Lin Yu hadn't heard of this material, but at market prices, high-level materials could sell for anywhere from a few thousand to a few tens of thousands. But anything that can be used as a main ingredient is over $10,000, at the very least. That means he's picked up $10,000 now that he's been in for a while. Still, Lin Yu had no intention of moving. Popping it once doesn't mean anything, we'll have to keep watching, or he could have gotten lucky. But the number of tree demons seems to be able to be determined. Putting the phantom vine wood away, Lin Yu continued to set off. Soon an hour had passed. Within this hour, Lin Yu ran into a tree demon in an average of 5 minutes. On average, 3 tree demons produce 1 phantom vine wood. That's $40,000 an hour, $500,000 a day, conservatively. Lin Yu was finally sure of it, and couldn't strain himself. This ING secret realm is truly full of gold. Demon Tree, Suffer. Chapter 35 Word Sky, how much experience does this take? Lin Yu advanced all the way, enjoying the rapid rise in experience and money. The number of tree demons and the burst rate didn't change during this period, and remained in a stable range. It simply allowed Lin Yu to brush up, and he even felt like getting back the feeling of being below level 10. Killed LV20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Killed LV20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Killed LV20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Of course, Lin Yu hadn't forgotten about the mission, and along the way he'd been carving out imprints. The tree demon brush was pretty cool, but getting to the boss was definitely the big headache. Without realizing it, the morning passed. Ding! Congratulations on raising your level to 18. In just one morning, Lin Yu had risen another level. At the same time, there were 20 extra psionic woods in the backpack, which were worth at least $200,000. Lin Yu didn't get excited. There was a barrier in front of him that ran through heaven and earth like a river of stars. Obviously the edge of this secret realm. It also means he should have gone the other way. No matter how small the secret realm is, it's impossible to get to the edge in half a day. He's likely to come in right at the edge. And then the selection was in the opposite direction, so it went to the head. The fact that the monster levels stayed the same on the way also proves this. Otherwise, the deeper you go, the higher the level of the monsters. Of course it couldn't be ruled out that there was only one type of monster in the entire secret realm, but it was highly unlikely. Ein yet. Lin Yu cursed and accepted this fact. Since it's a waste of time, it's no use complaining about it. Solving the problem is the real thing. Trying to find the direction the boss is in isn't really that hard now, just do the math. Lin Yu picked up a branch and squatted on the ground. Known to be not far from the edge of where he came in. Where he was now was right on the edge. And the boss must be in the core area. So, setting, the secret place he is in is a circle. Lin Yu drew a circle on the ground, then took a point at a random place not far from the edge of the. Then again, connect this point to a random nearby edge. In this way, such a pattern is formed. Then, next, by simply extending the line indefinitely. He would have gotten two results, the lots of luck. Straight across the center of the circle. With any luck, he'll get a tangent line to this circle. If it's tangential. Next, as soon as he takes the center on this line, and then makes a plumb line that. This vertical line must then pass through the core. You'll be able to find the boss by then. Okay. Out. Lin Yu threw away the branch and immediately began to return the same way. While running, he rubbed his forehead. It took a morning to come. Lin Yu did not dare to run too fast for fear that the tree demon would not react. This time, returning to Lin Yu's full speed burst, over 1,000 agility made him like the wind. It only took an hour and a half to get back to the very beginning. Let's hope for some luck and a direct route to the core. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The solution was there, but the time was still stuck. Much faster if you can pick the right one at a time. Adjusting his direction, Lin Yu began the first step of his plan. Make extension cords. That is, in the direction he had just been heading directly. Resuming his voyage, Lin Yu soon ran into the tree demon again. Slap. Several vines blocking the way. Lin Yu has entered another round of upgrades. Killed LV20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Killed LV20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Killed LV20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Lin Yu didn't forget to slow down his speed, keeping it the same as in the morning, so that it would be easier for him to fetch the center in the future. While walking, Lin Yu observed the tree demon's information. But unfortunately, the tree demon level hasn't changed. It means that odds are he's still not close to the core. The answer was also quickly confirmed that. This time it was only a 2-hour advance before we hit the edge again. A barrier like a river of stars lay across the. Lin Yu's head was full of black lines. Come on, it's okay if I do the plumb line. But fortunately this time only 2 hours. If this side is very long and also off-center is even more difficult. And this at least proves to him that this tangent line is right on the edge of the circle. It won't take long to waste a moment even if the plumb line goes backwards again. So Lin Yu wasn't much disappointed. And the rewards are always there. The tree demons in this forest were very regular and disciplined, and Lin Yu's harvest in these 2 hours was almost the same as in the morning. In total, 25 tree demons were hunted, experience went up by 30% due to less upgrades, and the phantom vine would stay the same, with 8 more. Still full of gains. Check the harvest. Lin Yu began to take stock of the problems in the fetch. He traveled 5 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon, for a total of 7 hours on this route. Normally, he'd have turned back 3.5 hours to the center. But surely that would be too much of a waste of time. Lin Yu picked up another branch and squatted on the ground. It is known that he can travel a 5-hour beatdown in 1.5 hours at full blast. So how long would it take him to go through a 3.5-hour monster fight at full blast? I count Nima. Forget half a day. Lin Yu gasped directly to the branch broken. He came out of the next secret realm. Also have to count the question. It's the math that bothers me the most. Venting hard. Lin Yu had to re-break another branch. 63 minutes later. Lin Yu has managed to reach the halfway point. It's fast to explode at full power, but it's also really tiring. Lin Yu kept breathing heavily. Let's hope we pick the right one this time. He's been in for close to 10 hours since he started, and he hasn't even nailed down the final direction. Secret pass time limit is only 2 days. To choose again not right, he can really helpless. Lin Yu ate some dry food and rested. And then start making vertical lines that, i.e., the next forward direction is just perpendicular to the tangent line he walked out on today. The plumb line is bound to pass through the center of the secret area, but it's hard to say which end of the line. Lin Yu let out a deep breath and set off directly without dilly-dallying. It's all 55 probability anyway, so it's useless to think about it more. Ahead of them were still ancient trees with roots that could not be seen at a glance. The bright moon was high in the sky, shedding light moonlight, and it was as if there were no daytime here. It's been that way since I came in. Lin Yu hunted the tree demons while advancing as fast as he could. This time he no longer needed to take the center and could do nothing. The tree demons seemed to have gotten more numerous. Gradually, Lin Yu seemed to notice that the tree demons around him were becoming more and more. What started out as 5 minutes to run into one, slowly became 4 minutes, then 3 minutes. Lin Yu revealed a joyful expression. This time it should go right. Advancing a little further, the earth suddenly began to tremble, and Lin Yu looked up and I only saw that the ancient trees ahead all looked like they had grown legs, moving sideways in all directions, and the number was very large, so dense that it looked like there were hundreds of them. Lin Yu froze. Word of God. How much ing experience does this take? Chapter 36 Level 20. Lin Yu was numb. It was the first time he'd seen so many monsters, and he couldn't help but have his suspicions rise that. Can he beat it? The answer is can. But it has to be done in a roundabout way. Hundreds of tree demons had theoretically broken his shield with one whip each, but only theoretically. They also had the volume to block them, and it was also impossible to launch attacks at the same time. At most Lin Yu faced more than a dozen of them at once, and that was good enough. More than a dozen of them definitely couldn't break through the defense for a while, and Lin Yu had a high amount of agility to come and go as he pleased. 2 more detours would have wiped it out. Lin Yu made a quick judgment while licking his lips. With over 100 monsters, there's no telling how many levels he could level up. This was the first time he had ever been shocked by a secret realm. To be on the safe side, before striking, Lin Yu once again checked the properties of the tree demon. It was a relief to see that it was still the same as before. Hundreds of tree demons were vast, vines flying in the sky like rain. They looked like they had formed a formation to stop all intruders. Lin Yu let out a deep breath, and without any further hesitation, he ejected directly out of the tree demon group was roughly 10 meters away from him, and Lin Yu arrived in a flash. He didn't have much of a tactic for breaking up the swarm of demons. He just slashed at the ones in his face and good thing after a few days of exercise his knife skills have grown, cold fast, accurate and ruthless. Just a photo of a tree demon was killed. The tree demon group also reacted at this time. Just now they moved without a pattern, and now instantly locked onto Lin Yu in unison. The earth trembled even more violently, and thousands of rattan canes sprinkled towards Lin Yu like a fishing net. Good thing it was pretty much the same as Lin Yu's judgment. Most of them hit empty, not many of them really landed on him. 99. 98. 99. Shield value, 9,090 10,000. Nearly 1,000 shield points dropped in one round. Lin Yu didn't care and continued to launch his attacks at his own pace, instantly killing the tree demon next to him in seconds again. Immediately after that he started backing up and the surrounding tree demons all surrounded him. He knew even though he had little combat experience that he couldn't fall into an encirclement, and it was definitely okay to fight while retreating. The tree demon swarm's attack came again. This time there were many more vines that were wrapped around Lin Yu, trying to drag him into the swarm of trees. But it was no use at all. as Lin Yu backed up these vines were ripped off. The tree demon swarm's attack interval seems to be at 2 seconds. Lin Yu hacked and killed while trying to grasp the information. His speed is very fast, full force under the explosion of the blade or cut out the shadow. Often a knife did not end, the other knife will be up again. The most righteous crimson blade awnings were all intertwined in the air as if they were Dharma seals. This is also the first time Lin Yu chopped so hard. It is a meal to return my drifting knife skills. One by one, the tree demons fell, and one by one, they were quickly replenished. Lin Yu's experience grew at an unimaginable rate. The killed LV-20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Killed LV-20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Killed LV-20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. It's not working, retreat. When he noticed that the shield was left at more than 2,000, Lin Yu turned his head and skipped without hesitation. He certainly wouldn't wait until the shields were completely gone, he had to leave some crushing. The tree demon group's anger at this time seemed to be visualized. The mouth on the tree trunk opened like a black hole, and was bound to swallow Lin Yu. Unfortunately, they were not fast. Despite having dozens of rhizomes to move instead of legs, they were still far from Lin Yu and could only watch as Lin Yu disappeared from sight. As a matter of fact, just now, Lin Yu was also swimming in his backward journey. Lin Yu ran out 2 kilometers away in a puff of smoke and didn't stop until he couldn't hear the tree demon moving at all. Yes. The first time to do a group fight, Lin Yu did not expect to be extraordinarily painful. The whole body seems to penetrate the same. Originally, in fact, today also ran a day some tired, but at this time actually full of energy again. The brain are hyperactive, and it's also strange. After calming down a bit, Lin Yu began to check his harvest, just too excited to bother looking at the experience bar. Experience went up by over 30, which means I just killed over 20 tree demons. Nice. Lin Yu was very satisfied, more than 30 experience, although not much, but he just full of probably not even more than a minute. If you factor in that the actual fight time is probably less than 30 seconds, that's a pretty respectable speed. And with all those tree demons over there, he can still go over and cut again when his shield is ready. Lin Yu's shield needs to not be attacked for 10 minutes to start recovering. 10 minutes. It's still a bit of an ordeal for Lin Yu right now. He didn't have much to review. The tree demon wasn't moving fast enough as he had realized, so he just had to keep going over to kill it as per the routine. Lin Yu visually estimated that there were about 80 more tree demons, and he could even go straight to level 20. And the hyperactive old desire in his body to make him fight doesn't know what's going on, as if he's not tired. 10 long minutes passed. When the shield is back to full, Lin Yu's people were already less than 10 meters away from the group of tree demons. He hit in advance. On the opposite side of Lin Yu, the tree demon group was running and scurrying around, as if they were stressed because of what had just happened, and now they wanted to find Lin Yu and smack him hard to pieces. Lin Yu laughed lightly and appeared in front of the tree demon once again with his sword. Only to see the tree demons froze in unison, and Lin Yu actually saw dismay on their faces. It's like saying, "How dare you come back?" Lin Yu was in a good mood and tartly waved to the tree demons. Needless to say, the battle was fought again. 10 minutes to cut a crop. Half an hour later, the area of the tree demon group was completely quiet. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was honest. At first he was quite exhilarated, but the more he got into it, the more tired he got. A minute of full burst is simply more tiring than half a day of normal play. And the afterburner is very strong. At this time the head of exuberance over, Lin Yu only feel that the arm is not a leg. It hurts everywhere. Lin Yu summarized this: he should be the first time to fight in a group, just turned on the characteristic adolescent belligerent hot-blooded passive. Abbreviated top. Not next time. With this one, he should grow up. Secondly, Lin Yu felt more and more that he needed a skill that could fight. This would be much better if he had a ranged or long-range skill. The means are too one-dimensional and are currently his weakness. Lin Yu was lying on the ground in a big shape, lying for half a day before he could regain his strength. As soon as I sat up, my whole body was immediately energized. Tired as it is, the rewards are huge. He did make it to level 20. Professionals undergo a minor metamorphosis every 10 levels, and level 20 is another step up the ladder. And level 20 system shields will be upgraded again. Lin Yu opened the information panel first. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, bloodthirsty berserker hidden. Rank, LV 21.11%. Life, 1500. Shield, 10,000. Power, 105. Agility, 105. Physical fitness, 150. Spirit, 52. Freedom attributes, 31. Passive celebration of blood, +1 to strengthen agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive blood rage, gain attribute increases based on different lives. Blood eating LV5, you will no longer receive any life regeneration while the skill is on, and will automatically recover 8 points per second when it is off. Active, 50 points of life per second. Props, Scarlet Purple, Fresh Spring Flow Pendant Purple. 19 to 20, with 30 points added to the main attribute of strength and sensitivity, and 15 points added to the physical and mental. Spirit aside, all of his attributes broke 100. And blood eating has been upgraded again, it can now restore 8 points of blood per second. It's still pretty useless, though. Looking at the panel, Lin Yu is full of joy, level 20, placed in the professional hall as the head of the characters, and he just transferred less than a week. The charm of the system, the charm of the berserkers, the charm of the secret world. Add some. Lin Yu rather smoothly added freedom back to physique, the 19 to 20 freedom also gives a full 15 points. 150-181. Warmth crossed over, and Lin Yu's smile grew even wider. 188 physique, it is not an exaggeration to say that his 0 is higher than his classmates. Just then, the system beep also sounded. Ding! Detected that the host's level has reached 20, the shield value has begun to upgrade. Immediately, Lin Yu perked up his ears. He hadn't forgotten how the system had added up last time. That's called roughing it. Chapter 37 Core Area, Sea of Flowers. Ding! Shield value upgrade complete, current shield remaining, 100,000. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, 100,000. Well, after experiencing the last time, Lin Yu has already had some psychological preparation, not so shocking. System offices. Believe it and it's over. 100,000 points. He should be completely invincible in this secret realm. Lin Yu lay down again, this time in a more extended manner, not much different from being in his own bed. As of now, 15 or 16 hours had passed since Lin Yu had come into the secret realm, although it was still unclear where the boss was. But he needs to rest now, and that should be it for today. He had one more thing to do though, before he went to bed. After resting some more, Lin Yu climbed up. Around him, a floor full of materials was spread out, all glistening with a surfeit of light, as if he had stepped into a sea of glistening flowers. He hadn't even had time to pick up the materials dropped by the tree demon earlier. Lin Yu spent half an hour collecting them all, and counted a total of 42 psi vine woods. Not bad, another 400,000 conservatively. Counting the previous ones, I've made almost $1 million today combined, and I've leveled up 3 levels. Perfect finish. Lin Yu built a fire, which made him sleep peacefully. The next day, clear, and I can't say early morning, It's always been nighttime here without change. All in all, it was that after Lin Yu woke up from his sleep, he still felt drained, even more so than yesterday, and his brain hurt. Obviously aggravated again by the day's fighting coupled with the final outburst. Is the professional physique as strong? Also, did not he so built? Others simply did not say a dry is a whole day situation, they want a dry strength also does not allow. And Lin Yu was almost always fighting monsters now except for sleeping. Hold on for one last day, and rest once you're out of the secret realm. Now that there are still 2 days left before the entrance exam, the secret realm can theoretically stay for 2 more days as well. But there's only 1 day left for the secret pass reward. Lin Yu decided that just for today's day, it's best if you can find the boss to pass, and if you can't find it, you'll give up. Leave a day to have a good rest, materials and equipment should be sold, and the school side should go back to register and stuff. Otherwise, don't have a whole lot of physical problems during the college entrance exams and you'll lose out. Moving his bones, Lin Yu got up and put out the fire first, as usual. And then discerned the plumb line made yesterday and continued the journey. The dangling line was made with so many dead brain cells that he had to follow it. I wonder if there will be any other monsters today. It's okay if it's still the same swarm of tree demons as yesterday. Lin Yu chanted, he didn't know what lay ahead of him, for now it looked like there was still no end to the ancient trees around him. If it was still the same swarm of tree demons as yesterday, he was bound to have a cool brush now that his shield was up to 100,000 points. 1810. 1,760. 1,710. Lin Yu was now able to open Blood Eater whenever and wherever he wanted, and there was no delay in catching up. 180. You have entered the third level of Berserk. Strength and agility increased by 500%. Strength, 1608 plus 163 plus 1340. Agility, 1608 plus 163 plus 1340. Lin Yu glanced at the shutdown panel. Just then. Rumble. The ground suddenly began to tremble. Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and he hastened to quicken his pace through a thicket of. Sure enough, I saw the tree demon swarm again, just like yesterday's, with vine whips flying around in swarms of demons. But the numbers are much larger, at least twice as many as yesterday by eyeballing. Too right, brother. It's true that what you think comes to you, and when you doze off, someone brings you a pillow. Lin Yu charged straight up without the slightest hesitation. This time, he didn't engage in any detours and directly went in single-handedly, his entire person stabbing into the tree demon group like a sharp arrow. With a shield of 100,000 points, even if the tree demon snapped the whip, it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. With Lin Yu's high amount of force sensitivity, the tree demon formation was instantly torn open a gap. A charge had 7 or 8 tree demons die under Lin Yu's sword. The entire trunk was cut off. The power is really much stronger. Lin Yu could clearly feel this change. Yesterday he couldn't do anything to directly cut through the tree trunk. But there's also a lot less experience. Yesterday at level 19 he could probably maintain about 1% on a tree demon kill, now it seemed to be less than even a fifth of that, literally breaking bones. Being attacked by the intruder, the tree demon group immediately responded by tightening their encirclement. Thousands of vines flew and instantly slapped at Lin Yu's body. After a crackle and a crunch, Lin Yu lost a layer of bloody skin. Shields, 98,992. Lin Yu completely ignored it, hacking and slashing his way through the group of tree demons like nobody's business. Less experience alone, then make up for it with quantity. He was like a lion in a pack of hyenas, killing them wherever he went, puncturing a gaping hole in the herd of trees with a random charge, and nothing at all could stand in his way. At this time these ugly-looking tree spirits, in Lin Yu's eyes all are cakes, cut them and add experience. Killed LV-20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Killed LV-20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Killed LV-20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. 10 minutes passed and the surroundings were quiet once again. All the tree demons were decimated, and materials fell all over the place. Lin Yu picked up the materials, his eyes shining brightly. The secret realm was truly too good to be true. He had only leveled up yesterday, and now that his experience bar was at half a pipe again, he felt like he could still upgrade with another wave. I just don't know how far the core area is. After picking up the materials, Lin Yu didn't take a break and directly continued on. These tree demons funneled their way forward after each kill. And there would be no more individual tree demons in the forest ahead. Lin Yu felt as if it was a hurdle that might be broken through as the real core area. The forest was still silent, there was no wind and no sound, and the bright moon in the sky seemed as if it was so low that it felt like it was pressing down on the top of his head. Lin Yu moved quickly through the forest. It's easy to not feel time pass in the silence. I don't know how much time has passed. Rumble. The silence was broken by a tremor in the ground, as another swarm of tree demons appeared ahead of us. This time it looked like there were a few more, and it felt like it reached something like 300. Or is it progressive? Lin Yu increasingly felt that these tree demons were like barriers, and they would only be in one place, and they wouldn't come out until Lin Yu stepped in, like solid guards. 300 of them, another upgrade. Lin Yu licked his lips and rushed straight in. 300 tree demons were still no threat to him, and the 200 from before hadn't even knocked down a fraction of the shield. Lin Yu was like a bulldozer, charging across the room and constantly harvesting the lives of the tree demons. His experience began to soar as well. Killed LV-20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Killed LV-20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. Killed LV-20 Phantom Tree Demon, experience value plus 380. There were no surprises, and soon the tree demons all died. Lin Yu's level had also risen again to level 21. With the death of the tree demon, the road ahead was once again clear. Lin Yu packed up his materials and moved on. This time it didn't go very far, and it opened up ahead. The forest that covered the sky was gone, turned into a sea of flowers as far as the eye could see. Dark purple flowers spread across the ground, connecting to the horizon. Only a straight path flowed out of the center, leading nowhere. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth hooked up. It does look like the tree demon is the barrier. Finally, we're at the core. Turning around, Lin Yu slapped his head again. Then in that case, there's absolutely no need to finish killing the tree demons from before. I'll just barge right in. Chapter 38 Strange Sea of Flowers. It's kinda pretty here. Lin Yu surveyed the environment in front of him, the mountains of flowers echoed, bright moonlight sprinkled like a layer of transparent veil, beautiful. But the prettier it is, the more dangerous it must be. Since this place was after the tree demon group, that meant that the monster level should be higher and more dangerous. This reasoning Lin Yu still understood. Of course, he had no qualms about it. Currently looking down, this secret realm was moderately difficult. It was just an ordinary secret realm, and it couldn't pose much of a threat to him. All he needed to pay attention to was to speed up and find the boss. Nothing else needed to be worried about. The forest exit is right across from the entrance to the Sea of Flowers. A straight path that cuts the boundless Sea of Flowers in half is leisurely and quiet. And it is the only way. There is no place to land next to the Sea of Flowers. Let's hope the monster level is higher. There had better be more of them, too. Lin Yu faithfully stepped on the path. He did not go much faster. At present he did not know what the monsters here were, lest he miss the. But he guessed that the odds were that it was a flower demon. Before it was a tree demon, now a flower demon. It should make sense. Besides, there really isn't anything else here. Nothing but flowers or flowers. The scent of flowers mixed with the smell of earth filled the path and was somewhat intoxicating. The whole world is equally quiet, and the only sound was Lin Yu's footsteps on the dirt path. No blame? After walking for a while, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. There hadn't been any monsters jumping out to attack him. The flowers around them also looked like normal flowers, unoffensive. Am I the one who's going to trigger something? Lin Yu tried to grab two wildflowers next to him, and it was easy to grab them, but still nothing happened. Flowers are just plain flowers. The whole sea of flowers was small, just up to his calves, with an unobstructed view, unlike in the forest where there might be blind spots in the field of vision. If flowers aren't weird, then that whole area might not be weird. Lin Yu walked for a while longer and realized that there was still no movement, which was even more strange. He doesn't think it should be like the forest, where some are real trees and some are monsters pretending to be. Shouldn't a monster's job be to attack humans? Otherwise let him follow the path all the way up, then what's the secret world? After thinking about it, Lin Yu decided to give it a try. He left the path and stepped right into a sea of flowers that. A flower petal with flower and stem was stepped into the soil by him. Lin Yu was like a shovel, leaving a path paved with flower petals where he walked. After circling around for most of the day, it still turned out that nothing attacked him. It was all very ordinary flowers. What is this? Lin Yu couldn't figure it out at all. Forget it. If there are no monsters, then there are no monsters, so let's just move on. Lin Yu returned to the path and directly turned on full speed to move forward. Perhaps this area is indeed just an accent for viewing, and the monsters are all in the back maybe. The whole sea of flowers is very vast, and with exactly the same surrounding scenery, the same flowers, the same paths, and no sound at all. Lin Yu was in a trance, like he wasn't moving at full speed. Of course the physical exertion still proves that he is indeed moving forward. Lin Yu advancing on the way has also been no monsters out. He didn't care, he just fought and kept running. Anyway, he's strong, so it doesn't matter if he's a cow or a snake. A little bit of time passed. In this atmosphere, Lin Yu's concept of time wasn't that accurate anymore. After about 2 hours, Lin Yu's stamina was exhausted, and he rested for a while where he was. After observing the surroundings again, and still not finding anything strange, he continued on his way. I'd like to see how big you are. He still didn't believe that he couldn't leave this sea of flowers with such high agility. Another 2 hours passed. There! A line of dark shadows appeared at the end of the line of sight, no longer 1,000 flowers. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He said he still couldn't argue with a small sea of flowers. Continuing to speed up, the black shadow gradually enlarged, and soon Lin Yu rushed to the position of the black shadow. It was a forest that looked just like the one he'd left before, and the path led right to the entrance of the forest. Why the forest again? Lin Yu furrowed his brows. Can't it be that this secret realm is really a ring? Just the forest at the edge is strange, and the sea of flowers in the center is for viewing only? He's going to fight the tree demon again? Lin Yu was a bit depressed, but he still buried his head into the forest. Now there's no blame in the sea of flowers, he can't help it if he doesn't get in. However, as soon as Lin Yu crossed the forest entrance, his entire body froze. In the forest, there was a field full of tree demon corpses lying, all of which had been cut off by sharp blades and scattered on the ground in bits and pieces. Exactly like the ones he'd killed before. Lin Yu frowned. These tree demons and even the breaks were exactly the same as the ones he had cut before. They were obviously the same batch that he had killed before, But he had been gone for so long, and there was only one road in the sea of flowers, and there was no way he could come back. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly realized again that his shield wasn't full, and it had dropped by a small amount. Shield, 66,666 100,000. No, the sea of flowers is an illusion. Lin Yu understood, his mind was quick and instantly grasped the key point. The sea of flowers isn't devoid of monsters, it's a fantasy land. From the moment he stepped into the sea of flowers he was caught in an illusion, during which he had been attacked again by the monster, He didn't follow one road all the way either, but made a big circle and came back. Otherwise, it was impossible for his shield to drop this much. It didn't make sense for him to come back to these woods either. Reacting. Lin Yu was a bit surprised. Illusion, a high-level means, would normally only appear in more advanced occasions, such as battles after the second turn of a job. Is this secret realm that dangling? That's too much to look at, isn't it? It was difficult for normal low-level professionals to have the means to break the illusion, including Lin Yu. Otherwise he wouldn't have gotten so many shields knocked off after half a day of wandering. But in this case, how was he supposed to get through without cracking it off? Lin Yu turned around and looked back at the sea of flowers he came from. The sea of flowers remained peaceful and beautiful in the moonlight. What to do? Wait. Maybe try. Chapter 39 Not Good, Run. Phantasmagoria. It can interfere with your spirit and confuse your five senses. But if there's a monster in there it must be real, you just can't see it. Lin Yu thought of his ultimate Berserker, In the ultimate Berserk state he would have his body taken over by the blood demon, who, in addition to being insane, had top-notch combat sense. The implication is that sensitivity to the enemy is also top-notch. I don't know if it will work. Lin Yu skimmed his eyebrows in a tangle. Blood Devil was the nickname he had given to his insane state self, which he felt was quite fitting for the temperament. By his senses, since the blood demon could tear apart any living thing that provoked it, it must be able to tear apart the monsters in the illusion. After all, the monsters in the Phantasmagoria are real, too, and they're bound to provoke the blood demon. The fact that his shield dropped so much proves it. It's like a passive skill that acts on its own without active control. But he wasn't quite sure if he couldn't see if he could do it just by sensing the blood demon. It was the blood demon's life perception that needed to be tested. Try it, or there's not much you can do. After thinking about it, Lin Yu made a decision. He certainly couldn't give up after all this, and besides, it wouldn't hurt him if it didn't work. Previously, he had been afraid to open Ultimate Berserk for fear of losing control and falling into danger, and now that he understood the strength of the secret realm, and his shield had risen to 100,000 points, it was foolproof. One more thing, now that there is a clear spring flowing to him he will only go crazy if provoked. If the blood demon couldn't sense that then he wouldn't be out of control. There's no risk on either end. Shield, 66,666. 77,777. 88,888. The shields are starting to come back up. Up 10,000 points per second. The mechanism of the shield was also fully understood by Lin Yu now. It began to recover after 10 minutes of not being attacked, at 10% per second. From 100 points per second in the beginning, it was 1,000 points per second after level 10, and now 10,000 points per second. Lin Yu was also sweating a bit as he looked at the rising shield. He had just run through a sea of flowers for a few hours. That is, lived to let the monster K for a couple hours. I can only say that it is also this shield. For others it is estimated that they will have to die 800 times. The mental aspect is also a weak point. In the future, you can't be so reckless, you need to improve it when you have the chance. Lin Yu is a person who can reflect on himself with an open mind. Being sneak attacked by archers he has always remembered. Facing the tree demon swarm with 2 single means he has not forgotten. Now there is an additional ability to break through illusions. Waiting for the shield to return to full strength, Lin Yu once again stepped out of the forest and ahead of us was still a sea of beautiful flowers, and the air was filled with a refreshing and intoxicating scent. Blood eating. This time, Lin Yu didn't give it anything to do, and directly began to press the blood. The explosive power from the last ultimate rampage. And he'd been expecting something. Let's just see whether you're stronger in the illusion realm or I'm blood demon mad. 130. 80. 1. You have entered the final Berserk, increasing your strength and agility by 2000%. Ignore all controls. Danger alert, please raise your life value quickly. Danger alert, please raise your life value quickly. Who? Lin Yu tilted his head and took a deep breath. Manic desires filled his mind, and with the experience of the last time, this time he controlled himself and didn't lose control outright. Strength, 6,352 plus 185 plus 6,000 plus 52. Agility, 6,352 plus 185 plus 6,000 plus 52. Flower Sea Illusion, surprised me a little. A place that can create an illusion, I don't think the difficulty will be low. The gains that can be made will not be low. Lin Yu closes the panel with a light smile and just stand still. It was up to the blood demon to play whether he could succeed or not, he didn't need to do anything. This human is at it again. Not far from Lin Yu, a flower demon's eyes lit up. Flower demon upper body is a woman form, face demonic beautiful head of purple long hair down the shoulders, towering breasts wrapped in the colorful flowers and leaves called out. The lower body was a twisted rhizome with spiny green leaves poking through the soil. This was the monster that lurked in the illusionary realm, the level 22 illusionary flower demon. Around her, there were many other flower demons that looked just like her. And look around, the whole world where there is still a sea of flowers, all are the same as his flower demon, dense countless. At their feet, on the other hand, the ground was full of white bones, forming a world of white bones piled up on top of each other. Including the place where Lin Yu was, his feet were also full of white bones, and there was no previous path at all. This is the sea of flowers under the illusion. After the first flower demon called out, dozens of flower demons around them suddenly looked up in unison. At this level, they already have a certain amount of wisdom. As long as they devoured the human in front of them, they could become stronger. Humans, delicious humans. Sisters, come quickly, there are humans here. What a nice smelling human. Dozens of flower demons ran towards Lin Yu, their eyes full of excitement. Humans couldn't see them at all here, they were able to suck in nutrients to their heart's content. Hundreds of roots crisscrossed the ground and ran around, turning up a field of white bones. The flower demon that leaned forward quickly ran to Lin Yu. Don't grab it from me. As soon as she pushed away the flower demon next to her, she opened her bloody mouth and bit at Lin Yu. What came out of the open mouth were spiky teeth and worm-like mouthparts. Terrifying to the extreme. Just as she was about to enjoy a beautiful meal. Looking for death? The pupils of a pair of scarlet, emotionless eyes stared straight at her. The flower demon was instantly creeped out. It was the first time she had ever felt intimidated, as if her soul was telling her that if she went any further she would die. She's trying to back up. The thought just came. A pair of hands tore through her body instantly, and she even saw pieces of her limbs being flung through the air. The flower demons next to them froze in unison. This. Why can humans see them? But they were running out of time to figure out that answer. And you guys, what a delicious flower demon. The blood demon's body turned and charged into the group of them again, unleashing a massacre. In the back, hordes of flower demons were still excitedly running towards Lin Yu. He was the one who ran away just now, this time I'm going to suck his blood dry. Hee, I seem to be able to smell the scent emanating from him. Go. Soon they came close. But all they saw were flying limbs, a human massacring wildly in their pack. This. Not good. Run. The flower demons were scared out of their wits and turned around in a swarm to run. But how could they outrun the blood demon, and in the blink of an eye, they were caught up by the blood demon, and blood flew from their limbs. No, I don't want to die, someone help me. Damn, what kind of human is this? Why are you fast? Get out of the way, get out, all of you. Chapter 40, Go and invite Chibana-sama. There were incomparably more flower demons in the entire illusionary realm, thousands of them densely packed. If Lin Yu had been awake he would have gone crazy with joy, there was no telling how huge an experience so many flower demons would provide him with. Unfortunately, he had completely lost his will, and it was the blood demon that was in control of his body at the moment. The blood demon was like a demon god descending into the world, killing and furiously harvesting the lives of the flower demons in the flower demon bush. The flower demons, on the other hand, fled in all directions. They couldn't figure out why a human would be so terrifying and why they could see them. They had never encountered anything like this since they were born. Screams, wails, pleas for help, and tearing sounds resounded continuously, and the entire illusionary realm looked like it had turned into a slaughterhouse and was in chaos. In the distance, a small flower demon was scared out of her wits as she struggled to run towards the center of the area, eventually stopping in front of a sleeping pod. 100 Flower Lady Sama, help! Pod is their 100 Flower Lord, and is much stronger than them. Now only Lord 100 Flower Lady could stop this, otherwise the god of murder would surely kill the entire illusion realm cleanly. A man-high rhizome supports a large bud standing on the ground. A little while after the little flower demon's loud cry of the buds above the rhizome spread out, revealing the face of a sultry woman. What's going on? What's all the yelling about? The 100 Blossom Lady furrowed her brows, quite displeased with this little demon who had broken her slumber. 100 Flower Lady Sama, it's a human. There's an exceptionally powerful human who broke in. He's on a killing spree, we can't stop him at all, many sisters have already died at his hands. The little flower demon hurriedly said, a pair of flirtatious eyes on the verge of crying out. You can hardly see such an expression on a demon's face. Next to her was a small flower demon, who also rushed to agree at this time. Yes, 100 Flower Lady Sama, that human is very strong and can still see through our disguise, please 100 Flower Lady Sama, do something. The 100 Flower Lady's face sank, how dare you? What are you guys babbling about? She was already even more upset at being disturbed from her deep sleep. There's a level restriction in their secret realm, and the humans who come in are at most level 19. She's survived here for decades unscathed. How could something like this happen? The initial small flower demon had hastily spoke again, it's true 100 Flower Lady Lord. That human is right over there in the periphery, you'll know if you go over and look, if you don't make a move he's going to completely destroy this place. Before she could finish her words, the 100 Flower Lady's face suddenly transformed into a bloody mouth and swallowed her. A chewing sound cut through the 100 Flowers woman resumed her womanly appearance, her buds blooming around her body and showing off her slender legs inside. Waste stuff. The 100 Flowers woman stepped out and rolled her eyes at the place where the little flower demon had disappeared. That's before he looked at the other flower demon next to him. You, show me. The other little flower demon's entire body trembled and hurriedly lowered its head. Yes. Lord 100 Flowers. The little flower demon led the way in front, but her legs, which only had roots, walked extremely slowly, and her face was reluctant. She just escaped from there, and now she's going back to the torture chamber. That human's appearance was truly too terrifying, she had never seen such an existence throughout her demon life. Even she was in a trance and couldn't tell which one of them was the demon. Thinking so, she looked timidly at the 100 Flowers woman. 100 Flowers Sama, either, or you can call Chihaya Sama as well. That human is really good, it's a bit of insurance. There was also the 1000 Flower Lady in their flower demon group, who was stronger than the 100 Flower Lady, and she now felt that the 100 Flower Lady wasn't necessarily strong enough. The 100 Flowers woman's charming eyes flinched. What did you say? You mean this seat can't even solve a human? You still need to ask Lord Chihua to do it? Despite her trepidation, the little flower demon gathered her courage and insisted again, but that human really isn't the same. Before the words were finished, only to see the 100 Flower woman's mouth begin to contort again, the little flower demon had to hurry and shut up. The 100 Flower Lady rolled her eyes. Useless thing, I see you want to be my feeder. Walk neatly, and watch the seat capture that human in a moment. Thus, soon the two demons arrived at the Lin Yu killing area. Hayaka-sama, right over there. The little flower demon still didn't dare to get too close and pointed far away. The front was still a big mess, countless flower demons cried and ran around, and in the distance you could still see limbs and roots being thrown into the sky from time to time, very bloody. The 100 Flowers woman, however, didn't have any worries and licked her lips instead. That said, it's been a long time since this seat drank human blood as well, so it's a bit nostalgic. District Human! How dare you! With a clear whistle, the 100 Flower Lady rushed into the battlefield. Yet in only 5 seconds she was out again. But it was the head that flew out of the... A head with unbelievably wide eyes sliced through the sky, accompanied by a shout that... Quickly go and invite Lord Chihuahua-sama. The words fell, and the head fell to the ground, lifeless. I've told you you can't, and you still won't listen. The little flower demon waiting in place nuzzled. Lord 1000 Flower Lady, it's not good. Something big has happened. The little flower demon doubled back. This time she went even deeper and came to a higher bud. It took a long time for the buds to open. An even more voluptuous woman's face appeared, and as soon as she opened her eyes, anger immediately rose in them. How dare you? A mere little flower demon dares to disturb this seat's rest. Do you want to die? With that said, the bloody mouth began to open. The little flower demon hurriedly grasped the point and explained, "No. Lord Thousand Flower Lady, it was Lord Hundred Flowers who died. She asked the little one to come here to report. There is an emergency." The Thousand Flowers woman's pupils flickered. "Hundred Flowers is dead? Then you and tell me." The little flower demon breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly told the human invasion again. Thousand Flowers sniffed and pondered for a moment. To the extent that even Hundred Flowers was killed in seconds, then according to you that human is indeed extraordinary. However, he can kill Hundred Flowers but not this seat. And you lead the way. This seat will go and take him. The buds broke apart completely, and Shabana stepped out of them blithely. The little flower demon raised an eyebrow at this. Will you just go by yourself, Lord Thousand Flowers? Either that or call a few more Chihuahua-sama together? It's safer that way." As awesome as Chihaya-sama was already, she felt she still needed to be reminded. When a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. It doesn't hurt to be a little bit insured. However, Genoa's face froze. "What do you mean, you don't see this seat?" The little flower demon didn't dare to retort. "No, there isn't." Soon, the two demons came near the battlefield again, and this time, due to the rapid advancement of the battlefield, they had already reached the area of the Hundred Flower Demon. At this time, a number of Hundred Flower women were fleeing around, wailing. "Chihaya-sama, it's right over there." The little flower demon pointed. "This seat is not blind yet." Thousand Flowers' cold voice, she also noticed the situation around her at this time. Can kill the Hundred Flowers group fled indeed is also good. But, it ends here. The corners of Chifa's mouth hooked up as she walked faithfully into the battlefield. "This seat will strike." The little flower demon stood to the side with her willow eyebrows unkempt. It always feels like there's still going to be an accident. Chapter 41, Quickly Invite Lord Flower Fairy Queen. Quickly invite Lord Flower Fairy Queen. The little flower demon had only just felt that there would still be an accident, and the next second the accident came. The head of the Thousand Flower female demon flew out, just like the Hundred Flower demon just now, dying with a strong shock. The little flower demon looked at the head that landed at her feet and her heart shook. Shabana-sama is dead too. And another second. She had only warned Chihaya about it because she wanted to be a little more secure, and in fact had never thought that Chihaya-sama would not be able to beat it as well. Lord Thousand Flowers was already a top-notch combatant, a great person she normally wouldn't be able to see. Not only did you not fight, but you were killed in seconds once again? How strong was this humans? The shocked little flower demon even forgot to act for a moment, and just stood dumbfounded in place. It was still the body of another Hundred Flower demon smashing into her feet that brought him back to his senses. Queen of the Flower Fairies. Yes, we still have the queen. The little flower demon's gaze froze, and she immediately turned around and turned her head to run away. After a while, the little flower demon came to the middle of the illusion. This place was far away from all the noisy hustle and bustle, and the surrounding area became incredibly quiet. Right in the center of a large open space stood a huge flower bud 7 or 8 meters high. The bud has no rhizome and falls quietly to the ground like a sleeping lotus flower. Looking at the pod, the little flower demon's heart was beating faster and faster, and it felt like the blood flow was getting faster. She had never dared to set foot in this place since she was born. She had also never imagined that there would be a day when she would be in danger of needing to alert the Lord Queen. Inside the pod is none other than their king, the king of all flower demons, the master of the secret realm, the Queen of the Flower Fairies. The little flower demon came under the pod, looking insignificant under the huge pod, like an ant. Gollum. The little flower demon swallowed and did her best to calm down. Lord Queen, I am a small flower demon in the periphery, and I have something to report by order of Lord Thousand Flower Lady. The pod did not move. A long time. A female voice came from inside. What is it? Why doesn't Shifa come to see me? The voice was ethereal, as if it had magical power, and in just one sentence, it made the little flower demon feel like her heart and soul were lost. The little flower demon hurriedly bit the tip of her tongue and continued. Reporting to Lord Queen, a powerful foreign enemy has intruded and killed my clan's demons in a big way. Our clan is completely powerless to resist. Lord Manhwa has died in battle to guard the clan's demons. The soft voice of the little flower demon traveled into the pod, which was once again motionless. The whole space is in silence. This made the little flower demon more and more nervous. She wasn't sure about the habits of the Queen Sama. After what happened, she's afraid the Queen Sama will swallow her up in a fit of rage. After all, their flower demon group were all arrogant demons with no feelings, just like the 100 flowers and 1,000 flowers before them. Sometimes she felt out of place, and she still couldn't stop thinking about it. Why did they have to hunt humans? In fact, they could grow slowly just by being in this secret realm. Why did they have to take risks? If we hadn't hunted humans, we wouldn't be here today, with so many of our people dead. She'd love to change things, but unfortunately she's just an insignificant little flower demon. Time seems to have frozen. I don't know how long it's been. Waste. There was finally a response from within the pod, and as soon as it was remembered there was a harsh whine that. It's not a hatred of foreign enemies, it's a dislike of his own men at first hearing. The little flower demon sighed at the sound. You're saying that Chihaya died in battle as well? What about the other Chihuahuas? None of them could be stopped? Back to the Queen Lord, the other Chihuahua Lords Little is not sure, but the Chihuahua Lord who commanded Little was directly killed in seconds, so I'm afraid that the other lords are also. Seconds? Did you see it with your own eyes? Yes, and Shibana-sama's last words were for my youngest to make sure to come and ask the Queen Sama. It was only after this was said and done that the pod seemed to move with extreme reluctance. What a bunch of useless things. The giant pod unfolded layer by layer and a giant woman appeared. The woman was about 6 or 7 meters tall, with a demonic face and was naked. The moment he appeared, with an expression of angry impatience, she spread her hands wide and the falling petals covered her torso, covering the vital areas. The little flower demon hurriedly kneeled down and bowed. Greetings, my queen. The flower fairy didn't lower her head. Where is the man? It was on the periphery before, but he's been advancing forward, and now he should be in the Chihuahua-sama area. Slap. A flower vine was directly on the small flower demon's back, directly smacking the small flower demon's skin. Clean up your appearance next time you come to see me, unruly. The flower fairy queen rolled her eyes, and with that, she took a step out to rush towards the periphery. The little flower demon was in severe pain all over her body, trying to get up but unable to do so, and eventually fainted before her eyes. On the other side, the battlefield had advanced to the 1,000 flower demons area. Lin Yu was still unstoppable like a killing god, no matter if it was a small flower demon, 100 flower demons, 1,000 flower demons, all of them were torn into pieces one by one. Accompanied by his evil maniacal smile made the entire illusionary realm feel like entering a hell on earth. Ah! No, please! Help me, somebody help me! Countless flower demons fled around in a frenzy, but they felt all useless. They seemed to have really messed with the Grim Reaper. There was no way to heaven and no way to hell. A few thousand flower demons ran the fastest, but there was no fear in their eyes. Instead they were filled with vicious resentment. They still had the Queen Sama, and the Queen Sama would surely be able to beat this human. This human dared to do evil in their territory. It was simply unforgivable. Quickly! Let's go get the flower fairy queen. When the time comes, I'm going to crack him and suck his bones. I'll make him suffer. The 1,000 flowers woman let out a vicious curse as she ran away while looking at the scenery behind her. Just then, a gust of wind came and the flower fairy queen appeared in the air in sight. Several thousand flowers women had their eyes light up. My queen! It's good of you to come, my queen, kill that human. Right. That human dared to kill my fellow clan members and commit crimes, you must thwart him. The flower fairy queen stopped and rolled her eyes. Bunch of crap things. What's the situation now? The 1,000 flowers women were not annoyed and hurriedly spoke up one after another. Now that we've lost thousands of ordinary flower demons, dozens of 100 flower demons, and a few of the 1,000 flowers have died, our losses have passed the halfway mark. That human is still advancing at the moment, and has almost killed our side. That human strength is indeed extraordinary, and we are no match for it. Yes, but surely you can, my queen, please you must avenge us. Yes, yes. That human is simply too arrogant. How dare he kill our fellow clansmen? You must torture him severely when you catch him, my queen, and make his life worse than death. The flower fairy queen's face darkened at the sound of her voice. I don't need you to remind me what to do. A cold voice rang out, and several thousand flower women's faces changed, silencing them. A moment of silence. The queen of the flower fairies laughed again suddenly. However, daring to provoke my clan is indeed unforgivable, and this seat misses the flavor of humans somewhat. All of you, listen to the order. Kill back with me. This seat will capture this bold human alive and draw on a day and night as sustenance, so that he will thoroughly remember today's lesson. Several thousand flower women's faces were shaken. There were cruel smiles. Gotcha. Chapter 42, The Queen, Dead? A few thousand flower women revealed cruel smiles and followed the flower fairy queen forward. With the queen's hand in the fight, they would surely be able to take down that maniac, and when the time came they would make sure to show him what cruelty was. One by one, the small flower demons were still escaping, and in the distance, broken limbs could still be seen flying in the sky, which were all the limbs of the flower demons. The queen of the flower fairies wasn't in any pain, she was a little excited instead, and a flower demon can regenerate slowly when it dies. And the stronger the human, the more sustenance they can provide. It's been a long time since she's improved yet. Against the demonic current, several great demons quickly came to the real killing circle. My queen, it's him. This audacious human. 1,000 flower demon couldn't wait to point forward with a blood-curdling color in its eyes. Following the direction of her finger visible on the white bone ground, everywhere is broken roots and flowers, a human with scarlet eyes bathed in blood, like a demon god generally chasing around to kill the small demon, Each one he caught was torn directly into pieces, and it was quite an impact to watch. Just then, the blood demon seemed to feel something, and a pair of scarlet eyes looked straight in the direction of a few great demons, The few thousand flower girls who were originally jumping up and down suddenly trembled and shut their mouths in unison. Heh, kind of funny. The flower fairy queen let out a light laugh, being able to break through their illusions, being able to slaughter flower demons like this, and having a pure demonic aura about her. This human was truly extraordinary, very different from what he had seen in the past. And that's where it ends. A mere human at the beginning of level 20. Not yet worthy to be compared to her. Humans! How dare you show off when you see this king? This king is now giving you a chance to kneel down and submit immediately, and this king can take you in as sustenance and let you live for a while longer. Otherwise, once this king makes his move, there's no guarantee that he'll leave your body intact. The flower fairy queen didn't make a direct move, but shouted carelessly. She was a level 29 silver boss. A tiny human definitely couldn't escape her. Opposite. The blood demon seemed to understand the meaning. Looking at the flower fairy queen, the corners of his mouth slowly hooked up into an evil smile. The flower fairy queen was instantly furious. Not only did she not kneel when she spoke nicely, but she also dared to laugh? It is really arrogant. The next few thousand flowers women saw this and hurriedly agreed. Behave yourself. The Queen Sama is asking you again. Still really don't know what's good for you. Do you know what kind of person our Queen Sama is? Now kneel down immediately and apologize. Right. Or I'll make sure you know what it's like to have a high horse. The flower fairy queen waved her hand to call off a few people. That's just it, since this man is a toast, this king will also teach him a long lesson. After saying that, the flower fairy queen began to sprout channels of roots around her body, and her long hair began to fly. And yet, just then, the blood demon suddenly moved without any sign, turning into a stump and rushing towards the flower fairy queen. The flower fairy queen's pupils shrunk. What? How could it be so fast? It was the last thought of her demon life. The speed of the blood demon was really fast for him, and didn't give her any time to react. Bump! Only a blood shadow flashed, and the entire body of the flower fairy queen exploded into pieces, bursting into the air like rain. A few of the 1,000 flower women next to her froze. The few demons were all dumbfounded in place. The queen, my lord, is dead? Being killed in seconds? Clattering, bursting snow showers poured down on them, feeling the warmth of their faces. A few people finally reacted. Holy! Run! The sky is falling! The sky is falling! Ah! The moment they reacted, several flower demons were fleeing. The only thought in their minds now was, run! Must run! Otherwise they will surely die here. Screams rose and fell. A few thousand flower demons scurried away, not even able to figure out the direction, not seeing half of the energy just now, each one running faster than a rabbit. But even the fastest is not as fast as the blood demon. Even the flower fairy queen couldn't react, let alone them. In a flash several people were stopped. Ah, blood, it's really wonderful. The blood demon licked his lips. The several flower demons couldn't stop backing up, their bodies trembling. Just then. Plop. A thousand-flower woman directly knelt down and loudly begged for mercy. No, please, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. My little one was wrong. It was all the little demon's fault just now. Please, 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 please. She didn't want to die. She had been cultivating for many years and had managed to make it to the thousand-flower lady. How could she die here? The other flower fairies' eyes lit up when they saw this, as if they had grabbed a lifesaver, and hurriedly knelt down one after another. Humans! Oh no, Senior, I'm wrong too. The little demon was unintelligent and bumped into you. Please spare my life. Right. It was all our fault just now. As long as you, Senior, are willing to spare my life, I can do whatever I want. Senpai Spirit's body is actually very soft. Everyone is equal before life and death, and several flower demons have tried their best. Too bad it wasn't used at the right time. Enchanted State Linyu is completely devoid of emotions, a madman who only knows how to kill. Swish swish. A few red auras flashed by, and the flower demons were torn into pieces. If they were given another chance, they should be able to die with dignity, and begging for mercy was purely a waste of emotion. Without any pause, the blood demon went on to track down another target immediately afterward. The rest of the flower demons saw that the flower fairy queen and several thousand flowers lords had been brutally attacked. They were even more fearful to the extreme, and each one of them used all their strength to escape, wishing that they could have a few more legs to be born. But it was still no use. All that awaited them was to be caught up, to die, to be torn to pieces. The blood demon looked like he had gotten a long-lost release. His smile grew more and more prevalent, his eyes sparkled, and his maniacal laughter knocked on the heart of every flower demon, shaking it to the core. The whole phantasmagoria was left with only one hue: butchery, non-stop butchery. Countless flower demons were slaughtered, batch after batch, piece after piece. No one could have imagined that. The flower demon phantasmagoria, which dominated by numbers, would one day be slaughtered. There is no time within the phantasmagoria. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like hours, it seemed like a day. The world was finally quiet again. But what had been an endless sea of white bones had turned into a sea of blood. Is it over? Did I pass? Linyu woke up again, in his eyes at this time his quiet and peaceful sea of flowers, beautiful. He is now standing in the initial path. His memory was stuck on shortly after the fight had started. He only felt as if he was being controlled to slash a few something, and then the desire in his head grew stronger and stronger behind him, and his consciousness sank. So, what the hell is going on with him now? Was thinking. Hiss. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A sharp pain came from the body, every inch of the body, every muscle trembled, as if the whole person had been emptied after 18 days in a row in the foot-washing city. This is a situation where it's obvious that overindulgence. No, that's how long I've been fighting. Linyu lying on the ground is a little depressed. Ultimate Berserk is simply too much not to treat the body as a body, can cause this, in the future, or have to open less. But, then again, there should be a nice boost in leveling up from all this exhaustion, right? Linyu intended to look at the level, just to judge whether there was a pass or not. As soon as the panel opened, however, his entire body froze. Even the pain in his body was forgotten. Chapter 43, Harvesting Clear Springs Again. Name, Linyu. Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker Hidden. Rank, LV 27 8.51%. Life, 2,160. Shield, 100,000. Power, 185. Agility, 185. Body mass, 216. Spirit, 87. Freedom attribute, 105. Passive celebration of blood, +1 to strengthen agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive blood rage, gain attribute increases based on different lives. Blood eating LV6, you will no longer receive any life regeneration while the skill is on, and you will automatically recover 8 points per second when it is off. Active, 80 points of life per second. Props, Scarlet Purple, Fresh Spring Flow Pendant Purple. I'm ING level 27? Looking at the panel, Lin Yuren was stupid, very stupid. He even suspected that he was looking at it wrong. He was level 21 when he came into the Phantasmagoria. Level 21. Now pulling level 6. It's still level 6 after level 20. In a trance, Lin Yu actually gave birth to a sense of a world apart, like a good accomplished businessman suddenly lost the memories of many years of fighting, by the student era of their own take over the body. The night before, I was still worrying about the money for the internet cafe overnight, and then I opened my eyes and went to the AGM. Live dad. What the hell have you done? After a long shock, Lin Yu calmed down. Plus point. Regardless of what he did, the rank is a real upgrade. This is the time to add more. 100 points of free attributes. Lin Yu had also fought such a rich battle, causing his hands to tremble a little for a while. The 27 class, so to speak, crosses right over to the student level. Even 3 more levels are due for a second turn. Normal level 30 is the second turn. The second turn is also the demarcation line between the civilian and the middle class. Can reach the second turn, you can win a lot of grassroots horses. The second turn is also the demarcation line between the civilian and the middle class. With a little bit of education, you could even be a teacher in a high school. Just like Lin Yu, their class homeroom teacher is the early 30th grade. Lin Yu didn't even know how to describe his current mood. He hadn't even taken the entrance exam yet. Physique, 216,321. Life, 2,163,210. Warmth flowed through, and Lin Yu's life value broke through a terrifying 3,000. It can be said to have reached the point where you don't have to do anything, and you can exhaust your contemporaries to death just by taking a beating. Lin Yu exhaled a long breath of turbid air and lay spread-eagled on the ground. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, I just felt immensely relaxed. No wonder they say that the secret realm is a great opportunity, enough to turn a person over. Right. So I should count this as a pass, right? And what is the secret reward? Lin Yu sat up suddenly again, and though he had experienced nothing, such an exaggerated level of. Either way, Blood Demon should have killed the boss, right? The endless sea of flowers was quiet and peaceful with a breeze blowing in my ears. Just then. Ding! 48 hours have ended, clearance detection is complete and rewards are being settled. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive equipment treasure chest purple X1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining exclusive skill scroll intermediate X1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Phantom Moonblade Purple Extreme X1. Exclusive treasure chest. Exclusive skills. Extreme weapon. Fog weed. Lin Yu froze, yet before he could get excited. Rumble. The entire earth began to tremble, and the world in front of him shattered in pieces like a glass mirror. The beautiful sea of flowers was gone, revealing a new world. The world was full of bright red, white bones laying on the ground, endless corpses, endless blood. On top of the body. It was an endless amount of equipment, materials, which shone with colorful light and spread over the entire earth. Golem. Lin Yu gulped, he realized that. This is the real world underneath the illusion. This is what the Blood Demon did. At the same time, his entire body was completely dumbfounded. Completely petrified in place. Wealth is free. Lin Yu didn't know how long it had taken him to pick up the equipment, and this was the first time he had rushed to his hands and knees with the equipment, not knowing what to do with it. A world of equipment materials, recognizable and unrecognizable, high level and low level. When Lin Yu finished picking it up, his already tired body felt even more like there wasn't a single part of his body that was his own. He can't rest yet, though. The pass reward is still open. Lin Yu took out the pass reward he had just given, his eyes excited. First, there's the exclusive equipment treasure chest. The value of this is self-evident, and it is from here that his first clear spring flowed. The value of clear springs flowing is not something that needs to be talked about, it's about whether or not he can turn on ultimate berserk. Now that he had experienced the power of ultimate berserk, he treasured this equipment even more. I wonder what I can open. Can we have another piece of clear water? Lin Yu rubbed his hands together and opened the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Clear Spring Flow Ring. Clear Spring Flow Ring Purple. Spirit plus 51. Mana plus 510. Mana recovery plus 50%. Fresh Spring returns 30 points of mana after releasing a skill. Echo, skill restores 10 mana per enemy hit. Limit, skills below turn 3. Heart Fountain, passive gain, all debuffs from spirit classes are weakened by 30% when wearing this equipment. Attribute of Fresh Spring set, none requires 3 or more pieces of Fresh Spring equipment to trigger. Misty Grass, and a Clear Spring. Lin Yu held the treasure chest as a wave of excitement went straight to his spinal cord, and his entire body shivered. What was he trying to earn money for these days, but not the clear spring? And even if you earn the money, you can't always buy it and wait for the luck of the draw auction. Which is not as painful as this straight-on arrival. Let's just say that the exclusive treasure chest. Awesome! The clear spring ring is an aqua blue as if it were a gemstone ring, very pretty and... Lin Yu put it away, efficacy would be studied later, for now check the harvest first. He looked to the second item again. Exclusive skill scroll? Exclusive skill scrolls, as the name suggests, open up the skills that suit you best. This one doesn't present much of a letdown for Lin Yu. He'd wanted a skill that could fight for a long time, and his current attacks were really too one-dimensional. Moreover, he was a hidden profession, skills might have been difficult, and exclusive scrolls were even more precious to him. It's safe to say that anything with an exclusive is going to be a notch up in value for him. The way to open a skill scroll is simple, just tear it up. Lin Yu tore the scroll open, and a stream of light merged into his body. Avalanche Strike leaps up with great force and smashes into the ground in front of you, dealing 100% strength damage to all enemies within a 1-meter diameter. It's that simple? Lin Yu frowned. With only a 100% bonus, it was equivalent to a single generalized attack that. Usually even the skills of a normal profession can achieve a bonus of about 150%. That's too low for him, isn't it? And this is from an exclusive treasure chest? While he was wondering, Lin Yu suddenly received another message. Eyes widened at once. Chapter 44, Humans, Thank You. Mountain Crushing Strike, this skill changes with the Berserk state. First Order Berserk, deals 150% strength damage. Second Order Berserk, deals 200% strength damage, range increased to 2 meters. Third Order Berserk, deals 500% strength damage, range increased to 5 meters. Ultimate Berserk, deals 2000% strength damage, range increased to 20 meters, and inflicts a knockout effect on all enemies. Gee, that's more like it. Lin Yu slowed down, so that it was like an exclusive treasure chest opened out of a skill that could still ride with his ultimate Berserk. But immediately after that he couldn't help but shiver. To be honest, his Berserk status bonus was already high enough, and this skill doubled again. I wonder who can resist his blow. After Lin Yu learned the skill, he learned more comprehensive information. The Avalanche Mountain Strike consumed blood, and it cost 100 life points to release it once. Means no damage when there's a lot of blood, and you can't put it on a few times when there's little blood. It was a bit of a pitfall, but nothing he expected. The nature of the Berserkers, all skills consume blood, and have nothing to do with blue. Finally, Lin Yu took out the last reward for clearing the level. Blade of the Phantom Moon. He remembers that the weapon carries the word extreme. By the time you get above purple equipment, all equipment is categorized into regular and extreme. However, where the best quality, on behalf of the value of the attribute, is extremely powerful, the normal forger cannot build out the best quality equipment, money cannot buy. It could be said that a single purple extreme was more valuable than a low-grade Jindu. After all, the gold suit could not be utilized by low-level professionals, but the purple pole belt was a qualitative improvement. The Phantom Moon's blade was a long, thin, lightweight sword that resembled a cicada's wing, with purple light flowing from it and a bit of glittering light, selling it as very beautiful. Lin Yu looked at the properties and... Blade of the Phantom Moon Purple Extreme. Rank, 20. Requirements, Swordsman Profession. Strength plus 99. Agility plus 99. Exclusive, 20% increase in damage when worn by swordsman. Phantom Moon, attacks are accompanied by phantom energy, which can weaken the enemy's spirit and plunge them into ecstasy. Sword of Moonflower, unleashes a moonflower sword energy, causing a powerful psychedelic effect on hit enemies. Note, requires recharging. The attributes are really strong. Regular level 20 purple bonuses are probably only 50 or 60, like his Supreme is 52. Equipment is also divided into levels, a higher the level, a higher the bonus, but there is no requirement to reach the level to wear. However, the level is too high for a low-level professional to be effective, usually around plus or minus 10 levels is about right. Lin Yu's Tazhang is the level 20 purple martial arts. This light panel adds up to 99, which simply doubles the battle power of a 20-plus level professional with only 100 or so attributes. And there are also mental attacks. The most feared and hardest to defend against for low-level professionals are mental attacks. Most notably, there is an active skill that is even more outrageous. But, how is it an exclusive? Lin Yu is a little depressed. Exclusive equipment can only be brought by specific professions, the effect of other professions is greatly reduced. He wasn't a swordsman, so he definitely couldn't use it. He was also thinking of changing to an extreme weapon himself. Forget it, I'm not that bad anyway. Just keep this equipment and sell it, it should be worth quite a bit. After thinking about it, Lin Yu didn't dwell on it, his strength really didn't matter, there wasn't much of a difference whether he had it or not. The attribute Berserk provided by the weapon doesn't count anyway, and that weapon of his just doesn't look like it's hollowed out more than anything else. The value of taking it to sell is different, an extreme suit can buy a few lives, I'm afraid. Oh yo. After checking the rewards, Lin Yu is not able to tense up again for a moment, lying straight on the ground. Just pick up the equipment when he also looked, blood demon control and when at least have to kill a few thousand tens of thousands of monsters, simply not a priority. Hell knows how he's lasted this long. This lying down, the body cells immediately issued a cheer, trembling more than comfortable. Lin Yu would like to sleep here again, not get up. Of course, tired as he was still incredibly relaxed. This trip to the secret realm was simply a complete success. The level was pulled up to a terrifying 27, making him completely worry-free about the entrance exam. Getting another piece of the best clearspring, ultimate berserk might be able to be opened on more occasions. Solve the pain point of having no skills, and gained a bewildering amount of equipment materials that Lin Yu now cannot estimate the value, just that one of the best estimates have to be 2 to 3 million, the other add up to be afraid not to over 100 million. He's also a ing wealth-free rich generation now. Now, finally, I can rest in peace. The college entrance exam counting time is still 1 day away, he can rest beautifully for a whole day, to relieve the fatigue of the past few days. Then, meet the entrance exams with a fresh look. Of course, the entrance exams weren't a thing for him right now, the equivalent of just going through the motions. Just a little. Best grade 15 in the GCE calendar year. He's 27. Technically speaking, high school isn't any different than rest. By that reckoning, he seems to be able to rest for days. Lin Yu slept violently in the secret realm before leaving. Anyway, he had a lot of time on his hands, and now he wasn't afraid to waste it, as he pleased. The way to leave the secret realm is simple, just inspire the key with your spirit again. When he inspired it, the key would disappear with it, meaning he would no longer be able to enter this secret realm. Everyone does. The secret key can only be used once. But then again, the secret realm doesn't close after you leave, the secret realm is always there, whoever has the key has a chance to enter, it will welcome a different professional. After Lin Yu stepped through the portal and left, the entire sea of illusory flowers completely fell into dead silence. I don't know how much time has passed. Ahem, ahem. A soft coughing sound rang out and, in the middle of the illusion, a small flower demon rose from the ground. SSSH, that hurts. Perhaps because of the torn wound, the little flower demon wrinkled her brow in pain. Suddenly, her big eyes glazed over. Right. There's a human invasion. Regardless of the pain, she quickly climbed to her feet and ran as if she had a direction. Yet just 2 steps into her run, she stalled again. Everyone. Is everyone dead? The little flower demon looked like she was very sad, and her big eyes gradually misted up with water. But it wasn't long before her eyes glazed over as if she had thought of something. Will I be able to re-establish order if everyone dies? The little flower demon is the one who first reported to the queen and then smoked her because she was dirty. She's always been at odds with everyone and wants to live in peace with the human race, but she's too small to make a difference. But isn't there a chance now? They are born in the earth, nurturing the moonlight, and one day after their deaths, new flower demons will be born again. And now that she's sitting on all the resources of the Phantasmagoria, she can take this opportunity to grow into the new flower fairy queen that. And then with great power to discipline the newborn flower demon, Wouldn't it then be possible to establish a new set of orders? What about completely turning the flower demon swarm into what she wanted it to be? The more he thought about it, the more the little flower demon's eyes lit up. Perhaps this human being brings not disaster, but a new life. Human. If we have another chance to meet, I'll make sure you change your mind about the flower demon swarm. Thank you. Little Flower Bite shouted excitedly, her clear voice resounding throughout the sea of flowers. It doesn't stop echoing. Chapter 45, Lu Menghan, we won't die here, will we? Goblin's Wood, the hinterlands. Lu Menghan and Chen Shen walked nervously through the jungle, looking around. As two of the most outstanding students in the city of Bainang, after a few days of replica training, the two of them had also managed to obtain the qualification to go to the wilderness. But due to the danger of the field, the school side arranged for the two of them to come out together in a team, so that they could take care of each other. The two didn't have any objections, and since yesterday they had come to the wilderness together and upgraded together. I mean, it's all good up front. The two of them are having a good time on the upgrade. Being able to go out into the wild right before the college entrance exams could be considered a privilege, and the monsters out there did give a lot of experience, and the two of them even had the idea of separating and upgrading on their own. However, the two were also unlucky to suddenly run into a demonic beast riot that hadn't been seen once in many years and had lasted for an entire day. They had no choice but to be driven into the hinterland of the forest, the depths. They were now one level 12 and one level 13, while the kobolds in the hinterland were all level 19 or 20, and there was even the presence of a kobold king, So the question now is, though they are still alive, but there's no going back. The hinterland was unknown how far away from the city walls, and with their strength, the chances of them wanting to go back safely were infinitely close to zero. Oh, Lu Menghan, we're not really going to die here, are we? I don't want to die yet. Chenshin pulled Lu Menghan again and cried out, tears in his eyes. Lu Menghan rolled her eyes. She was simply speechless to this Chenshin, originally looked quite decent individual, but turned out to be timid and talked too much. Normal boys in this situation will probably not show their fear, but this one is good, a little bit of face do not want to, pulling her to cry for a day. It was even a wonder that she was the one girl who was allowed to take the lead every time she ran into danger. How do I know? Can you stop crying? Lu Menghan said helplessly. If it wasn't for the fact that they came out together as classmates, she would have really wanted to leave this crybaby behind. But I'm scared. Fear doesn't make people cry. I'm a rare profession, I have a bright future, I really don't want to die here. Chenshin was unashamed, and his nose was on the verge of being smeared on Lu Menghan. Lu Menghan clenched her fists and released them again. Okay, I know you're scared, okay, but you're going to attract kobolds if you just cry like that. Aren't you afraid of kobolds? Chenshin's pupils immediately shook. Oh. Right. You can't cry, it'll attract the kobolds. He hurriedly covered his mouth. The corners of Lu Menghan's mouth couldn't stop twitching, and he eventually rolled his eyes and didn't speak again. The two continued on their way. In front of Lu Menghan, there was another crystal ball that was shining with light. This crystal ball can probably detect the monster's aura, and it's because of this that the two of them didn't die in the demonic beast riot. But it is also deep in the hinterland. Walking through the jungle, Lu Menghan's face was also gloomy. She was actually desperate in her heart, she still wanted to pursue a higher power, and she didn't want to die here either. Especially, since it's so hard to be going to college and getting away from my father. And now it's come across this. After walking around for a while longer, Chenshin couldn't hold it together again. Lu Menghan, is this little ball of light of yours going to work or not? It won't sell us out, I really don't want to die. Lu Menghan gritted her teeth, can you rely on anything else if it works or not? Do you have another way? Chenshin suddenly thought of something and grabbed Lu Menghan's arm. Right. Do you know Lin Yu, Lu Menghan? Isn't he in the same school as you? You contact him quickly, he's so strong, he can definitely save us. Chenshin was excited. When he was in the copy, Lin Yu had left a deep impression on him, and the next day he had risen to level 12. He'd only be level 7 at that point. Lin Yu? Ryu Manhan raised an eyebrow. Right. It's Lin Yu, didn't he come to the wilderness ages ago? There's a good chance that it's right here in the goblin hinterland. It's not even far from us. Lin Yu, Lu Menghan naturally remembered and was impressed. She tried to overtake people on the second day's copy and was devastated. So when he got home, Pops didn't have much time to clean him up. With Lin Yu's strength then, it was true that he might be able to save them, but... Lu Menghan sighed, Lin Yu, don't even think about it, although he is strong, he is a berserker, our director of instruction said that he is too murderous, and that coming out into the wilderness is just asking for his own destruction, and he is probably already crazy now. You'd better pray you don't run into him, he's not much safer than a wild animal. Besides, I don't know him very well. And, most importantly, where's the signal to contact him in the middle of nowhere? To be able to contact you shouldn't contact your teacher? Lu Menghan flirted with a slight belly laugh. However, Chenshin was acting like he didn't hear the meaning at all, his eyes darkened. Oh, that's okay. Then keep an eye on that little crystal of yours and don't have any accidents. Lu Menghan. Just then, the trees in front of them shrugged and suddenly a level 20 kobold appeared. Lu Menghan reacted quickly and quickly pulled Qinshin to hide behind a tree. A set of movements flowing quite skillfully. They've run into this many times, and her crystal ball isn't 100% capable of detecting the scent of the. But the good thing was that kobolds weren't too sensitive to scent, so they just had to hide and wait for the kobolds to leave. This time, however, the kobold had no intention of leaving. Just hanging out where they were, a couple times even almost walking right up to them. Lu Menghan, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on little Crystal? How are you watching this? Once again waiting for the kobolds to walk away, Qinshin pressed his voice. They couldn't stay in one place for too long, or they'd be completely screwed if they came out of the kobolds again. The already timid man was on the verge of tears again at this time, and his entire body hugged on Lu Menghan's waist. Lu Menghan didn't mind. Strangely enough, she couldn't feel a bit of that kind of desire from other men in Qinshin. It's like a very pure one. At the sound, Lu Menghan sighed deeply, a strong sense of powerlessness welling up in her heart. A level 20 kobold, she couldn't even handle. Maybe it could be beaten by putting up a good fight, but then it would also attract other healbringers, which would still be the same as losing. Strength. She's always been called a genius. And yet you can't even get out of a tiny forest. Lu Menghan didn't say anything and stared tightly at the kobolds. Now we can only hope that this kobold leaves soon. However, heaven forbid the worst happens. Not only did the kobolds not leave. In a few moments, another kobold wandered by, also level 20. And, still, it appeared from behind them and spotted them directly. Gah! A sharp, strange cry broke the silence of the forest. The two kobolds found their target and pinched at the duo with their wolfsbane sticks raised, one in front of the other. Done! Lu Menghan's heart sank as she quickly shielded Qinshin behind her, raising his sword with the intention of fighting to the death. And yet, just then, suddenly a dark shadow attacked. The oncoming kobold was directly knocked out. Chapter 46, Gentlemen, do me a favor. The black shadow turned out to be a level 20 pugilist that. Behind him were three other men of about the same rank in what appeared to be an adventuring squad. Shoo! An archer in the back shot an arrow at the kobold that was knocked away, while the remaining two threw their skills at another kobold. They worked very skillfully together, and the battle was over in a few moments. So strong. Lu Menghan's eyes twinkled with admiration. Next to him, Qinshin wept with joy. Oh, we've finally run into someone, we're saved. Qinshin excitedly ran towards the pugilist at the forefront, dancing happily. Thank you, uncle, really thank you for saving us. We've been stuck here for a day, it's really great to run into you guys. Lu Menghan was also finally relieved. These people are strong and work well together, so they should be able to follow them without worrying about their lives. Lu Menghan arched his hand at the few people. Thank you for your righteousness and help. We are students from the city of Baineng. Because of yesterday's demonic beasts riot we were strayed here. If not for all of you, I'm afraid that you would have just died in the hands of the goblins. Qinshin also remembered the main event upon hearing this, and quickly spoke, right. We got in here by mistake, we're out of luck. A few uncles who are so powerful can take us out. We can't get out, oh. The big man at the front suddenly raised his eyebrows and... Oh? You said you were students? At the same time, the eyes of the remaining few people also lit up immediately, especially when they saw Lu Menghan. They even revealed a look of surprise. Qinshin continued to cry, yes, uncle, you don't even know what we've been through. I'm only level 12, where can I beat a level 20 goblin? We have a college entrance exam tomorrow. I really thought I was going to die here. Luckily I ran into you guys. Uncle, where are you going and when are you going back to the city? Lu Menghan sensed that something was wrong and stepped forward to pull Qinshin back. Seniors, there is no way to repay the favor of saving our lives. We still have some equipment on us, if you don't mind we can offer it all. The seniors must have important matters to attend to when they come out, and it's inconvenient to bring us along, so we won't bother. Saying that, Lu Menghan began to take the equipment in the storage space. Qinshin on the side froze. What are you doing? What's no trouble? It's not easy to run into people, how can we go out on our own? Lu Menghan ignored it, and after fetching his own, he directly made a move to pickpocket Qinshin's equipment. Qinshin wanted to cover, but he was a mage don't however swordsman's Lu Menghan, and was soon stripped naked. Lu Menghan placed all the equipment on the ground. It's all here, seniors, we are all poor students, please don't mind. If we have the opportunity in the future, we will definitely return the favor of saving your lives. The array of equipment shone brightly, and the pugilist suddenly smiled and, as he laughed, several others burst out laughing one after the other. Ha, she said she's going to repay us with this equipment. You don't say, it's a lot. Sure enough, it's still fun to be a student, let's get these equipments and go, ha ha. Indulgent laughter resounded through the jungle, and Lu Menghan's heart sank even further. Shinshin, who was next to him, also saw something wrong at this time and trembled. You? What are you doing? If it's a bother, we'll just go on our own. What for? The big man licked his lips. He really didn't expect that in this goblin hinterland he could actually run into a budding newcomer and such a decent chick. What luck smashed his head. Guess what I'm going to do? The big man took a step forward, teasing written all over his face. Shinshin panicked. Why are you guys like this? Don't bring it, just don't bring it, the equipment are given to you. Lu Menghan pulled Shinshin behind her. Elder, our equipment is all here, please be generous, killing us won't do any good, let us go and I promise not to look for trouble in the future. The smile on the big man's face increased. Little girl, I didn't say anything, what are you so nervous about, is uncle scary? Okay old Kwai, stop playing. Grab the men and kill the women and take them away. At that moment a man in the back didn't take it well. If you've got a grudge, you've got to get it clean. How can you save it for trouble later? It's the rule of coming out to walk the streets. At this time, Lu Menghan only had a single thin lining left on her body because she had taken off her equipment. The delicate figure with snow-white skin kept exuding the innocence of a young girl, and the mouth of the crowd was dry. Hearing the word kill, Shinshin completely collapsed, and tears flowed directly out of his eyes. It's over, it's over. Why am I so unlucky? I'm dying. Somebody help me, somebody help me. Lu Menghan is also full of despair, did not expect just out of the dragon pool and into the tiger's den, the kobold she cannot deal with, let alone this team of professionals. Is this the real society? Old Kwai couldn't help but gulp and stopped grumbling. Watch out next time you come out. Just then, Shinshin suddenly screamed. Lin Yu! It's Lin Yu! Lin Yu, come and save us! Help! He saw Lin Yu. That's right, he saw Lin Yu. Shinshin's eyes exploded with light. He didn't expect that he would actually run into Lin Yu at this time. It really was the sky that didn't die for him. Lu Menghan froze and looked over in Shinshin's direction. Only a boy in the forest not far away was burying his head in the sand, bloodied and wretched, but walking with a leisurely air. It's really Lin Yu. Lu Menghan was instantly delighted, but then he thought of something else and anxiously shouted. No! Lin Yu, don't come over. There's a team of robbers here, run. Lin Yu was strong but certainly not a match for these outlaws, and there were 4 of them, and they were all level 20. She can't hurt anyone else by what she's doing. Shinshin also reacted, gritting his teeth and struggling a bit. That's fine. Stay back, you run. Ah! I'm not living. Come on. Lin Yu. Lin Yu is just coming out of the secret realm. Since he is rushing back, he did just also notice that there is a robbery over here, but it is too far away to know who it is. It was only now that I heard the voices that I realized it was one of them that was Lu Menghan. The other one, not quite, doesn't recognize it. I didn't think I could go home and run into a classmate getting mugged. Lin Yu skimmed his mouth, he was purely passing through. That's when a couple of the big guys reacted and the masters? A few people's eyes lit up in unison and it's not just another cake delivery, how good can these little waifs friends be, and looking so young? That's too much luck today. A few people put the duo down for the moment and turned to Lin Yu. However, when Lin Yu approached, several people froze. Lin Yu has no hidden levels, normally no more than 10 levels can be seen, so Lin Yu's rank was also clearly visible in their eyes. What? Level 27? Lin Yu stood still and waved his hand. Friends, these 2 are my classmates, sell me some face. Chapter 47. Why are you trying to discredit my brother Lin? Sell me, friends. Lin Yu said lightly, he didn't want to get his hands dirty, there was a way to survive robbery, he didn't want to get into trouble. Besides, Lu Menghan had nothing to do with him. However, Lin Yu's words froze the Lu Menghan duo. Sell you a favor? Brother, where did you grow up? That's a couple of outlaws, level 20 outlaws. You're here to save face? Although they were really touched by Lin Yu's ability to risk his life to save them, this was add up, right? The two intended to continue exhorting Lin Yu to run, but before they could speak, the pugilist in front spoke first. The big man scratched his head. Since little brother opened this mouth, old brother naturally knows the rules. People you take away is. Just kidding, he knows exactly what he can and can't do when he comes out. After level 20, one level is a heavy hurdle, 7 levels above him. Although the 4 of them might be able to win the fight even if they exploded with all their might, they would definitely lose both of them as well. That's not worth it. At this time, several other people also came back to their senses, and immediately one by one came forward to accompany the smile. Ha, little brother, this is where the words, what face is not face, are out to mix everyone friend. Yes, yes. Don't you think we've made a big misunderstanding when the water hit the Dragon King's temple? My brothers didn't know that the 2 little friends were your people, and were reckless, so bear with me, brother. It's better to settle scores than to tie them up, and if you can avoid a fight when you're out in the world, you must avoid it. No one dares to be sloppy when their lives are at stake. Lin Yu revealed a smile. You're welcome, old brothers. Several people again responded in a hurry. Wherever, just consider it as making a friend. Right, then since the misunderstanding is over, we won't stay much longer. Let's go first. Little brother, let's not change the Green Mountains. See you next time. With that, a couple of people walked away rather numbly, and he even glared at the 2 of them, Lu Menghan, on his way out. You didn't tell me you had this friend. This is going to kill people in a real fight. Whoa. In a few moments there were 3 Lin Yus left in the field. Looking at all this, Lu Menghan and Shenshin were completely dumbfounded. That's it? Is there a mistake? Where's the mean streak you guys had just now? Does Lin Yu's face really work that well? The one who reacted first was Qin Shun, who ran over with a wow and directly hugged Lin Yu's thigh. Regardless, the crisis is averted. Who knows what he's been through all day today? A few lives and a few deaths. Brother Lin, big brother Lin. Thank you. Really thank you so much for saving my little life. They almost really killed me just now. Woohoo! Shenshin hugged Lin Yu's thigh and let out a cry. Lin Yu pulled his head up and... You are? He didn't know this guy. What was the point of hugging him and crying? Shenshin pear blossomed with rain. Brother Lin, my name is Qin Shen, is the first genius of the 3rd middle school, of course compared to you certainly does not count for. When I was in the large replica of the time, your achievements left a deep impression on me. I am your even, oh no, you are my idol. Lin Yu. At this time, Lu Menghan, who was on the side, also came back to her senses, and she came in front of Lin Yu. Lin student, really thank you very much, you just saved our lives. If you need anything just ask. What I can do I will definitely do it. I, Lu Menghan, will definitely not forget this favor. Lu Menghan very seriously said, she has not known the kindness of unrewarding people. Without Lin Yu she may now have been. Anyway, she was grateful from the bottom of her heart, and she was still a little embarrassed, though, not realizing that her once unassuming classmate had grown to such an extent in a short time. The trouble that was going to kill her could be solved with just one word. She even boasted of being a first-timer. She looked down on people before. It's ridiculous. Shenshin responded, right. Do you have anything you need, big brother Lin? Equipment or something? With that, he hastily turned his head and hugged all the equipment on the ground, even Lu Menghan's. He brought them all in front of Lin Yu. It's all yours, big brother Lin. Lin Yu. Lu Menghan. Despite being speechless, Lu Menghan didn't object and whispered. It's not much, Lin Yu. Just take it. It's still got her personal gear in it. It's weirdly embarrassing. Lin Yu confiscated, he is now the most lack of money, but also do not see these 3 melons and 2 jujubes, put his backpack is to take up space. Repayment is not necessary, I was just passing through. It's all right now, too, so I'll go. After saying that, Lin Yu raised his leg with the intention of leaving. Shenshin was in a hurry and threw away his equipment and hugged Lin Yu's thigh again. They can't really go back if Lin Yu is gone. Big brother Lin. Wait. There's one more thing I want to trouble you with, can you take us with you? We can't go back. Shenshin recounted his tragic experience with a sniffle and a tear. After saying that, he looked at Lin Yu with big, hopeful eyes, still flickering. Next to her, Lu Menghan couldn't help but clench her fists, they really needed Lin Yu. Lin Yu sniffed and thought for a moment. No problem, you guys just follow. He's back in town anyway, on the way. It's a small favor you can do for your classmates. Chenshin instantly jumped up happily. Really? That's really great. We are finally saved. I knew you had the best heart, Brother Lin, you're so handsome, worthy of being my idol. Saying that he was even about to go up and kiss Linyu, but was stopped by a look from Linyu. Linyu is sure of it. This person is guaranteed to be an old sister-in-law, Xiao Nanliang. Without further ado, Linyu took the lead and stepped out, yet just before taking 2 steps he was called back. But this time, the person who opened his mouth was not Chenshin, but Lu Menghan. Wait a minute. Linyu frowned. Anything else? Lu Menghan squirmed. I'll put on some clothes, said she, looking to the pile of gear on the floor. At that moment, Chenshin suddenly reacted. Oh yeah. I have to wear it too. Ringo, wait. The 3 of them went on their way, with Linyu walking blandly in front of them. Chenshin just kept up with the chattering and clamoring on the side, his eyebrows fluttering, looking very excited. Completely having a new love and forgetting his old one, he left Lu Menghan alone to hang out in the back, not even looking at him. Lu Menghan somehow managed to rise a sour feeling, which was the first time she had such a feeling. Thanks for taking such good care of you along the way. Lu Menghan heart indignation said, just finished. Chenshin unprecedentedly left. Linyu came to her side. Why, what to do? Lu Menghan said without any good humor. But the heart is still more or less comfortable, counting you kids still have a little conscience. However, as soon as Chenshin opened his mouth, another pot of cold water was immediately poured down. Didn't you say Ringo had gone crazy? Where is this crazy? Why are you slandering my Ringo? Chenshin questioned, glaring with a look like you can't say a 1, 2, 3, and you're not finished. Chapter 48, a single stroke and a second? Come on, you say it, so you were saved by a madman? Chenshin continued, with a proud face, as if he had already worn into a pair of pants with Linyu. Lu Menghan continued to be cold-hearted, but speaking of it, he was also a bit puzzled. She had seen the director of instruction earlier, looking lost, as if she was already sure that Linyu would go crazy. But why is Linyu fine now? Berserker, she had also heard that most lasted until about the second turn and then they couldn't, but how did Linyu look very normal? Lu Menghan quietly glanced at Linyu's back, unable to think of a reason. Just then, a nest of kobolds suddenly appeared in front of them, 5 of them, all level 20. Lu Menghan shuddered violently. Oops. She forgot to pay attention to the crystal ball. Linyu is no longer strong enough to deal with 5 level 20 goblins. He was only level 12 when he left his copy, and now he's at most level 20 at best. 1 on 5, not to mention the fact that there is no chance of winning, and if you get caught in a tangle, you will attract other kobolds. Chenshin also realized the seriousness of the matter and glared fiercely at Lu Menghan. How do you look at the crystal ball? Is it completely unnoticeable with Linyu around? Lu Menghan wanted to say something, but seeing that Chenshin had already run off to ask for help, Lu Menghan clenched her fists and hurried to follow. Whether she could fight or not, Linyu had already saved her once. If it must be necessary, she'll stall the kobolds and let Linyu run with Chenshin. Lu Menghan had just taken no more than 2 steps. Swish! Only a narrow red aura flashed through the. All 5 kobolds split in 2 and fell to the ground in unison without even making a sound. Linyu, on the other hand, continued to walk forward as if he was a nobody, not even stopping in his footsteps. Lu Menghan froze. Seconds? 5 level 20 kobolds. 1 slash in seconds? Chenshin reacted quickly and froze for a few moments when joy erupted in his eyes. He'd been a little worried earlier about getting out of Goblins Wood safely, after all, with him as a drag. But now it seems like he was worried about nothing. With this strength he would have no problem walking sideways in Goblin Forest. More than that, Linyu is just awesome. Chenshin quickly ran next to Linyu, his eyes shining brightly. Brother Lin, you're awesome, and that blade you just made was so cool. 5 kobolds couldn't even handle you. Linyu was expressionless, generally. Chenshin suddenly became even more admiring. Look at this pattern. Killing 5 kobolds in a second is like nothing happened. Not bad for a genius bigot. But Brother Lin, how many levels are you? Can you reveal it to my little brother? It's a bit embarrassing to say that I can't even see your level anymore. Linyu had nothing to hide his strength and casually said, 27. 27, Ringo is just awesome, I'm only level 12, wait. You said you. 27 levels? Chenshin's eyes instantly widened in shock. He even suspected that he had misheard him, having just transferred less than a week ago. 27 levels? His family's 40-something-year-old butler was only 28 levels. Chenshin instantly gave himself a death order. He would recognize Lin Yu as his boss. He'll follow Lin Yu from now on. No one is good enough. He's going to be the number one minion. Are you tired, brother Lin? How about I rub your shoulders? Lin Yu, not tired. So, do you want some water, brother Lin? I brought some good chrysanthemum tea from home. It clears the lungs and relieves the fire. Not thirsty. How on earth did you level up, Lin? Level 27 is too much. I've never even heard of it. Did you kill directly into the demon beast lair? It just went up. Chenshin is so with a dogskin plaster general, no matter how cold Lin Yu is hanging around with gusto, as if tireless. Lu Menghan in the back was undoubtedly struck again. Level 27. How can people be so different from each other? She obviously tried hard too. At that moment, though, a sour feeling inexplicably rose in her heart. Subconsciously, he glared at the oblivious Chenshin in front of him. No conscience. Just as soon as she had finished cursing, she immediately sensed something wrong again and... What's wrong with me today? It didn't used to be like this, did it? Lin Yu led the two of them across the forest of goblins, all the way since the encounter God kill Buddha, no matter how many levels of the number of how many goblins are a second to kill. Now with his strength, to be honest, facing the goblins again was a bit of a bully. Even without Berserk it was a descending blow. The whole scene with the back to see the Lu Menghan more and more admire. She also finally know Lin Yu what upgrading so fast, or a second cannot be fast, it is not. It was just that she didn't know when she would be able to reach this realm, and Lin Yu's dashing appearance made her envious. Chenshin in front of him, on the other hand, stepped out of his six-parent pace, holding out his chest and erecting his arms, majestically, as if he were patrolling his territory. Afraid people won't know they have a big man on their team. Soon enough, a few people were back in the outer area near the walls of the city. It's starting to clear up around here. The kobold monsters that appeared were also back to level 13 or 14. Ryu Manhwa was going to have to part ways with Lin Yu. She had to keep upgrading, and the college entrance exam was just one day away. He's not sure he wants to get into a top school yet, and he wasted a day yesterday with riots. Thinking of this, she glanced enviously at Lin Yu again. The high school entrance exams are like a game to him. Tidying up her mood, Lu Menghan walked next to Lin Yu. Classmate Lin, just bring it here, we have to continue upgrading here. It's really too much trouble for you today, saving our lives and bringing us out, again. In the future, as long as you ask, I, Lu Menghan, will definitely be obliged. Lu Menghan solemnly said while raising the intention to go. No matter how to say the grace of saving her life, she certainly will not forget. From now on, Lin Yu was her great benefactor. She must repay her when she had the chance. I just don't know if there's a chance. The gap between her and Lin Yu is so big it's discouraging. Lin Yu was indifferent. Okay, then you guys watch. Chenshin, who was on the side, was keenly aware that something was wrong. Us? Who says I'm going to keep upgrading? I'm scared to death, okay? No, I'm not going on. I want to go back with Ringo. Chenshin hurriedly said, and while saying so, he moved closer to Lin Yu. But it was Lu Menghan who yanked him over. What are you doing? If you want to upgrade, you do it yourself. I'm freaking out. I'm going home, okay? Chenshin was dissatisfied. Lu Menghan was slightly disoriented at the sound of his voice. Yes, why did I pull him? So strange. After thinking about it, Lu Menghan unavoidably embarrassed whispered, you still have to take the college entrance exam. It's not the same as others, Lin Yu. How can you waste time? I'm going back to the high school. The big deal is that I'll go back to upgrading in the duplicates, and I'm not staying in the wilderness anyway. Besides, I'll be able to go to a decent school at my current level. Lu Menghan pressed into Chenshin's ear, you are able to get into a good university, but Lin Yu's strength must be the top school. Don't you want to go to a university with Lin Yu? At those words, Chenshin directly stopped struggling and his eyes shook. That's fine. Lu Menghan finally breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time an inexplicable loss rose. Strange, why am I lost again? What's wrong with me? Chapter 49, bring it to me to play with. Then, you go ahead, Ringo, and we'll see you at school tomorrow. Student Lin, I'm really thankful for today. Chenshin as well as Lu Menghan said goodbye in their own ways, one sincere and solemn, the other with eyes full of reluctance. Lin Yu had felt nothing since. Okay, then you guys be safe. Dropping a polite remark, Lin Yu turned around and left. But not many steps out he stopped again. He suddenly remembered something, the swordsman exclusive he had obtained in the secret realm, the illusory moonblade. It's for sale anyway. Lu Menghan just happens to be a swordsman and her family seems to be quite wealthy. After thinking about it, Lin Yu turned back. The two of them, Lu Menghan, had different expressions. Chen Shen had an excited look on his face. Are you going to upgrade too, brother Lin? Just in time to join us. Lu Menghan was a bit puzzled. Is there anything else that student Lin wants? Lin Yu ignored Chen Shen and said to Lu Menghan. Lu Menghan, let me ask, is your family quite rich? The value of an extreme weapon is not ordinary. If Lu Menghan's family is not so too rich and wealthy, he will not take out. Lest you make people's eyes glaze over. Lu Menghan was even more puzzled as to why she was being asked about her family. Chen Shen is a one-track mind. He thinks Lin Yu is short of money. Me. Brother Lin, my family is in good condition. I have several $1 million in my pocket money. If it's not enough, I'll have my dad's old stirrup explode again. You can have as much as you want. Brother Lin, you're my boss, so don't be shy. Chen Shen said excitedly, saying that he was about to pull out his bank card, but was yanked back by Lu Menghan. People want money early with you still waiting for now, and Lin Yu's potential is not bad for you that point. Lu Menghan seriously said, my family conditions it's okay, Mingyuan Pharmaceutical is my father's industry, and the others also operate some small labor unions and whatnot. Can I help you? Lin-san. It's really a big lady. Mingyuan Pharmaceuticals is their North Ningxia is a pharmaceutical giant. Before Lin Yu also just know Lu Menghan family rich, but did not expect the level so high-end. Pharmaceutical conglomerates, as we all know, are profiteering wherever they are placed. Lin Yu put his heart down and said, oh yes, I just happen to have an exclusive weapon for swordsmen here, and I wanted to ask if you need it. Said Lin Yu as he took out the illusory moon blade he had previously obtained in the secret realm. Nah, take a look. Ryu Manhan took the weapon and didn't hold back a glancing brow. So it's to sell my equipment. You have to check your assets to sell a piece of equipment. Of course, after all, it was Lin Yu's intention, so Lu Menghan definitely wouldn't reject it, and she decided to take a rough look at it and then buy it at the highest price. Even though the gear she was wearing now was the best she could get. I think student Lin's weapon must be extraordinary, then I really need to take a look at it. Lu Menghan tried to look at the equipment with as much interest as she could muster. At this glance, however, she froze in her tracks and, with just one glance, she couldn't look away again. Excellent equipment. It's still an extreme weapon exclusive to swordsmen. Chen Shen, who was on the side, felt that something was wrong, curiously looked over, and his eyes suddenly widened. Nee. I'm going. Extreme level. Extreme grade equipment. Lu Menghan you. Lin Yu saw the too exaggerated appearance is not surprised. The extreme equipment put to the current stage is indeed too inexplicable, can be said to be enough to change a person's future, especially still in the upcoming stage of the college entrance examination. How about it? Lin Yu said faintly. Lu Menghan subconsciously swallowed her saliva. Yes, she definitely wants extremely high quality equipment that even she has never worn, especially if it's exclusive to a swordsman. It even came with the rarest spirit type attack, which she couldn't even dream of. As long as she could get it, her high school entrance exams were straight up solid. Completely capable of just ignoring the time wasted yesterday. One could even say it could directly change her future. But what are you dead girl grumbling about? This equipment is still hesitant, it's still given by someone else. Boss Lin, are you out of your mind? At this time the sight of the Chen Shen anxious, cannot help but burst out foul language, reached to Lu Menghan pocket to pull out the card. Kiss my mother, look, excellent exclusive they see cannot see, if not he is a mage he would like to snatch away. That's what you're hesitating on. Lu Menghan opened Chen Shen's arm and threw an awkward smile at Lin Yu right after. Student Lin, this is too expensive, I can't get that much money right now, so take it back first. A very good equipment at least 20 to 30 million, or have a price cannot be bought, in fact, will only be more expensive. Basically any extreme equipment that appears is not used to sell for money, but rather for higher level stuff. So it's not that she hesitates, it's that she simply can't eat. Even if it was really measured in terms of money, she would have to go back and discuss it with her father, and after that, she would have to see how the group's funds were running before she could consider it. Lu Menghan handed over the equipment, practically dripping with blood in her heart. She'd never felt so heavy about letting go of a foreign object before, and even if she raised money later the entrance exams were over, and there was still the possibility that Lin Yu would just sell it to someone else, At the same time, she was very embarrassed. Just now she was wondering what good equipment Lin Yu could come up with, and she was thinking about what to pay top dollar for it. It's laughable that you can't even afford it now. Lin Yu could see how difficult it was for Lu Menghan, and he didn't take the equipment. Directly, he said, "What, is it because of the money? I'll count you $30 million, you can collect the equipment first and give it to me later as well." He wanted to save money anyway, and it would be a hassle to take it away now and go back to sell it. As for reneging, he's not afraid of anyone reneging on him. Lu Menghan froze, obviously very intent and embarrassed, holding the equipment without getting on it. Lin Yu smiled and was about to continue speaking, but Chen Xin, who was on the side, was the one who jumped ahead of him. "What are you still doing here? Why don't you hurry up and say thank you now that Boss Lin has said this?" With that he pressed Lu Menghan's head and gave Lin Yu a bow. After finishing, he ran to Lin Yu in 2 steps. "Boss Lin, do you still have any extreme equipment? Sell one for my little brother too." "Boss Lin, don't worry, my family is not like Lu Menghan and their buckling and swishing, my old man loves me the most, how much do you want, just open the price, hee." Lin Yu. "Nope." Lin Yu pushed Chen Xin's big brain away and looked at Lu Menghan. "That's it then, you keep the equipment, I'll send you my card number later, just hit my card when the money comes." Gone. After saying that, Lin Yu did not stop any longer and turned around to leave directly. Looking at Lin Yu's back, Lu Menghan came back to her senses and hurriedly ran 2 steps faster. "Thank you, Lin-san." Lin Yu didn't pause and waved his hand. After Lin Yu left completely, Lu Menghan's eyes flashed more than once. Today, one day, Lin Yu saved her life again, and took her out of the secret realm again. And now it's tantamount to giving her the very best for nothing so she can get through the entrance exams. Really helped her so much. In the future, she must keep this favor in mind and must do her best to repay it. Of course, the task at hand is still experience the ultimate weapon. The Phantom Moonblade was as thin and beautiful as a cicada's wing, and Lu Menghan held it lovingly. She had never imagined that it would be so easy to get an extreme weapon. Didn't even know how much of a strength boost it would give her. On the side, Chen Xin was deeply resentful that he didn't have a pole. Chen Xin angrily ran to Lu Menghan's side. "I haven't used the extreme yet, so you can play it for me first." Lu Menghan wrinkled her eyebrows, but you're a mage? "I don't care, you give it or you don't give it, I'm leaving." Lu Menghan's tone slowed down without realizing it. Fine, for you to use first. That's more like it." Chen Xin took the weapon and immediately changed into a smiling face, happy as a child. Lu Menghan looked at him and also involuntarily revealed a smile, but in an instant it froze again. Why am I laughing? What's wrong with me? Chapter 50, I'm not late, am I? Lin Yu didn't go straight home. Instead, they rushed to the Hall of Professionals first. He hadn't turned in that assignment he'd taken on earlier, and while it was true that the $10,000 was irrelevant now, the assignment still involved his personal records, and he didn't want to be a scoundrel. Once again coming to the professionals' hall, he had gone from a little transparent to a big man that many people were in awe of, and he had gained a lot of gazes. And little girls asked him for green bubbles, but he didn't agree. Lin Yu completed the quest very smoothly, and sold a batch of equipment materials immediately afterward. Probably took up a small portion of his space. Although he'd like to sell them all. But it can't be helped. The Hall of Professionals can't eat. A lot of times buying and selling transactions are not that easy either, requiring higher channels and in some cases even qualifications that. He was still too low in level now. The half that was sold was still mostly relatively low-level material equipment. But the money is not too little, those materials of his can be brought out of the secret realm, the price is high, enough to change to nearly $20 million. Lin Yu estimated that if he could get rid of all of them, they would be worth at least tens of millions of dollars, counting Lu Menghan's place, it would be over 100 million. Let's just say that the secret realm is truly a well-deserved cave. Lin Yu himself is not so sensitive to money and foreign objects, but the first time he was a multi-millionaire still put him in a good mood. With this money at least you'll have a bottom line if you need anything expensive in the future. With a pleasant mood, Lin Yu left the professionals' hall and boldly took a car back home. He came on the circle bus. Bath and shower. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Yu instantly got into the bathroom. I've been fighting and killing in the wind these days, and my body is so dirty that it's almost scabbed over. Whoa. Cool and refreshing water flow from head to toe, rinsing down stains and taking away fatigue. Cozy. After taking a shower, Lin Yu ordered another luxurious order of lobster rice for over $100 and had a beautiful meal. It's dry enough to eat all that dry food out there. With a full stomach and a full stomach. Lin Yu went to bed is to sleep, vacation that naturally in addition to eating is to sleep. He has everything he needs now, everything he needs to do, and he doesn't have to worry about the entrance exams. The only thing is that Ultimate Berserk hasn't been tested yet, and he doesn't know how effective the two newly acquired clear springs will be when added together. But this was something that needed to be experimented with by going inside the replica, so he couldn't remember it in a hurry, and besides, he wasn't in a hurry. He's just got nothing to do right now, all he has to do is get some rest and take a good vacation. Word God, it's still a bed. As soon as he lay down, Lin Yu felt crispy all over. This bed at home is not many times more comfortable than the ground in the wilderness. Hiss. And so on. Suddenly, Lin Yu braced himself again. Another thing he seems to have forgotten is that he hasn't registered at the school yet. Everyone is required to register for the entrance exam before the exam, which sort of confirms that you want to take the exam and facilitate subsequent arrangements. Lin Yu twisted her head to look at the warm comforter. Whatever. Get some sleep and go. Registration wasn't a big deal, just go before tomorrow, he still had plenty of time. Lin Yu got straight into the quilt with a carp, snoring in no time at all. It can be seen that these days Lin Yu is indeed tired out. The sleep was fitful and directionless, compensating fiercely for the exhaustion. Wake up again. It was night outside and the room was dark. Lin Yu stared at the bed in a daze for a while, and when he came to his senses. I just feel refreshed, my brain is clear and relaxed, as if I have done a set of great healthcare. It's true that people still need to rest, and tension is the most reasonable pace. Lin Yu could not help but make an exclamation that. The hidden dangers that had piled up in his body these days were finally eliminated. Getting up and stretching, Lin Yu opened his cell phone and looked at the time. Oh yo, it's 8 o'clock. Hurry up and check in. Lin Yu put on his clothes and quickly went out. On the other hand, the office of the principal of the first high school. Day. Director of Instruction Wan Huilin paced back and forth in her office on her high heels, her face full of anxiety. Tomorrow is the day of the college entrance exam, this is now 8 p.m., and Lin Yu is still not back. Did it really just fall completely in the wilderness? Director Wang, stop spinning, I'm getting dizzy. Behind the desk, the principal Han Mingrui covered his forehead with a helpless face, and after finishing, he added. Either that or you take off your shoes, it's annoying the hell out of me. Wang Huilin instantly revealed an aggrieved look and came to the table. Alas, School Han, aren't you worried at all? This can be about our school's resources, and as you can see, Lu Menghan is now also. She had looked at it earlier when Lu Menghan registered, and it was only level 14. I was 13 when I left the copy to go to the field, how could I have leveled up in 2 days? When I asked, I realized that there was a demonic beast riot. Originally she thought that at least there was still Lu Menghan to press the battlefield, but now this is good. She's also heard word that other cities are putting out a lot of 15s this year, and even 16s seem to have one. This. It's just bad luck. Colonel Han, aren't you really worried at all? We're really going to fall out of first place this time. Wang Huilin pitifully asked again, her large eyes glistening with watery mist. No worries. What's the point of being first or not? Han Mingrui said with an indifferent face. Kelly Wong. Then are you really sure that Lin Yu can't come back? Are you really sure that he will definitely go crazy out there? As long as Lin Yu could come back, there was still a way for them to save their first grade. She really didn't want to be left behind. How many years had they been the boss of Binaing First Middle School? How many years had she been pretending to be X in front of other people? It's going to make a super. They mustn't bully her as much as she bullies them. Han Mingrui put away his blandness this time and let out a long sigh. Director Wang, I know you're in the mood, but don't really think about Lin Yu's side. Berserker, I personally still have a lot of insight, back then I even specialized in this field. I'm sure Lin Yu can't come back, even if he can, he must have entered a state of semi-insanity. Berserker didn't mean that he suddenly became demonic at the last moment, he was eroded little by little, and in the process he was not considered a normal person, so don't you dare think about the high school entrance exam. Wang Huilin became even more aggrieved and half squatted in front of the table with her chin resting on the table. Ah! Han Mingrue's face immediately changed. Get up off me. Being the head of the teaching staff and being cute with me here. Wang Huilin blushed and hurriedly stood up, her hands scrambling to hide her embarrassment. After the embarrassment passed, she couldn't help but sigh deeply again and... Is it really not working? Han Mingrue was very good at pouring cold water, and his cold voice sounded behind him. I'll give you permission to stay another half hour, and after 9 o'clock do what you have to do and leave me alone. Wang Huilin secretly skimmed her lips. Just then, the office door was suddenly opened and Lin Yu probed in. Director Wang, Principal Han. I'm not late, am I? Chapter 51. No, what went wrong here? Lin Yu was a little embarrassed. He came over and realized that the whole school was dark, just the principal's office light was on, obviously a little late. Inside the office, the two men all froze. Wang Huilin's eyes were wide open. Why is Lin Yu back? Didn't Han Mingrue say he must be crazy? Lin Yu. You're okay? Wang Huilin was surprised. Lin Yu frowned. Should he be up to something? Why don't these two look normal in their expressions? It's okay? Lin Yu smoothly walked into the office, and not knowing what to say anymore, he raised his eyebrows and tried to say back. No, what the teacher means is that your brain. Is it still normal here? Kelly Wang pointed a finger at her brain. Lin Yu. Why does it feel so awkward? Somewhat speechless, but Lin Yu also probably reacted. A berserker can become obsessed with killing. The two didn't know he had a system that. So it should be assumed that he is possessed. After thinking about it, Lin Yu opened his mouth. Director Wang, headmaster, I'm currently very stable and not corrupted by violence, don't worry. I'm sure he can't explain the system. However, the good thing was that Berserker's demonic characteristics were obvious, positively abnormal at a glance, and he didn't have to explain much. Kelly Wang blinked and confirmed it as well. Followed by eyes instantly lit up. Either way, it's good to not be obsessed. Lin Yu was level 12 when he left from the copy, and he didn't know how many levels he had risen in the wild for so many days. She's steady again in the first grade. Wang Huilin immediately changed into a kind smile. Teacher Lin didn't mean that. Teacher is worried about your body, afraid that you'll have some kind of accident in the wild. By the way, what are you doing here? Lin Yu. Teacher, I'll register. Don't we all have to register before the college entrance exams? It's at this point, I don't know if it's too late. Lin Yu scratched his head a little embarrassed and said. Oh yeah, check in. Kelly Wang nodded, followed closely by. There was a blank stare. Not at all. What's late or not? Isn't this not the college entrance exam yet? It's not time to say what's late. Come over and sit down. The teacher will fetch the form for you. Wang Huilin rather dominantly pulled Lin Yu and pressed him onto the stool. It's a little late for that, normally speaking. But it also depends on who it is. She stayed until this moment is not waiting for Lin Yu. The main character comes where it's late. Thank you teacher for understanding. Lin Yu was a little ashamed. You child, what are you thanking for? You are not all for promotion, teacher can understand. Wait, the teacher will get you the form. Kelly Wang took a dump on her desk and quickly fetched a form. Here, Lin, you can just fill it out on this table. Oh yeah, no pen huh? With a sweep of his eyes, he found one clip to Han Mingrue's chest pocket. Bring it on you. Wang Huilin snatched it and handed it to Lin Yu with another smile. Come on, Lin-san, right. Lin Yu. Han Mingrue. The form is just some basic information, name, age, occupational grade, place of origin, address, contact information, etc. Lin Yu nodded with the principal and started filling it out. Wang Huilin just sat on the side and watched with relief, her eyes all block-pulled silk. I really didn't expect Lin Yu to really come back, it's like a village in the dark. Lin Yu is such a good baby for her. Student Lin, are you thirsty? How about teacher pouring you a glass of water? Wang Huilin softly said as she pillowed her arm. Lin Yu was a bit uncomfortable. No need to bother teacher. Wang Huilin didn't care and continued, Lin, students have worked hard these days, haven't they? How do you feel about your grades? Have you thought about what university you want to go to? University. This Lin Yu had an answer for that. Lin Yu directly said, think about it, teacher, I will go to the Central State Academy. Zhengzhou Academy, the top-ranked university in China. The better the college, the more resources it has at its disposal and the more it can enhance the student. With his current strength, he naturally didn't need to think much about it. Sure. And no need for humility. Wang Huilin was not dissatisfied, but instead the appreciation in her eyes increased. Just according to the potential Lin Yu had shown, there was definitely a place in the central state. It's only hard for her if Lin Yu doesn't pick a state. Wang Huilin smiled again. Zhengzhou is good, young people should have the drive, teacher is optimistic about you. Soon, Lin Yu filled out the form and handed it to Wang Huilin. Then, not forgetting to return the pen to Han Mingrui, he added a sentence in passing. Thank you, Principal Han. Han Mingrui. Wang Huilin's eyes were full of anticipation as soon as she got the form. Obviously very concerned about his rank. Lin Yu rushed to his feet to avoid trouble and said, Then I'll go first, teacher. Wang Huilin, with her eyes on the form, waved her hand and said, Well, go back to rest, and cheer up for the entrance exams tomorrow. Lin Yu nodded to the principal and left the office at a quick pace. Sure enough, as soon as they reached the corridor, there was a scream from the back. Level 27? Lin Yu, you wait. Lin Yu didn't linger, grabbing and slipping away. Inside the office, Wang Huilin's eyes kept blinking as shock took over her brain. The form plainly states level 27. But how is that possible? It's just that you can't rise in the wild. Wang Huilin looked at Han Mingrui. Colonel Han, he, it says 27th grade. Han Mingrui's face was calm. I know. Wang Huilin raised her eyebrows. How do you know? He didn't hide his rank, I saw it as soon as he came in. So, then you won't tell me? Why should I tell you? After a short period of shock, Wang Huilin didn't look deeply into it. Lin Yu always did inhuman things anyway, and she never wanted to pass. Yes. Wang Huilin clenched her fists and was in an unbelievably relaxed mood, as if she was a rooster that had won a battle. Thought we were all gonna lose face this year. Now that Lin Yu is back, too. Also reached a sick level 27. She doesn't just hold on to first place, she hangs on to other schools off a cliff. There's simply too much to talk about. Just cool. Lin Yu is her big baby in the first grade. Suddenly, Wang Huilin thought of something else and turned back to Han Mingrui, revealing an evil smile. Colonel Han, didn't you say that Lin Yu couldn't come back? What do you say now? Han Mingrui touched his nose. I probably made a lapse in judgment. Wang Huilin continued, how could you misjudge it? Haven't you also specialized in this field? Don't you know berserkers very well? You. Han Mingrui clenched his fists, wanting very much to be angry. But then he pushed it down deeply and forced out a smile. Maybe I'm just not a good learner. Ha! Wang Huilin's entire body was on the verge of flying. After many years, she had finally made Han Mingrui eat his words. That's what's really cool. Lin Yu was truly a blessing to her. But then again, Han Mingrui also seems to be a flamboyant person, and he's been able to make so many errors in judgment. It's a shame she used to be so trusting. Thinking of this, Wang Huilin gave Han Mingrui another blank stare containing no concealment. Han Mingrui completely collapsed. No, what the hell is wrong with this? Chapter 52. Young Mr. Chen is pampering Lin Yu? The college entrance exam is undoubtedly the grandest event in the entire great summer country. Especially in this kind of world where they coexisted with demonic beasts, the future of the children was the future of the country, and there was no room for sloppiness. Early this morning, all the TV stations were broadcasting news about the college entrance exams. There was a radio truck on the streets before dawn cueing the time of the entrance exams, spreading through the streets and into all the children's homes. Please pay attention to the time, there are still 2 hours to go before the entrance exam, so please pay attention to the time. Central News Broadcast, today is the day of the National Unified College Entrance Examination of our summer country, please go out as early as possible and bring the relevant information with your parents. This station here wishes all the candidates a good result to serve the motherland. North Municipal Morning News, National Uniform College Entrance Examination officially opens today. The whole city seems to be in an atmosphere of tension. In this atmosphere, Lin Yu also could not help but think of the college entrance examination in his previous life. He wasn't doing so well at the time. He was just middle of the road. I remember waking up in the morning in a very apprehensive mood, and being a little distracted by dinner. It's a far cry from now. Now he's sitting on the system, and he's way ahead of the pack. Other people's high school entrance exams decide their fate, his destiny. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Lin Yu leisurely ate his breakfast. After a continuous whole day's rest, he was now in an incomparably healthy and refreshed mental state as well. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang. Just leave it at the door, Lin Yu said to the outside. He bought some clothes yesterday, all big brands. Though he didn't care much for things outside of his body, he wasn't a man who didn't suffer hard. Clothes like this are also comfortable to wear, either the previous ones are all ground up. Besides, it's not good to be too shabby on a day like the college entrance exam. That's where the usual villain taunts come in. We're all ordinary people. You're the only one who doesn't with you. He's counting this as emergency shelter. Well, that's it. After breakfast, Lin Yu changed into her newly bought clothes. Don't tell me, it's still a bit of a pie. People rely on clothes, horses rely on saddles. Lin Yu itself looks good, the stripes are also positive. This immediately lost the previous poor feeling, looking very spiritual. Good, go. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction and departed with a brand new look. The entrance exam venue is in a large, separate space each year and is taken by the entire province together. Candidates need to meet at the assembly point in their respective urban areas before being transported there together under the leadership of the principal teacher. The meeting point for the city of Beijing is at the first high school playground. When Lin Yu arrived at the school, the entire school was already overcrowded. The streets were jammed with cars waterlogged with parents who had come to see them off. The schoolyard was filled with students, all 5 high schools, making a lot of noise. OMG, it's the entrance exam so soon, I'm only level 5. What the hell do? I don't want to hit the screws. I don't know what the questions are for this year's test, if they're hard, and I'm only at level 6, so I don't have a clue. It's not that I'm saying why do we have to come to the first middle school to gather off? Why not our third middle school? My house is the farthest away from the first middle school. People's schools are awesome. Why, you get a first and assemble at your school next year. Lin Yu followed the crowd all the way to the very front of the line before arriving at the first high school team. As soon as he walked into the line, he immediately caught the eye of many of his classmates. After the amazing play of the last large-scale replica, as well as Wang Huilan's strong publicity, almost all of his classmates remembered him. Look, Lin Yu is here. It's been 5 days since Lin Yu left for the wilderness. I remember he was level 12 when he left. I don't know how many levels he is now. Really envious, I'm only level 7 until now. Aha, me too, I'm only level 6, and his clothes all look so expensive. He must have made a lot of money, for crying out loud. What's there to envy? Don't you all know what kind of pissant berserkers are? Lin Yu dares to continue upgrading? He's probably going crazy right now with a shiny surface and a hard-on inside. Right. I reckon he said he was going to the wilderness 80% of the time. He's just hiding, and he probably hasn't leveled up again these days. Actually, I think so too. Lin Yu can't argue with berserkers even if he's more powerful. A few students voiced their opinions and most nodded along. Berserkers, what kind of everyone is witnessed, and moreover, a few days before the director of teaching has not been very good color, they can all see in the eyes. Since Lin Yu wasn't crazy, it was 80% that there wasn't much more promotion. It's also hard to get promoted in the future. Gossiping Lin Yu could also hear, and he didn't care. You're the ones who are high, he's the one who's enjoying his strength and his bright future. Cootie. Only then will you care. Just then. A series of brakes squealed and a line of black cars can be seen parked on the street outside through the campus fence. A couple of black-suited bodyguards with umbrellas greeted a boy. The students stopped caring about Lin Yu and instantly turned their eyes away. Look! It's Chen Shen coming. I don't know how many levels Chen Xiao is. It's been 2 days since he went to the wilderness. To go to the wilderness right before the college entrance exam, how fierce. I remember he was level 12 when he left and now he's bottoming out at 13. Another rare profession, a luxurious family, and a high level. This is a true genius, great young man. Envious, I'm crying my eyes out. I want to experience the life of Chen Xiao. After a few days of copying together, everyone remembered Chen Shen, the second most talented person after Lu Menghan. The envy in the eyes of the students are almost flowed out. Chen Shenlong also handsome, features clear skin white, but also to see a group of girls' eyes little stars. Chen Shen got out of the car and realized that there were a lot of people looking at him, and rather skillfully unlocked his personal information permissions. Wow! Really level 13? Level 13 can even rush the Central State Academy, right? Awesome. Ah. I love you, Chen Xiao. The students went even crazier, and Chen Shen revealed a satisfied smile. Just then, he saw a familiar figure. Chen Shen's eyes instantly lit up, pushing the bodyguard away and pulling his legs out to run. It was a long way through the crowds, and it didn't stop when you got to your own school line, and eventually came to the first school line. Boss. Good morning. I've missed you. Chen Shen directly jumped into Lin Yu's arms with one hand, his eyes full of excitement and his voice incomparably clear. Lin Yu. Off. Lin Yu pushes Chen Shen away in disgust, but Chen Shen isn't annoyed and pulls on Lin Yu's arm again. Oops, sorry Ringo, I got too excited. But you're my boss, I'm happy to see you, understand? Chen Shen shook Lin Yu's arm. Aggravation, clear-eyed people can see. It's pouting. Spoiled? Next to them, all the students froze. Why? They'll see Chen Dishao pampering Lin Yu? You're still talking about the boss? Before anyone knows it. That's when another series of brakes squealed and Lu Menghan walked out escorted by bodyguards. Chapter 53, What a Pickup Today. Lu Menghan walked through the school gates, through the crowds of people and since then, he came to Lin Yu's side again. Good morning, Mr. Lin. That, I owe you money may have to wait for after the college entrance exams. Yesterday my father said the company's funds to run a little difficult, but don't worry, we'll not renege on the debt. After the college entrance exams we'll definitely give you. Lu Menghan was a little embarrassed. Lin Yu was indifferent. It's fine, just give it to me when you have it. Lu Menghan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you Lin student, and thank you again for saving my life yesterday. Lu Menghan will definitely not forget. Lin student, you can directly order me if you need anything in the future. Lin Yu, it's nothing, don't worry about it. A few simple lines of dialogue that made the students next to me dumbfounded, once again. Just Chen Shen that one hadn't slowed down, this time is considered completely confused. No? What are you talking about? Who's gonna tell them what the hell this is for? Why is Lu Menghan involved with Lin Yu? Still owe money? Still running out of money? Most of all, there's the saving of lives. How could Lin Yu save Yu Menghan's life? All kinds of doubts seem like impossible things, but they are really happening in front of their eyes. Chen Shen's admiration was overflowing, and Lu Menghan's gratitude was genuine. After a long period of shock. Misty grass. You guys didn't believe me when I told you that Lin Yu was the first genius. It's a slap in the face. Yeah, that's what I said too. How can a genius who can reach level 12 on the second day be wasted? Lin Yu is a fighting genius, alas. A berserker or something can take down Lin Yu? Just kidding. Lin Yu is awesome. Who just said Lin Yu can't do it? Come out and apologize. My brother Lin is also worthy of you to talk about. The crowd erupted in rarefied voices. Lin student, this is the throat tea I brought from home, it can relieve fatigue, here you go. Over here, Lu Menghan still had a grateful face, saying that she took out a bottle of warm tea and handed it to Lin Yu. However, she was subconsciously paying attention to Chen Shen's expression. Chen Shen's eyes lit up. Not bad you, Lu Menghan, we'll come to things. Drink up, boss, you must be thirsty after standing for so long. Lu Menghan's eyes darkened, and pulled out a bottle of lack of interest. No, they're still yours. Chen Shen nonchalantly took it. Not bad, have a heart. Didn't make you a friend for nothing. Lu Menghan's eyes continued to sink. Lin Yu can detect Lu Menghan's dissimilarity, the previous life as a social animal out of society for some years. This point to detect the face of the skill is still there. But that's okay with him. These two men were one he didn't have a good feeling about. Chen Shen, needless to say, is too annoying. Lu Menghan's words, too pretty. Pretty people always get into trouble. Looking at the handed water bottle, Lin Yu faintly said. It's okay, I'm not thirsty. Lu Menghan sorted out her emotions. It's just a little bit of heartfelt feeling, just drink it, Lin student, but also thanks to your excellent weapon yesterday, we both went up a level again yesterday, although it's still not comparable to you, but the college entrance exam is at least saved again. Next to him, Chen Shen hurriedly agreed at his words. Right. Brother Lin, your extreme weapon is really too powerful. I'm now level 13 and Lu Menghan is 14, of course it's still not comparable to your 27 for sure but we're also making great progress thief. Just take it, brother Lin, it's so good and refreshingly cool for a thief. Chen Shen had already nonchalantly taken a big gulp, which would directly pour a cap and hand it to Lin Yu's mouth. Lin Yu. I should never have saved you guys in the first place. Annoying. At this point, the students on the sidelines were even more confused. No, what are you talking about? A superb weapon? Level 27? Is this still the Earth? The high platform above the playground where a group of principals stood. Wang Huilin was refreshed at this time. It was finally time for the entrance exams, and she had waited for this day. She had never looked forward to the entrance exams so much since she found out about Lin U27 yesterday. Couldn't sleep all night with all the excitement. Looking down at the thousands of students on stage at this moment, he felt like she was on top of the world, and it was all because of her that she had fought her way to the top. Today, Han Mingrui also finally stepped in and sided with Wang Huilin. Han Mingrui couldn't help but frown as he looked at Wang Huilin's grandiose appearance and said, "Director Wang, I think we still can't be too optimistic. I thought long and hard yesterday. Lin Yu should just have a strong willpower, but he's still a berserker. It's still a risk. It's possible that the grades are good, but other colleges aren't willing to take that risk." This is the answer Han Mingrui got after thinking about it for a long time yesterday. With his understanding, no one can completely suppress the berserker barrier. And an unstable bomb, even with good grades, colleges won't necessarily take it, so it amounts to still no grades. He was also heavily involved with the college people back in the day, something he still trusted his judgment on. However, Han School, you have a point then, I'll make a note of it. Wang Huilin smirked and said that, then she just turned her face away, leaving a blank stare at the end. The obvious meaning of this expression is that, don't believe it. Don't trust it. You're a phony. Don't try to fool me again. Hey! Han Mingrui raised an eyebrow and chased after him again. No, Director Wang, are you not trusting me? Wang Huilin blinked innocently. No, how could I not believe in School Han's judgment? But after that, it turned the other way. I'm true. Han Mingrui went after him again. But once again, Kelly Wang don't open. Han Mingrui was completely convinced. No, Director Wang, let me explain. Just listen, I have an old relationship with those college presidents. Will you listen to this? Off to the side, several other principals were filled with doubt. What is this? Isn't Han Mingrui the wily and wise principal? How it seems to give Wang Huilin a hold. A little bit of time passes. All students arrived at 8 a.m. sharp. When it's time to transmit. Normally, the last speech would be made by the principal of the first school. But always Han Mingrui doesn't care about things and throws them to Wang Huilin. This time, Kelly Wang also cleared her throat and prepared to go on stage. And yet, just then. I'll do it. Han Mingrui stopped Wang Huilin with a glare, while walking majestically onto the high stage. Kelly Wang. The rest of the principals. Han Mingrui walked up to the high stage and came to the microphone. I've been out of the picture for years now, right? Classmates. The college entrance exam is about to begin. Let me introduce myself. I, Han Mingrui, principal of the first middle school, legendary rank occupation possessor. I'm going to lead you to the exam room for this entrance exam, and I'm here to say that it's very important, so I'm going to give you some lessons. Combining the valuable lessons I've experienced over the years. It's guaranteed to give you all a qualitative growth. First, warrior profession you remember. The high-pitched voice traveled across the playground through the microphone and all the students were confused. Hasn't the principal of the first high school always not cared about anything? Why does it seem like the name doesn't live up to its name? The students of the first high school are even more confused. Their principal they know best and are most annoyed by the formality of the. It's not just a formality, it's an experience. Is this something they can listen to? Despite their doubts, everyone reacted quickly and the ears were pricked up. Legendary prose experience. Isn't that like the Bible? Really picked it up today. Chapter 54, The Tower of Trials. A big dutiful speech, all dry. From combat techniques to what monsters to face and how to strike, to the points to pay attention to in each profession, in depth, from the inside out, simply through and through. It didn't even feel like I was mentioning my classmates, it seemed like I was showing off. The students were puzzled and mesmerized to hear that when the speech was over, all the students felt elevated. So warriors can still fight like this. How come I never thought of it before? Awesome. Worthy of being a legendary professional big brother, worthy of being the principal of the first middle school, I'm really convinced today. grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr classes. It's better than going up another grade. Awesome. First middle school is awesome. School Han is great. The entire playground was filled with positive reactions to Han Mingrue, and the students erupted into cries of admiration. The corner of Han Mingrue's mouth picked up at the sight and he turned back to give Wang Huilin a proud look. Look at that. That's strength. Kelly Wang. Principals. Director Wang, what's wrong with your school Han today? Did he take the wrong medicine? Kelly Wang, that could be it. Han Mingrue stopped dawdling and waved his hand. So, class, let's go. Rumble. With a shake of the ground, a tall portal rose up and appeared in front of the students. The freshly baptized students were even more excited. Let's go, I want to hit 10. I'm going to fight 10 of them too. I'm going to trample all the monsters under my feet. I'm going to a top-notch college, and I'm going back to stun my old man. I don't care, I want the top spot. I want to be the top student in the country. Dude, this is still a bit much, there's still Linyu you can't cross. Ha? That's also it's okay for me to take second then. There was a clatter as large groups of students were led through the portal by the principals. Opening their eyes again, all of them had come to an empty place. Resembling the interior of a large, ancient tower, it had hard stone flooring underfoot, dark walls all around, and a high ceiling overhead. The overall feeling is one of emptiness and solemnity that makes you take it seriously. This is the place of the annual college entrance exam, the Tower of Trials, built by the government at great expense. The hall was very wide, and there were many other candidates from other urban areas present at this time. The city of Beijing is part of the province of Jiangbei, which has 6 municipal districts under its jurisdiction. It added up to nearly 10,000 candidates, and at this moment, there was also a teleportation glow that lit up, with students constantly teleporting over. Wow, is this the Tower of Trials? It looks so atmospheric and solemn. I'm so nervous, it feels so solemn here, and I feel like the test questions must be hard. It's finally time for the college entrance exam. I'm bound to take the top colleges. Wei Xiaolin, you can do it, don't be nervous. The candidates in the hall had different looks, from nervous to excited, and there were many curious ones looking around. Chen Xin was just glancing around. It's really big here, there's no telling how many pings it must be to hold so many people. Ringo. Do you know how many flats there are? I'm not very good at math. Lin Yu. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't say anything, Chen Xin didn't stop, still very lively. Brother Lin, do you really not feel big? I haven't seen such a big building, listen, there's an echo when you talk. Oi. Oi. Lu Menghan pulled Chen Xin over with one hand, say less. It's time for the college entrance exam. Chen Xin was a little disgruntled, tearing away from Lu Menghan and running back to Lin Yu. But it's shut up for now. After a while, after all the teleportation glow had disappeared, a mechanized voice rang out abruptly. Please listen carefully to the examination rules for all candidates. Please listen carefully to the examination rules for all candidates. The voice was so loud and clear that it came from nowhere and resounded throughout the square 3 times in a row. At the sound of the voice, all the students were suddenly quiet. One pricked up his ears and looked serious. What the future holds depends on this day, and nothing can be left out of the rules. A minute later, the mechanized voice sounded again. The Tower of Trials is divided into 8 layers and 3 stages, 1 stage for every 3 layers in the front, 1 stage for the last 2 layers, and 1 test direction for each stage. In each level, you will face different levels, numbers, and forms of monsters. The time it takes to clear the level and the number of kills will affect your performance. Each tier is out of 100, and what you achieve will not affect your progress to the next tier, but to progress to the next stage you must have at least 1 tier within the 3 tiers of the current stage at a passing score of 60 or higher. The scores earned at all levels add up to your final score. Note that your scores will not only affect your grades, but will eventually translate directly into college points. Collegiate points are vital for when you enter college, so I hope you'll do your best at each level. Auxiliary professions will have non-combat test scenarios. Only carry-on equipment is allowed to be used during the examination, no other items such as potions are allowed, and the qualification of the examination will be directly cancelled upon discovery. The mechanical voice stated the rules of the examination in general. The talk is also relatively easy to understand, and can probably be interpreted to mean that each tier is a separate paper, and you can get points for what you can do, and not being able to do it in one tier won't affect the next tier. Instead, every 3 tiers will change the general direction, and you'll be able to redeem yourself in language if you're not good at math, and it won't affect your final grade because you're biased. And each small layer also belongs to a different small direction, the same language. The composition is not good, you can also rely on poetry to get points. That adds up to a total of 8 chances to always get to what you're good at. It can be said to be basically fair to everyone. Most of the students in the plaza were relieved to hear the rules that the entrance exams are too important. No one wants to rely on luck. This rule puts everyone's mind at ease. Chenshin patted his chest. Holy, it's scary. I was afraid it was all monolithic monsters. This rule is good. He moved over to Lin Yu again. How are you feeling, Lin? You. Halfway through the sentence, he thought of something. Forget it, you don't have to read the rules either. Chenshin ran to Lu Menghan's side again in a flash. Hey! How are you feeling? You have to read the rules. Lu Menghan didn't care about Chenshin's attitude and pondered for a moment. Pretty good and fair. She's a swordsman who stands out a bit in single combat while not really excelling in groups. This way she doesn't take advantage or disadvantage either, and can most accurately reflect strength. She felt it was fair. Not bad, heroic. Chenshin patted Lu Menghan's shoulder rather approvingly. Lu Menghan smiled and was about to continue saying something, but Chenshin ran away again. Chenshin alone were talking to themselves. I don't know what direction the first 3 floors are going, they better all be group monsters, so let me make a start. Lu Menghan lost her smile and couldn't help but shake her head. That's when the mechanical sound came back again. The direction of the first 3 levels of assessment is to break the enemy in a single body, and after entering each level, the candidate will be matched with a monster of equal strength according to his or her level, and the final grade will be assessed according to the time used. The first level of the trial will open in 1 hour on time, please prepare yourselves. The voice crossed, and Chenshin's face collapsed. How is it a monolithic monster? Lu Menghan's heart inexplicably tightened, and she unconsciously walked over. Come on, Chan, deep. Chapter 55, Start of the Examination. Do grades even translate into college points? Lin Yu slightly skimmed his lips. He originally thought that this college entrance examination will be a little bit easier to go through the motions, probably control the score into the Central State Academy is good. High school trials and no experience. Personally, he's not much of a front-runner either. And looking at it this way, you still have to pull out all the stops. He didn't know what the points were for, but they sounded important. There was another hour to wait for the first tier of the trial, and while the candidates waited, principals who have known each other have also started catching up. Ha ha! Director Wang, it's really been a long time. A bright laugh rang out, and a bearded middle-aged man walked over to Wang Huilin. Beside him, there was a somewhat rugged-looking boy with a big face and a slab of hair, who didn't even know it was a student unless he looked closely. When she saw the visitor, Wang Huilin's eyes immediately lit up. The middle-aged man was the principal of the first high school in Beiyang City next door, Lu Jinshan. Lu Jinshan was often pressed by her, but often disobeyed. This year a 16th grader was rumored to have come out, and it was this one she had been worried about, But now. I was worried that I couldn't find someone to do it, and here you are at my door. Wang Huilin smiled evilly and hurriedly managed her expression, showing a look of hasty dodging in trying to escape. No one knows about Lin Yu right now. The old boy is the best at pretending. We'll have to cure him this year. Just give him the whole scrap. Alas and alack, Director Wang, what are you hiding from when you see an old friend? Lu Jinshan quickly stepped forward to stop Wang Huilin, a look of not letting go. Wang Huilin stopped, her eyes averted. No, I didn't see it. Why, is it something that Colonel Lu wants to see me about? Look at this. They won't even let me leave. It's still you. Wang Huilin was secretly delighted. Lu Jinshan accurately captured Wang Huilin's dissimilarity, and the smile on his face grew even wider. He had heard that the results of the first grade were not good this year, and it seemed that the best student had an accident before he was promoted to the 14th grade. I was a little skeptical. Now that it looks real. In the past, Wang Huilin saw him chasing upwards before it was too late, where to avoid. Steady. Lu Jinshan smiled brightly and said, What's the matter is not the matter, we old friends a year have not seen to come over to catch up on old times well. It's time for the big exam again. How does Director Wang feel about his grades, and does he have the confidence to get a good grade this year? Achievements. Wang Huilin scratched her head. Our grades, they're not bad, we can make do. Lu Jinshan simply cannot hold back laughter. On a 14 you want to not get together. After years of frustration, it was finally time for him to raise his eyebrows this year as well. Hey, Director Wang is modest again. Who doesn't know the reputation of your Binang #1 middle school? You have to still make do with others, still test or not. Lu Jinshan deliberately said. Greetings. Wang Huilin pretended to have just discovered the boy next to Lu Jinshan and pretended to be surprised. Ha? Colonel Lu, who is this? Lu Jinshan followed Wang Huilin's gaze and instantly had anger in his eyes. Hey! When did you kids come along? What are you doing here when adults are talking to each other? I'm sorry, Director Wang, this child usually I teach a little more, with me used to follow me did not pay attention for a moment. Wang Huilin skimmed her mouth. Clearly you brought it here to show off, she saw it all. Kelly Wang looked at the boys. There's one to talk about. Strength is indeed extraordinary, solid 16 level, Lu Menghan not unexpected or not necessarily catch up. Otherwise it couldn't have been pulled in by Lu Jinshan specifically to show off. And the temperament can be, not too humble, look very calm. It's just a little more mature looking, a social big brother look. She has not seen such an old child, it feels like it has caught up with her big. All in all, there was no comparison at all with Lin Yu. Wang Huilin was secretly excited. There's one to count, it's your bad luck to be pulled by Lu Jinshan today. Hiss, this kid couldn't be, already level 16? Wang Huilin's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Jinshan was red-faced. It's level 16, but it's just luck, it's nothing, in the end it's still a matter of play, isn't it? Wang Yuanba, haven't you heard Director Wang praise you? Why don't you hurry up and call someone? Said Lu Jinshan as he slapped the boys on the head. Wang Yuanba looks like a stubble smell, and the person is also a tiger head. Being slapped instantly glared at Lu Jinshan, a pair of eyes glaring like bronze bells, written with questioning. Lu Jinshan awkwardly said, No, the teacher meant for you to say hello. Seeing this, Wang Yuanba then turned his head back again. Director Wang. The greeting was also very brief. The corner of Wang Huilin's mouth twitched. Why did this kid feel like he was still a bit sore? Oh yes, Director Wang, you top students? Come just pull over to get to know. Our excellent children recognize the benefits of the future, not to mention the time to go to a university. Lu Jinshan added, with impatience in his eyes, and obviously can't wait to cut to the chase. Wang Huilin laughed and put on an embarrassed look. We students. Our students are preparing at this moment, I guess we can't spare the time, let's wait until it's over, we'll see the results first, and then we'll talk about it when it's over. Lu Jinshan heart inside the secret smile, is also your turn to Wang Huilin stalling time. However. Useful? What can you do with a 14th grader who doesn't look at his grades? If I don't read you ball this time, he's not even Lu. Oh yes. It's time to let the kids prepare first, it's me who's in a hurry. Then we'll see the results first. At this point, the group of principals around Wang Huilin looked at me and I looked at you, their heads full of black lines. They were aware of Lin Yu's situation and could only say that this guy's got a real head on his shoulders. It's true that fools really can't be saved. Only Han Mingrui still had a bit of a headache. With his judgment, Lin Yu really may fall into no achievement. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but walk over to Wang Huilin again. However, Wang Huilin quite skillfully turned her face away and gave him a blank stare in the process. The hour passed quickly. All candidates please enter immediately to receive the first level of examination. Accompanied by a cold mechanical sound, a huge portal then appeared. At the same time, a giant light screen followed, on which the candidates' rank scores were recorded. The atmosphere in the square was tense and here it comes, phew, so nervous. Let's hope it's easy. OMG, why do I feel like I can't, my legs are shaking. You're not so bad, I don't feel like breathing very well, what's going to happen? Chenshin returned to his lively appearance, completely missing a bit of worry. A monolithic monster is a monolithic monster, what's there to be afraid of when I'm this strong? Ringo, you're great, how do you feel about me, can I get a top 10? Lin Yu ignored it and directly followed the crowd towards the portal. Shenshin pouted and ran to Lu Menghan's side again. Hey, you can be careful, don't even come out as a mage like me when the time comes. Lu Menghan nodded seriously. Well, I'll try my best. You are so boring. Shenshin rolled his eyes and ran straight away. Ryu Monahan couldn't help but scratch his head. On the other side, Lu Jinshan settled down to Wang Yuanba and said, Play well, you've seen my relationship with that director Wang, you must give your teacher a long face. But your strength should not be a problem either, when the time comes the teacher will reward you individually after the test. Wang Yuanba looked very lonely. Principal, I'm a human being, with a personality. I'll do my best if you don't say so, and I don't need a reward. Lu Jinshan. Why is this kid so stubborn? Chapter 56. Something's wrong with the examiner's data. The appraisal has officially begun. When Lin Yu went through the portal, he felt something sweep over him, and immediately afterward the storage space could not be sensed. It looked like an anti-cheating system. Fortunately, the equipment needed he had prepared in advance. To the right, Scarlet, the clear spring flow to all with him. The scene changes. Lin Yu appeared in another world. Still somewhat morose and solemn, the interior of the temple tower, the neat stone slabs underfoot, the darkened walls around. But the space as a whole is much smaller and all enclosed, like a wider arena. Current exam, first floor of the Tower of Trials. Examination content, time to break the enemy alone. Candidate's name, Lin Yu. Number 0524. Breaking time, 0. Score, 0. Exit, in case of danger spirit infusion here can exit the space, the results will be nullified. Time to monster birth, 10 o'clock, 09.59. Please prepare the candidates. Above Lin Yu floated a light screen, which recorded his examination information. Lin Yu roughly swept a glance and withdrew his gaze. Blood eating. After slightly adapting to the environment, Lin Yu lightly began to press the blood. There were no monsters in the hall yet, and it looked like they wouldn't appear until the countdown was over, to give the candidates time to add status. Although Lin Yu was ahead of the rank break, he certainly wasn't careless. Moreover, he had heard the rules before that the monsters of the test would match the candidate's level, and it was only right that his 27 should also encounter level 27 monsters, so it wasn't really possible without blood pressure. 3,210. 3,130. 3,050. Lin Yu's life was currently at an exaggerated 3,002, but fortunately, blood eating had been improving as well, and was currently able to depress 80 drops per second, which wasn't too slow. Soon, Lin Yu entered the third stage of Berserk again. 320. You have entered the third stage of Berserk. Strength and agility increased by 500%. Strength, 2,896 plus 289 plus 2,370 plus 52. Agility, 2,896 plus 289 plus 2,370 plus 52. Want to try Ultimate Berserk? Lin Yu didn't care about his values and instead considered the Ultimate Berserk. Now that he'd gained another clear springs and hadn't yet tested the effect of 2 stacks on Ultimate Berserk, this happened to be a closed area with no danger. Think about it. Never mind, better next time. There's no guarantee that there's an examiner watching in the exam room, so don't just get forked out if he goes crazy. Lin Yu thinks it's better to be a little more stable in the college entrance exams. The countdown ended quickly. Along with a circle of light, the target of the examination appeared in the center of the large hall. A tall, stocky orc, dressed in animal skins and wielding a huge axe, his body is gnarled with muscle. Beast of Love, LV 20. Life, 2,100. Power, 260. Agility, 190. Body mass, 210. Spirit, 140. Just level 20? Isn't it match grade? Lin Yu was a bit puzzled but didn't think much about it, and quickly rushed up with Tozen in his hand. The monster started counting the time as soon as he appeared, and he sure as hell wasn't going to rub it in. Lin Yu, now Force-sensitive double gene, is close to 3,000, higher than the monster 10 times more, undoubtedly is pure dimensional blow. As the blade lit up. No surprise there. The behemoth was instantly killed in seconds, and when it died even the surrounding aura hadn't completely dissipated yet, and the behemoth didn't even open its eyes. Past examination. 0524 break time 0.1 seconds. 100 points for settlement of grades. A series of mechanical sounds rang out from the Great Hall, while the personal information overhead followed suit, and the score came to 100. Full marks. Not bad. Lin Yu glanced at the heart of the light, and did not get more excited. With his strength, it would be surprising if he didn't get a perfect score, and what was expected certainly didn't bring volatility. He was still thinking about what he had just asked. The high school exams, to keep things fair, everyone encounters monsters of the same level, and he's clearly lower, and a lot lower. Something wrong with the data? It can't affect my grades then, can it? Lin Yu was slightly worried. The college entrance exam was not the place to be greedy. Besides, there was absolutely no need for him to take advantage. The next level of examination will be opened in 3 hours. Please, candidate 0524, wait in place. Just then the mechanical sound rang out again, prompting out the time for the next level of examination. The luffing beast was worthless to Lin Yu, but it wasn't easy to deal with the other students. Regular monsters level 20 attributes are around 200, this is a little over even, and the difficulty is considered medium to high. So 3 hours is only a short time, and if you're a little less strong you might not even get a break before you have to rush off to the next game. Never mind, we'll go out and report back when the day is over. It didn't help that there would be 3 tests on the first day, which meant that he couldn't get out until after 3 floors. Lin Yu made a decision and sat down on the ground to rest. He said he was resting, but he wasn't really exerting much effort. The hall was empty again and nothing was there. Honestly, it's kind of boring. Tower of Trials, 9th floor. There were several middle-aged people sitting in front of a round table, with serious faces and heavy breaths. They were the examiners of the Jiangbei province for this grand examination. All of them are masters of 3 turns or more. There was also a huge light screen in front of them with real-time images of the candidates inside. Several examiners looked at the screen and had a chat. I don't know what the grades are this year. The information that's been reported up here has been read by any of you. How many rarities have come out this year? I probably scanned the year and it adds up to a little over 30. 30? A little less. Oh yeah, how's it going over there at Baining First High School? Baining City No. 1 Middle School has been doing well year after year, and is considered to be the pillar of their Jiangbei province. Baining First High School, there seems to be something wrong this year, the highest grade is only up to 14. But Beiyang Lu Jingshan side has produced a good seedling, rare profession, level 16, called Wang Yuanba. Oh? Like this? Several instructors revealed a trace of surprise. Baining Beiyang 2 year after year the most favored climbing, but Lu Jingshan side year after year to eat dust, did not expect this year reversed. Cut to Wang Yuanba's screen. A level 16, historically, was also rare, and the crowd showed interest. The image on the light screen turned to Wang Yuanba's examination room. Only to see that the burly orc in the picture had clearly reached level 16, and was carrying a battle axe to keep attacking Wang Yuanba, with a tendon flesh full of explosive power. But Wang Yuanba is not in a hurry, he holds a huge hammer, every attack will be the beastman shocked back, but the beastman cannot touch him a little, a few attacks down the beastman will be overflowing with blood decadence. Hey, don't tell me, this kid looks like a reckless man and fights with a strange ease. I actually feel a trace of elegance. In and out, relaxed and calm in terms of mentality, this level is at least 90 points upwards. This kid is really good talent. The test is not based on level alone, it is more of a test of combat ability when the monsters are of equal strength. It was obviously good that Wang Yuanba could do this as a student. By the time they come out of the university to further their education, they will again be one of the great generals of Jiangbei province. Several of the examiners gave approving glances. Just then, a young woman hurried in. Leaders! It's not good. Something's wrong with the test center data. Chapter 57, number 0524, rank 27. The young woman was a member of the examining room staff, and there were many others like her. They are in charge of testing the exam rooms. After all, nearly 10,000 candidates cannot be watched over by a few examiners alone. Several of the examiners were stunned at the sound of the "Why, you tell me." The young woman gasped as if she had run over, full of urgency. That's right, leaders, we just detected a level 20 orc in one of the examination centers. Hiss. The crowd of examiners changed color at once and level 20 orcs, something did go wrong. While it's true that level 20 monsters do exist in the Tower of Trials, that's already in the highest category, and it's just a showstopper. The normal students can't trigger it at all. A middle-aged male examiner scuffed up. So how are the candidates doing now? His face was a bit anxious. The failure of the level 20 monsters to retreat was likely to take the student's life. The rest of the instructors also looked grave and said, "Has that student withdrawn yet? The retreat function isn't broken too, is it? Are there any injuries? Did the medical chaplain go?" The young female staff member took a breath and patted her chest. "Don't worry, leaders, that candidate is fine. There might have been a bug in the program. The level 20 orc died as soon as it came out, and that student even got a perfect score because of it. I just want to ask how to handle this situation now. That student is still inside the exam room." At the sound, several examiners breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing happened. However, it was immediately followed by a raised eyebrow. As soon as it came out, it died and gained 100 points. This bug is out there, too. That's a little too subtle, isn't it? Alright, we'll handle this, you get back to work. The male examiner standing waved his hand. The female staff member nodded and was about to leave when she was called back. "Oh yeah, let me know the candidate's info then." Female staff member, candidate number is 0524, name is Linyu. "Okay, got it." After the female staff member left, a couple of examiners sat back down and looked unimpressed. The Tower of Trials is a complete hole and can't be pulled out individually unless it's stopped completely. It's not going to be easy to deal with that student if he moves on and has any more problems. And if this one goes wrong, who's to say the others are still in order? Officer Lee, what do you think should be done about this? One of the examiners looked at the man who had just spoken. The man was the military region's lieutenant general, Li Jingchuan, who was also the chief examiner of their big exam this time. Li Jingchuan frowned. "Pull up that student's file first, I'll take a look at it first." Li Jingchuan has a bit of a headache. If he has to stop the high school entrance examination, loss is unlimited. It is reasonable to say that the Tower of Trial is the country spends a lot of money to build. There has never been a problem, and the college entrance examination has been carefully checked before. It should not be a problem. But the situation can't be explained without something going wrong. Level 20 monsters notwithstanding, they're gone in an instant. Is it too old and due for renovation? 0527, Linyu, let's see. A female examiner would turn over Linyu's file and drop it onto the big screen. The crowd then looked at the big screen. Candidate's name, Linyu. Number 0524. School, Binding City Number 1 Middle School. Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker Hidden. Rank, 27. 227 levels? One of the male instructors stared with his mouth balefully agape as he suspected he'd misread the situation. 27th grade? This is still a student? Or are they students from Jianbei province? The rest of the examiners were much the same, each with their mouths open to say nothing. They don't remember it. They haven't heard of it either. When did you get in? Could it have been registered wrong? A female instructor tried back. It was a judgment made subconsciously by her brain. So many students, and there had been cases of wrong registration before. There was also a time when I wrote level 11 as level 77, which scared the hell out of me. The female examiner's words broke the silence, and the rest of the examiners returned to their senses, frowning. Misregistration, and it's possible. I feel like it too. 27 levels is too much, never seen it before. But think about it, guys, wouldn't that explain the level 27 bug thing? I've never seen a problem with the Tower of Trials either. So you say? It seems to make sense. The crowd was in a tangle, not knowing whether to trust Linyu or the Tower of Trials. Believe in the Tower of Trials, then stop the high school. Losses can't be afforded. Trust Linyu. Doesn't it seem like they're a little too brainless? It always feels like it doesn't go down too well on either side. In the end, it was a unanimous decision to throw the problem to Li Jingchuan. Officer Lee, what do you think? Li Jingchuan. Cut the screen to Linyu's side, let me see it first. He'd never seen anything like it either, so what could he make of it? It's been a long day. One thing leads to another, and the shocks come in waves. It's really convincing. At this point in time, the screen was still of Wang Yuanba, who had already dealt with the level 16 orc, and his score was given to 92. It's certainly a stunningly good score on a high school exam that averages 50 or 60. But the crowd was not in the mood to watch anymore, and without hesitation cut to Linyu's side. The scene shifts. A dry, quiet boy appeared on the screen and he lay quietly on the floor, eyes closed, breathing evenly. Obviously sleeping. Crowd. What about the high school entrance exam? Did you sleep across the room? The second tier of the examination will begin, so please ask candidate 0524 to proceed immediately to the second tier of the examination room. The second level of examination begins. Hearing the beep, Lin Yu opened his eyes. Mighty stretched. It's pretty hard to get through. Lin Yu did not fall asleep. On the college entrance examination he certainly will not be stupid enough to sleep. In case of oversleeping can be bad, the lesser of the two he still has a number. But not being able to sleep was a real ordeal, and he was a man who hated to wait, so it was a wonder how he'd made it through those 3 hours. It's not right to sit, and it's not right to lie down. A circle of light appeared in the corner of the main hall at this moment, clearly a teleportation array leading to the second floor. Lin Yu stepped inside. A wave of vertigo cut through. Lin Yu arrived at the second level. The overall layout of the second level is exactly the same as the first, with masonry floors and enclosed spaces. 10 minutes of preparation time passed quickly. This time a monster came out holding a staff, a goat-headed human body with dark eyes that looked deep. Mage Holtz, LV 20. Life, 2000. Power, 180. Agility, 170. Physical fitness, 200. Spirit, 280. Hurricane strikes, flames explode. Suffice it to say that the high school exams try to be as fair as possible in maintaining the last tier of fighters and this tier of mages gave the students a different space to play. But just why is it still level 20? Something really wrong with the data? Lin Yu was even more puzzled, but his movements didn't stop. He didn't turn off his blood devouring and charged straight up. Chapter 58 Lin Yu there is a need to test? Swish. A narrow blade lit up, and the head of the goat-headed mage monster was separated from its body. Lin Yu. 0524. Breaking time, 0.1 seconds. Settlement of results, 100 points. A string of blinding messages appeared on the screen that. Tower of Trials, 9th floor. Several instructors looked at me and you, their eyes blinking. Is this, seconds? 0.1 seconds? Another 100 points? Grumble grumble. The hall constantly resounded with the sound of swallowing. In all the years they had been examiners, they had never seen such an exaggerated speed, such a sharp way of passing. So, Lin Yu is really level 27? It's not the Tower of Trials that's broken? Officer Li, what do you think? The crowd once again threw the question to Li Jingchuan, and they couldn't tell the level based on the picture alone, but the crowd also believed most of this level 27 at this point. One had suppressed excitement in his eyes. Level 27. The nation's top scorer is not enough to fight. It's going to be out of their Jiangbei province. Li Jingchuan looked as if he hadn't heard the crowd, his eyes staring straight at the big screen. And it's perfunctory, not sure yet, I'm looking at it. Crowd. You're not sure, you're just looking at them again. The crowd rolled their eyes and ignored it, gathering back around to start a new topic of conversation. Just didn't care because of the rank thing, and they actually saw it. Lin Yu's occupation. Hidden Berserker. It's a known fact that Berserkers eventually become demonic. That means that no matter how talented one may be, one must eventually fall. Of course, it also depends on the length of time. They were all military NCOs and had their eyes open. Some Berserkers can last up to 3 turns and beyond if their willpower is strong enough and then controlled. That is to say, if Lin Yu willpower enough, or can be a super genius for a long time, for Jiangbei province glory or for the country, no problem. Well, yes, they've confirmed that Lin Yu is a genius. Instantaneous second level 20 monsters is not level 27 are deserved. So, the question they should be thinking about now is Lin Yu strong-willed enough or not? After all, it's not like they've ever touched Lin Yu. Guys, what to say, what do you think of Lin Yu will? You say that, I just looked at it twice, or shined it on the screen, where would I know to go? I can't tell. It was impossible to tell with 2 eyes of light sorrow, and they probably pulled it up hastily because they were more excited about meeting a super genius. Abbreviation, Rush. And everyone realizes the situation. So, the first talks about Lin Yu's willpower came to an end. A close second is yet another new problem. Everyone, this Lin Yu, this college entrance exam, is it still necessary? A female examiner skimmed her eyebrows. Mother. Level 27. It doesn't seem necessary to take the test or not. And it's not grades that are tested on the high school exams, it's fighting instincts, personal effort. The Tower of Trials, on the other hand, doesn't have any level 27 monsters at all. Tower of Trials monsters up to level 20 would have been normal students up to level 15 or 16 at the most, completely sufficient. Who can defend against this sudden top 27? It's a bit of a stretch, but in all seriousness, it's not really fair to the other students. There doesn't seem to be much need for it, no, just call the college people to come and collect it. That's not good. How do you ask others to look at it and say that we cheated on the college entrance exam? And Lin Yu willpower is not clear, directly into others people do not dare to take. It seems so, then otherwise let's just tell him to fight like this. The Tower of Trials did its best anyway, and no one else can say 1, 2, 3. Wait, I do have an idea. A male examiner's eyes twinkled as if he had a good idea. The instructors rushed forward when they saw this. What's what, come on. The male examiner gushed, do you remember the old exam room? The crowd was puzzled. The old examination center was the one before the Tower of Trials was built, and it didn't have so many levels in it, it was just an ancient battlefield, with points gained by virtue of killing monsters to determine performance. The rules were simple but also full of uncertainty, and the latter was abolished because of this factor. But the old test center's weirdness only went up to 20, which still doesn't solve the problem. Of course I remember. What happened to the old exam room? The male examiner said, think about it, the old examination center is still not up to par in terms of rank, but there are plenty of monsters, and they're all field battlegrounds. Berserkers are most reflective of willpower when they are killing on the field battlefield, and our military region has equipment to test willpower. Can't we judge Lin Yu's willpower if we put it on him and let him kill in the ancient battlefield for the next 2 days? After a round of words, the instructors heard and understood, and at the same time, they all froze in unison. So, you just thought about testing the will and didn't think about fairness? This program is clearly on the fair side or useless, the ancient battlefield monsters and there is no restriction, put Lin Yu into it is even more exaggerated without boundaries. The male examiner scratched his head, yeah, I just meant testing Lin Yu's will, what are you guys talking about? Crowd. Though speechless, the crowd quickly accepted the program as well. Ancient battlefield real kills, 2 days in a row, complete with mental detection devices. It does clearly determine Lin Yu's level of will, his mental condition. As far as being fair and all that. Go to hell. Level 27 super genius who talks to you about fairness. Moreover, the difficulty of obtaining points in the ancient battlefield is only low compared to the Tower of Trials, which is also a little bit to maintain fairness. Officer Li, what do you think of this program? Make up your mind, the crowd is to look at Li Jingchuan. Li Jingchuan is the examiner, change the examination line or have to him to make a decision. Li Jingchuan was looking straight at the screen and didn't turn his head at the sound. Program? What program? Crowd. Li Jingchuan loved talent the most, to the point of wasting sleep and food, and the people knew this. Had to give it the program again. Li Jingchuan readily agreed, or perhaps the program did not even hear the end of the program, and told them to stop bothering. Okay. It's settled then. Well, let's ask Lin Yu to enter the ancient battlefield tomorrow. I wonder what Lin Yu's willpower can reach, it's a bit curious. I hope I don't disappoint, big genius. Having been authorized, the crowd also directly formulated a plan, and their eyes couldn't help but be flooded with anticipation. A genius who could reach level 27 before the entrance exam, I wonder if he could surprise them. Just then, a female examiner suddenly thought of something. Right. I remember that this Lin Yu seems to be from Beining City No. 1 High School, right? Beijing 1. I thought Lu Jinshan could get 1% back. This now looks. The crowd couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths again. Chapter 59, don't worry, I have the advantage. Outside the examination room. The first floor of the Great Hall. I say Lalua, I always feel that Wang Huilin is not too normal, and there are other several principals in Beining are also not too normal, either we don't gamble this year, and play a mouthful. Lu Jinshan stood next to a middle-aged man, he is the principal of Beiyang City No. 3 Middle School, and Lu Jinshan relationship is not bad. Also quite at odds with Kelly Wong. They bet on student grades almost every year. Unfortunately it just loses every year. It is reasonable to say that this time it is not easy to come out with a 16th grade, so it is necessary to give Wang Huilin a good mouth and win back all the previous losses. But since the test began, he just always felt that something was wrong with Wang Huilin and the other principals in Beining City. Just couldn't tell, but it just wasn't right. This gave him a very bad feeling. Lu Jinshan, who was still red-faced at this time, immediately revealed a helpless expression when he heard this. Why is it not normal? I think you are just giving fear of losing. We're level 16 on our side and he's a 14, so tell me how she's going to win this time. The principal of the third middle school frowned. That's true, but I'm just not quite sure, and you know that my hunches have always been quite accurate. I don't think we should really gamble, we can just get our faces on this time, it's not that bad. Saying that, he took the time to glance at Wang Huilan's side, who was not standing far away, and saw that he seemed to be returning a polite smile. It was a smile, but all of a sudden it made him sweat again. Lu Jinshan grabbed the principal of the third middle school. Come on you, don't be a wimp. The kids should be coming out soon at this moment, hurry up. But don't worry, the advantage is with us. Three middle school principal words did not say the whole person was pulled by Lu Jinshan to the Binang City team. Lu Jinshan still wore his standard bright smile. Director Wang, you see that the children are about to come out, shouldn't we start the rules of previous years? Huh? Rules? What rules? Wang Huilan raised her head in confusion, with a hint of avoidance in her eyes. Lu Jinshan immediately laughed. You Wang Huilan also have a day to wimp out. Director Wang is really forgetful, it's only been a year and he's forgotten our old rules. It can't be that he's afraid of losing money, right? Nope. Your school has always been full of good students, it's impossible to be afraid of losing. Director Wang should have really forgotten. My fault, I said the wrong thing. Lu Jinshan clipped gun with a stick said, he actually did not care much about that point of the bet, although year after year Toulouse also lost a lot. But for that bit he wasn't concerned, as long as he could make Wang Huilan suffer the same effect. You! Who said I'm afraid of losing? Wang Huilan was instantly furious, defiance written all over her face. Lu Jinshan raised his eyebrows, did not expect Wang Huilan is still a cannot stand radical nature, he really did not find before. It's getting interesting. Oh? Then Director Wang is planning to gamble? Lu Jinshan laughed. I didn't say that. Wang Huilan reacted, speaking in a lower and lower voice. Even heads are silently bowed. Ha ha. Cool. Lu Jinshan continued, it's okay, we're lucky to have a 16th grade this year, it's normal for Director Wang to have bad grades, then we won't bet this year. Rules die people live, it's just as well to gamble in the coming year when Director Wang's grades get better. Kelly Wang is angry again. Who says we're not getting good grades? You think I can't afford to lose? Good. Bet on it. Come on, how much you say, I'll play along. What a sex that can't stand excitement. Lu Jinshan is not ambiguous, it is definitely better to win some. And he seems to have found some patterns. We'll go with the usual rule of 10 honor points, then. Oh no, Director Wang is not the principal, honor points are not well earned, 10 is a bit overwhelming, so let's make it less, how about 10 for me and 5 for you this year? Honor points are issued by the government and can be understood as a special currency that can buy things that money can't. Sure enough. Wang Huilan first cringed when she heard the 10 points of honor, but as soon as she heard the later ones, she was suddenly on fire again. You say I don't make enough money? Are you looking down on me? I've been winning so much this year just from you. 5 more, I'll bet you 50. Nah. 100. Said Wang Huilan on the head, and then looked to the side of the 3 middle school principal. Principal of the 3rd grade, you're not betting this year. I'll take the same 100 with you. Take it or leave it. Hiss. 100. The principal of the 3rd form sucked in a breath of cold air. 100 topped his 3-year salary, enough to win back all he had lost before with interest. His heart fluttered, but what was left of his sanity pulled him back. He trusted his instincts more. I was about to refuse. But he was interrupted by Lu Jinshan on the side. Good. Director Wang is so bold, a great woman. We'll bet with you. Lu Jinshan's eyes snowed, really did not expect Wang Huilan to be so impulsive, and the law he discovered was too good to be true. 100 honor points and still get the old ones back with interest. What a surprise and totally soothing. In this way, the bet is established. Lu Jinshan pulled the principal of the 3rd middle school with the intention of returning to the team. Suddenly he thought of another fun one. Right, Director Wang. We don't need to make a note, you also know that I never renege on my debts. I can trust your words. According to the rule, Wang Huilin should jump on her feet immediately and then make a note. He found it quite interesting to provoke Wang Huilin. Make what note? I still trust Schoolmaster Lu's character, let's just wait for the results. Wang Huilin stroked a handful of broken hair on her forehead and laughed lightly. The color of his face was also very peaceful, completely missing the urgency he had just felt. Lu Jinshan's brows furrowed, but he didn't think much about it. Alright, then let's wait and see the results. After Lu Jinshan left, the black lines on the faces of the group of principals in Binahing City were growing. It's a damn child's bird of prey. Can't even stop it. And Kelly Wang's heart is really black. Thinking back to that flawless performance just now, at this moment, everyone unanimously sprouted a thought. Kelly Wang can't be messed with. Otherwise you'll be sold without even realizing it. Everyone in the Great Hall looked at the big screen, which still had no information at this point, and needed to wait for the students to come out of the third floor and... That is, the first phase is completely over. I wonder how the kids are progressing, getting to the third floor I think. Lu Jinshan smiled as he estimated that Wang Yuanba's strength was at least above 90 in all three gates. He would never lose this time. Inside the exam room. The third level of the examination will begin, so please ask candidate 0524 to proceed immediately to the third level of the examination room. The third level of examination begins. Hearing the voice, Lin Yu, who was once again numb from waiting, got up and stepped towards the third floor. On the third level is an assassin monster with a wolf's head and sharp teeth and claws. Seeing the properties, Lin Yu remained puzzled. Why is it still level 20? It's not really going to get me stuck with a bug, is it? Chapter 60, Honest. Casually resolved the wolf demon. Lin Yu's score was also refreshed again. All three tiers scored 0.1 seconds, all perfect scores. However, Lin Yu did not feel excited. The college entrance exam does not add experience, and have to keep waiting. The thought of having to do this for 2 more days made his head spin. It was a waste of time. Would those top students in their past lives have felt the same way? Lin Yu suddenly associated with the past. Every time the examination time he was anxious, just afraid of not enough time. He also always thought that all people are like this. Now that I think about it, maybe the top students might be feeling the same way he was feeling right now, bored and annoyed. He is also experiencing on the genius route. Lin Yu couldn't help but lose his smile. The first stage of the examination is over. Please ask 0524 candidates to leave the examination room. The high school exams are divided into 3 days, with 1 stage per day. This would be the exit cue that also went off, and a circle of light appeared in the enclosed space. Go! Go out and react to the day. The appearance of low-level monsters on 3 consecutive floors today could have been on Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu stepped into the circle of light and the fluorescence rose. In an instant, he returned to the main hall. There are students coming out. So soon? Counting the time, the third level has just begun. The third level is an assassin monster, it should be seconded. That being said, this is too soon, so hang in there. There was only a group of principals in the empty hall, and Lin Yu immediately gained everyone's attention as soon as he came out. Principals have sighed. Normally speaking, even the worst students can hold out for a few minutes. Now out is not only a problem of strength, even the courage to fight. I don't know what school it's from. 80% have to hit 0. Just then, the big screen overhead refreshes. Ranking number Name School 10524 Lin Yu Beining 1 Middle School. First floor, third floor total 0.1S1000.1S1000.1S1000.1S1000.3S300. All 100? All 0.1 seconds? What? The group of principals all froze. The corners of Wang Huilin's mouth hooked up, and despite being prepared, she couldn't help but be excited to see the bright numbers. It's still you, Lin Yu. Wang Huilin quickly came to Lin Yu's side. Hard work, student Lin Yu. How is it? Are you tired? Teacher brought water here, have a drink. No teacher, I'm not thirsty. Lin Yu pushed away the water bottle. Not thirsty, ah, then must be hungry. This also went in for a day. The teacher here brought some snacks, you first take it to pad your stomach. Lin Yu. No teacher, I'm not hungry either, keep it. He hadn't actually moved around much today. He was undoubtedly resting all day compared to the previous time a hit, so he really didn't feel much either. Wang Huilin is the more to see Lin Yu more like other children to get this score, not to say how proud, at least have to be some self-satisfaction. But he couldn't see any complacency in Lin Yu's eyes. And powerful, and not arrogant. What a rare and wonderful boy. Of course, the main thing is to have strength. Then don't stand here, there's a seat on the teacher's side, let's go over and sit. When the night is completely over, teacher will take you to a big dinner. I'm telling you, Lin student, you've earned a lot of money for your teacher today. Teacher must treat you well. Wang Huilin pulled Lin Yu chatter, the thought of a moment to collect the bill he was even more happy, After a day of camouflage, it was finally time to close the net. While Wang Huilin kept on courting. The other side. The principal of the third grade school stared blankly at the big screen in a daze. For a moment he even forgot about the bet. All 3 levels are 100 points, and all 0.1 seconds. He's never seen anything so outrageous in his entire career. Is this sure it's a person? After a long time, he came back to his senses. Old Lu. Did you see that? The principal of the third middle school patted Lu Jinshan next to him and said anxiously. This ING pervert is from Baining First High School. It's Wang Huilin's student. It's clearly written on it. He then said he had a bad feeling about it. Lu Jinshan was also quite confused at this time. Where did this pervert come from? Why had he never heard of it? No. You talk. What to do now? 100 honor points. The principal of the third form added that he wasn't afraid of losing face. He was used to losing face anyway. But this 100 honor points really hurt him. It's worth 3 years of his salary. Lu Jinshan looked like he hadn't accepted the truth yet and was full of confusion. You what you? Forget it or not, you give me this honor point. Lu Jinshan was instantly energized. My money? Why should I pay for a bet we made together? What can be based on? Did I tell you not to bet? Did I remind you that Wang Huilin has a problem? It's you who insisted on pulling me into betting on who will pay if you don't. The principal of the third middle school rightfully said. Lu Jinshan laughed softly, hee, this moment to say these you feel useful? Wang Huilin does not recognize you one? I just don't see what you can do. The principal of the third form raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're playing rollerblade on me now, are you? Then fine, I'll pay if I have to. But I've been short on cash lately, so I'll just have to be the one to go back and talk to my sister about it. No problem, right, brother-in-law? Lu Jinshan's face changed. A bloody scene of a female Tyrannosaurus Rex came to his mind. You don't speak of martial virtues. There was more to be said, but Wang Huilin walked over at that moment, smiling. What's the talk, gentlemen? The 2 men who were still tearing at each other stood at once and rubbed their noses in it. No, nothing. Director Wang, coming over Wang Huilin secretly laughed, 2 little Karami, playing with my mother. Do you play? You play. Ahem. Both of you, look at this student of mine who has also come out, let's make this bet, isn't it? Nope, Principal Lu's students haven't come out yet, the winner is still uncertain, look at my brain, I'm in too much of a hurry, sorry I'll wait with the 2 principals. At the sound of the voice, the principal of the third middle school hurriedly pulled the corner of Lu Jinshan's coat, brother-in-law. Lu Jinshan reacted, no. No need to wait. Director Wang's achievements are outstanding, I, old Lu, am willing to bow down, I'll go back and turn the honor point for you, go back and turn it for you Just kidding, what are those 3 100s waiting for waiting? You can't even catch up with the 2 Wan Yuanbas by tying them together. The main goal now is to hurry up and send Wang Huilin away. Otherwise he'd be dirty here. Wang Huilin's eyebrows furrowed, There's really no need to wait? I think it's better to take another look, it's not a small amount after all. While my side's results are fair, what if, your school ties? What do you say? Colonel Lu? Lu Jinshan mouth twitching, really no need, our students I know, patting the horse cannot catch up with your school, my old Lu served, honest. Director Wang, please feel free to go back. The corner of Wang Huilin's mouth hooked up, alright, let's go. Lu Jinshan had just breathed a sigh of relief when Wang Huilin stopped again and. Oh yes, and what about this third grade principal, who is also a participant, it can't just be decided. Said Wang Huilin about to fold back. Lu Jinshan hurriedly stopped it. Director Wang, he's convinced too, very convinced, we'll go back and transfer you honor points. Quite right, no problem guaranteed. Wang Huilin smiled even more. Lu Jinshan. Chapter 61, All Perfect Scores? Lu Jinshan wanted to cry. He finally realized that Wang Huilin could not stand the excitement, but was clearly acting with him. It was clear that he knew the situation was a sure win, but he deliberately seduced him step by step into the trap and set him up directly with a dragon. This woman is really horrible. How about I don't fight her anymore? I can't really seem to play her. Lu Jinshan looked at Wang Huilin's figure and muttered. In the line of sight, Wang Huilin was elegant and calm, but it gave him a feeling as if he was a man-eating white bone demon, and he had to be swallowed by him if he didn't do a good job. Year after year of frustration, year after year of disobedience, and each time he's been able to regroup and... But this time he was really shaken up. Putting aside his mixed thoughts, Lu Jinshan turned his attention back to Lin Yu. Eyes flashing. This kid. He used to envy Wang Huilin when he saw her outstanding students, but this time he didn't have a single other thought. Just because. Lin Yu is really too good. All perfect scores and the grade is even as high as 27. That's right, as soon as Lin Yu came out he saw the rank of the... Otherwise he wouldn't have been so sore, he might have had to suspect something was wrong with the exam room. Such people are no longer in the realm of the common man. Once it grew up, it would definitely be a fortunate event for the human race. The pride of their Jiangbei province. I can give him some help too when I get the chance. And I don't know if there's a chance. Lu Jinshan's eyes glittered with relief. Brother-in-law, have you thought about that glory point thing yet? The principal of the third form tugged at his sleeve, looking like he'd sue if he didn't give in. Lu Jinshan rolled his eyes. I know. I'll pay for you, okay? At this time, one after another, students came out. The first ones to come out were definitely the top achievers, but surprisingly, following Lin Yu, it wasn't the level 16 Wang Yuanba, but the 14 Lu Menghan. What's going on here? Lu Jinshan cannot help but wonder. Wang Yuanba he watched, absolutely no problem, this how to lose to Lin Yu even if, and then lost to Lu Menghan? Only Lu Menghan was neatly dressed and her breath was smooth. Returning to the group, Wang Huilin greeted her and... Lu Menghan, you, how did you get this grade? Obviously Wang Huilin was also surprised. Lu Menghan is show director, thanks to the extreme weapon Lin Yu gave me, otherwise I would indeed have to slow down a lot more. What? An extremely high-grade weapon. Lin Yu gave it to you? Lu Jinshan. Gee, there's a superb weapon in the middle of the day. How powerful is this Lin Yu? And so on. Doesn't that make them all lose without Lin Yu? Nor is it right, there is no Lin Yu. Lu Menghan also has no extreme weapons. It comes down to Lin Yu. It was then that Wang Yuanba followed him out. Wang Yuanba had the same calm pace, but then he still looked like a gangster. I'm 92 on the first level, 91 on the second, 92 on the third. No surprise, first place is secure. Wang Yuanba secretly said that he felt that he had played well today, and the monolithic monsters were more suitable for him. So thinking, he looked to the big screen. 1. Lin Yu. 2. Lu Menghan. 3. Wang Yuanba. What? I'm third? And a perfect score? Wang Yuanba froze. Lu Jinshan sighed and went forward to pat his shoulder. Look over there, son, there's no need to be discouraged. Wang Yuanba followed the guidelines and his pupils shrank. Level 27? A superb weapon? Give me this intensity? But soon Wang Yuanba calmed down and... Don't worry, principal, I understand how to do it. The light in Wang Yuanba's eyes flickered. Lu Jinshan was stunned. HM? What are you going to do? That's level 27. Wang Yuanba skimmed his eyebrows. I mean, to treat him as a target to catch up and a motivation for progress. Where do you think you're going, headmaster? Lu Jinshan. If you're not a flinty kid with a stubborn temper, who'd have thought you'd still have the sense to do this? But then again, it was really not a cowardly nature, which kinda surprised him. The passage of time. More and more students are coming out. Holy, it's killing me. I really haven't fought this hard, my hands are numb. It's true that exams and stuff are the most annoying, none of them are easy. The students collapsed on the floor as soon as they came out. The 3 layers of exams in a row had simply drained their physical strength and numbed their spirits. Guys, what's the score? Let's just say it was okay, barely passable. My 3 levels were 62, 63, and 58, and I felt that the assassin level was a bit difficult. You're not so bad, ugh. I just passed on the second level. That old goat head is brittle and I mangled him to death with a hard top. Students who knew each other well discussed the results, followed by the customary look at the big screen. I wonder who the first one is. I guess it's Wang Yuanba, he's level 16 and old famous. What? 3 doors and 100? All 0.1 seconds? Word days? Whose ministry is this? All the students looking at the screen all froze, having just gone through the test they knew the difficulty best. What kind of divine achievement was this? You threw Wang Yuanba out of the picture? Lin Yu? Baining first high school? Wang Huilin see this look as the corner of the mouth cannot be suppressed, to be the feeling of the attention of the public. Kids, let's just say that first grade is awesome. From now on, all of you will come to school in the first grade. Moreover, she had earned 200 glory points today, which was a great harvest. She was liking Lin Yu more and more. Simply a blessing to her. Attention all candidates, the first day of the examination ends here. The total number of candidates in the first stage is 9,876, the number of passes is 8,562, the number of failures is 1314. Candidates who have passed will continue the examination at the same time tomorrow. Those who have not passed will be disqualified, but your marks will remain. One stage requires 3 tiers to pass at least 1 tier before continuing, which is not considered difficult but still eliminates some students. The students who were eliminated were ashen and downcast, and although their scores would be kept, absolutely no university would want them for that amount of points. It also means that their life as a Mino is about to begin. They couldn't help but look at Lin Yu on the big screen again with envy written in their eyes. If only they were going to have that record. 9 levels of the Tower of Trials. Several examiners stood up. Let's go down and inform Lin Yu to return the exam room. I don't know what the boy's current status is. It's actually quite sobering just from the images. I'd really like to meet this super genius. Hey, Officer Lee, slow down. Chapter 62, Spiritual Tests. Ringo. You're really too strong. All perfect scores. How did you do it? At this point, at the end of the first day of the college entrance exams, all candidates began to evacuate the hall with the principals leading the way, and there was an area of accommodation prepared for everyone for the evening. Shenshin scurried in Lin Yu's side full of surprise, although he is aware of Lin Yu 27 level, but 1 out or to give a big jump. He's averaging out at 5 minutes per layer, while Lin Yu is just 0.1 seconds per layer. It's true that you never know how big the gap can be until you compare. It was horrible as hell. Holding the same idea as Shenshin was not a few, almost all students in the main hall couldn't help but look at Lin Yu with curiosity and doubt while walking. Couldn't figure out how the hell to do it at all. The name Lin Yu had sort of left a deep impression on them today. For all these, Lin Yu was indifferent, he just wanted to end the college entrance exam quickly, and then continue to go to upgrade. Immediately level 30, he was very close to turning 2. As for the monster level mismatch from before, he came out and reacted to Han Mingrui. It was only then that I realized that the highest level of the Tower of Trials monsters was 20, and that cleared up the confusion. In short, the entrance exams were now no longer a problem for him, and all that was left was to grind out the time. Shenshin was still making a lot of noise. Ringo, did you see me in 12th place? It's not even close to you, but I'm a mage. How about that? How about you critique it? Lin Yu glanced up his eyebrows, this kid seemed to be completely wrapped up in him, Without replying, Lin Yu waved his hand to the side. Lu Menghan, deal with it. Lu Menghan understood and immediately went forward to drag Shenshin away. Shenshin resisted but was obviously anxious, let go of me. I want to go with Brother Lin. Don't you move me. Lu Menghan, don't you make any noise, Lin Yu likes to be quiet. Shenshin, but I still have a lot to say. Hey, I played really super well today. Lu Menghan, really? Then you tell me. Shenshin, forget it then, I actually play average. Ringo's gone, why don't you let go of me? In addition to Shenshin, Wang Huilin also talked quite a lot today, and Lin Yu also knew at this time that Wang Huilin had won a lot of bets with him and was in a very beautiful mood. This side had just dealt with Shenshin, and Wang Huilin came up like a replacement. Go, teacher take you to eat a big meal. Lin student, do you still lack any equipment? I'm telling you teacher really didn't make much today, just ask. Wang Huilin was red-faced and looked as excited as a weasel that had stolen a chicken. Next to him was Han Mingrui, who had been chasing after Wang Huilin next to him today for some reason, making Lin Yu rather strange. In the past, Han Mingrui didn't talk to anyone. A few people followed the crowd outward, and when they were almost out they were suddenly called to a halt. Director Wang, student Lin Yu, wait. Several men and women with extraordinary temperaments walked up to them, the leader of which was a middle-aged man with a solemn face, his eyes glowing as he stared straight at Lin Yu. To his left was a tall woman with a sharp ponytail, looking in her early 30s, and it was she who spoke. Lin Yu just had doubts when he heard Wang Huilin whisper, "These are the examiners for this grand exam." At the same time, it was visible that Wang Huilin had put away her jokes, and attention was written all over her face. Lin Yu also rushed to collect his mood. To be able to serve as a province's examiner is definitely a big shot. I heard that they are all big shots in the military. Wang Huilin greeted her. "Leaders, is something the matter?" The female examiner on the left side revealed a smile. "We came over because we have something we want to talk to student Lin about." Tang Yuxan, this is our examiner, Li Jingchuan. The female examiner made a brief introduction. Their purpose of coming over was naturally to ask Lin Yu to change the examination room and test Lin Yu's willpower. So, after Tang Yuxan spoke her mind, Wang Huilin was the first to freeze, her eyes filled with disbelief. "What? You're going to give Lin Yu a separate examination center? And to test his willpower?" Wang Huilin was a bit confused. Did Han Mingrui really get it right? Usually examiners never ask about students, and besides, Lin Yu looks so normal. But now that it's actually going to be tested. Still testing alone. A berserker. Can that be measured? Han Mingrui wasn't happy about getting back the city, and his face became downcast. He wasn't surprised by the test. An unstable berserker examiner must not feel comfortable letting him or her into the university, and presumably some preparation is in order. It's just that Wang Huilin never believed him. He was a bit surprised that he would open the old exam room test alone. The old exam room was a field battle, and inside it was just real killing. More or less too strict. Lin Yu was his student, he naturally didn't want anything to happen. Han Mingrui took 2 steps forward. "This examiner Tang, must we open the old test center alone? Why don't we just test it in the Tower of Trials?" Tang Yuxan's face changed slightly when she saw Han Mingrui. Han Mingrui is not an ordinary high school principal, and used to be someone from above, so she can't be taken too lightly. "Oh, Colonel Han, you don't have to worry, we didn't mean to make it more difficult by opening the old exam room, it's just to test Lin Yu's willpower more intuitively. After all, berserkers can only show the situation by entering a real battle. Well, we will reduce the requirements accordingly when the time comes, it's not that strict." Well, that was the result of their discussion. How could Lin Yu, a super genius, deliberately make things difficult? It's just a way to see the spiritual condition more clearly for future arrangements. Han Mingrui also heard it and didn't say anything else. Tang Yuxan nodded, and then came next to Lin Yu. "How about it, does Lin Yu student have any confidence? But we've been watching you up there for a day, and as far as I can see you're in a stable state, so you must be fine." Tang Yuxan wasn't very good at dealing with children, and unconsciously used a tone of coaxing a child. They observed down from up there today, and Lin Yu looked very stable. Now up close Lin Yu did seem to be not too different from the other berserkers, as if he was normal. Of course it's certainly not useful to just look at it, it's still important to look at the back of the test data to speak. Lin Yu was a bit speechless. What the hell was that tone? Is he a kindergartner? But he did hear it at this point. At the same time the mood becomes pleasant. Originally, he was still bored with the next college entrance exam, a pure waste of time. But now, test his spirit? The most stable thing about the system he has is the spirit. I didn't realize there was mental testing stuff, just to give him an extra layer of backing. It saves you from always being suspected, and it saves you a lot of trouble later on when you go to college, and it solves another problem. Lin Yu, I'm fine with it. Mr. Lin is really great. Then tomorrow at 8 o'clock, you come to the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. Oh, you don't know the way, let the teacher take you, sister, we're waiting for you. Oh. Lin Yu. If you can't talk it's better to say less. Chapter 63 Lin Yu is finished? Kelly Wong is not happy. I didn't expect to suddenly be so cross a bar. If Lin Yu can't pass the test, how to do? You're not going to lose your grades? After the examiners left, Wang Huilin came to Han Mingrui's side. Colonel Han, what do you think? Do you feel that Lin Yu can pass the examination? Han Mingrui, I thought you didn't want to listen to me? Kelly Wong. Don't make fun of me when it's already this time, Colonel Han, just say that it was me who was too ignorant before. Wang Huilin grinned and pulled out a smile and said. Han Mingrui's face turned serious. From what I understand, Lin Yu's spirit must have been eroded by a certain Chengdu. He's currently level 27, or has he reached that level in just 7 days? If we were to quantify the level of berserkness, he's now at a guaranteed 40%, and there's no way he's as calm as he seems. Before Han Mingrui could finish speaking, Wang Huilin interjected, what? 40%? Berserkers are dangerous when they're over halfway into a demon. How can 40% work? Han Mingrui didn't mind being interrupted and continued, 40% is actually already my conservative estimate. A lot of normal berserkers can't even last past the second turn, not to mention that Lin Yu is still ascending so fast, and the impact of killing one after another on berserking is even more serious. You know, I've specialized in the field of berserkers. I can only say that this child Lin Yu's willpower is truly outstanding, and the fact that he's still able to maintain normalcy at the moment is already quite beyond many people. Wang Huilin's eyes completely darkened. Then according to you, Lin Yu must not be able to pass the examination? Han Mingrui sighed. It's hard to say on that point, it still depends on the examiner's judging criteria. I don't feel like there's much hope, though the military people will only be stricter. Accidents are the last thing they accept. Wang Huilin froze. It's over, the grades are gone, it's all over. Han Mingrui rolled his eyes and rose up in dissatisfaction. It's already that time and you still care about grades. Don't think about your students. Wang Huilin reacted, no, I didn't mean that, Principal Han. The evening meal was undoubtedly planned to be cancelled, but of course Lin Yu wouldn't go without it. Pure waste of time, he doesn't like useless socializing. In the accommodation area, Chen Shen and Lu Menghan pulled Lin Yu. They also heard what just happened. Ringo, you should be okay with this, right? Chen Shen's rare lack of his usual immodesty filled his eyes with worry. Lu Menghan was similarly, her beautiful eyebrows unkempt. Lin Yu, do you feel mentally stable yourself? There's not much I can do to help you. She was surprisingly ignoring the berserker's berserking problem in the past 2 days, just thinking about her high school entrance exams and talking about repaying her kindness. Now that the problem is hitting you over the head so quickly, being able to go to college is so important to professionals. The two look should be said to be full of concern for their friends and very genuine. But it's useless to Lin Yu. He didn't even consider these two to be friends. All he wanted to do was go back and rest, and he got stuck in traffic. I'm fine, don't worry about it, you two. Chen Shen was unconvinced, his eyes glaring at once. No, I mean, what does that examiner mean? How can there be a spiritual exam and a college entrance exam? Or a separate exam? It's not a deliberate attempt to pick a fight. No way. I'll go and argue with him. I won't take the exam if I don't recognize your grades. I won't go to that lousy college. Obviously we all take the test together, and you're making it special because you're a berserker? The examiners definitely had a problem. They're just afraid that Lin Yu will take first place. There are definitely connections among the candidates. Chen Shen angrily pulled his leg and left. He had to say it clearly, if not, he would go to the higher level to complain. Lin Yu's brain was completely speechless. Most of this kid's IQ isn't quite up to snuff either. Waving his hand, Lu Menghan, take care of it. Lu Menghan is intellectual. Without Lin Yu saying, she went forward and pulled Chen Shen while explaining. Chen Shen, it's not what you think. The college entrance exam is absolutely fair. It's just that berserkers do have a risk of going berserk, and examiners need to test it before they can decide to let or not let Lin Yu continue to go to college. However, Chen Shen didn't listen at all. No. I won't listen, let go of me. I don't care. They're just looking for a fight. Lu Menghan released her one-of-a-kind stance. Think of it this way, with your brother Lin's strength, in case that student in the University of Berserking can hold it off, when it comes to killing too many people, won't your brother Lin be sentenced to death? They're also doing it for your brother Lin's good. Chen Shen stopped struggling. Huh? Is that so? Okay, that's it, I'm going back to rest. Lin Yu no longer paid attention to the duo and turned his head into the accommodation building. Chen Shen yelled from behind, Brother Lin, then you must do well on the test tomorrow. Of course it's okay if you don't pass. When the time comes you'll come to work in my house will open the labor unions, guaranteed to support you. I'm not afraid of others who are afraid of your madness. Oh, my dad isn't afraid either. You don't have to be psychologically stressed out. Lu Menghan eyes or worry more, how the berserkers will be demonized. Lin Yu has not been saying that he is afraid to bear a lot. The test is all about rigor, and the lives of other students are at stake, so the probability of passing. However, demonized or not, I'm not afraid either. Lu Menghan whispered mentally. There was no talk all night. The next day, the Great Hall of the Tower of Trials was still overcrowded. Many students were looking for Lin Yu in droves as soon as they arrived. After yesterday they were also all remembering this pervert. Ha! How come I don't see Lin Yu? Where did Lin Yu go? Will he be accepted directly? He probably doesn't need to take the test at that level. Of course not, haven't you guys heard? Lin Yu was pulled away for a separate test. Separate test, why? Because Lin Yu's occupation is a berserker, or a hidden version of a berserker. The examiner was worried about his mental problems, so he brought him in for a mental test. What? Lin Yu's occupation is actually a berserker? I'll go, I haven't heard about it. Hey. That's a rare profession. His hidden berserker, to test the spirit. Doesn't that mean he's finished? It's hard to say, but I've heard from our principal that it's not very promising, and that it could lead to disqualification from the entrance exams. You're not done with this. The crowd was talking, and Lu Menghan stood in the middle of it, also worried. And Chen Shen pulled a candidate straight up and sprayed him. What do you mean finished? Is it up to you whether it's finished or not? The candidate wondered. I said, what does Lin Yu have to do with you? Chen Shen, Lin Yu is my big brother. Say Lin Yu is to say me, no? Dare to MSBB tear your mouth. Once the candidate heard this, he was also unconvinced, and was about to get angry and then suddenly saw Chen Shen's rank. Skimming, I won't say just that. Humph. Chen Shen viciously plucked out its glance. The other side. Lin Yu had arrived at the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials. He still really couldn't find his way, and this time it was Han Mingrui who brought him here. Several examiners are present. When he saw Lin Yu and the two of them coming, he immediately got up. Han School, Lin student. Tang Yuxin still looked like a kindergarten teacher. Here's Lin, how's it going, are you ready? Lin Yu. Chapter 64, this examiner wishes you well. Tang Yuxin first told Lin Yu about the rules. Lin Yu also probably understood. Upon entering the examination room, he will need to bring a mental contamination detection device that will give back his mental state in real time and provide it to the examiners for their judgment. Instead, the new exam room is an actual ancient battlefield with monsters that have been cleaned up by the government. According to the rules of the examination center back then is to kill monsters to get points, and the points are the final high school score. But now that the exam room has changed to the Tower of Trials, the rules have changed. The result of the discussion between the several examiners was that they would personally determine Lin Yu's final score, omitting the points session. Plus there's good news and bad news. The good news is that the old exam room is a real battlefield and he can gain experience. The bad news was that the highest monster level inside was still 20, and there weren't many level 20s, most of them were low-level monsters that were favorable to the average student. That little bit of experience was a drop in the bucket for him at level 27. In short, this could be viewed as an examination that was solely for the purpose of testing his mental state. How about it, Mr. Lin, do you understand the rules? Do you want my sister to say it again? Tang Yuxin opened her mouth again with a clip sound. Tang Yuxin looked to be in her early 30s, her body's aura was impenetrable, and she was obviously a strong person as well. But the flavor was just too strong, and Lin Yu couldn't stand it a bit. I understand, you don't have to take care of me too much, Examiner Tang, I grew up precocious. Lin Yu tried to be as euphemistic as possible. Tang Yuxin instantly blushed. Ah, like this? Well, then, I'll open the portal. Saying that, she ran away as if she had escaped. There were a total of 5 examiners in the 9th floor hall, excluding Tang Yuxin. The rest were older men. They weren't as green as Tang Yuxin, and each of them looked at Lin Yu with solemn faces. Being surrounded by so many bigwigs on the first floor, Lin Yu was also feeling a lot of pressure. But one of the middle-aged men was strange, he just looked straight at Lin Yu, as if he saw some kind of fat meat. Last night when we met, Lin Yu also noticed the name of this person. He also reflected again, the examiner, Li Jingchuan. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. At that moment a male examiner handed over a metal bracelet. The bracelet is solid silver with little lights flashing on it. Mental pollution monitoring device purple. Real-time monitoring of the wearer's level of mental contamination. Invalid for level 30 or above. Lin student, this is the detection device, just go in there in a moment and you'll wear it, we'll assess the rest. But you can't hide from the monster and not do anything, we'll be out there watching. The male examiner said. Lin Yu nodded, rigorous right. He actually wanted to try his mental health, that is, how stable his own mind was outside of the system aside, and see how it compared to others. Now that there was such an instrument, he was looking forward to it somewhat. The old exam room was relocated to the 9th floor after it was abandoned, and in no time, Tang Yusin opened the portal. Han Mingrui couldn't help but look pale. Lin Yu, smooth your mind, don't be nervous. Teacher believes in you. Lin Yu, this period of time performance he also see in the eyes, not arrogant and not impatient efforts to progress, is a rare talent. He had previously misjudged Lin Yu a few times, did not say anything. He wants Lin Yu to pass. Irrelevant grades. Lin Yu was a bit surprised. Got it, School Han. On the other side, Tang Yuxin saw Lin Yu walking towards him and unconsciously clamped down again. Cheer up, oh, Lin student, sister believes. But then he reacted halfway through the sentence and replaced it with a calm expression. This examiner wishes you well. Lin Yu. Having entered more portals, Lin Yu realized that the vertigo was all much smaller. The scene shifted and he had arrived inside the examination room. A slightly dimly lit space, littered with the remains of wasteland. He was in an alley made of crumbling walls. The breeze brought up some yellow sand, like a sash. Phew. Lin Yu let out a light breath, there was nothing burdening him at the moment. The final grade was assessed by the examiner outside, and the highest level 20 monsters in the exam room didn't appeal to him. He just needs to kill the monsters he encounters as clearly as possible to reflect the spirituality. Oh, and try the mountain crusher. He hasn't used this skill since he took it. Lin Yu opened the long-lost panel. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, bloodthirsty berserker hidden. Rank, LV 27 8.51%. Life, 3210. Shield, 100,000. Strength, 237 plus 52. Agility, 237 plus 52. Physical, 321. Spirit, 189 plus 51 plus 51. Freedom attributes, 0. Passive celebration of blood, plus 1 to strengthen agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive blood rage, gain attribute increases based on different lives. Blood eating LV6, you will no longer receive any life regeneration while the skill is on, and you will automatically recover 8 points per second when it is off. Active, 80 points of life per second. Avalanche strike, leap up with all your might and slam into the ground in front of you, dealing 100% strength damage to all enemies within a 1 meter diameter. Consumption, 100 life points. First order Berserk, deals 150% strength damage. Second order Berserk, deals 200% strength damage, range increased to 2 meters. Third order Berserk, deals 500% strength damage, range increased to 5 meters. Ultimate Berserk, deals 2000% strength damage, range increased to 20 meters, and inflicts a knockout effect on all enemies. 2 pieces of clear springs added to his spiritual attribute wasn't that low. As for the mountain crash, Lin Yu looked at the panel and calculated. He is now 3002 blood, normal mode no damage do not have to count, even to the most commonly used third order Berserk. 10% he'll have 320 left. 100 drops for a crash. That means he can use it twice normally, twice for 500% range 5 meters of damage. If it's the third time then you'll have 20 drops left and you'll go into Ultimate Berserk. Ultimate Rampage will have to come later. Lin Yu probably got a count and closed the panel. Eating under blood pressure. Once again, he entered the third order of Berserk. It just so happened that a monster passed by at that moment. A strange-looking thing with a body like a human's, but with its upper body wrapped in gauze, showing only one red eye. The level is only 7. Lin Yu drew out the Supreme Scarlet. Outside the exam room, a large light screen played a real-time image of Lin Yu. A couple of examiners came to life. It's on. It's on. Open the mental message quickly. I wonder what Lin Yu can achieve in his current state. Han Mingrui couldn't take his eyes off it either. As for Li Jingchuan, his eyes never moved away. Chapter 65, bad? I've checked it, right? Examiner Tang, can you briefly introduce this mental device? 9th floor lobby. Han Mingrui asked Tang Yusin a question. He hadn't paid attention to the device before and was somewhat unaware of how mental health was determined.
Tang Yuxin is obviously much better in the face of adults, sniffing very sharply.
Oh, Colonel Han, it is. This device is a monitoring prop unique to our army, generally used to monitor the mental state of soldiers. As you know, we fight and kill all the time in the army. It's inevitable that the spirit becomes abnormal. In addition, there are some areas of the abyss that can contaminate the spirit of the soldiers.
Han Mingrui nodded, signaling for Tang Yuxin to continue.
This point he is clear. Even normal people long-time killing spirit may also have problems. In addition, there are some abyssal regions with pollution, fear, violence, mania, and other kinds of curses. The army perennial face these really need. Tang Yuxin continued, the utility of this device is also very simple. It divides the degree of contamination of one's spirit into 100%. The index for normal people is around 5%, like our soldiers who are always on the warpath probably maintains at 20%, and those who operate in special areas may go to between 30–40%. You can understand that the higher the index, the more the spirit is polluted and the worse the state of health. What Tang Yusin said was very easy to understand, and Han Mingrui understood it all at once since.
He asked the question again, and what are your criteria for judging? How many or more do you achieve?
Or how much above that do you guys think Lin Yu is considered ineligible? Normally speaking, it can't be more than 40% at the most. Over 40 people become manic, bipolar, etc., including our special soldiers who are approaching 40% will be arranged to be nudged. Tang Yuxin directly said, but said Lin Yu was thinking for a moment. As for Lin Yu, he has a special occupation after all. We can relax the requirement to 50%. Past 50%, even if I agree here, it would be a disservice to the rest of the university later, so I hope you understand.
Tang Yuxin said as politely as she could. After all, she was someone's student and definitely wanted to hear good news.
Han Mingrui's eyes flashed.
50%, let's hope Lin Yu passes. Thank you, Examiner Tang. It's okay, you're welcome.
At this moment, Lin Yu had already decapitated the monster on the screen, killing it in a very sharp slash.
And already looking for the next monster up. It is evident that there really is no holding back. An examiner finally brought him the monitor. Quick, throw it on the screen.
Li Jingchuan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly came into the spirit and pointed at the examiner and urged that.
Tang Yuxin couldn't help but sigh. She actually had a personal feeling that Lin Yu's condition shouldn't be good. After all, the profession's innate berserkness could be much stronger than pollution or something. But she also hoped that Lin Yu can be good. Now Jiangbei military region is the lack of people. She really cannot afford to give up this talent. That's when Han Mingrui's question happened to come in. What does Examiner Tang feel Lin Yu's pollution index is at?
Probably 30% at the very least. She gave a conservative number she didn't want to believe. The detector shot out a red light and Lin Yu's information appeared on the light screen.
Name, Lin Yu. Mental pollution, 3%. Examiner Tang, are you sure this thing isn't broken?
A rather puzzled voice rang out in the silent hall.
Tang Yuxin didn't answer, she froze. Not only her, but all the examiners in the entire hall froze in their tracks.
One looked at the big screen speechless.
3%? How is that possible? It's just ordinary people who have to have 5%, let alone Lin Yu, a berserker. Has he never fought? Haven't you ever killed a chick? Obviously, that's not possible.
The examiners froze for a split second before responding. Li Jingchuan immediately pointed at one of the examiners and said, "Go, bring another monitor, unproductive contraption."
Li Jingchuan is a little angry. This juncture can take a bad, are not checked?
Pure and simple waste of feelings.
The examiner was also quick to respond and immediately put away the instrument to change it. He didn't have any doubts either. This kind of data couldn't happen. The instrument must be broken.
But as he walked along, he was a little puzzled.
Checked it when I came in bright and clear, huh? That's weird. Good thing there were 3 ready. The hall was in embarrassment.
Tang Yuxin scratched her head. I'm sorry, Ha School Han, this time it was our negligence. People's principles are already haunted, and it's a disgrace to come up with something like this at a time like this.
Han Mingrui bristled. It's fine, just get another one.
Tang Yuxin, I'm sorry to make you laugh, but don't worry, we prepared 3 this time, and the next one is absolutely fine.
Well, understandable. In less than 3 minutes, the next one came.
The examiner held the detector with a confident look. Officer Li, this time it's guaranteed to be fine, I just checked it again. Li Jingchuan didn't have a good face and waved his hand. Come on,
don't ink, hurry up and vote. The examiner turned on the instrument and apologized to Han Mingrue on the way. Colonel Han, don't worry, I'll bring me on to check this time. Han Mingrue, well, I know. Red light shot out and the message appeared on the screen again. Name, Lin Yu. Mental pollution, 3%. Han Mingrue. Tang Uxin. Examiner? I'll go change again. Right away. The examiner reacted quickly and ran out of the hall in a huff. Inside the examination room, Lin Yu was still unaware of the situation in the outside world. I wonder how my mental health compares to the average person. Lin Yu couldn't see the message himself, but the lights on the arm ring device had begun to blink, indicating that the quiz had begun. It made him a little curious. I don't know what the examiners out there think either. Thoughts aside, Lin Yu continued to move forward. Currently he was just killing monsters as he ran into them, and if he couldn't run into them, he was moving forward in a straight line. The only thing that doesn't change anywhere is that the deeper you go, the higher the level of the monsters. He planned to go to the deepest part to find level 20 monsters and gain a little experience as well. And of course it's gross. Not long after, 3 monsters appeared in front of Lin Yu, the same as the ones he encountered when he came in, humanoid and wrapped in gauze. But the level came to 9. Try the avalanche strike. This was the first batch of group monsters Lin Yu had encountered, and he was finally planning to try out his skills. Well, he's a bit of an obsessive-compulsive person, and ranged skills just have to be hitting multiple monsters. There's just a sense of, well, thievery. Avalanche strike. Lin Yu instantly felt full of strength, especially in his arms, and his blood seemed to boil. Driven by this force, Lin Yu jumped up violently and slammed into the center of the monster. Bang! A blood-colored aperture burst into flames as the blade struck the ground. Like a shockwave, the ground swept by shattered inch by inch. A circular vacuum of 5 meters in diameter was instantly created. At the same time, the 3 monsters were directly blown into bloody foam. Only 3 damage fonts were left behind. 14,480. 14,479. 14,480. Chapter 66. What kind of sick willpower is this? Normally speaking, a level 8 or 9 monster's blood level is about 4 or 500. Lin Yu looked back at the over 10,000 damage dealt by the battering mountain strike and couldn't help but grin. It's hard for you guys, too. Nice. Standing up, Lin Yu dusted off his body and a smile appeared on his face. This avalanche strike experience generally satisfied him, with considerable damage and quick release. He finally had a ranged skill, which could be considered his first active skill. And while 100 drops of blood may seem like a lot to consume, it's not too bad. He was now recovering 8 drops of blood per second in his blood eating off state, and it only took 13 seconds to make up for it. The implication is that as long as he doesn't run into a situation where he needs to fight all the time, he can basically crash mountains without intervals. Lin Yu turned off blood eating and quickly pulled his life back into the 10% zone again. So it seems that his CD-less blood eating is also a godly skill that. The smile on Lin Yu's face grew even wider. The entire examination hall is visually a large city ruin, like it had once experienced a great war, full of frost traces everywhere. The wreckage and ruins hide occasional monsters, from bandaged humanoids to some corrupted, vicious dogs. Of course the strengths were all average, completely not on the same channel as Lin Yu. Lin Yu advanced along the vaguely visible ruins of the streets, encountering single ones and resolving them with a smooth slash, and groups of them on a small avalanche. It pushes effortlessly and feels no different than a walk, leisurely. It just went on for a while. Please exit the exam room immediately, Lin Yu. Please exit the exam room immediately, Lin Yu. 2 mechanical sounds suddenly rang in Lin Yu's ears, and along with the sounds, a circle of light appeared in front of him. So soon after the test? Lin Yu froze, before speaking well to him to kill inside full 2 days finally judged mental problems. This is now even less than half a day it. The scene shifted and Lin Yu was back in the hall once again. There were still a few examiners gathered around in front of them. Oddly enough, the atmosphere seemed a little awkward, though. Lin Yu didn't think much about it and opened his mouth to ask, "Examiners, how's my spirit?" It was definitely good to get it over with early anyway, and he was quite curious about his mental state. Tang Uxin rubbed the back of her neck. Inner one. Student Lin, it's like this, we're calling you out not because we're done with the test, but that mental device you're carrying is broken, we'd like you to replace it. The units are new and not yet operational, So you understand, haha. Tang Yuxian was dying of embarrassment. They had just changed 3 monitors in a row, all 3%. And that gets us nowhere, but there's something wrong with the device on Linyu. They're a bunch of bossy instructors, making this kind of cheap blunder, and on such an important occasion. And most importantly in front of a child. It's a disgrace. Linyu froze. The device is broken? So it's not the end of the test? Tang Yuxian was even more embarrassed. It's like this. Linyu ignored her and looked at Han Mingrue again. Han Mingrue was also filled with helplessness at this time and nodded to Linyu. Immediately afterward, he immediately turned to Tang Yuxian and glared, "Examiner Tang, if the person has also come out, hurry up and change, don't waste time. I really don't know what these examiners do for a living. They can even mess up this matter, and they can even mess up 3 times in a row. It's just off the charts." He now wondered how in the world the men had become examiners. Linyu was completely speechless. You can't even get that wrong. He didn't fight this half day for nothing. These examiners don't seem to be very reliable. Soon Tang Yuxian took another bracelet up and said with an apologetic face, "Lin student, you take one, don't worry, this time it's surely no problem, this one we've all checked." All right. Although his heart was a little depressed, Linyu did not say anything. It's just a waste of time. After receiving the device, Linyu was about to return to the exam room. The examiner in charge of managing the apparatus suddenly ran up, "Student Lin, wait a moment." Only to see the male examiner take out 3 more devices, handing them to Linyu while chanting. "Linyu student, you put these on, just in case. Here, just 2 left hands and 2 right hands, they don't weigh much." Linyu. Approach is a little more comical, but it's the best guarantee that the... It was clear to all present that there would be absolutely no surprises this time. "Linyu, go for it, teacher believes you can." Han Mingrue stepped forward and patted Linyu's shoulder, his face grave. What was clear to him was that Berserkers coming into this day probably wasn't going to end well. But Linyu step by step, no matter whether to question or difficulties, but never discouraged, did not stop trying, enough to prove the character. At this moment he sincerely hoped that Linyu would pass the test. Linyu raised an eyebrow. "Thanks, principal." Linyu turned his head and walked into the portal. The big screen lit up again at the same time. Several examiners' faces became serious. As long as you can get below 40, the genius is still a genius. Project it. The leader, Li Jingchuan, looked like he had been tortured out of his temperament and wasn't agitated anymore. He just rubbed his forehead and waved his hand. The male examiner responded, rushing to turn on the instrument. This time there were enough 4 monitors to shoot 4 rays of light onto the screen. Name, Linyu. Mental pollution, 3%. Name, Linyu. Mental pollution, 3%. Instantly, the entire hall became silent. This? What kind of willpower is it? The male examiner in charge of the instruments. So? Not a broken instrument? Shock, dismay was written all over everyone's face. There's absolutely no way that 4 monitors could go wrong again, so that Linyu's spiritual pollution level is just only 3%. Ordinary people are at least at 5% or more. He's a berserker topped off with a natural berserker, and he's risen to level 27 in a week. It's also hard-pressed to 3%. After a long silence, Li Jingchuan rubbed himself up. Genius. A once-in-a-century genius. Li Jingchuan's heart and chest were stirring, and he felt his body trembling. Having lived most of his life, he had never expected to come across such a genius. Berserkers who are completely mentally stable, even more so than normal people. What a horror willpower really is. It's a once-in-a-century event. No, you don't come across that in 100 years. Once in 1,000 years, 1 in a billion is not too much to ask. The eyes of the other examiners were also filled with shock, and their faces all turned white. No one is unaware of Berserker's reputation, and they know more about the mental condition of normal people. Willpower can be this strong. People like that. Does it really exist? They felt a little breathless. Chapter 67, I want to take on an apprentice. I want an apprentice. Linyu is my Li Jingchuan's disciple from today. A disciple of the shutdown. Bang. Hall conference table was Li Jingchuan shot a huge rattling sound. Li Jingchuan glared at a cannibalistic look, as if whoever said a word of no at this time he was going to bite. It was obvious that he had moved his true nature and wanted to take Lin Yu as his disciple. A crowd of examiners immediately showed envy. Li Jingchuan is a veritable hand of the Jiangbei military region, even if they have only received some favors. To be loved by Li Jingchuan is undoubtedly a step up. Of course, Lin Yu deserves it. It's still a match that can't be made. Level 27 proves the strength of a genius, and absolute mental stability proves terrifying willpower for an absolutely assured future. The combination of the two can only be described as downright perverse, with an unlimited future. And if this kind of pervert became Li Jingchuan's disciple, then in the future, he would also be someone who belonged to their Jiangbei military region, and it would be a great gain for them as well. Thinking about this, several examiners couldn't help but get excited. I didn't expect to come to supervise a high school entrance exam and come up with such a big surprise. Several examiners rose. Congratulations to Officer Li on his joyous acquisition of a beloved disciple. With Lin Yu here in the future, our military region will definitely be able to rise to the next level. Congratulations, Officer Li. Li Jingchuan is also a face of bravado, waved his big hand and said, "Good to say, finished one person to send you 100 military workers, I am just happy today." The crowd of examiners became even more excited and their eyes lit up. Han Mingrui was also very excited at this time, although he didn't have that much intuition about this monitor that. But what Tang Yuxian said before was also very clear, 5% for ordinary people and 3% for Lin Yu. Pervert. Originally, he had thought that if he could just barely pass the test with another 50% or less, he would still be able to go to college in the future. I didn't expect to make such a big deal outright. Even Li Jingchuan was dryly confused. Tough. Don't talk about college now, the future is taking off straight away. Suddenly, some untimely memories flooded Han Mingrui's mind at that moment. Director Wang, don't let your classmates team up with Lin Yu, berserkers will go crazy. Director Wang, Lin Yu went to the wilderness and shouldn't be able to come back. Director Wang, berserkers, I have a personal opinion, you can forget about the high school entrance exam. Director Wang, I think there's a big chance that Lin Yu will be disqualified. So? I'm the one who's been giving lessons to Lin Yu? What? Han Mingrui immediately felt his cheeks burning. School Han, you really have another good student in your first school. A completely mentally stable berserker, TSK, that's scary. Tang Yuxian walked over with a big smile. Lin Yu is indeed excellent, but that doesn't have too much to do with my first middle school. This kind of child will shine wherever he is placed. Han Mingrui smiled back. Anyway, it's for the best that the problem is now solved. Tang Yuxian, Han, school you modest, there are good children also cannot be separated from the good teacher's teaching, you also have the credit. Although he knew that Tang Yuxian was speaking politely, Han Mingrui still wanted to say, I really didn't teach. Tang Yuxian added, by the way, school Han, did Lin Yu say before which college she wanted to go to? Let's just book it while we're at it and save ourselves the trouble. Han Mingrui frowned at the sound, directly finalized? Isn't it a little too soon for the entrance exams to be over? Tang Yuxian pursed her lips and smiled, Han, school you may still not quite understand the concept of 3%, Lin Yu has the strength colleges and universities should be grabbing to still look at what results. Moreover, the results are not also our scoring. Look, over there, Examiner Li and the others are starting to open up about which way to send it. Han Mingrui looked in the direction Tang Yuxian pointed. Li Jingchuan flung his arms around and opened his mouth without a care in the world. Do you guys think that Zhongzhou is better or North China Martial Arts University? If you ask me, it might as well be North China. I've got some history with that old boy, the principal. But the central state seems to be a bit stronger, and it's still a bit hard to choose. Han Mingrui. It does seem like you don't have to look at grades. At that moment, Li Jingchuan happened to spot Han Mingrui, and with a big wave of his hand. Come. Come sit over here, Colonel Han, let's discuss this together. You're Mr. Lin Yu, I'm Master Lin Yu, we're related inside and out, don't be polite. Said Li Jingchuan directly pulled out a bar of chairs. Han Mingrui was even more speechless. You call that a master? Lin Yu hasn't agreed yet. Besides, there are chairs you didn't give me earlier. After spitting, Han Mingrui still reacted quickly. It was best to save Lin Yu the trouble. Moreover, Li Jingchuan, a hand of the Jiangbei military region, this kind of strongman, he also has a lot of things he wants to explore, and has long wanted to get to know. Ha. Elder Li is courteous, then I'll be respectful. Han Mingrui sat on his but rather painfully. Li Jingchuan laughed out loud at the sight. I didn't realize that Colonel Han was still a fastidious person. I used to think that you were literate. Then was then, now is now. Ha ha. Interesting, right up my alley. The two men exchanged pleasantries. Li Jingchuan cut to the chase. School Han, my protege said he didn't say which university he wanted to go to, so I'm still at a loss here. Han Mingrue. That's a little too smooth for you. Lin Yu did say before that he planned to go to the Central State Academy. Lin Yu told Wang Huilin when he registered earlier that he still had the reflection. Central State Academy. Li Jingchuan frowned. Good thing too. After all, it's the #1 college, there's nothing wrong with being strong. Bang. Li Jingchuan slapped the table and instantly commanded, you go and shout for Zhengzhou to come over and raise the people. Just say that Li Jingchuan sent his precious disciple to them. The examiner who was pointed to it froze. Huh? You call that a person? Isn't that a little too fast? Normal are students after the college entrance examination in the online volunteer. The process is also in the online processing. The school never come forward. Li Jingchuan immediately raised his eyebrows. You awada, feel that my disciple is not worthy of his door. No. It's just that we don't know anyone in Central State either, so is it too. Much to contact them like that? The examiner was a little embarrassed. Li Jingchuan is still going to be angry, but Han Mingrue rushes to relieve himself when he sees this. Hey, elderly, there's no need to be in such a hurry. It's just as well to go back then after the exam. The other examiners also reacted and rushed forward to persuade them. Yes, Officer Li, you can't run away if you put it there in the middle of the state anyway. Lin Yu's strength to go anywhere is not a handful of cha. Besides, Lin Yu isn't out right now. What if he changes his mind? It's better to wait until he comes out. Only when he heard the last sentence did Li Jingshan's brow ease down a bit. Still, it was tinged with a huff and a cold grunt. Then wait for Lin Yu to come out, and call me for someone right away when he comes out. My Li Jingshan's disciple, pushing him is giving him face. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly chimed in, understood, promised to complete the task. Han Mingrue was silent. Why is this guy so reckless? As expected, the military district's big brother featured. Protective, straight, scalp iron. Chapter 68 Lin Yu's achievements. Li Jingchuan is very impatient. Immediately, he was going to call Lin Yu out to directly score full marks, and the latter would not need to be measured again. Still, they were stopped by the examiners. The reason given was to observe Lin Yu's mental state during the fight again. Lin Yu's spirit was stable, but it was unclear how the ups and downs were when it came to killing. A little more understanding is definitely better. So, the crowd began to quietly watch the big screen. Each one of them was looking seriously with their eyes burning, and it was really strange to see a berserker who could be more normal than a normal person. You guys, what the hell did Lin Yu do? I don't know, it feels kind of scary. The soldiers under my hand have risen to 10% just for participating in 2 demon eradication operations. I don't know if he can remain so stable when he kills. Several examiners stared at the screen attentively. Inside the exam room, Lin Yu has arrived in the middle of the pack. The surroundings were still ruins of buildings, earthen walls and yellow sand. The environment had not changed much. But the level of the monsters encountered came to 12 or 13. The entire exam room monster range is roughly spread across levels 6 to 20. This was the reason why Lin Yu had judged him to be in the middle. Ho ho ho! A group of spear-wielding monsters with hoarse roars blocked Lin Yu's path. The monster was humanoid, covered in bandages like a mummy, dried up and withered, and the spear in his hand was in tatters. There are 8 of them in a team, all level 12. Avalanche strike. Lin Yu smashed into the group of monsters like a meteorite. The air wave erupted and several dried-up monsters were instantly vaporized. One moment he was standing while the next he was reduced to flying dust, leaving only scattered bandages slowly drifting away. It kinda works. Lin Yu got up and clapped his hands with a light smile on his face. After half a day of practicing he probably skilled this skill. The general feeling is very convenient. Before these monsters have to be killed one by one, it will take a few minutes. The monster reacted to escape still have to go to the chase. It's 1 second now. Having a ranged skill does make it much smoother. Lin Yu checked the experience. Coming in he was 8.5%. 10% now. It's been half a day of fighting. Hey! Lin Yu was beginning to miss the days of upgrading. The body is feeling good during rest time. The heart is a little uncomfortable again. He was now approaching turn 2, and could still improve a lot. Unfortunately, it's the high school year and there's nothing that can be done about it. And I don't know what's going on out there. Can you end the test a little early for me? The monsters in the examination hall couldn't stop Lin Yu for a moment at all. Lin Yu was like strolling through a backyard garden, picking flowers, hacking from south to north, walking from white to black. The level 20 monster lair at the end was also a bunch of rabble, and it was directly taken by him in one fell swoop. In the midst of idleness, the day just went by. Outside the exam room, hiss. Inhaling continued in the hall as several examiners looked at each other. Why is Lin Yu still stabilizing at 3% when he enters a fight? No change at all. Genius. What a genius. Utter monsters. I really don't know where the upper limit of Lin Yu's willpower is. I doubt he can keep his face still when his wife dies. A few examiners were shocked beyond belief. A normal person would have to have a bit of mental ups and downs to kill a chicken, and Lin Yu had been killing for a day. It just froze and didn't fluctuate at all. It stayed at 3%. This is still a berserker? I'm afraid the holy light priests don't have anything like this, do they? Sure. Compared to the previous shock, this was kind of small, and they had been able to accept it. One can only say that Lin Yu can't be judged by common sense. Complete and utter freak. There were people who believed it when they said that the ancient god of slayers was reborn with his memories. Guys, what do you say? Does Lin Yu still have to take the test tomorrow? An examiner raised an eyebrow. The rest of the group gave their answers instantly. No, 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 no. Not at all, that's enough up to here. Hurry up and shut it down, it takes resources to run an exam room, even though he's the only one who gets in. Yeah, not much is not much and it can't go to waste, can it? So, we'll start scoring? This time, because of the rule change, the awarding of points was done by them. Yesterday they have reported the central education. When the time comes to enter the Lin Yu score together just. The crowd perked up at the mention of scoring. Lin Yu's performance, absolutely full marks top student. Jiangbei is going to have a full marks top student. Of course, it's not like they're favoring their own people. The old exam room also has the old exam room judging rules. Lin Yu on this day to kill more than the students of that year for 3 days. Converting that grade up and adding in the 3 100s from yesterday, it's still a perfect score, a perfect top score. Full marks for me. No contest. Now the rule is 8 levels out of 100, I'm hitting 800. I play 799 plus 1. The examiners gave the answers they had in mind. Only Tang Yuxin didn't move, she stared at the screen like she was lost in thought. OI. Instructor Tang, scoring. Hearing the voice, Tang Yuxin came back to her senses. Oh, I'm full of it too. Tang Yuxin smiled. A few examiners teased, what is Examiner Tang looking at that's so out of focus? Couldn't be looking at Lin Yu, could it? That's right, Lin Yu, this kid is young and so good, he's really very appealing. Examiner Tang isn't married yet, right? So it's like sibling love. The few examiners were joking, and Tang Yuxin could hear it and didn't care. She was actually thinking about the future of the military district. If Lin Yu could agree to join the Jiangbei military region in the future, it would be a blessing for the entire Jiangbei soldiers. I wonder how many fewer innocent lives could have been lost and how much work could have been advanced smoothly. The more perverted Lin Yu was, the greater fortune it was for Jiangbei and even the human race. And there was another question for her to ponder. A berserker with an ungodly amount of willpower. Will it break the bonds of the historical berserkers and grow into a full-bodied blood god? She hadn't seen a full-bodied berserker yet. Tang Yuxin gave a light smile to the examiners. No, just thinking about something. The examiners didn't continue and turned to look at Li Jingchuan again. Marking depends most of all on the examiner. Of course, with Li Jingchuan's character, that doesn't take much thinking. Li Jingchuan then stared intently at the big screen, the fondness in his eyes almost overflowing. Hearing the commotion, casually waved his hand. Full marks, full marks. My disciple is not full of points who is full of points. Crowd of examiners. Good. Then it's time for grades. Okay. Several examiners let out a deep breath and Lin Yu's college entrance exam results are freshly released. Candidate's name, Lin Yu. Number 0524. Profession, bloodthirsty berserker hidden. Rank, 27. Tower of Trials Level 1, 100.1s. Tower of Trials Level 2, 100.1s. Tower of Trials Level 3, 100.1s. Ancient Battlefield Change of Examination Room due to Psychiatric Evaluation, 876 monsters, 12,345 points 1 day. Psychiatric Evaluation, full marks. Final score, 800. Remarks, this result was unanimously approved by all the examiners in the province of Jiangbei. This score, which will be uploaded uniformly after the high school exams are over. Nationwide connections. Chapter 69, A Disciple Testing a Master? What? To take me as a disciple? Lin Yu came out of the examination room and got two good news and one more difficult news. The first piece of good news is that his psychiatric evaluations are perfectly fine, even better than average. That's what he expected. He's never had his shield fall off before. It's weird to be mentally unhinged. Rather, he was slightly surprised that he was a little better than average. Probably due to the fact that he's a traveler with a somewhat more stable personality. But it's always a rewarding endorsement that will keep him from being suspected of getting into trouble in the future. The second piece of good news, the grades are in. The transcripts, which he had seen, were all perfect, which meant he could have chosen any college he wanted. Being able to go to college was critical, and with the endorsement from above it was a successful solution to the goal he had initially set out to achieve. And he doesn't need to continue with the entrance exams later, which saves him a day. Finally, the more difficult news is this. Li Jingchuan wants to take him as a disciple. A military region big brother, a province's top man, can get involved in the relationship or even directly as a disciple is naturally all good and no harm. Here because of the perennial war reasons, so the master-disciple relationship is also similar to the ancient times in the past life, once established will be equivalent to the father and son can be said. And a big brother master who could provide absolutely bountiful resources, like the clear spring that Lin Yu had been unable to buy, could be a matter of a single sentence. There are many more conveniences that are even more unimaginable, amounting to an upgrade in terms of class. But Lin Yu wasn't a child anymore and wouldn't see only benefits in his eyes. You'll be involved in worship, too. Getting involved and you're no longer alone brings instability. Even if 999 out of 1,000 things are irrelevant, being alive is good, all it takes is one bad thing to happen and that's destabilizing. Invariably, it's just hard to tell with the whole cause and effect thing. Being alone without desire is surely the safest. So, Lin Yu then weighs the pros and cons. Yeah, and he's not a rash, either. There are two sides to everything and everything has to be done for value. It didn't matter to him about emotional face or anything else, there was a master he certainly wouldn't turn down if it brought pure gain. Even if that person he doesn't like at all. That said, he may be slightly more extreme, more realistic, but that's how he is. The only way to get to the end is to be selfish enough. Exactly what it takes to grow faster. Or is it better to avoid instability altogether? At this moment, all the examiners in the 9th floor hall were looking at Lin Yu, and it was quiet. Li Jingchuan was careful, apprehension written in his eyes. Don't look at just Lin Yu didn't come out, he screamed ferociously, a mouthful of a disciple, but at this time it was obvious that he was honest. It shows that the big man's character is not so purely reckless and unreasonable. It was also evident that he really liked Lin Yu. Han Mingrui walked to Lin Yu's side. Lin Yu, you don't have pressure, if you want to worship it's fine, if you don't want to. Teachers are supporting you, don't worry about anything else. Li Jingchuan though is in a very high position now, and is surely of much benefit to Lin Yu. But it is right for people to follow their own will. At these words Li Jingchuan passed a stifled look as if to say, "Brother, you're not kind, you just called me brother and now you're giving me this?" Han Mingrui ignored it. Seeing that Lin Yu was still thinking, added, "Guys, why don't we call it a day and talk about it tomorrow? Lin Yu is still a child, and would like to refuse you here for fear of being embarrassed." His words were blunt, not wanting to let external objects influence Lin Yu's decision. The implication also points to you guys not pressuring your kids here. Li Jingchuan was even more stifled. "Little old me, you're not giving me a chance. So we were just pretending to be so close?" Pretending? Han Mingrui certainly didn't pretend, he did like to discuss knowledge with strong people, and he also quite liked Li Jingchuan. But that's the way he is. Reason is reason and law is law, and fairness is paramount. Ignoring Li Jingchuan's pitiful eyes that were betrayed, Han Mingrui pulled up Lin Yu with the intention of leaving. That's when Lin Yu finally spoke. "No, Colonel Han, I'll think about it." Lin Yu stopped Han Mingrue while turning to the crowd. "First of all, I'm very grateful to Examiner Li for honoring me, and to all the examiners for trusting me. But I'm a bit of a loner personally, so... sorry guys." Respect and politeness Lin Yu still knew how, so the words were said politely. But the meaning is also clear. No worship. He's got a system with a perfectly fitting hidden profession. Personally, I feel it's better to take the safest way out. While it may be true that what he thinks is solid isn't always solid, Big Brother not only provides resources but also a wealth of eye-opening direction to learn from. But he still prefers to be alone, just trusting himself that he's just fine, and that he's in his own hands, wrong or right. This statement was made. The hall was noticeably quiet for a moment. Several examiners sighed. This kind of super talent can become Li Jingchuan disciple is also equivalent to their Jiangbei military region people. Pity. Li Jingchuan froze as if he couldn't accept it for a moment, staring at him without saying anything. Han Mingrue heart also more or less some regret, he actually personally more inclined to worship the master of the. Although Lin Yu is very strong but now after all is still young, the road is long in the future. There is no harm in being able to pull on Li Jingchuan's relationship. But this is Lin Yu's personal will, of course he will not say anything more. Respect. Lin Yu stopped grumbling. Sorry examiners, it's a matter of my own personality. If there's nothing more I'll go back first. And since the grades are out, I won't be coming over tomorrow. Still polite, Lin Yu doesn't invite trouble. But at the same time, the affirmation is once again expressed. Several examiners moved out of the way. Alright then, please go ahead, Mr. Lin. We'll upload your grades then, don't worry. Lin Yu nodded and just took 2 steps before he was stopped again. Student Lin, aren't you going to the Central State Academy? We can contact and have them come over and set it up directly, it'll save us a lot of trouble. Do you want to stay another day? Tang Yuxian tried, she still wanted to fight a little more, maybe if she stayed one more day she could change her mind? The other examiners were also excited at the sound of it, but they were instantly poured cold water on them. No, I'll just sign up online myself. Don't bother the examiners. Tang Yuxian forced a smile, that's fine. I wish Lin all the best for the future. Thanks. After Lin Yu left with Han Mingrue, the whole hall was in a state of ugh. Ugh, such a great kid, so lost. Why do you think he didn't agree to it, when others couldn't get on board? Yes, Officer Li is also good, how many resources can be given he is willing to what I can now worship. Why else, Lin Yu is too perverted, this kind of person's eyesight is different from normal people. That's true, cooler than normal berserkers are evil. Don't forget, he's still level 27, and his combat talent is absolutely demonic. Alas, it can only be said that the Golden Mausoleum is not a pool, and we are not destined for this kind of person. Everyone did understand that Lin Yu had left too deep an impression on them today. This kind of person is definitely a stormy figure in the future, and has his own ideas about whether to worship or not. It's just a shame. Just then, Li Jingchuan, who hadn't moved, suddenly slapped the table loudly. Hey! I, old Li, have been a man for half my life and today I'm letting a rejection happen? Test me, right? If I don't accept you as my disciple, I won't be surnamed Li. Li Jingchuan shouted to himself with glaring eyes, looking like he was bound to take it. Crowd, TSK, this is getting real. But the apprentice tests the master? That's pretty much the first time ever. Crowd. Chapter 70 I admire you, Shin Shin. The second day of high school ends. As Lin Yu changed the examination room this time the first ranking is Lu Menghan, 6 layers down the total score came to 540. Second Wang Yuanba, with a total score of 532. The second stage was the group monster, and Shen Shin managed to break into the top 10, with a total score of 510 coming in at the 9th position. The difficulty of the group monsters has also risen quite a bit, and the 8,000 or so people who came to stage 2 yesterday have been eliminated by another batch of roughly 3,000 or so. But being able to get to the second stage means you'll be able to go to at least a third-rate university, so the atmosphere in the Great Hall was pretty good today. I have a total of 321 points, do I hang? Awesome, I'm 333, my dad even said that no one would want a screw like me in the future, this time I'll go back and throw my grades in his face. Ha ha. Dude's got balls, have you figured out which college you want to go to? I think the Sandayaku Vocational and Technical College, I heard that the girls inside are open. One person goes in and 3 come out. I'll go. Is the message fidelity? Sure. My big brother is right there. Absolutely reliable. Then I'll go too. Dude, let's do it together. The students were excited to discuss the future, and those who cared about their grades discussed them, all the while looking at the top few on the big screen with envious glances. Others, on the other hand, were discussing Lin Yu. The level 27 big man undoubtedly impressed them, or the ultra-rare berserkers, and was pulled into a separate test of spirit. Brothers, do you think Lin Yu's examination will pass? Bloodthirsty berserker, a true werewolf. I've heard about them in textbooks, I never thought I'd run into one. Get over it, my ass, normal berserker spirits are insane, let alone shadow hidden enhanced berserker. Yes, that's still a separate test, the examiners are all from the military, it's the strictest. 80% of them are just cancelled grades. According to my opinion, to not necessarily, if Lin Yu really cannot come to the college entrance examination, early by the other principal pinch down. Yes, when you take people's principles for food, it's okay to bring in the spirit to show that there's at least a bottom line. Hey! You're licking your chops now? I'm telling you the truth, okay? Who doesn't know about the berserkers? There's not a single sane person. Who's responsible for the examiner giving the release to go to college and go crazy? You? No, I'm just guessing how it's licked, besides I have a point, how do you talk? You have a load of sense. The principle must be accurate? If it's accurate, why was the examiner pulled away halfway through the test to take a separate test? Besides, who knows if the principal is trying to exploit a loophole to get a grade? And how do I talk? I think you're just licking, you just look at people's grades and want to suck up. You what you? I'm telling you, you can't even lick people if you want to, lick dog nothing. Slightly. A fat-headed boy idly stuck his tongue out, and the male across from him was too angry to speak. Just then. Slap. A large brain covered his large, pig-like head. How do you talk? Say that again for me if you dare. Shenshin gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress his anger. As soon as he came out today, he heard all sorts of naysayers about Lin, and all of them were still singing the praises of him. The grades aren't even out yet, so what's the point of chewing on them? Is Ringo related to you guys? The pig-headed man was originally very upset, but he changed his face when he saw that it was Chen Shun. The top 10 experts in the rankings, he had memorized them in 2 days. However, the surrounding students were the ones who stood up to back him up, each glaring at Chen Shun. So what if the bullies from an outside school are in over their heads in top 10 in the rankings? Seeing this, the pig-headed man was suddenly energized again. Raising an eyebrow, he laughed contemptuously. I say, Lin Yu will be disqualified, the berserkers are all crazy. Why, do you have a problem with that? Shenshin was already a violent temper, and he went straight to his head when he was so provoked. Swung his fist up and slammed it. The surrounding students were frozen for a moment, they did not expect so many people. Shenshin still dared to make the first move. But the response was no dilly-dallying, and a swarm of people were greeted. Brothers! Fight! Paralyzed, so bold, dare to come to our territory to cause trouble. That top 10 can't be put down. Lin Yu is supposed to be a berserker and still not allowed to say it. Hit. Hit hard. Shenshin was a bit higher leveled, but he couldn't afford to be outnumbered, especially since he was a mage. The raining fists landed on the body, sending out a muffled grunt. But Shenshin didn't care, so he grabbed the pig's head and beat it, and left and right, his fists don't want to die to the face. Come on. That's what I mean. Do you have a problem with that? Go on. The pig-headed man was instantly terrified by the lunatic-like beating and cried out. Don't! You let go of me. Get out. Woohoo! Murder! Murder! There were students of Chinshin's around who knew him and rushed to shout when they saw the fight. Shen! What are you doing? Calm down. Don't fight. Lu Menghan is accounting for the grades from a distance. Shen? Raising an eyebrow, Lu Menghan quickly ran over. Lu Menghan wasn't supposed to fight, she's been a disciplined person since she was a kid. But see the scene, brain instantly blank, people around her still say the situation, she directly joined the fight. Lu Menghan. You came just in time. They say bad things about Ringo, so you watch. Chenshin shouted as he sensed Lu Menghan coming over while whacking the pig's head. What? Lu Menghan's eyes flinched, instantly striking harder. Lu Menghan was first, level 14, swordsman. And not as clueless as Chen Shen. With her joining the battle instantly reversed, almost no one could take a move from Lu Menghan. Basically one punch and one elbow would have to have a classmate lose their strength. But it didn't take long for a teacher to notice. Unbridled. What's going on? A male principal waved a large hand. The crowd parted as if a wind had blown through it. Shinshin still wanted to climb up, but it was as if something was pressing on his body, making him unable to move. And so did everyone else. A dry spell is considered to have subsided for the time being. Shinshin was beaten into a panda eye, and his body was also covered with footprints. The pig-headed man was even worse. His entire head was swollen and overflowing with blood, completely turning into a pig's head. The principal who took the shot was full of anger, and he even fought a group fight on top of the exam room in broad daylight. What a lack of discipline! Say, what's going on? A crowd of students were reticent to speak. There are rules among men. Fighting is fighting. Suing a teacher is a spine-tingling offense. The only one who doesn't follow the rules is the pig-headed man. Hearing this, he immediately pointed at Chenshin and cried out, "Principal! He hit people. I was just chatting normally and he came up and hit me. And with a deadly hand, he just wanted to kill me." A few boys were suddenly surprised. "Why don't you follow the rules at all? Aren't you a man?" Yet immediately afterward, Chenshin was not at all accustomed to it and directly disliked back. "How about I just beat you? You just deserve to be beaten. You deserve it even if I beat you to death." A few boys. "Dude. That's a little too manly for you. You really don't want to explain? Is that all you've got?" Unable to help it, a few people even had a hint of respect for Chenshin. "I didn't realize that you look like a pussy, but you've got some backbone." Chapter 71, The Next Target. The final outcome of the Chenshin fight was that Chenshin Lu Menghan was handed over to Wang Huilin for education, and the pig-headed ones from the same school were educated by their teachers. The fight between the children surely will not have too serious consequences, and soon the high school entrance examination is over. No one reason at this time to dwell more. Overall fair and impartial, no favoritism to anyone. But the pig-headed man was not convinced. On what grounds? He's the one who started the fight. Why is it so light? "Principal, I demand that Chenshin be disqualified from the college entrance exam." The pig-headed man shouted out to the sentencing principal, defiance written all over his face. The principal sniffed in displeasure. He had understood what had happened. It was nothing more than a fight caused by a mix-up. It was wrong for Chenshin to make the first move, and it was wrong for this side to have more people hitting fewer people. His verdict was fair. "That's all there is to it. Go talk to your teacher and don't make a scene here." The principal left straight away with a. Before leaving also coldly glanced at the pig head. "So many people to beat others one has not yet beaten, the fight lost still crying and crying. There's no manliness." The pig-headed man froze in place. Immediately afterward, he looked at a few of his best buddies. "The principal is pulling the strings. Let's wait until the test is over before we do anything. Justice must be done." However, a few people have slanted their eyes. "If you want to fight, go fight yourself. Disgraceful thing to hit and sue. Don't ever say you're in the same school as us again." Crying, screaming, suing teachers. They're losing face. I should have known better than to even help this out. A few people turned to Chenshin again. "Chenshin student, you have guts. In the future we promise not to find out about you. Don't fight, talk to me later if you have something to say. You're Lin Yu's little brother, right? Don't worry, we won't say anything bad about Lin Yu from now on either." After saying that, a few people directly left, leaving the pig-headed man frozen in place, at a loss for words. Chenshin's anger hadn't subsided by now. "You said you'd have to do it after the exam, right? Okay, then I'll wait for you then." The pig-headed man snapped back, shivering. No, Chen, I'm sorry." After Chenshin made this mess, there were few people in the hall talking about Lin Yu anymore. Even if they did, they were whispering, afraid of being caught. They found out. It's not just Lin Yu who's perverted. This Chenshin is also a stick in the mud. I don't know what kind of spell Lin Yu put on Chenshin to be so loyal. Wang Huilin brought the two Chenshin back to the team. She wasn't much harsher, and let it go with a few simple criticisms. It's not what she had in mind, mainly. She was also thinking about Lin Yu's test. Rumors were spreading among her classmates, but what was actually said wasn't unreasonable, and she really didn't seem to have cared much for Lin Yu all this time. So much so, that it's a blank slate other than knowing it's awesome. And I don't know if I can get through. Wang Huilin sighed silently. The other side. Lu Menghan was carefully wiping Qinshin's blood. Use a small handkerchief. Qinshin's anger finally subsided at this point, completely lacking the look of the beating he had just received. His eyebrows opened up and he smiled. You're a good fighter, Lu Menghan. You just put down one of those guys in one go. Lu Menghan's eyes lit up. Huh? Yes? It was just okay. Qinshin added, of course. The bar is awesome. Let them say bad things about Ringo again, and in the future, if anyone says that you'll fight like this. Got it? Lu Menghan's smile faltered. Ah. This way. The wound on Qinshin's face was quickly treated. Lu Menghan sighed silently as she looked at the blood-soaked white handkerchief. You shouldn't do that in the future. It's definitely not right to hit someone. Besides, if those people want to talk, you let them talk. How can you stop other people's mouths? Growing up in the spotlight, she can very well understand the feeling that there will always be people spreading gossip if you don't come through in your mile. Qinshin, who had just calmed down, sniffed and his eyes suddenly glared. Hey! What kind of words are you talking about? What do you mean let them talk? Don't you want Ringo to be nice? Have you forgotten that he saved your life? Lu Menghan, I didn't. Qinshin turned around to look directly at Lu Menghan. Good. Now that it's out of the way, I'll ask you. Lin's current situation you also know, through may not be very big, then if Lin was cancelled grades no college want you still go to college? Will you stay with Ringo? Lu Menghan was struck dumb by this sudden question, and was just organizing her thoughts when she saw Qinshin directly running away in anger. Even hesitating on such a question, I really misjudged you. Looking at Qinshin's back, Lu Menghan opened her mouth. If Lin you really can't get through. Her answer. She'll go on to college. Not backstabbing, though, but she's going to try to grow up and then completely solve the problem of Lin Yu's berserking. While many people were still hung up on Lin Yu has returned to the dormitory and packed up and ready to leave. His results will be uploaded along with the entrance exams. High school starts on September 1st, most of the month away. So for now the high school here is over for him. Next. It's all about continuing to upgrade and preparing for Turn 2. At level 30 all professions will have their second transfer, and unlike before. This time it was a complete metamorphosis. Professionals who pass the second turn are completely out of the grassroots stage, and the solid rock of the force is in this group. Many ordinary people may not be able to reach this level in their entire life. Of course, there are levels of difficulty, and there are levels of difficulty. The second turn is divided into the lower second turn, the middle second turn, the upper second turn, and the extreme second turn. The higher the rank, the higher the attributes it can provide in all areas. It's rumored that the extreme second turn even gives you a new talent outright, though it's also particularly hard to do. Historically, there were very few who could successfully reach the extreme second turning, and it wasn't just about strength, it was more about luck. With Lin Yu's current strength, extreme turns aside, he should at least take down the upper turns. However, he needs a lot of materials. And these materials are not available. It can only be exchanged for higher currencies such as military honors. Or when you get to the college school side you can redeem it through points and such. But with so much time on his hands he wasn't willing to wait. So here's what he's up to next. Go to the front line and save up for military service. Reasonably, in fact, if he worshipped Li Jingchuan today, these materials should be a matter of words. That's what class can bring. But a choice is a choice, and Lin Yu had no regrets. He's just as good on his own. Packing up his room, Lin Yu didn't stop and directly departed. The location of the Tower of Trials was in the provincial city of Jiangbei, and there were teleportation arrays linking to the front line within the provincial city. He was going to open a hotel nearby for the night. He has money now anyway, gross. Otherwise, when the classmates come back in a while, Wang Huilin designated to ask east and west not to say. And a Qinshin. More of a troublemaker. Chapter 72 Second Turning Materials. In the Great Summer Kingdom, apart from the cities and pools where humans survived, there were demonic beasts and devils living all over the place. They share the same sky with the human race and compete for survival resources together. Just like the goblin forest in the wilds of Binahing City that Lin Yu had gone to before. However, the kobold community is weak and poses no threat to the human cities and towns. Therefore, it is more similar to the human breeding ground for professions to practice and upgrade without the need for military control. In addition to kobolds, there are also many demonic beasts, which are powerful, violent and murderous, and will pose a threat to the people if they are not curbed. Such areas are then collectively referred to as the front line. Or there are other places where the demonic beasts are not aggressive, but there are important resources to be exploited in the region, which may also be referred to as the front line. All of these were taken over by the military. There are some less difficult places that hire regular people, too. One reduces the burden on the military, and the other gives ordinary people a chance to trade in their military service. It's considered a temporary job, on call, and managed by the military. Jiangbei City, the capital of Jiangbei Province, has a military camp stationed 100 miles to the east. The danger is not high, the stage is a little bit up from the second turn, also employing ordinary people, just right for Lin Yu. But it's getting late, and the unified teleportation formation won't open until tomorrow. Lin Yu found a hotel near the teleportation array and stayed there. 3-star hotel. 8,800 a night. Bringing a small training room would allow Lin Yu to experiment with ultimate berserk. It's also because of this that Lin Yu came here. Either 8,800 can be too sick, or he's pulling out his student card for a discounted price. Thanks to the big-name clothes Lin Yu had bought earlier, he didn't get any blank stares. The welcoming lady was polite enough to take him all the way to his room. Very neat and spacious room with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the lights outside. Lin Yu took a quick shower, then sat down at the table and began to inquire about the materials he needed for his second turn. The regular way to turn 2 is to rise to level 30 or above, prepare the required materials, and head to the government's transfer phalanx to complete the second turn. The transfer spells will consume the materials you have prepared, so the better the materials the higher the second turn level you can complete. Lin Yu wanted to at least go up to the second turn, before he went to school and probably understood some, but the upper one is not yet clear. Blood professions, blood marrow crystals. Demon beast essence blood. These things are focused on popularizing knowledge, published directly by the government, for all types of occupations. Lin Yu quickly checked it out. First, berserkers are categorized as blood professions, and all blood professions have the necessary materials for the second turn, blood marrow crystals. The function is to enrich chi in blood. It is a rare grade crystal, supplied directly by the government, not circulated in the market, and can only be exchanged through military credits. The number of blood marrow crystals determines the height of the second turn, just 1 for the lower level, 3 for the middle level, and 9 for the upper level. The maximum is $9. Any more than that, and a professional's body can't handle it. As for the pole turn, no info recorded. Secondly, demon beast essence blood. This is common to all physical professions. Look for monsters of that type based on the direction you need to increase, strength for strength, agility for agility, and of course patch them together if you can. Lin Yu's berserkers were supposed to add force sensitivity, but he was in a position to do so, and he planned to make up for force sensitivity and body together. This is according to the essence blood level to determine the height of the second turn, level 30 bronze boss essence blood to the lower level, level 30 silver to the middle level, level 40 silver to the upper level. Extreme turn has a record this time, level 50 gold boss, must be a blood demonic beast. Demon beast essence blood words to not completely unable to obtain, the lower middle you can buy or go to fight, but the upper level 40 silver not good to encounter, the probability of still have to rely on military exchange. Finally, elemental essence. This one doesn't have any attribute boosts that. It's all about shuffling and integrating. Adjusting out balanced attributes based on your profession. It's equivalent to automatically shuffling your points once, allowing you to maximize the combat power of your profession. This one is also the most precious, and can only be exchanged for military honors, and is also very expensive, making it difficult for ordinary people to acquire. Of course, this is not a necessary material in the second turn. None of the lower intermediates are needed, they are only used if you want to reach the upper levels, and only the lowermost ones are used. Okay. 9 blood tunnel crystals, a bottle of power level 40 silver boss essence, a bottle of speed, a bottle of defense, and a piece of the lowest level elemental essence. Lin Yu identified the materials needed to. I have to say that the turn 2 boost is really comprehensive enough. Just the sound of these materials makes you excited to associate them with the power after the second turn. In particular, it was also possible to wash the points once and automatically adjust the balanced attributes, and this was most expected by Lin Yu. Of course, these materials are estimated to cost a lot of money. He also wants the upper turn, which is even more stuff than normal. He would have to wait until he went to the barracks tomorrow to judge the value. After finalizing the material, Lin Yu took out 2 pieces of clear spring, then directly drilled into the training room. He hadn't had a chance to experiment since acquiring the second piece of clear spring. He didn't dare to mess around in the residential area. He was afraid of being forked away on the high school exams. Now it's finally free. I wonder how much the 2 clear springs will improve my control over Berserk. Lin Yu was a bit excited. Before he was able to keep his sanity as long as he didn't hear any movement, meaning no one was provoking him. The training room is a small, self-contained space, roughly 10 square feet. Very small, but adequate. Anyone who opens up a separate space is not cheap, and this rate is worth every penny. Negative mental resistance, 50%. This was a detailed category in Lin Yu's career panel, representing his current mental debuff resistance. Both Sizen add 30% though. But Lin Yu was not surprised. All the same kind of equipment is not a direct addition, but another linear enhancement. Anyway, the higher you go, the less direct bonuses you get, which is consistent with the human condition. It's not a real game after all. A few pieces added directly to 100% complete immunity is unrealistic, as are all the other toughness percentage breakers and whatnot. Blood eating. Lin Yu opened Blood Eater and didn't hold back this time, directly pressing into Ultimate Berserk. 30. You have entered the final Berserk, increasing your strength and agility by 2000%. Ignore all controls. Danger alert, please raise your life value quickly. Danger alert, please raise your life value quickly. The intimidating alarm sounded again, but Lin Yu ignored it. This feels like it's okay? Lin Yu felt the same tyrannical desire filling his mind, but there was a small stream that kept flowing, bringing coolness and savvy. The stream was much thicker than before, and he seemed to be able to hear the babbling. In short, as if he himself were in an impulsive mood, not an influence brought on by an outside source. Impulsive, yes, but completely able to restrain myself, much better than before. Lin Yu didn't take it lightly. There were training dummies in the training room and he summoned one out. Whether it works or not depends on what happens under provocation. Turn on hiss mode. The dummy was a wolf-headed demon. As soon as the hissing was turned on, it instantly hissed at Lin Yu. Ho ho ho. Find. Deaf. The word didn't exit, Lin Yu controlled it. As soon as the werewolf roared, his brain exploded with desire, but the creek was not flooded as it had been before. Instead, he rushed out and preserved Lin Yu's sanity. I'm succeeding here? Lin Yu was panting, but his eyes were bright. Being able to control even when provoked, doesn't that mean he's fully mastered Ultimate Berserk? Turn on attack mode. The werewolf lifted the restriction and immediately lunged at Lin Yu. The moment his claws just touched Lin Yu's body. Seek death. Chapter 73, Where was I? Lin Yu had been in the training room for the better part of an hour. Also finally figured out the ultimate level of control. At the moment he can stay calm most of the time, see monsters and hear movement. But not to be touched. Once there is physical contact, it still immediately goes berserk and can't be suppressed. This result. Lin Yu was still satisfied. The conditions still seemed harsh, but he could duck. His agility under the ultimate enchantment is quite exaggerated, and he's going to have a hard time getting any monsters to touch him if he doesn't want to basically. The power is also strong enough that a direct burst should also avoid contact with the monster if you want to attack. This means that unless the level is much higher than his, or a large group of monsters that. The rest, even in the wild, he can use Ultimate Berserk. The Great Lift. Lin Yu was very excited to be able to open the ultimate. He improved not a little bit, can refer to the secret realm of the Phantom Moon. He didn't even know the situation had done level 6 in one day and just ended the whole secret world. In this way, the next upward 2 turns are also much simpler. Lin Yu left the training room, had a dinner and checked the clear spring sales again. He hasn't forgotten to keep an eye on Qingxuan's movements these days. But it's never been available for sale, including now. No way. The suite worth 8,800 is indeed extraordinary, and the bed is soft and comfortable, compared to his small relief room can be said to be heaven and earth. Lin Yu slept very soundly this night. The following day. Early morning. The hotel sent breakfast and Lin Yu ate it and then set off straight away. Glowing. After a few days off in a row, he kinda wanted to fight now. Sometimes people are like that, they want to rest when they are tired and miss doing things when they are idle. Lin Yu first went to the nearby exchange to buy a new book of identification. His direct one is low level and can only be used up to turn 2. This time, it's been changed directly to advanced, which can appraise creatures of no more than 3 turns. Ignore your own level and get information up to turn 3. The prerequisite was that the opponent didn't have a shielding prop skill on him, but this had little effect on Lin Yu. He just needs to get monster information. Shielding props are usually only available to humans. This time, the appraisal technique was enough for him to use for a long time. One more thing. This time he had the rules lined up. The barracks are 100 miles east of Zhongbei, and there are 2 teleportation arrays every morning and evening. The teleportation array was 2 blocks away from Lin Yu, and soon Lin Yu arrived. A large square had many professionals waiting, all of whom were going to the barracks to earn military honors. According to the information Lin Yu had gotten, this military camp was not too difficult and there were no restrictions. Every day there would be many professionals going to earn military honors. The professionals in the square were singly and in 3s and 2s together. Most of them looked to be on the middle-aged side, with very few young ones. In terms of rank, Lin Yu wasn't sure. Very few people in the community put out levels on purpose, and it's not polite to risk an appraisal spell. But visually, most of them were above the 2nd turn, judging by Lin Yu's rough judgment. The morning shift was at 9 a.m. Lin Yu found an empty space and waited in silence. Didn't wait a minute. A small-eyed middle-aged man suddenly came close to Lin Yu. "Little brother, you're going to the barracks too? First time there?" Lin Yu frowned slightly. "You are?" He didn't recognize the man. Little Eyes flashed a smile. "Oh, there's no need to be nervous, little brother. Let me introduce myself. I, Xiang Donghua, am always active in this military camp. Seeing as you look new, I guess it's your first time here. Thought I'd ask if you needed a guide, which you can interpret as a guide." "Wizard?" Lin Yu continued to frown. Small eyes, that's right, the wizard. The rules of the military camp, what needs to be paid attention to, how to guarantee safety, the price of materials, how to earn military honors faster, all these have a doorway. Little brother, for the first time is certainly not clear. There is a guide can save a lot of things. Lin Yu heard and understood that this was really a guide. The 2 sentences sound like an ancient guide boy who tells you everything he knows to save you the trouble. That being said, Lin Yu still did know a thing or two about military camps, and it sure would be nice to have someone to round out the information. However, he was a little puzzled. The small eyes, he didn't look at the level but just by judgment were also above the 2nd turn. A man like that would come to work as a guide? Little Eyes seemed to be used to doing this, and seeing Lin Yu's confusion, he added. "Little brother, don't you worry too much, all are also to eat a meal. I am also earning military honors anyway to bring more people, no more than just moving their mouths. And I don't charge much. I don't want your military honors, just some money. If you still don't trust it, you can ask someone else. I've been here a long time and everyone knows each other." Saying that, Little Eyes made a gesture to pull Lin Yu to find someone to ask for proof. Lin Yu stopped. "How much?" Little Eyes' eyes lit up. "Little brother is quick enough. Don't worry, I, Mr. Xiang, have always done things fairly and never cheat. I bill by the day, 5,000 a day for carrying, and you can stop the deal anytime you don't feel like using it. And I'm telling you, you can't lose anything by picking me. I've been here for a good 3 years or so, and I'm saying I know best." Lin Yu, stop. He's got a lot to say about a price. He suspected that this man as a guide is not to make money. Pure chatterbox, this is not. Lin Yu agreed anyway and delivered a day's deposit. It did save him a lot of trouble to have someone to know information when he first arrived. For example, he didn't know the exact difficulty of this barracks yet, what were the ways of obtaining military honors, which one would be more suitable for him, and so on. Still more practical. And 5,000 isn't much, not to mention for him, a normal 2nd turn career would be a hair's breadth. It means that this person should really have no ill intentions. Of course it's okay to have bad intentions, he's not afraid of being punked. The deal was established and Little Eyes became more active. "Little brother, in order to show sincerity, old brother, first public information, you can read as much as you want." With a pat on the back, Little Eyes unlocked access to the information. Lin Yu glanced at the level 35 warrior. The 2nd turn was a lower turn. The specific attributes would not be visible. Lin Yu was currently not quite sure how the post-turn 2 professionals compared to him, but looking at this lower position it was estimated to be mediocre. But he showed respect. It's his personal style of doing things. It's not about strength. Being as polite as possible to everyone can avoid trouble. Many thanks to elder brother Xiang. After exchanging pleasantries with Little Eyes. Only then does Lin Yu get to the point and fulfill his consumer rights. Elder brother Xiang, I don't know what the rules of this military camp are, and what the general information is like. Xiang Donghua's eyes immediately lit up at the sound of his voice. Little brother, waiting for your words. There's still a while left in the transmission time, so I'll talk to you properly and make sure you'll never regret spending this money after hearing it. Let me tell you this military camp we're going to is called. Right. Little brother hasn't asked what your name is. Lin Yu. Lin Yu, that's a good name but not bad, it means treasure, but it's just a bit feminine. Lin Yu, you continue. Oh yeah, look where I'm going with this, don't mind me, old brother Lin I'll go on and say that the most comfortable and best place to earn military honors in the barracks is. Right. How many levels are you, old brother Lin? I don't think you're too old, coming to the military camp so early? Lin Yu, 27. 27, level 27 is a bit low, but it's barely enough, but you probably won't make too much, I think you should be settling in to come over. Lin Yu, go on. Oh yeah. Keep going, I'm telling you. Where was I? Lin Yu. Chapter 74 Background Brother of Central State College. Lin Yu somewhat regretted spending this money. This Little Eye is not a guide, but a chatterbox. It took half an hour to talk about something that could have been covered in a few minutes. But it's a good thing there's an advantage to having a lot of words, and the presentation was very clear. According to Little Eyes, the barracks they're going to is called the 17th Battalion. The main task is to hold down the town and clean it up. The town guards have nothing to do with ordinary people, and the outside recruiters just clean up. The 17th Battalion control ground is a place called the Barrenlands, and it's filled with tons of white bone demons. Recruiters can earn army-specific contribution points by killing these white bone demons, which can be used to exchange for materials and equipment. This point Lin Yu is probably clear, generally the front line outside the recruitment is such a process. Just clearing and advancing probes on the harder ones at best, after all, the recruiters aren't trained to do anything too complicated well. In addition, there is all the detailed strength information. The 17th Battalion was a small to medium-sized military battalion with almost 30 people in the military, maintaining a strength of around level 40, and the main battalion commander was a level 55 lieutenant officer. And the white bone demons in the Barrenlands are basically around level 35. As a result, most of the outgoing recruits have also stayed in this range, mostly 30 to 40. Many of them had the same purpose as Lin Yu, they had come over to save up their second turn materials. That's right, turn 2 materials are hard to get, and many people are not willing to just go to the next turn, and keep dragging their feet even after leveling up. Of course there are others that are simply there to earn military honors, like Little Eyes, who just got a random lower turn. As well as, there is a portion of college students who have the college side of the second turn governing them and come over for the purpose of completing their college assignments. This category is the least, but the strongest in comparison. These all-out recruiters combined, that is, those who are active in the 17th Battalion on a daily basis, amount to about 40 people. The information given by the Little Eyes was very precise. Regarding this issue of strength, Lin Yu was quite satisfied. He feels that his current strength is really not enough to look at the same level monsters, about 10 levels higher is just right. Other professionals around the area were also in the zone, and were guaranteed to be in no danger. Of course he couldn't say exactly, he'd have to learn about it gradually later. Finally, there are the detailed military contribution points for the value of the materials he needs. Although these Little Eyes also said in detail, but Lin Yu currently did not have a reference, it sounds just numbers, had to wait to go and then check. He gets a big head when he hears the numbers. Anyway, Little Eyes did manage to know what he was talking about, with a few caveats. For example, the officers of the 17th Battalion have very stern personalities and strict military discipline, as well as active outside recruiters which are good to talk to. These Lin Yu felt like they didn't do much for him, but Little Eyes just seemed to love to talk about the gossip. He's still talking now. Elder brother Lin, do you see that man over there with the big axe? His name is Han Dashin, advanced profession level 36, and he ranks in the top 10 in the daily military achievement settlement. This man has a very violent temper, you must not mess with him. Look at that one again, the tall one with the bow, level 35 senior archer. This person's strength is not to be underestimated either, the inexplicable disappearance of 2 of his fellow officers some time ago was rumored to have something to do with him. Oh. And that one over there, look at that woman in the long dress, her man just died half a month ago, now's the time to do it. Lin Yu. Small Eyes excitedly pointing to the people in the square kept saying, attracted all the people to cast a dissatisfied gaze. The long-skirted woman in particular glared outright indignation. Lin Yu rushed to stop Little Eye in order to avoid incurring trouble. Elder brother Xiang, I intend to just earn my own military merits in peace, so there's no need to introduce these people, they won't cause any trouble. Little Eyes heard the meaning of the words and scratched his head. Oh, it's like that, then old brother won't talk about it. So, the world is finally quiet. But not a moment later, the Little Eyes suddenly started up again. I only saw a man and a woman walking on the square, both in their early 20s, with an extraordinary temperament. Passers-by have to avoid. Little Eyes immediately pulled Lin Yu's arm. Lin old brother, Lin old brother. Look at these 2. Lin Yu frowned. Didn't I say, there's no need for further introductions, I don't cause trouble. Little Eyes was unmoved. No. Elder brother Lin, these 2 are different. The others won't listen to this for sure. Okay, then. Seeing Lin Yu loosened his lips, the Small Eyes again came closer. I'll tell you these 2 are from Zhongzhou Academy, there are relations above. Do you know which one is the most powerful in our Jianbei military? Lin Yu reached out to interrupt, get to the point. Little Eyes scratched his head and didn't see any embarrassment. Oh, it's like this, these 2 are the most ill-tempered and arrogant among our external recruiters. They have a rule that as long as they clear the area, no one is allowed to approach in a 2-kilometer radius. Otherwise, they'll just do it. Lin Yu froze. You might as well talk about the background of their strength. He went on a purge to earn military honors, surely the more he killed the better, and if he still had to pay attention to the scope of it was time to say no, he did have to learn about it. I told you had to listen to this one. Small Eyes revealed a smug expression. These 2 strength it is actually okay, although both are from the Central State Academy, but it is said to be average. The male 37, median 2 turns, the female 36 is also median. Of course, then we certainly still strong. The main thing is to talk about the background. Lin old brother, do you know our Jianbei Han Li Jingchuan big brother? Lin Yu's brow furrowed even more at the sound of his voice. Lin Yu naturally knew about the entrance exam that was completed only yesterday. A hand of the Jianbei military region, a noble position. If you get involved with Li Jingchuan, that's really not too good. You're saying these 2 are related to Li Jingchuan? Small Eyes, that's not true. I mean, Li Jingchuan below the deputy division commander, and then below the head of the main regiment, in the following Jiangbei City deputy regiment is that man's second uncle. Lin Yu. Lin Yu heard and understood, the words were a bit funny though. But the background is truly extraordinary. The military specification here is very simple, collectively known as the Jinmu Army, divided by urban areas. Provinces are divisions, municipalities are regiments, and the smaller groups that branch out further down the line are battalions. Li Jingchuan is equal to the divisional commander of Jiangbei province, and his second uncle is equal to the deputy head of the Jiangbei city down there. In this way, he really needs to avoid it. Vice regiment he certainly cannot afford to mess with at the moment. Lin Yu has self-awareness, Li Jingchuan like him is Li Jingchuan's business, he himself will not be inflated. Lin Yu secretly said unlucky, I did not expect to come out to praise a military service and still come across such a domineering person. But just avoid it, he wasn't that much of a troublemaker. How about that, it's really something. I'm telling you the 17th Battalion we're going to is his second uncle's direct subordinates. Small Eyes looked at the boy with envy. A deputy regiment of the second uncle, I do not know how many fewer detours, they were born into death is really not comparable. Lin Yu also followed the gaze. I saw the boy standing proudly at the front, and no one in the neighborhood dared to approach. The girl next to him was also full of frost. It does look bad, but envy is not an option. The Small Eyes looked at him for a while and then turned again. Right, speaking of which, old brother Lin is also a student, right? Which university did you go to? Level 27 is still a bit low, everyone comes over in their 30s, you should have sunk in a bit more. Lin Yu directly fooled around, Sandayaku Vocational and Technical College. If Little Eyes knew that he was 27th grade right out of high school, he would be designated as unfinished business again. 3 passes? Little Eyes paused and said in his mind, that sounds so pheasant. Rumble. Just then the teleportation array opened. The Zhangzhou duo stepped in first before the rest of the crowd moved in. Little Eyes hurriedly pulled up Lin Yu and set off. Go there and I'll keep introducing you. I've got a lot of thieves I haven't told you about, and that battalion commander is absolutely stern, you'll know it when you get there. Lin Yu. Chapter 75 8,000 contribution points. The Zhangzhou College duo's male name is Wang Chenhao and the female's name is Li Yuexin, both sophomores. And the 17th Battalion commander's last name is Shui, and everyone calls him Sir Shui directly. This was added after Little Eyes. Lin Yu followed the crowd in the teleportation array and soon arrived at his destination. 17 Barracks. The sky became dim, the surroundings were full of desolation, and in the distance was visible a stern wall with some solemn soldiers standing. When we came to the field, it was obvious that everyone looked serious and no longer scattered. Before going to the front line, you have to go to the barracks and register in a unified way, at the beginning and end of each day, and settle the bill one day at a time. It was only after Wang Chenhao and his duo took the lead and headed over to the fence that the rest of the crowd began to follow. Elder brother Lin, let's go too. Inside, Battalion Commander Shui will also talk to you about the contribution value issue, as well as the materials you want to exchange to be able to look at. But always remember to keep your mouth shut, it's not like outside here. Remember what I told you about Officer Shui being strict. Little Eyes was a lot more serious at this point, too, and barked. Lin Yu nodded. Following the back of the crowd, he soon arrived at the barracks. There were soldiers lining the entrance and a crystal device next to it. It kept flashing as someone walked by, all green. It's a military detection device that screens for evil demons masquerading as humans. When it's Lin Yu's turn. The light was also green, but the soldier frowned. You're level 27? Everyone is over 30, and Lin Yu does stand out slightly. Lin Yu stood still, yes. The soldier glanced at his eyebrows again, forget it, go in and be safe. Thanks. Lin Yu walked into the courtyard, the small eyes once again came up. How is it? I told you that you have to sink your teeth into it again, to get in, not to run in vain. That said, your kid is also a bit too eager, you can just go to the wilderness and casually upgrade at this stage. Lin Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Inside the enclosure were several large tents, and it was really a camp to say it was a large camp. Little Eyes was familiar with leading Lin Yu into the largest of them. Walking to the door also once again pressed his voice to remind, remember, do not talk nonsense, you just listen to the line, do not understand a moment to come out and ask me. I have to say, Little Eyes is quite the professional. Inside the tent, the atmosphere became even more solemn, and no one spoke. Lin Yu came and slightly caused a little attention, mainly because of the low level too young. But it was just a brief glance or two. On the main seat sat a middle-aged man with short hair and thick eyebrows and a stern face. Without any nonsense, he saw that the people had arrived and directly got up and said, "Everyone listen to me. I, Shui Feng, commander of the 17th Battalion, and from now on also your officer, since you're here, you'll all have to abide by my rules." Did you hear all that? The crowd stood even straighter, posing no objections. The only one was Wang Chenhao, who came in and drew a chair and sat down, rather diffidently, and at this point also acted as if he wasn't listening anymore. Shui Feng waved his hand as if he didn't see him. Two soldiers immediately brought a bunch of bracelets and distributed them to the crowd. Lin Yu also received one, which he wore directly on his arm. According to Little Eyes, this is the thing that keeps track of points, the same thing that certifies your military service. Shui Feng continued. To the north of here is the barren lands, filled with white-boned evil demons, and so far our battalion has advanced 5 kilometers and miles. Your mission is the same as the rest of our soldiers, advance, purge, and try your best to kill all the white-bone evil demons. 1 contribution point for each one under level 35, 2 for each one above level 35, and 5 for all over level 40, if it's a boss. No matter how strong you think you are, you must come back to report when you run into a boss. This is a military order, and those who surround it will be dealt with under military law. In addition, everyone must rush back to the barracks to turn in their bracelets before nightfall. Violators will be subject to the same military law. Did you hear everything? Lin Yu glanced at his eyebrows. Couldn't he take matters into his own hands when he ran into a boss? That's a little too strict. A quick glance around the room showed that no one was surprised and it seemed clear to everyone. Lin Yu also stopped thinking about it. Now that you have heard me clearly, you may depart, and all the spoils of war you may dispose of yourselves without turning them in. That's it. The crowd in the big tent remained silent and departed. Wang Chenhao picked up the finger ring on the table and turned it in his hand while walking out of the tent. Shuefeng didn't look at him the entire time. Lin Yu left the tent, his small eyes came over and said from his own, "How is it? I told you that Officer Shui is particularly strict, indeed. But even stricter wouldn't dare to control Wang Chenhao, look how dashing he is, I'm so envious." Lin Yu didn't say anything. However, he did recognize the discipline of the army, and like Shuefeng did seem to be thunderous and a master of his word. As for Wang Chenhao's side, he didn't have any ideas. Being connected and having status is just that, fair enough. It's none of his business either, he just has to earn his military credits for his second turn. Come on, forget it. Don't you want to see the price of materials? I'll show you. Little Eyes withdrew his envious eyes and pulled Lin Yu to another big tent. You watch here first, I'll go see which way Wang Chenhao went, don't accidentally bump into him then. Come out when you're done reading and I'll wait for you, said Little Eyes as he breezed away. Lin Yu skimmed his mouth, should not say that the money spent is still worth it. Shaking off stray thoughts, Lin Yu looked. His main goal now was definitely to get the upper turn material, which was also the purpose of his visit to the barracks. 9 blood tunnel crystals, 1 bottle of power level 40 silver boss essence blood, 1 bottle of speed, 1 bottle of defense. A piece of the most inferior elemental essence. These were the materials he needed, and Lin Yu had memorized them all in a small notebook. Contribution points are 1 for monsters under 35 and 2 for above according to just Shuefeng. I wonder how many I'll have to kill. Inside the big tent was a crystal projected light screen, on which the exchange value of various military honors was noted. Lin Yu quickly found it. Blood marrow crystals, 200 contribution points per piece. Silver boss essence blood, 800 contribution level 35 1200 level 40. Elemental essence lowest level, 3000 block, lower middle level, unavailable. 200 by 9, 1200 by 3, plus 3000. 8400. He needs 8400 contribution points and needs to kill more than 4000 level 35 plus monsters. Lin Yu only felt a wave of headache. Gotta, keep it up. Lin Yu rubbed his forehead and walked out of the tent, and could only say that getting to the top of the second turn was indeed not very easy. The good thing is, his strength speaks for itself. Try to complete the second turn before school starts. After resting for several days, Lin Yu felt motivated once again. Oh yeah, it was also on top of the exclusive treasure chest, and Lin Yu hadn't forgotten about the last piece of Saizen. Purple quality exclusive treasure chest that costs 8000 contribution points. Chapter 76 Level 32 White Bone Demon Dog. Elder Brother Lin, here. When he came outside the barracks, he only saw Little Eyes waving from afar, the others were nowhere to be seen. Lin Yu stepped forward and his little eyes started chattering again. How about it, old brother Lin, you've come over to save up your second turn materials as well, isn't it stressful? It's okay. What stage of second turn is old brother Lin planning to take? Old brother will help you with your counseling. Lin Yu, medium is fine. Medium, let's see, normally it takes about 3 months or so if they save up for medium, and you're still a bit lower in rank, so it could be even longer. Oh no, your school should have preferential treatment, it should be faster. Say Lin, old brother, you have good grades. Pheasant University can be so fast to the second turn. This year's big how many, sophomore, junior? Older brother, I was still fighting gear on the assembly line when I was your age, TSK. The Barren Lands is a battle line advancing northward, 5 kilometers so far. Lin Yu and the two of them soon reached the edge of the battle line while walking and chatting. A barren wilderness appeared in front of him, weeds withered and yellow tree trunks necrotic, revealing the smell of death everywhere. This is it, I just watched Wang Chenhao go in from the east, let's try to lean a little to the west. Little Eyes said, looking around the front of the room. Immediately after that, he cursed, turn 8, there is a second uncle cannot let go, out to play a monster still have to let you point. Sooner or later, I'll clean you up. Lin Yu. I don't know who just dared not even fart in front of Wang Chenhao. Lin Yu also noticed that Little Eyes had taken him all the way to the end just to avoid Wang Chenhao. Elder brother Lin, what do you say, are you going by yourself or with me? Older brother, this is not more or less a day can make a big dozens of military achievements. I see you kid, first time don't come out of something, simply take you forget. Little Eyes was sticking his head in the sand rather majestically, in a big brotherly way. Followed by, not much, just 20,000 a day. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth twitched, no need, I'm fine on my own, don't bother old brother. He's been going out on his own since, not to mention now carrying a foreign debt of 8,000 contributions. Small Eye sighed, that's fine, you pay more attention to safety, old brother is not talking to you about money, mainly still see you kid is good, you want to practice experience is also good. Lin Yu didn't say anything else and just took 2 steps out but was called back. By the way, seeing as you boys are throwing in the towel, I'll tell you another tidbit. The little eyes were back to their swagger and squeezing. Lin Yu, want money? Little Eye's eyes glared, what words? Can old brother be that kind of person? So you say. The corners of Little Eye's mouth quirked, quickly adjusting back. Let me tell you this barren land, actually it wasn't like this before, just a year ago. It was still full of life, and the monsters were very gentle and... Lin Yu, get to the point. Eyes rolled his eyes, anyway, I heard that there is a source of infection here. It's because of it that this place is like this. The army is sitting on the ground because of it too. And... right now the army hasn't found this source. Lin Yu's brows slowly furrowed. So what do you mean? So don't you get it? Find the source As long as you can find the source won't you get rich? That's not a lot of military credit. Hey, don't go. Wait for me to finish my sentence. Xiaoyan words did not finish. Lin Yu went straight away, pulling cannot pull the kind. I thought it was something the army had been looking for 3 years and hadn't even found him. Unlucky kid, waste of time. This time, Lin Yu completely got rid of Little Eyes and stepped into the barren land alone. Looking at the wasteland in front of him, Lin Yu took a deep breath. Finally, I can upgrade. Military service was one thing, and he hadn't grown in rank for a long time. The monsters here were all above 30 at the lowest, which made Lin Yu a little excited. Blood eating. As the phagocytosis pressed down, Lin Yu force sensitive rose rapidly. +8. +8. +172. You have entered the 3rd stage of Berserk. Strength and agility increased by 500%. Strength, 2,896 + 289 + 2,370 + 52. Agility, 2,896 + 289 + 2,370 + 52. It was still a 3rd-order Berserker. Lin Yu was new to the world, and he intended to familiarize himself with the environment before considering whether to enter the ultimate or not. It's probably here before he starts college anyway. Feeling the abundant power surging within his body once again, Lin Yu became even more excited. Depart. For the 2nd turn. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing strange around, except for the wilderness, and the scattered dead bones on the ground. Lin Yu did not surprise, according to the Small Eye said that this area is still in the periphery of the barren land, the monster is not much. You're lucky to get a couple dozen a day. Sometimes there are fights over grabbing monsters. Of course you can go deeper alone, the monsters will become more numerous in the depths, but they will also be higher leveled. At the same time there is no support for disengaging from the troop lines. Then it's all about strength. Lin Yu managed to encounter the first monster after 10 minutes. A monster shaped like a dog, but with only a white skeleton all over its body, except for its eyes, which were scarlet, as if a ghostly light was flickering. Looking ferocious and violent, he was sniffing something on the ground. Lin Yu's eyes lit up and he flung an appraisal spell from afar first. He also had to build up awareness of the higher-order monster attributes. White Bone Devil Dogs Demonized. Level, LV 32. Life, 5,210. Power, 584. Agility, 565. Body mass, 521. Spirit, 360. Good lord, is it that high? Lin Yu couldn't help but be surprised. This ordinary monster had higher attributes than the previous boss of the Goblin Lair. Not bad for a level 30 monster. That's what suits him. With the desire for experience and points, Lin Yu charged straight up. The devil dog was sniffing around on the ground, instantly raising its head at the news, a mouthful of sharp teeth facing Lin Yu directly, making a fighting stance. It had been a long time since a monster had been able to react to Lin Yu's speed, and this demon dog was clearly worthy of his attributes. But reaction is reaction, hiding is not to be thought of, and Lin Yu's attributes are even more noteworthy. As soon as the devil dog opened its mouth to Zhang, it slashed down head-on with a red aura. Bang! A loud smashing sound rang out, and the demon dog was directly smashed out, knocking down several dead tree trunks along the way. Not dead? Lin Yu's eyes shone brighter, only to see that the demonic dog's skeleton was shattered for the most part, but it still quickly climbed up and furiously lunged at Lin Yu as if it didn't know how to be afraid. As it ran, the bone fragments fell to the ground again.
No body, so you're not afraid of getting hurt?
Lin Yu didn't think much about it, waiting for a rabbit, following the leaping attacking devil dog with another heavy slash. The impact of the devil dog, the explosive power of Lin Yu, the two together.
Bang!
Whoa! The demon dog instantly disintegrated in the air, and countless white bones exploded like shards of glass.
It creates a picture of otherworldly beauty. Chapter 77 Security Fronts.
Kill white bone demon dog, experience value plus 1314.
Experience is indeed high.
Seeing the experience tip, Lin Yu revealed a smile. Before the high school inside the strange one only add a few dozen, this is a full dozens of times. Even the experience bar that hadn't moved for a long time had visibly moved a little bit, no thanks to the level 30 plus monsters.
Keep going.
Lin Yu couldn't wait to set out again, not only for military honors, but also upgrades.
With such a high experience boost, this was simply unthinkable when placed in the 20s. The only shame though is that there are less contribution points. White Bonehound's points bracelet lit up when he died. Jumped from 0 to 1.
Previously, Xue Feng had said that evil demons below level 35 add 1 point, and above level 35 is 2. He's level 32 on this end, so only add 1.
And his goal? It's 8,000 points.
With all the barren land monsters to find, Lin Yu spent close to 20 minutes this time.
As he stepped on a white bone in the ground, a monster suddenly rushed out from behind the dry tree trunk in front of them.
It was still the white bone demon dog, lunging at Lin Yu with a mouthful of sharp fangs.
Good coming.
Lin Yu was just at the moment when his hands were itching, so he lifted up Ji Zhang and greeted him.
Clang!
The long blade clashed with the white bone with a loud roar, and the demon dog was smashed out unsurprisingly. Lin Yu learned from his experience this time and didn't give the demon dog any room to react. A knife just fell, then longitudinally followed to a knife. Berserk power instantly cut the devil dog, completely exploded. Kill white bone demon dog, experience value plus 1314.
Points, 1-2.
The experience bar once again pushed up significantly a bit, while the points went up again. Improvement is always pleasant, especially when it's visible to the naked eye.
Lin Yu is more energetic and feels full of energy. Keep going.
Lin Yu also figured out one thing after the two encounters: the monsters at the beginning of the 30th level are still not his opponents, and they are still much worse. So Lin Yu swept up with confidence. He was currently on the outskirts of the barren lands, which was the military's 5-kilometer front. The military has been stationed here since a year ago, and leaving aside the time spent surveying and monitoring the area in front of it, it has begun to make a major push in the last 6 months. The entire front is about 100 kilometers long, and the military is upholding a steady strategy, advancing 1 kilometer every month, to the point where it is now advancing to 5 kilometers.
The battle line, or security line.
The further away from the battle line you are, the more you are out of the main group and the more dangerous it is.
Likewise, the more monsters you can run into and the more military credit you can earn.
According to Little Eyes, the current best performance by an outside recruiter is 8 kilometers forward in the battle line, gaining over 400 military honors in one day. That person is Wang Chenhao. Wang Chenhao people arrogant, strength is also really in, after all, the students out of the central state, other people still cannot compare. Most of the rest are hovering around 3 or 4 kilometers, the better 5 or 6.
And I don't know how many kilometers I can advance.
Lin Yu couldn't help but think that there were many monsters in the depths. He definitely wanted to go deeper as well, but he wasn't too sure about his level at the moment. Level 32 devil dogs are easy to deal with, 33, 34 not sure yet. Well, he has absolutely no level 30 plus monster upgrade change perception right now. It's largely down to the fact that he jumped through the ranks so fast. He was still in high school with the kids in front of him, and then went straight to the front of the line behind him, and
there are so many perceptions that should be there that are not kept up.
There was also the matter of how strong the second turn monsters were, which he wasn't sure about.
Demonic beasts also have a second turn, but they are called differently. The first turn is normal. After the second turn, it's called the second rank. They evolve in another way, possibly by devouring their own kind, possibly some heavenly material, or by cultivation alone. The same strength will have a qualitative change. The current monsters in the barren lands are in the 30 to 40 range, and that would presumably be where the second rank would exist. If you're guessing by points, that level 35 plus monster is likely. Lin Yu advances as planned. Instead of going in a straight line, they're snaking around.
After all, it's still a cleanup mission, and you can't go in with your head in the sand. There is also an unwritten rule because the whole front is very long. Each person is responsible for a section of the area and everyone tries to stay out of each other's way. Of course, this is also the front. The back of the advance cannot move when you have to go to other people's area to help. Just like the other recruiters, they're now at 4 or 5 kilometers, and a lot of them can't be beaten by advancing any further, and there's no monsters to paint if they don't. I heard from Little Eyes that their side is in chaos, fighting all day long. However, Lin Yu was a newcomer and was given a new section of the area that had yet to be reclaimed. The monsters are also low level, and the others don't look too good at them. This kind of area is backed up by the military advancing and then cleared in a uniform manner. So he's stable for now. Kill White Bone Demon Dog, experience value plus 1314. Kill White Bone Demon Dog, experience value plus 1314. Kill White Bone Demon Dog, experience value plus 1314. As Lin Yu kept sweeping away, one White Bone Demon Dog was all but no match for him. They have been transformed into experiences that nourish him. Yes. Lin Yu, who had not had any experience irrigation for a long time, could not help but shout out in his heart, not to mention that the monsters he was killing now were level 32 monsters, which no one else could even look at. But realizing that he was only at level 27 now, this rate of improvement was like manna to him, a long drought. And although there were fewer monsters in the barren lands, his high agility made up for some of it in a big way. At this rate, I may be able to upgrade in less than 2 days. It could even rise today. The more Lin Yu fought, the more excited he became. The difficulty of upgrading after level 20 or so was not simple. This could be seen from the fact that the other recruiters were a handful of years old and only in their 30s. His contemporaries, not to mention his classmates, are pure bull. Let's just say that this front line is coming to the right place, and not only is it military, but the experience is enough to satisfy him. And of course, his military service is rising rapidly. Just not much is all. And time flies when you're in the middle of the energy. The morning passed. Lin Yu had also implemented the Everywhere You Go, Not an Inch of Grass program in order to avoid the monsters he couldn't beat in the back. Sweeping up all the monsters in his area without sparing a single one. At this point, he also managed to push his front a kilometer, striking a vacuum of absolute safety. Little Eyes did say that it takes an average of 2 days for the average new out recruit to advance a kilometer. They're level 30 or higher professionals, and some of them have completed their second turn. So I should be a bit stronger than a normal second turn. Lin Yu judged his level roughly based on the current situation. Personally, he enjoys gathering information and building awareness. Only a clear perception of yourself of everything around you can keep you safer and on a steadier path. Put into the current environment, apart from the monsters, the other foreign recruits are Lin Yu's hypothetical enemies. Although there was also no injustice, but Lin Yu had also been trying to catch the strength situation of other people. For insurance. Just as he was thinking about it, another devil dog sprang out from the pile of dead grass in front of him. This time, the level finally increased and came to level 33. 78, 2.5 years to completion. White Bone Devil Dogs Demonized. Level, LV 33. Life, 5,550. Power, 624. Agility, 600. Body mass, 555. Spirit, 380. Strength and agility are both up around 40, and physique is over 30. Is the increase per level after level 30 so exaggerated? As Lin Yu was watching, the demonic dog had already pounced on him. It leapt high into the air, its sharp fangs glowing coldly in the sunlight. Lin Yu leaned back and easily dodged the blow. The many days of fighting had raised his own fighting level quite a bit. At the same time when his body was leaning back, Ji Zhang issued a diagonal pick from bottom to top. Swish! The devil dog was chopped in two in the air. Lin Yu had experience. This devil creature was not like a normal monster. The body disconnection did not affect it. Just as soon as a slash ensued, there was another downward slash, and the demon dog erupted into complete death. Kill White Bone Demon Dog, experience value plus 1,615. Experience has also improved a lot. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Just level 3 was 1,003, this went up by a full 300, equating to 2 more goblins. However, the attribute enhancement is also really high, just one level added 30 or 40 points, putting aside the Berserk, not to mention his actual attribute is now less than 0.200, This level is equal to about a quarter of him. After tidying up slightly, Lin Yu continued on his way. It wasn't out of his response range yet, so since the higher the attribute, the better. All his experience babies. For more than a kilometer it's all level 33s. Currently Lin Yu is more certain that it will reach 28 today. His rank hasn't moved in a long time. The only shame is that the points are still only 1, but that's not a big problem. Quality doesn't win with quantity, and high agility gives him a big advantage. In one morning he had earned 49 military points. According to Little Eyes it was only like 50 or 60 a day for the average person, and that was still at the back of the results. He's making good progress already. Lin Yu was energized and soon came across another level 33 demon dog. Still no nonsense, this time Lin Yu took the initiative. The level 33 devil dogs were also a bit faster, making evasive maneuvers compared to before. But alas, it could not be dodged, and Lin Yu framed 2 knives to cut it into a white bone, turning it into credited experience. After a kilometer the number of devil dogs increased slightly, but not significantly. Lin Yu still cleared the area according to the snakeskin walk geese, and soon his experience began to rise rapidly. Kill white bone demon dog, experience value plus 1615. Kill white bone demon dog, experience value plus 1615. Kill white bone demon dog, experience value plus 1615. Yes. 17 barracks, big tent. A large curtain of light surfaced in the middle of the great battle, with many small green dots on it, which were still moving around, but the whole was pretty much maintained in a straight line. In a straight line upwards, there is a large red area. Okay, don't look. That's what happens when you look at the rate of propulsion. Half lying in front of the conference table was a middle-aged man who was the deputy commander of the 17th Battalion, Battalion Commander Xuefeng's college roommate, Su Tsong. He couldn't figure out why Xuefeng was so tired all day long, and they were sent over for this cleanup mission. Then they'll just come up with the progress they should. How fast do you want to mess with it? Xuefeng stood under the big screen, and did not turn his head when he heard the sound, and earnestly said, "It's because of your mentality that you're an assistant battalion commander until now. When you're given 3 years from above you have to finish in 2.5, and when you're given 2.5 you have to try to finish in 2. That's how you get promoted, and you can catch others competing with you, you know?" Su Tsong rolled his eyes. "Just you can say to, you so can say also did not see you official how high, you so hard also did not see to you how to mention. Besides, what's the use of looking here, when there's only so many people you can look at him and turn fast?" Cut. Xuefeng's face remained unchanged, ignoring it. Just then, a soldier suddenly ran in. "Battalion Commander Xue, the scouts are reporting." Su Tsong quickly retracted his feet on the table and sat upright in his sitting position. The soldier scratched his head. Vice Battalion Su is also there, ha. Xuefeng quickly stepped in front of the soldier. What did the scout say? The barren land was not like this before, but was full of life. Demonic beasts were also not aggressive. But since a year ago it seems to have received some kind of curse and has been deteriorating. He had been sending exclusions to probe the situation. If he could find the source of the curse perhaps he could solve the barren task of hanging it once and for all, or at the very least speed up the traveling speed. The soldier glanced at his eyebrows. The scouts say there's still no news, but they're trying to probe. Xuefeng's eyes darkened for a moment. Taking a long breath, he waved his hand. "Okay, I get it, go down." The soldier didn't move, but instead looked wriggly. Xuefeng raised an eyebrow. Something else? Yes, and one more thing. A letter from Vice Commander Wang above, saying his nephew is here all right and hasn't caused you any trouble. As soon as these words came out, it was clearly visible that Xuefeng's face completely darkened, like a volcano about to erupt. The soldier was even more scared and shivering. "You go on down." Only to see Xuefeng waving his hand again, the soldier was like an amnesty and hurriedly slipped away. As soon as the soldier stepped out of the tent. Bang! Unbridled. Xuefeng slammed his palm on the conference table, thoroughly unable to hold back. He was on fire at the mention of Wang Chenhao. A second-generation guy who doesn't even give it about his battalion commander and totally treats the military like an amusement park. It's like riding him and ting on his head. Now you have the nerve to send a letter. It's too much of a bully. On the side, Su Tsong laid back again and flirted. "What are you so mad about? Don't you want to advance the speed? Wang Chenhao, not to mention the strength, is still much stronger than the other salted fish. Doesn't that suit you?" Xuefeng looked up suddenly. "Is that him coming over to advance me? This is a clearing mission for me. He's just reckless with his head straight ahead, and he comes over here to pick up a girl, and he has to have one of my men wipe his ass. Are you saying I shouldn't be mad? Sutsong didn't care and continued, oh, so that's how it is. So how do you plan to give the headmaster back, when you have such a backbone? Old man not entertaining? Who's happy to be in charge of this lousy two-timer? Xuefeng was furious and pointed at Sutsong, shouting, right. That's how I'll return. Or back now. Soon a secret letter was sent from the camp director's tent. The soldier was about to send it when Sutsong went ahead and stopped it. Bring it to me and I'll look at it first. To Commander Wang, your nephew is doing well in the 17th Battalion, he's strong, not arrogant, and has given our battalion a lot of help. Commander Wang, don't miss him, Xuefeng. Sutsong skimmed his lips. Count on your kid's brain not being broken. Alright, send it. Sutsong patted the soldier on the shoulder, while then gathered up the coat that was riding on his body and walked out of the delivery room. Chanting as we go. It's a day in the life. Chapter 79, Level 29. Time passes quickly. The sun set in the west, representing the official end of the first day of Lin Yu's frontline career. It was a rewarding day for him. After advancing 1 kilometer in the morning for a total of 49 points, I was a little out of shape in the afternoon and fell a little short of 1 kilometer. However, due to the increase in the number of monsters, his points increased instead of decreasing and he gained 52 points. It adds up to a total of 101 points. Although the distance from 800 is still a little far, but after all, the first day, the speed will only be faster later, so Lin Yu is still quite satisfied. Also, as he expected. With the high amount of experience added, he leveled up. Successfully reached level 28. Plus point. After several days of resting for another upgrade, Lin Yu is quite excited, wiped the sweat, immediately opened the panel. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker Hidden. Rank, LV 28 0.01%. Life, 3260. Shield, 100,000. Power, 195. Agility, 195. Body mass, 326. Spirit, 92. Freedom attributes, 15. Passive Celebration of Blood, +1 to strengthen agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive Blood Rage, gain attribute increase based on different lives. Blood Eating LV6, you will no longer receive any life regeneration while the skill is on, and you will automatically regain 8 points per second when the skill is off. Active, 80 points of life per second. Avalanche Strike, leap up with vigor and slam into the ground in front of you, dealing damage to ranged enemies that changes depending on the Berserk stage. Consumption, 100 life points. Natural growth after level 20 is that. The primary attribute Strength and Agility adds 10 per level, and the secondary attribute Physique and Spirit adds 5 per level. Then give 15 points of freedom. Lin Yu previously had a force sensitivity of 185 and a constitution of 321, and now this growth was just right. Looking at the panel, Lin Yu had the feeling of a long time ago. He used to level up several times a day, and lately he hasn't even moved for days because of his high school exams, so it's almost nostalgic. Physique, 326-341. Life, 3,263,410. Very skillfully throwing freedom to the physique, A long-lost warmth cut through, and Lin Yu's life was once again elevated. 3410, meaning that even dry pressure not counting Berserk now gives him 341 points of force sensitivity, equaling 2 normal versions of him. Counting Berserk can only make it scarier. His Berserk is calculated by adding the force sensitivity derived from the celebration passive to his own attributes, and this is counted as the base value of the Berserk is based on doubling this value on top of the. And it's not just doubling, some of the panel is boosting the value of that multiplier. This means that the doubled value has to be added to the base value for the final result. In short, it's not giving less at all, it's running to maximize the most ways to give. I wonder how big the boost will be after the second turn. Lin Yu had already opened up in anticipation of the changes that would come after the second turn, and he was now level 28, which was very close. Of course, the prerequisite was still to save up enough contribution points first. An upper second turn was his minimum requirement. Go away. Lin Yu closes the panel and hits the road. He had to be back in the barracks by dark, though he didn't know why that was a rule. But compliance is over. Under the setting sun, Lin Yu looked like a farmer who had finished his farm work. Although my body is a bit tired, my heart is most relaxed at this moment. I have to say one only feels grounded when one is on the way to continuous improvement. It's especially the best when you've just finished your endeavor and are the furthest away from tomorrow's. Lin Yu is currently in this state, relaxed and light on her feet. Having traveled the entire day's journey on the snakeskin walk on the way here, and returning with a light-hearted. In a few minutes Lin Yu was back at the army security line, which was at the 5-kilometer battle line. But just as soon as he came back Lin Yu's mood instantly dropped back down. Just because. Hey Lin Lao Di. This way, this way. A creature as excited as a large pony monkey could be seen in the distance waving at him. Needless to say, talkative little eyes. How do you say, how is old brother Xiang's harvest today? Lin Yu stepped forward, upholding his politeness. Little Eyes, also known as Xiang Donghua, was gray and dusty at this time, and it was obvious that it wasn't too easy to kill for a day as well. Still, people were in high spirits, and it wasn't clear if they were happy with the harvest or if someone could talk again. Xiang Donghua put his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder. Brother, I don't need you to say much about harvesting. I'll give you such a number. Got it? Lin Yu glanced at it and the other party made an 8 sign. Do you know how valuable this number is? It's not that I'm bragging to you. At least half of them are below me. And do you know the strength of the monsters on my side? They're all level 35 on my side. Of course, there's one thing to be said for that, and today old brother also accounted for a bit of luck, but do you know? Go Lui go would go, old brother is happy today, go and turn in the mission old brother take you to dinner. Xiang Donghua wrapped his arm around Lin Yu as he walked, while opening up his chatter again. According to him, a normal person is about 60 or 70 points a day. And in Lin Yu's judgment, Small Eyes should be on the weak side within a group of external recruiters, after all, the lower second turn, or a need-to-do guides to earn money lord. So Lin Yu thought that Xiang Donghua's current source of excitement should indeed be a rich harvest, with someone talking accounting for less. Lin Yu didn't say anything, so he silently followed and listened to him blowing awesome. At the end of each day all people have to report back to the barracks. At this time in addition to them you can see many people walking in the direction of the barracks. Most of them were also dusty, and a few were injured and wearing crimson. It can be seen that the difficulty of the latter should not be low, and it is also possible that the insiders fought for the sake of grabbing monsters. In short, it is not too peaceful. Lin Yu silently wrote these down. Xiang Donghua unilaterally blew a good powerful meal before remembering Lin Yu. He ministered to Lin Yu's shoulder. Lin old brother, what do you say, how is the harvest? Lin Yu faintly said, the harvest is just average. Xiang Donghua wrinkled his eyebrows. General? Oh, that's true. After all, it's your first day here, so you must be getting used to it. Besides, the level is a bit low, don't be discouraged, it will get better later. Lin Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Xiang Donghua immediately raised his eyebrows. Hey! You kid, what kind of mindset are you in? Older brother can tell you overambitious is not desirable. Who hasn't done that before? You just see old brother earned 80 today. Yes, 80 is quite a lot, but do you know how much effort old brother has put into this, how much suffering old brother has suffered to get to this day? I had a hard time getting even 10 points a day like when you first got here. You know what? Lin Yu. Strongly squeezing out a smile, I understand, thank you, elder brother Xiang. Xiang Donghua then put his heart down, that's more or less the same. It's a good boy to recognize himself. Just then, a man with a double axe passed in front of him. Xiang Donghua immediately showed envy again. The man's name is Han Dashan. He's level 36. Medium second turn. I don't know when I'll be able to reach such heights. It would be nice to climb the ladder of friendship if you really can't. There's 2 guys in their outcall group that they can't mess with at all. One Wang Chenhao, the other is Han Dashan. Even if you can climb up the ladder a little bit you can make a good living. Wang Chenhao. He doesn't dare to think that Han Dashan. He was only able to think about it. Chapter 80, Lin Yu, you scored 101 points? Lin Yu followed Little Eyes back to the barracks quickly. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was solemn. Everyone lined up and stood quietly at the edge, each with anticipation in their eyes. The next step is the time to exchange military honors. Everyone has been laboring all day, waiting for this moment. Only Wang Chenhao was still sitting at the table with his legs crossed, a loose end. The girl who followed him, Li Yuexin, stood silently behind him. Shuefeng sat at the other end, ignoring Wang Chenhao. Everyone's here, right? Shuefeng said to the crowd. It's all here. The already impatient crowd spoke in unison. Okay, let's get started. Shuefeng waved his hand, and a sergeant standing on the side immediately said. Now line up and come forward to turn in your bracelets and maintain discipline. No clamoring. First in line was a fair-skinned, feminine young man, and the sergeant removed his bracelet. Wang Gang, 67 points, any objections? The feminine youth was slightly disappointed, but quickly replied, no sir. The sergeant's face remained unchanged as he continued his inspection. Fang Changsher, 69 points. Lu Jipeng, 75 points. Qian Tangjing, 77 points. One by one, outside recruiters pass the check and basically stay between 60 and 80, with the better ones getting into the hundreds. Most of the ones with fewer points were a little low, and occasionally got a couple compliments from the sergeant, drawing envy from those around them. Strength is revered everywhere it is placed. Shuefeng didn't open his mouth the entire time, indifferent. Wang Chenhao was well on the other side, occasionally looking up with a teasing face. The inspection had been going on for some time when a stout man with a double axe stepped forward. Han Dashan, 212 points. As soon as his points were reported, everyone around him immediately cast envious gazes, but no one was surprised. Han Dashan had been in the barracks for a while, and everyone knew him. Relying on the advanced profession alone to kill all the way up, in this barracks Wang Chenhao down as him, a full-on slugger. Over 200 points, one day is almost as good as 3 days for them. The sergeant also eased his face, old Han, this is another refinement in strength, congratulations. Han Dashan, who is not humane, said in a jar, it's okay. Shuefeng on the side also revealed a look of approval. He appreciates people who don't rely on their careers and rely solely on their hard work, especially since this character is also very much to his liking. Han Dashan, not bad, keep up the good work. Han Dashan nodded, many thanks to Battalion Commander Shui. Han Dashan went down, and was about to take his turn. Plop. Come on, test mine first, sleepy. Wang Chenhao casually threw his bracelet on the table, and stretched and yawned. Shuefeng instantly became upset. It's the perfect time to take a test. Obviously just look, Han Dashan just measured to picture coming. That dog. The sergeant picked up the bracelet, and also secretly rolled his eyes as he. In the 17th Battalion there was no one who didn't hate the sightless second son. Wang Chenhao, 290 points. The sergeant reported Wang Chenhao's score, and there was no surprise, it was all displeasure. Wang Chenhao should say not to say that the strength does have, on average, every day can take about 300, one day even reached 400, this point is clear to everyone. Besides, since he picked behind Han Dashan, the devil knows what he has in mind. Sure enough, everyone else around them were all go envious and surprised gazes. 300 points equals 4 days minimum for them. And such a good background. It's really a people person. Wang Chenhao stood up with a light smile, hatch not bad, right Shui Battalion Commander, counting to help you a little bit. Shuefeng sneered, Mr. Wang has accomplished a great deal and has indeed provided me with great assistance. Next. Detection progress is obviously much too fast. Xiang Donghua, 79 points. The sergeant briefly glanced at Little Eye's bracelet and put it down, and Little Eyes was instantly distressed. He's usually just about a 60 and said he could be complimented today. Damn Wang Chenhao. Lim Yu was right behind Little Eyes, and it was his turn after Little Eyes. Lin Yu, 101. Ha? You 101 points? The sergeant held Lin Yu's bracelet, revealing a puzzled look. At the same time, the surrounding crowd also looked over at once. 100 points wasn't too much, but they all had the impression that the guy was only level 27, right? And it's a new front to go to, and that's 100%? Especially Xiang Donghua, at this moment, when he looked at Lin Yu, his small eyes were hard and braced round, as if he had discovered a new continent. Lin Yu ignored him and said to the sergeant, Yes sir, I had some luck today. The sergeant paused, and without dwelling on it. Maybe with good equipment, or a special career, 100 points isn't too much. Okay, the points will be converted into your personal contribution points. You can use them in any military region, just authenticate your identity by testing. Everyone here has something like a virtual personal profile, in which everything except money is directly stored. Similar to military contribution points, college credits, Department of Education honor points, etc., it's very convenient to have a national connection. This Lin Yu did know, and he once again thanked the sergeant politely. Thank you, sir. The sergeant nodded and faced the crowd immediately afterward. Gentlemen, this is the end of the day. If you want to come over tomorrow, the same process will still apply. The teleportation array will open soon, so hurry up. Battalion 17 thanks everyone for their hard work. The barracks do not include lodging, and outside recruits are required to return to the city at the end of each day. Just come back the next day if you want to continue. Similarly, contribution points are settled on a daily basis. But the only thing Lin Yu couldn't figure out was why he had to go back to camp at night. Uninclusive lodging professionals can continue to kill monsters on the front lines, professionals have little problem fighting at night, and the army would reasonably want to speed things up. Lin Yu left the tent. As soon as he was out the door, his little eyes came up at once. Elder brother Lin, you. What's wrong with you? Xiang Donghua's eyes glazed over, he didn't understand that. A level 27 newbie can get 100 points a day? It was the same as having to kill a whole 100 or so white-bone demon dogs. This is still a newcomer? Is Sandaku Academy that strong? Lin Yu grinned, he didn't want to tell Xiaoyan that grades were just afraid of this kind of situation. Luck, I'm a little more lucky today. Lin Yu said. Little Eyes felt perfunctory, nonsense. I'm not unaware of the battlefront. How can you get 100 points just by being lucky? Tell me the truth. Lin Yu. This person how to feel the brain is not enough, that's him, another bad-tempered dare to ask so should be shot. Oh, I've got pretty good gear from my family, so it's a little easier. Lin Yu made up an excuse. Small Eye sniffed with a twinkle in his eyes, also to the point of believing it. He actually felt that 100 points wasn't much of an exaggeration, and that the newly opened front was low in difficulty and had the equipment to really make it work. He's confident that he can get about the same grade now that he's been let back in. But it's just that he still needs high-level monsters to upgrade. Chapter 81, Brother, will you take me to experience? Tisk, TSK, forgot you boys had money. It's still good to be rich, old brother just can't compare to you, all these years of living in the wind. The little eyes began to chatter, and Lin Yu rightly ignored it. The two followed the flow of people back to the teleportation array. It's obvious that Lin Yu is no longer a little transparent this time. There were a number of dark glances, and a few nodded at him. Lin Yu responded one by one. Buzz. The teleportation array rose, and in another turn of the eye, Lin Yu returned to downtown Jiangbei. At this time, it was already dark, and the streets outside the teleportation square could be seen to be brightly lit, with people coming and going, and everywhere was full of prosperity. It's such a stark contrast to the wilderness just moments ago that it even feels cutthroat. One can only say that this is the way the world is, and the apparent prosperity and tranquility are built on the efforts of generations. Go away, go back and eat and rest. Old Lu, you didn't make much money today, rubbing a meal tonight? Sister Zhang, does the injured area still hurt? I'll take you to a priest to have it looked at. The outside recruiting crowd left in twos and threes exchanging greetings. Small Eyes pulling Lin Yu squeezed his eyebrows. Lin old brother night what arrangements, or old brother to take you to experience? It's the perfect time to relax and unwind after a long day at war. Lin Yu. No, I'm going to go back and rest. Small Eyes and mouth glanced up. You see you don't know how to live, come on, old brother better go by himself, don't bring you kids down. See you tomorrow. Little Eyes left, walking fast, impatient. Lin Yu estimated that his lack of money might also have a reason in this regard. Still a large portion of the. After all, it's a rare thing to keep even the chatterboxes from grating. Lin Yu didn't have a place to stay in Jiangbei City, so he still chose the 3-star hotel from yesterday. It was close to the teleportation array and familiar, so there was no need to find another one. This time, though, he didn't choose a room with a training room, and the price was cut right down by a huge amount. Just 1888. Speaking of which, the Lu Menghan money hasn't called yet. Lin Yu thought of his $30 million, which wasn't a small amount after all. But today, by all accounts, the entrance exams had just ended, so there was no rush. In addition, the results of his college entrance examination had not yet come out, and when they did, he would have to enroll with the Central State Academy. Colleges were his ultimate goal. Colleges provided permanent attribute points and could even inspire talent. Lin Yu kept it in his mind. He wouldn't hesitate to give up if he didn't save up enough military honors at the 17th Battalion before the start of the school year. The second turn can be done at the academy as well, but the permanent attributes are nothing to sneeze at. Of course, he definitely still tried to do as much as he could when he could. Lin Yu returns to his room. While the waiter prepared dinner, he sat at his desk reviewing the day's takeaways. There's really nothing to rehash, he's just thinking about the environment of the Barren Lands and whether or not he can get into Ultimate Berserk. He now has 2 Saizen enchantments, and Ultimate Berserk can keep his sanity as long as he doesn't get touched. So he can drive in the field if the circumstances are right. He had been familiarizing himself with the environment all day today, in addition to killing monsters. The conclusion reached so far is that in his current area, the region was vast, the monsters were relatively sparse, and rarely saw piling up, at most 2 or 3 of them. However, it is uncertain that the monsters will become more numerous as you advance deeper. Also, he meets other recruiting crowds. All the other recruiters are probably at 4 or 5 kilometers at this point, and he's at 2 kilometers right now. The odds of him running into it if he goes any deeper are also uncertain. Lin Yu's fingers nodded on the table. Forget it, drive first. No, march to 4 kilometers, then turn off and see what happens. Thinking for a moment, Lin Yu made a judgment. At the moment, the number of advancing monsters won't add up to much, and to run into other professionals he should not have any problems if he closes them in advance. Mainly these 8,000 contribution points did make his head spin a bit. He made 100 in one day today, which is not a bad score, but it's still short of 7,900. Let's just say that it really isn't very easy to get to the top 2 turns. That's still him. Anyone else would be afraid that it would be as hard as hell. According to Lin Yu's understanding, even the first-class colleges and universities' upward turn is only a small part. In that case, I'll be able to move up a big notch in speed tomorrow. Having made up his mind, Lin Yu is still a little excited. The difference between Ultimate Berserk and Third Order is huge, heaven and earth. And it's true that he hasn't experienced the values of Ultimate in a long time. Dinner was ready and sent directly to Lin Yu's room. A steak, a pasta, some dessert and a drink. It's all on a saucer, and it looks pretty delicate. Eat this aspect of Lin Yu did not pay attention to, fried vegetables and rice is also dry, Western seafood can also dazzle. Already hungry, he wiped it all out in 3 tries. Eat your fill. Wash up and go to bed as usual. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Lin Yu had experience and this time waited for about the same time before coming to the teleportation square. The square was already packed, almost all with familiar faces from yesterday. Wang Chenhao stood at the front, with the rest of the crowd falling behind. A few of them nodded when they saw Lin Yu. Lin Yu responded as usual. "Ha, good morning old brother Lin. How was your rest yesterday?" Small Eyes scurried out of the crowd with a familiar face, though a slight black eye was visible. Lin Yu responded lightly, "It's okay." Little Eyes didn't care and came up to open the machine gun mode. "Lin old brother, I tell you yesterday old brother went to that place, it was simply excellent. You must go with me to experience it today. We're brothers, so I'll never treat you as an outsider." And, you know that environment?" Just then. Rumbling, the teleportation array opened. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth secretly hooked up, he specially pressure point over, defense is not this move. Little Eyes frowned, some displeasure on his face, and "Why is it open at this moment? I'm not finished with a lot of it yet." "Forget it. I'll talk to you when we go, old brother Lin." Lin Yu. Once again at Camp 17. The process remained the same, introductory scanning, receiving a bracelet, and listening to Xuefeng's lecture. Not many people paid too much attention to him during the period, and Xuefeng didn't look at him twice because of yesterday's results. The admonition is complete. Lin Yu came to the 5 kilometers military front. Small Eyes have to put all the way, at this time finally to separate. He patted Lin Yu's shoulder. "Lin old brother, you've advanced to 2 kilometers right, the intensity of the monsters is coming up behind you, pay more attention. If you can't make it, come to Lao is 4-5 kilometers, just east of you. They're all brothers, don't be embarrassed." Lin Yu didn't say anything and walked straight into the front line. Small Eyes skimmed the surface of. "This brat doesn't know how to respect seniors at all." He shouted again. "Right. Elder brother Lin. Remember what I told you yesterday about the source of infection? It can turn you over. Don't forget." Lin Yu didn't pause. Small Eyes looked away again. "The source of the infection, it would be nice to stumble upon it for me." Departure. Chapter 82 Re-entering the ultimate, crazy jumping green dot. Blood eating. Lin Yu arrived at the 2 kilometers he had advanced yesterday and directly began to press the blood. After yesterday's upgrade his life had come to 3,410, and today he planned to press straight into ultimate berserk. 3,410. 3,330. 3,250. 1. You have entered the final berserk, increasing your strength and agility by 2,000%. Ignore all controls. Danger alert, please raise your life value quickly. Danger alert, please raise your life value quickly. Strength, 11,287 plus 340 plus 10,700 plus 52. Agility, 11,287 plus 340 plus 10,700 plus 52. Broke 10,000. Ignoring the danger alert in his head, Lin Yu looked at the panel. Despite anticipating it, I couldn't help but smack my lips. With 10,000 points of attributes, there was no telling how many levels of professionals would be able to reach this height. And he was only a mere level 28 and hadn't even reached turn 2 yet. One can only say that berserkers are indeed counterintuitive, hidden professions, and there really isn't an easy one. But it's only his berserkers, and he's losing 80 drops per second of phlebotomized blood, and 1% can't be rounded up. So at the moment he only has 1 drop of blood. Switching to someone else without a shield is a touch and die. Phew. Lin Yu stood in place and silently closed her eyes. Despite the presence of Saizen, it still overwhelmed him and required a buffer every time he first entered the ultimate. When he opened his eyes again, the eyes were already filled with excitement. 10,000 attribute points, I wonder how many monsters he can kill and how many military honors he can get today. It even says it's escalating again. Departure. Lin Yu rushed out, and with just a slight movement, the entire person instantly spanned dozens of meters, just like an instantaneous movement. Awesome! Lin Yu gave heartfelt praise to this speed. He even had the feeling of not being able to control it. His head was heavy and a little dizzy. 2 kilometers later, the level of the monsters had risen to level 34, and Lin Yu was still sweeping according to yesterday's serpentine plan. The ground stumps kept retreating, and Lin Yu quickly encountered the first monster. White-boned devil dogs demonized. Level, LV 34. Life, 5,900. Power, 665. Agility, 641. Body mass, 590. Spirit, 410. The level 34 demon dog had another nearly 40-point increase in each attribute, which was undoubtedly a huge strengthening. But Lin Yu is even more different today. Lin Yu didn't pause for a moment, maintaining a high amount of speed and crossing directly over. Swish! Zhang slashed through a blade that was so fast that it did not have the slightest sense of dampening, as if it had been slashed on tofu. There was no reaction from the devil dog, who 1 second was taking a leisurely stroll, not even realizing who his enemy was, and the next he was sliced in half across the room. The skeletons are all intact, but lifeless. Kill white-boned demon dog, experience value plus 2,100. Experience went up another 500. And it took me some time to kill one yesterday, now it's an instant. Yes. The explosive power from the ultimate berserk simply delighted Lin Yu, and he didn't even need to stop. Just keep a motion passing by to scratch out a slash. This will undoubtedly speed things up a lot more. Soon, Lin Yu came across another devil dog. As usual, Lin Yu slashed through like an arrow, and the demonic dog lost its vitality when it was intact. It's as if the supercar pulls the tablecloth and nothing moves on the table. Enough to confirm the horror. Keep going. Lin Yu was even more excited and swept through the barren land. Yesterday he could only find a monster in about 5 or 6 minutes, today with the perverted agility increase he could come across one in almost a minute. And these devil dogs were all no match for Lin Yu. As he swept by, they were turned into fragrant experiences. Kill white-boned demon dog, experience value plus 2,100. Kill white-boned demon dog, experience value plus 2,100. Kill white-boned demon dog, experience value plus 2,100. Lin Yu's experience bar was climbing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, points are growing rapidly. +1. +1. +1. That's what it feels like, so right brother. 17 barracks, big tent. Jangling. 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 Su Song, the deputy battalion commander, sat paralyzed in his chair, humming a little song while snapping his nails, his legs still shaking to the rhythm, full of leisure. At this point, Xuefeng walked straight in, turning on the battlefront projection screen as usual as soon as he entered. Su Song glanced up with an eyebrow. You people are really here again, you can't stop in the morning. It's just that many people you look at and see every day, you might as well get more sleep. Xuefeng had obviously just finished washing up, and his hair was still wet. He said as he twisted his teacup, if you don't watch and I don't watch, who's going to be in charge, in case a good seed comes out? You can't tell if you don't watch? Knowing Xuefeng's temper, Su Song rolled his eyes and stopped talking about it. Turning to the corner of his mouth, by the way, our Captain Xuede battalion, did he write back to Captain Wang yesterday? What's it say? Ahem. Xuefeng was drinking water and directly choked twice in a row. Nothing. The projection screen lit up, and Xuefeng hurriedly put his eyes on it. Su Song smiled and continued to buckle his nails. The projection screen was still the same as yesterday, a long blue line at the bottom surrounded by little green dots that kept jumping around, and then a large red location area above that. Xuefeng was serious once he got into his work, and he slowly frowned as he looked at the screen. It looks like the battle line will advance another kilometer. The blue line is their military front, which is the absolute safety line. And the little green dots are the individual soldiers as well as the outgoing recruits. Most of the little green dots were moving 4 or 5 kilometers above the blue line at this point, and some were even running 6 or 7 kilometers out. Clear a large safe zone. But the military certainly can't be that fast in order to stabilize the battle line, usually waiting until it's completely safe before advancing a kilometer. It just seems like about the right time now. Su Song casually chimed in, if you want to push it, just push it, it's been almost a month since the last time we pushed it forward, so it's about time. Besides, you don't say this batch of externally recruited professionals is still a bit on the level, too, faster than last month. Xuefeng nodded. This time, the outbound recruiting professionals were also really able to make do. His eyes focused on these people now, only to see the little green dots 4 or 5 kilometers away, each one very active and constantly bouncing. As they flashed by, the red areas faded. The professionals pushed faster so that his mission could be completed faster. That's a good thing. Xuefeng's eyes narrowed. He looked at it for a moment before shifting his gaze downward. The following ones are close to the battle line and again represent a lack of strength and don't require much attention. However, today he took this look and froze directly in place. Just a little green, jumping across the screen again at an unimaginable speed. Each blink of it equaled several times the distance of the others. And without pause. It's like a speedy gluttonous snake, pushing all the red areas around it. Xuefeng? What's going on here? Chapter 83, Second Order Demonic Beast. What the hell? Xuefeng was directly confused. It's amazing how fast a rookie near the battle line can advance so quickly. Still no pause, just like the bulldozer. He had read the battle reports often enough to know better than that. How could anyone explode so fast? It took a bit of effort to spare him to go. This is where the ministry comes in. After a pause, Xuefeng hurriedly waved to Su Song. Old Su Lao Su, come over here and take a look, there's a kid here who seems to be extraordinary. Su Song instantly rolled his eyes. You quickly don't make a fuss, just so many people in the morning and not unseen, what can be so extraordinary? Everyday people come and they count on checking them in the morning, and they're all about the same strength, even still the same ones from yesterday. Just Xuefeng only day by day, slightly see a faster or excited. He wasn't that bored anyway. Xuefeng was in a hurry and scuffed over to pull him up. No, check it out, it's really different this time. OMG, you are so annoying. Su Song stood up and ripped Xuefeng's arm away, looking at the screen once again and saying in a good humor. However, without waiting for Xuefeng to point it out again, he froze. He also saw the green dot jumping wildly on the screen, still at a glance. There was no way around it, the speed was unbelievable, one jump and a huge leap across. Enough to be several times faster than others. Fogweed. Is there really a problem? Seeing Su Song freeze, Xuefeng said, how about it, I told you there's someone who's not to be trifled with. Su Song nodded blankly, well, it's not right. This speed was unheard of, even he hadn't seen it before. The two of them looked at each other with confusion written in their eyes at the moment. It's a normal day for people to come in. There's not much of a master. What's with the speed? Who came up with this? After a moment of silence, Xuefeng directly turned around and left. Hey, where are you going? Su Tsung asked in a hurry. Xuefeng's footsteps didn't stop. I'm going to find out who's in charge of that front. We might have hit the jackpot. With such an outrageous rate of advancement, how much faster must he be accelerated by proper application? Hit the big time? Su Tsung's eyes flashed. Hiss. Wait for me. I'm going too. For kilometers in, ultimate rampage is truly terrifying. In the barren land, Lin Yu's eyes snowed. In just 2 hours at this point, he had advanced another 2 kilometers, equaling the progress of a day yesterday. Ultimate rampage can only be described as horrible as it is. Going further to the other recruiters' area, Lin Yu's stamina was also a bit unable to keep up. He chose to stop and rest while he checked his harvest. There was a saying that although the ultimate berserk was indeed fierce in its outbursts, it was also fast in its physical exertion, and he felt the signals of imminent overload coming from everywhere on his body at this point. Lin Yu looked at the experience bar first. Rank, LV 2832.3%. In just 2 hours, his experience had skyrocketed another 30%. Previously, it was because of the high school entrance exam on the also added part of the experience only let him yesterday one day to rise a level. In fact, upgrading at his current stage was already difficult, and it was common for ordinary people to not be able to upgrade for a few months and a year. His own original expectation was that 3 to 5 days at level 1 would be enough. Ultimate Berserk was simply greatly out of his expectations. Much ado about nothing, just strong. The clear spring flow is also strong. Lin Yu checks the bracelet again. Points, 110. 101 all day yesterday, 110 in 2 hours today. Just for a moment, it was a lot more than Little Eyes and the rest of them had in a day. They were even still killing level 35 plus monsters, adding 2 points to 1. Or not. The ultimate rampage, the clear spring flowing in the right direction, is strong. According to this progress, Lin Yu felt that he could completely rise another level today, and his points could reach at least 500 or more. 1 level a day at level 28, compared to nearly 10 times the difference in points between others that. Let's just say it's away from DAP. After resting for most of an hour, as soon as he felt his body slowing down, Lin Yu set off without stopping. Over 4 kilometers, it's a level 35 plus second order monster. Not only will you have more experience, but your points will be doubled straight away. Of course, there was also the possibility of running into other professionals, so Lin Yu was still relatively vigilant. At the moment, he can't be touched by his ultimate rampage. Before it was all little devil dogs, he was alright with his high movement speed, but it's not so easy to say when humans have all kinds of skills and stuff. Lin Yu intended that if he ran into any unforeseen situations he would raise his blood level and return to stage 3. 4 kilometers away. The grass is gray and the tree trunks are dead. It was obvious that it had become even more barren, and even the earth had become even more parched, with tiny cracks appearing, as if it had been sucked out of its nutrients by something. Lin Yu kept his guard up and before long, ran into the first monster. From a distance, you can see a dog lying on the dry ground, still a white bone devil dog, but doubled in size and with 2 heads sprouting from its neck. For ghostly red eyes were embedded in their sockets, drawing a red line as the head bobbed, looking morose and horrible. Appraisal. Lin Yu didn't act impulsively, he wasn't too clear about the attributes of the second stage demonic beasts. While probably outmatched, he still needs to enrich his experience pool. Appraisal art information came through and returned to Lin Yu's brain. 2-headed bone demon dog demonized. Level, LV 35 second order. Life, 8,200. Power, 960. Agility, 880. Body mass, 820. Spirit, 520. Strength up almost 300, physical agility slightly less. Lin Yu was silently calculating in his mind that the white bone dog that was 3 kilometers before had reached level 34. Attributes are almost in the high 600 range. Comparing this to this, it can be seen that strength has gone up by almost 300, agility and constitution are in the early 200 range. 1 level, almost half of the attributes skyrocketed. Worthy of being a second-ranked demonic beast. I just don't know what the regular professional second-turn attributes are at. Lin Yu is still not clear about the other professional attributes, and this will not be taught to you in high school. In Lin Yu's personal judgment, the average attribute of a professional after the second turn was about 4 or 500. His current physique was over 300, and he didn't have anything else that added attributes that could roughly represent an average person. And he'd level up a few more levels before increasing a large wave through the second turn, which would be almost 400 or 500. Of course, this is only his shallow judgment. Everyone has different points, different talent is certainly different, not to mention the second turn is also divided into levels, each level of attribute increase is also a big difference. But always probably not more than the demonic beast in front of him. Almost all human attributes are lower than the same level of demonic beasts. Demonic beasts rely on physical talent, humans have skills, props and other increases, the direction is different. This one is common sense. Throwing away the stray thoughts, Lin Yu licked his lips. I wonder how much experience a second-ranked demonic beast can give. No matter how high the attributes are, they are still afraid of choppers. Devil Dog's 900 attack, he's 10,000 plus. All experience babies. Whoosh. Lin Yu rushed out like an arrow off the string, leaving only a residual shadow in its place. Slowly disappearing. Chapter 84 Totally Good Soldiers. Ho ho ho. The two-headed demon dog reacted extremely quickly, taking a fighting stance the moment Lin Yu rushed out. Two huge heads aimed at the enemy, their bloody mouths emitting a terrifying hiss of. But it didn't work. Lin Yu remained without pause, and without pause the moment the blade untouched the demonic dog. It cut through the devil dogs like it was slicing through the air. Just for a moment, the advanced demon dog. It then split neatly down the middle of both heads and died completely. This, then, is the power of the ultimate Berserker. Second-ranked demonic beasts weren't a match. And, of course, the power of the clear spring. Otherwise just now the demon dog hissed that Lin Yu lost his mind. Whoa! The devil dog split in two and fell to the ground, scattering their skeletons. Kill a second-order two-headed devil dog, experience value plus 3,900. Doubled the progression. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Before the level 34 demon dog was 2,100, just one level had nearly doubled. He even saw the experience bar jump a bit, which was really exaggerated. It really is a second-order monster. It's just empowering. Lin Yu felt that today to 29 was the nail in the coffin. At the same time the bracelet pulsed. Plus 2. The points did add up to 2, doubling them. A big step up from his top 2 turns. Departure. It and be done with it. Lin Yu was quite satisfied, and immediately continued on his way. What could be more enjoyable than progress, To put it hard, it's rapid progress. For kilometers is like a dividing line, and there are obviously more monsters. It didn't take long for another two-headed demon dog to come into view. Lin Yu settled for a slash as he did. Kill a second-order two-headed devil dog, experience value plus 3,900. Points plus 2. That's what it feels like. Yes. Following the previous serpentine cleanup plan, Lin Yu was soon in a joyful sweep. Monsters change and experience grows fast. Of course he hadn't forgotten to keep an eye out for other recruiters. It was possible to run into other people here at the moment. If you run into him you'll also have to exit Ultimate Berserk depending on the situation, as well as possible strife. All in all a definite waste of time. Let's hope for better luck and we don't run into anyone else. Barracks tent. Hiss. Battalion Commander Xuefeng and Deputy Battalion Commander Su Tsong both sat in their chairs. Their faces were quite complicated, their noses not their eyes. They had just gone to the instrument room to check, and that perverted little green dot turned out to be Lin Yu, that level 27 rookie's bracelet. They originally thought it was mixing in, the various bigwigs didn't pay attention this morning, but it turned out how they didn't expect it to be this result. It's not even someone else, favoring the most vegetable one. Can this be justified? Old Su, do you think it could be some big guy hiding his rank coming over? Xuefeng wrinkled his eyebrows and inquired. He really couldn't figure out what was going on a bit. It's so much faster than anyone else. Half a morning does what others do for days. And it's not that it's a light run, it cleans up extraordinarily well. As he walked by, the red area completely receded, which meant not a single monster was left. Other people can't achieve this, usually other people go yes, but after that the army still has to clean it thoroughly. In short, it's not clean. It's like Wang Shenhao is just moving on and throwing a mess. Shadow hidden big brother? Su Tsong sniffed and directly gave Xuefeng a blank stare. You're stupid, how could it be a hidden big brother? Xuefeng was puzzled. What's wrong? Su Tsong was helpless. What does a hidden big brother come here to figure out? What's the point of coming over here with this little bit of broken army credit? A bunch of level 30 monsters? Or is it simply because he has nothing else to do and wants to come over to scare you? Oh, so, that's right, haha. Xuefeng scratched his head, feeling that what he said made sense. It was followed by a sudden lull. Hiss. Then do you think it could be a high-level evil demon coming over disguised as a human? A high-level evil demon definitely has the strength to do this. Its purpose. Right. It wants to gain my trust and successfully penetrate us. And then, take us down in one fell swoop. Causing great losses to the military. Xuefeng got himself all excited as he spoke, feeling all as if he had completely confirmed it. Su Tsong was completely speechless and directly stepped forward to give him a brain slap. He's a classmate who tries a little harder than he should, but does have a bit of a one-track mind. And there's a special concern for military honor. Not that I'm saying you've grown any brains at all. Can you even think of an evil invasion? Xuefeng's eyes glared. No, what's wrong with that? My analysis doesn't make sense this time? Su Tsong, reasonable my ass. You don't think about why the high evil demon wants to gain your trust. It has the strength to directly end you in one pot isn't just right, it still needs to go through the trouble of killing other demons. Besides, our camp has a detection device when we enter, how could we possibly mix in evil demons? Xuefeng calmed down again. Oh yeah, there's the detection device, I forgot about it in my haste. Son Su. Xuefeng had no more ghost ideas, and after a moment of silence, he returned to the original question. Then what do you think is going on with Lin Yu? Xuefeng didn't answer directly this time, but considered it for half a day. From my point of view, it would be the genius who came across the hidden profession. Hidden professions? Yes, it's a hidden profession. Su Tsong's face became serious, and as he thought, this speed of cleaning up. Barely, some hidden professions do make it at level 27. There aren't too many monsters in the Barren Lands, and it would be reasonable to have a hidden profession that happens to have outstanding speed, along with good equipment to do so. After all, there are so many perverts in the Shadow High profession, it's anyone's guess. Anyway, this time they really picked it up. This kind of pervert coming to the barracks would definitely speed up the mission dramatically. Su Tsong couldn't help but be a little excited, although he didn't care much about any merits, but who wouldn't want a bargain for nothing? Xuefeng was still a bit bewildered. Hidden professions can be so exaggerated? How come I don't believe Lu? Su Tsong once again rolled his eyes. He didn't even know how many times he had rolled his eyes in this moment. It was all because of Xuefeng's anger. Xuefeng was only a high-level profession, and effort played a large part in getting to this point. Anyway, not quite enough as far as the eye can see. What would you know about a high-level profession? I say yes. Come on, hurry up and look at the marching map. Aren't you the most concerned about progress? Su Tsong said and pushed Xuefeng away. Xuefeng skimmed his lips and didn't speak again. The two men looked to the big screen. At this point the little green dot was still moving frantically, like a harvester without stopping. And it's already in the 4-kilometer range. After 4 kilometers, it's all second-order monsters. Gee, I wonder how many points this kid can get. Su Tsong grinned and muttered, no matter how much he thought about watching this progress again he still felt perverted. In fact, he is also just a rare profession, hidden how fierce he does not quite understand. Xuefeng no longer dwelled on it either, his eyes burning at this moment. It didn't matter to him if he changed or not, he only cared about the progress of the mission. And with the speed of the purge that Lin Yu had exhibited, one could only say that the good soldier. Completely good soldier. But then wouldn't that be? Suddenly, Xuefeng thought of something else and frowning. Chapter 85, I wonder if Lin Yu has any background. There's a rule at 17th Battalion. Anyone who contributes the most to the mission and also has the most kills will be issued military honor points. This honor point can be saved up and exchanged for the Military District Medal of Honor. With the medallion you will have special powers in the future either in your career or in the academy, and even your status class will be elevated, allowing you to buy a lot of restricted items. In short, the benefits are numerous and very important. As a matter of fact, this was not just a rule for their 17th Battalion, almost all the military battalions that went out on missions had it, and the share was quite a lot, and would be given in phases to different people's honor points. Only their 17th Battalion had a low mission difficulty and fewer people, so they only had a share of the most kills. And honor points aren't that much, they only give 500, and the First Order Medal of Honor takes 2,000 points or more. Wang Chenhao had actually come here for this point of honor. This was specially arranged by Vice Regiment Wang. Xuefeng was very clear. Originally, Wang Chenhao was arrogant or inappropriate. At least the strength is there and no one is taking it from him. But now there's another Lin Yu. On the side of the Wang Vice Regiment. I also wonder if Lin Yu has a background. Xue Feng thought with a frown. If there was no background, the character of Deputy Regiment Wang would definitely step in to block it, and that kid Wang Chenhao would probably have to give birth to something. Personally, he wanted to have a background. After all, he was looking at Wang Chenhao in a bad way. But even if you have a background, can you be stronger than Captain Wang? That's all one city head. Meanwhile, on the other side. Beijiang City, Provincial Military Region General Office. Master Li, in my judgment, the most likely place for Lin Yu to go at the moment is the barracks. He definitely wants to take a high transfer, but school is not in session right now, and he doesn't have much other means of acquiring materials, so the probability is that it can only be the military district. Tang Yuxian analyzed very seriously. Ever since Lin Yu had rejected Li Jingchuan's acceptance as his disciple, Li Jingchuan had gone as crazy as if he had lost his mind. All I could think about was Lin Yu, and I said I had to take whatever I could get. Yesterday, the college entrance examination is over. Early this morning, everywhere to ask Lin Yu whereabouts, anxious, and even yesterday's college entrance examination do not want to preside over. Of course, Tang Yuxian is very supportive of this. After all, Lin Yu that day points there, can pull to the Jiangbei military camp all the benefits and no harm. She also very much want to facilitate this matter. Listening to this, she was also very serious at this point and gave her analysis. Li Jingchuan sat on the opposite side of the main seat. His hair was messy, and it looked like he hadn't even washed up in the morning, and he wasn't groomed. Sniffles nodded. That makes sense. Slap. Li Jingchuan snapped his thigh. Someone come. A uniformed sergeant hurried in, very respectful. What's the division commander's orders? Li Jingchuan, go check for me. Check all the military camps in Jiangbei that are on a mission. Look for someone named Lin Yu, 18 years old, level 27. Report back to me immediately when you find out. I want to personally press for my disciple. The uniformed sergeant bowed his head and glanced a dark eyebrow. They know all about it when things get heated. A young student refused Li Jingchuan acceptance of apprenticeship. Li Jingchuan do not think about the night. He hasn't even agreed yet and you're calling him your disciple. You want to get dusted again, don't you? The sergeant silently spat, but of course he couldn't show it. Division commander. Just as he was about to leave, Li Jingchuan's voice sounded again. You wait. The college entrance exam results are coming out today, right? Give me the old man to beat the Lin Yu results. Find a good jade frame to frame it. I have to take it with me when I see my disciple. Sergeant. Tang Yuxian. As you wish. Barren Land. Kill LV-37 Second Order Two-Headed Devil Dog, experience value plus 5,500. Kill LV-37 Second Order Two-Headed Devil Dog, experience value plus 5,500. Kill LV-37 Second Order Two-Headed Devil Dog, experience value plus 5,500. Yes. The experience that kept ringing out, the points that continued to grow simply made Lin Yu permeable. He had been really lucky today. He hadn't been able to run into any other recruiters. Relying on Ultimate Rampage, it pushed hard for another 4 kilometers to the 8-kilometer mark. After the previous 4 kilometers, monsters increased by 1 level every 2 kilometers and had now reached level 37, and the number continued to increase. But none of them were a match for him, and they were turned into nourishing him with tons of experience, super tons of experience. Let's just say. Dipping beans, cool. Looking at the thoroughly clean wilderness around him, Lin Yu stopped and casually found an open space to sit down. He's currently in shape to clear 2 kilometers in 2 hours, but with another hour's rest. Ultimate Berserk was strong, but it was also a huge drain on physical strength. Pushed a total of 6 kilometers and did 2.5 rounds today. The first 2 complete rounds of clearing plus a break, and the last round just finished clearing before the break. 8 hours have passed by counting the time. So, Lin Yu's legs went weak. He felt like there wasn't a spot on his body that stopped wailing. Surely the great rewards were enough to offset the tedium. Lin Yu looked at the bracelet first. Points, 752. 605 points. The number of points doubled when he reached the second-order monsters, and the number continued to increase, but it didn't have any effect on his speed. So his points came to a rather exaggerated point. 1 day is comparable to 10 days for the average recruiter. Looking at the points, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth could not stop rising. 700 a day, calculating that he would be able to get the materials for the upper turn in 10 days, it simply shouldn't be too fast. And he was only 100 yesterday, so let's just say that Ultimate Berserk is just dangling, and the second rank monsters are very powerful. Next, it's all about rank. The points were actually quite small, and what excited Lin Yu the most was that he had risen another level. One level a day after level 20 would be unthinkable to put on anyone else. Plus point plus point. Lin Yu opens the panel and rubs his hands together in excitement. It's time for his favorite part again. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker Hidden. Rank, LV 29 1.20%. Life, 3260. Shield, 100,000. Power, 205. Agility, 205. Body mass, 331. Spirit, 97. Freedom attributes, 15. Passive Celebration of Blood, +1 to strengthen agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive Blood Rage, gain attribute increases based on different lives. Blood Eating LV6, you will no longer receive any life regeneration while the skill is on, and you will automatically regain 8 points per second when the skill is off. Active, 80 life points per second. Avalanche Strike, leap up with vigor and slam into the ground in front of you, dealing damage to ranged enemies that changes depending on the Berserk stage. Consumption, 100 life points. There has been a balanced rise in all attributes, With the extra 15 points of freedom, Lin Yu added them to physique rather skillfully. Physique, 331 346. Life, 3,310 3,460. Looking at the panel, the satisfaction in Lin Yu's eyes couldn't be hidden. Just one level short of crossing the 30 mark. Really get the second turn qualification. Chapter 86, A Little Understanding, Brother. That's all for today. As Lin Yu rested, the sky grew dark. The evening sun withdrew from the earth, darkening the barren wilderness. It also means it's time to go back to camp again. Talking about it, Lin Yu is still a bit puzzled why the 17th Battalion has to set up such a rule. Obviously the nighttime also does not affect the professionals in combat. Is it possible that there really is some source of contamination? Speaking of which, Lin Yu wasn't quite right himself today. He'd been feeling like something was calling him from the depths of the wilderness all day today. It wasn't so much the summoning, was it? It was a strange feeling, as if something had created a magical seed magnetism with him that made him want to get close. And the more you push, the stronger that feeling becomes. But as soon as I quit Ultimate Rampage, the feeling was gone again. Can't figure it out. It was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. Almost rested, Lin Yu got up and patted his ass. Hit the road. Same route as yesterday. The same pleasurable mood. Same little eyes. Elder brother Lin. Over here. As soon as he walked to the military security line, he saw Xiang Donghua standing on the wilderness from afar, waving excitedly. This time he had a woman standing beside him, coiffured, plump, in her late 30s, looking a little cold. Lin Yu strolled forward. Xiang Donghua then came up with a lewd smile. Lin old brother, Lin old brother. Older brother is having another good harvest today, oh. Took 70 points, which isn't much, but it's a like-minded friend made. As he said that, Xiang Donghua also kept giving Lin Yu a wink, signaling him to look at the side. Lin Yu was in a good mood today and smiled. Then I really congratulate elder brother Xiang. You boy. Xiang Donghua revealed a satisfied look and patted Lin Yu on the back. Only then did he put away his lewdness and pulled Lin Yu to the woman. Come. Older brother will introduce you. This is Li Yuejio, Li Comrade in Arms, level 34. Today Li Comrade in Arms, because of the fight with the two-headed devil dog, suffered some injuries just to be saved by the old brother. We have some time to get along with. Down is also considered to be acquainted with, and made an appointment in the future to act together to earn points. Just call Sister Li, elder brother Lin. Xiang Donghua briefly explained the relationship. His tone was calm but his eyebrows were raised to the sky, especially when he talked about acting together in the end. As Lin Yu looked over, he could indeed see that Li Yuejio was carrying a wound on her body, and her left arm was crimson. Sister Li. Lin Yu nodded lightly, about verbalizing things he never begrudged. It wouldn't be a piece of meat less anyway. Xiang Donghua smiled with satisfaction and hurriedly turned to the woman's side again. Yu Jiao, this is Lin Yu. Don't look at him, he's only level 20 or so, but he took 100 points yesterday. Xiang Donghua politely said, with a bit of currying favor on his face. However, Li Yuejiao didn't appreciate it and directly rolled her eyes and, "What's a little kid introducing me to? And don't call me Yujiao from now on, I only agreed to act with you because you saved me, the relationship isn't close enough for that." Xiang Donghua was instantly embarrassed, but he still followed and agreed, yes, I won't call as in the future. Lin Yu's brows furrowed at the side. What is this unfolding? Someone else saves your life and it turns out to be a bad relationship? And Little Ai is still trying to impress? Lin Yu couldn't understand it, but he didn't have the heart to intervene in other people's affairs. Several people stepped onto the road back to camp. After walking for a while, Little Eyes ran to Lin Yu's side again. "Lin, old brother, sorry just that." "It's fine." Lin Yu stuck his hands in his pockets, unconcerned. Xiang Donghua smiled awkwardly and added, "By the way, I haven't asked Lin about his grades today. Yesterday he took 100 points without saying a word. Today you have to give my oldest brother a truthful explanation." "Come on. And you didn't come to my oldest brother for help today, so your grades must be good again." Lin Yu smiled and didn't hide it, and directly said, "I'm okay today, too. Advanced to 8 kilometers and took over 700 points. Moderately good grades need to be fooled with, not if they are too exaggerated." Little Ai wouldn't believe it anyway. Sure enough, Xiaoyou's eyes glared at his words, and he directly shined another blow at Lin Yu's back. "You kid, you've learned to brag to your old brother about being awesome, haven't you?" The corners of Lin Yu's mouth continued to rise. Look, this is a good way to deal with chatterboxes. Just then, however, an untimely voice rang out. Che's strength cannot be left to mouth, but also more than 700 points. Wang Chenhao doesn't even dare to say he can get 700 points. Li Yuejiao let out a cold snort and said so before heading straight forward. Lin Yu forgot about that. Li Yuejiao obviously has a problem with him, it should be a matter of strength. Including Xiang Donghua, she had a look of disdain, let alone him. But Lin Yu didn't care. People can say whatever they want. He wouldn't waste his time in useless ways that added to the trouble. Besides, the facts speak for themselves. Xiang Donghua looked at Li Yuejiao's back and struggled for some time, but still did not go after him and chose to follow Lin Yu. Sorry, old man Harlan. Older brother actually just wanted to whore around for nothing, didn't take her seriously. Men understand. After apologizing to Lin Yu, Xiang Donghua looked ahead again. And you really think you're a dish? I shucks. Lin Yu. There are more and more professionals around, still almost as dusty as yesterday, with the occasional sighting of a hangnail. Following the flow of people, Lin Yu quickly returned to the barracks. Li Yuejiao hadn't entered yet, and stood in the doorway with a puff of air, obviously waiting for Little Eyes. Xiang Donghua patted Lin Yu, leaving a reassuring look before welcoming him with another jog. Yujiao, why are you walking so fast? I can't even catch up with you. Li Yuejiao rolled her eyes. You're not sure why I left so quickly? Knowingly? Xiang Donghua smiled. I'll look at you, they are all friends. Li Yuejiao, you still say? Okay, today I'll also make it clear that what I dislike most is this kind of person who is full of. You choose between me and him right now, with me or without him. Choose him not to contact me later. Xiang Donghua, look at you, of course I chose you, how can he be as important as you? The corner of Li Yuejiao's mouth hooked up in a snicker, that's more like it. But I'm telling you for your own good, it won't do you any good to be with this kind of person, to be strong without strength and without a mouth on you. Yes, I know all that, so we're still together afterward? Why are you so good at playing dumb? Who do I rely on if not you when I'm hurt, or what am I waiting for you for? Yes, I misspoke, let's get inside. Xiang Donghua sent Li Yuejiao into the tent with a flattering face, and after Li Yuejiao went in, he quickly turned his head and made a hands together gesture to Lin Yu. The meaning is expressed very clearly. Play along. Understand, brother? Lin Yu. Chapter 87, Little Brother Lin, why don't you go first? Inside the tent. One by one, the professionals lined up and stood back with clear eyes, full of anticipation. Examining the harvest is undoubtedly what makes people happiest every day. Wang Chenhao was still sitting alone at the table in a big, careless manner. Lin Yu drew a little bit of attention when he came in, a few nodded at him, but that was all. Snap. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the sergeant in charge of the inspection clapped his hands and prepared to begin. However, just then, Xue Feng, who was on the side, stepped forward and squeezed past him. "I'll do it today. You go down." "What? Battalion Commander Xue personally tested it?" The sergeant scratched his head and retreated with a head full of questions. Xue Feng received the detection device and secretly smiled. Today, there's Lin Yu, but it's not the same as yesterday. That fast, he had to see for himself how many points were taken. Testing begins, everyone line up to turn in their bracelets. No clamor. The crowd of recruiters were also confused, and the processes they were used to in the past were made to wince. Get a grip. Didn't you hear what I said? Xue Feng was disgruntled. The crowd's necks craned as they rushed forward. Wang Gang, 70 points. Fang Chengshi, 66 points. Lu Jipeng, 72 points. One by one, they recruited to pass the test. Xue Feng kept his face unchanged, and overall there was still no difference from before. The crowd fell back down again. The ones with good grades were all excited, the poor ones more or less disappointed. Soon it was Han Dashen's turn again, and Han Dashen stepped forward with his axe in his hand. Han Dashen, 254 points. The results popped out and the surrounding crowd was amazed. 250 points. That's up another 30 or so from yesterday. You should know that people have a ceiling, the closer the limit and then want to break through the difficulty is exponentially increased. Let's just say Han Dashen can be ruthless. The crowd revealed envious gazes, yet Xue Feng's face remained unchanged, as if he didn't care at all. Han Dashen scratched his head. Strange, why isn't Battalion Commander Xue praising me today? Usually Xue Feng has to briefly motivate him twice a day, and today there is a breakthrough. How come there is still no movement? Can't figure it out. Han Dashen left the group with doubts. Immediately after, a bracelet was casually tossed on the table and rolled around a few times in a bone jar. Measure mine, sleepy. Wang Chenhao scratched his ears in a loose manner. The crowd was speechless as they looked at Wang Chenhao. This kid loves to pretend and has to pick behind Han Dashen every time. However, it should be said that not saying it is really enviable. More points, more publicity, and you don't even have to give face to Xue Feng. Now that's life. Wang Chenhao, 302 points. Xue Feng announced the results, and then directly called out to the next person. The entire time, he did not change his color, and even had a faint light smile on his face. Wang Chenhao raised an eyebrow. Why did he feel that Xue Feng had a bit of a problem today? One by one, the recruiters passed the test and soon came to an end. Li Yuejiao, 32 points. Xiang Donghua, 69 points. After Little Ice finished testing, he turned around and gave Lin Yu an encouraging look. Lin Yu ignored him and stepped forward. Xue Feng, who had been looking serious, finally revealed a smile, and even smiled at Wang Chenhao next to him. Wang Chenhao? Xue Feng picked up the Lin Yu bracelet and cleared his throat. Lin Yu, 752 points. Xue Feng shouted super loud and in the middle of his voice. Instantly, everyone in the tent froze in unison. They suspected something was wrong with their ears. 752. Everyone is 60 or 70, even the most powerful Wang Chenhao is only 300. You, the lowest ranked rookie, did 752? Can this be right? Everyone was confused, especially Xiang Donghua. He stared at Lin Yu in stupefaction, his squinted eyes rounded. So, Lin Yu isn't blowing awesome? Beside him, Li Yuejiao's big eyes blinked non-stop. The corner of Xue Feng's mouth hooked up. He had expected this, and at this time, he was merely confirming it. Nowadays it is also determined. Lin Yu is indeed a good soldier. Lin Yu, you worked hard. On behalf of the 17th Battalion, I thank you for your dedication. Xue Feng patted Lin Yu's shoulder, his face full of kindness, the fondness in his eyes practically overflowing. Thanks to Battalion Commander Xue. Lin Yu said politely. He wasn't surprised, the military district must have monitoring devices. So Xue Feng should have known he had good grades early on. No need to be polite, your strength has brought great help to our 17th Battalion. In the future, if there is anything you need to do, just talk to me directly. Xue Feng's performance, the discerning can see, very much recognized Lin Yu, without adulteration. So, did Lin Yu really just do over 700 points? A 20-something level rookie? Can this be ING right? The people present were even more confused. Lin Yu was the last one, and the testing was considered complete. Xuefeng ignored the expressions of the crowd and clapped his hands. Gentlemen, that's all for today. This battalion chief thanks you all for your dedication and also hopes that you will continue to work hard in the future. Dismissed. The crowd walked out of the tent one after another, still full of confusion, 3 steps forward and 1 step back. Only Wang Qinhao was still sitting in place, not having returned to his senses. Young Master Wang, aren't you leaving yet? Not sleepy? Wang Qinhao blinked. Oh, to go, this is going. Xuefeng secretly laughed. Let you be in pride, there are people outside the world. But I also wonder if Lin Yu has a background or not. He had just seen a hint of ruthlessness in Wang Qinhao's eyes, and it was obvious that he wanted to make things happen. As soon as Lin Yu stepped out of the tent, he immediately received the gazes of everyone. There was surprise, envy, currying favor, and some gazes that were evasive and a bit intimidating. Getting more than 700 points in a day at more than 20 levels was undoubtedly another ruthless character that couldn't be messed with. Xiang Donghua then averted his eyes, not daring to step forward. His brain had been buzzing since the beginning. What the hell did he do? Such a big shot, he even calls himself a brother day in and day out. And dared to flirt with people. It's not like hitting a lantern to the outhouse. Brother Lin, oh no, little brother Lin, why don't you go first? Yes, you work hard, you go ahead. At that moment, someone in the crowd began to speak, one carefully testing the waters for fear of saying the wrong thing. I can't help it, and I'm not sure about Lin Yu's character. In case it's another Wang Qinhao, it's over. That was then, this is now. It's better to behave, lest you cause trouble. At this time, Li Yuejiao suddenly had a twinkle in her eye. She immediately stepped out of the crowd. Everyone rest assured, Lin Yu is not that kind of narrow-minded person. I am friends with brother Lin, I am clear about it. Everyone just feel free to go. Said Li Yuejiao quickly came to Lin Yu's side. Lin, little brother, the front sister is joking with you, don't worry about it. We've known each other for a while, whatever you want to eat tonight is on me. I didn't realize that the punk with the small eyes could have such a brilliant friend. She really picked it up. The crowd gave envious looks at the situation. They knew Li Yuejiao, but she was a woman of average strength. I don't know what kind of luck I've struck to get involved with Lin Yu. Before returning to the camp, when Li Yuejiao and Lin Yu walked together, a lot of people have seen, but also did not suspect. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. This woman changed her face really fast, deserving of the character of a tendency. Make yourselves at home, folks, don't mind me. Lin Yu first arched his hand to the crowd before turning to Li Yuejiao. Which one of you do I know? Xiang Donghua can't even talk about friends. What a character. Chapter 88, Don't contact me again, I'm afraid Lin Yu will misunderstand. Brother Lin, what are you saying? Joking with your sister? Li Yuejiao froze in place, embarrassed. Lin Yu didn't answer and laughed lightly as he directly stepped away. Talking more to such people is a complete waste of time. The surrounding crowds hadn't left yet, and when they saw Lin Yu coming over, they made way. Lin Yu also ignored it and stepped away on his own. Polite to the line, he did not have to go to the back. Xiang Donghua he ignored. Xiang Donghua's difference he also detected early in the morning, obviously feeling the status gap dare not come over. It's time to say no to characterization, okay? But it doesn't matter with Lin Yu, it just saves the annoyance. As he said, Xiang Donghua wasn't really a friend either. After Lin Yu left, leaving a crowd of people looking at each other, everyone looked at Li Yuejiao. There was a snort of laughter. I thought it was really relevant, but it turns out it's just a way to put gold on your face. Laughing to death, backwards rush people do not want, also really not afraid of shame. Then you say, how can people want it? What is Lin Yu's status, and what is Li Yuejiao's status? That can't be helped, there are always people who can't see themselves. The whole thing was a waste of their feelings for thinking how familiar the set was. We all came out to fight. We almost gave you a good life. The crowd was unrelenting in their mockery. Li Yuejiao clenched her fists as she felt her body shaking. She hadn't been humiliated like this in all her life. She went up there to apologize, and what did she get in return? Who are you? Do I know you? You can't let go of a little bit of power, it's like there's no one else in sight. Li Yuejiao scuffed her way to Xiang Donghua's side. Hey! Little eyes. You go after me now and make Lin Yu apologize to me. Immediately. The little eyes were directly dazed and confused. Ha? Me? Li Yuejiao, don't ing play dumb for me. It's not you. You go immediately now. A little brat is still pretending with me. I can't control you anymore. Looking at the cursing Li Yuejiao, a suspicion rose in Xiang Donghwa's mind. Is this out of her mind? Let him go to Lin Yu to apologize to you. Now he himself is afraid to talk to Lin Yu again and ask for an apology. Besides, who the hell do you think you are, knowing him for a day and daring to give him such a big task? When you saved my life. No go, I am not going. Xiang Donghua directly refused. He actually wanted to ask about Brain, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Li Yuejiao directly exploded at his words. Are you a man or not? You're with Lin Yu all day long and you can't even handle this little thing? I'm going to ask you one more time, are you going or not? If you don't go, you won't want to team up with me in the future. Xiang Donghua was certain that this person did have a problem with his brain. It's possible that it's the kind of person who is mentally undeveloped but can take care of himself so he doesn't get caught, the Don. You can team up with whoever you like, there's no way I'm going anyway. Xiang Donghua didn't dilly-dally and directly rejected it harshly. Joking, now you just let him group, he absolutely not group, this just messed with Lin Yu, he also group is not a little cute. Not to mention teaming up, even a couple more words after the pussy now might cause Lin Yu to misunderstand. Hiss. Right. Never let Lin Yu get the wrong idea. He had to take emergency shelter. Thinking of this, Xiang Donghua's body trembled and hurriedly twisted his head and left. Not forgetting to add at the end, I didn't save you today, and now we don't have anything to do with each other. Don't you contact me again in the future, I'm afraid Lin Yu will misunderstand. You. This sentence completely exploded Li Yuejiao. She screamed and was directly going to go forward to make a move with Xiang Donghua. A pair of claws probed straight towards Xiang Donghua's head, just like a crazy woman fighting. But it's blocked before it can be grabbed. The ones who struck out were the surrounding crowd. One person with one skill, some directly probed their weapons to sweep Li Yuejiao away. Xiang Donghua was puzzled. Everyone, what are you? He has no friendship with these people, how come they all came to his aid? The crowd's eyes light up. Li Yuejiao is pretending this small eyes, they are looking in the eyes of the. Every day, he gets close to Lin Yu. Talking about feelings or not, at least there is a relationship. There's absolutely no harm in them befriending. I can't say that I can still rely on this relationship to climb up to Lin Yu, and then it will really take off. Oh, we are all comrades in arms, we must help each other when we see injustice. Yeah. We should help each other in a righteous way. Besides, I also see that this Li Yuejiao is not a good thing, so I definitely need to take care of it when I run into her. Brother is surnamed Xiang, right? I'm a few years older than you, so I'll call you Xiang elder brother. I've been feeling like you since a long time ago, but I haven't had the chance to get to know you, so I've caught you today. There's me and there's me, we're all comrades in arms, it's also fate, in the future, even if we know each other, if there's something brother Xiang, just open your mouth. The crowd spoke left and right, and Xiang Donghua was able to understand. Don't tell me, this feeling of being respected is pretty cool. It was a new version of the ship that he had never experienced before. However, he also carries the weight. Xiang Donghua sighed darkly. Everyone, you're doing this for Lin Yu's face, right? Actually, I'm not too familiar with Lin Yu, but I've only known him for 2 days, so let's not be like this, I can't afford it. As you can see, Lin Yu just left on his own. He said very clean, originally with Lin Yu is not too familiar, before Lin Yu willing to listen to his nagging is already enough to give him face. How could he flaunt the Lin Yu flag? The crowd's eyes darkened at the words, but quickly adjusted back. What are you talking about, elder brother Xiang? I'm simply attracted to you as a person, it has nothing to do with anything else. Yes, we're all comrades in arms. That's right, don't be paranoid, elder brother Xiang. It's okay to be okay, but at least it's closer than they are, and it's definitely okay to befriend, and the crowd understands this. Besides, I can't guarantee that Lin Yu is a short-guarded person. A gun even if it just doesn't have bullets, but who's betting on that? In short, they were determined, at least, not to cross swords. Xiang Donghua's eyes, little by little, lit up. Things that seem to be getting interesting again? In this case, it's not like he's flailing, is it? Good. Since everyone has said so, then I, Xiang Mao, will not excuse myself any longer, and from now on, we will all be brothers. Xiang Donghua waved his big hand in a bold manner. The crowd hastened to say yes, and the speculative ones hastened to say. The teleportation array is about to open, old brother Xiang, please go ahead. Looking at the respectful crowd, Xiang Donghua was even more refreshed. He had never experienced this feeling before. He realized, even in this moment, that he had, it seemed, picked up a get-out-of-jail-free card. At least a get-out-of-jail-free card that can be used here in the 17th Battalion. Elder Brother Lin. You are my god. The crowd left with laughter, and Li Yuejia was lying on the ground like a discarded dog. Lin Yu. I'm not done with you. Li Yuejiao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with indignation. Chapter 89 Wang Chenhao's demands. Lin Yu was unexpectedly stopped by Wang Chenhao when he was almost at the teleportation array. Wang Chenhao blocked in front of Lin Yu, looking like he had something to say. The crowd arriving behind them hurriedly backed up at the sight, making way for a large open space. These two are now two of the worst people to mess with. They're still a little confused, though. Getting along for many days, they are also clear about Wang Chenhao's personality, character, arrogance, from not bothering to speak to anyone. Even Shui Battalion commander's face are not sold. Every day is with Li Yuexing, two people alone. What do you guys think Wang Chenhao is looking for Lin Yu for? Not really sure, the two of them don't cross paths by definition. Could it be that Lin Yu's grades were too good today? Wang Chenhao got upset and came over to look for trouble. Hiss, it's really possible. Wang Chenhao has pride and a good face, can't really be said. The crowd whispered. Lin Yu was also a bit puzzled and opened his mouth to ask, I wonder who my friend is? Wang Chenhao stood opposite Lin Yu, his breath slightly uneven, obviously chasing after him. He straightened his clothes and said, Your name is Lin Yu, right? Your grades are very good today, get acquainted. I, Wang Chenhao, a sophomore at the Central State Academy. Wang Chenhao said, extending his hand in a very friendly manner. Lin Yu stayed polite and stepped forward to shake. I'm sorry, Lin Yu. Wang Chenhao is a bit arrogant, but did not provoke him and no conflict with him. Lin Yu certainly won't find trouble on his own. The two of them nodded to the point, and Wang Chenhao smiled and added, Lin Yu, I'm not going to sell you short, either. I do have something to discuss with you, about the points. I'm sure Brother Lin knows that our 17th Battalion with the most points will go down to the military region to hand out honor points after the mission. I'm not going to hide this honor point from Brother Lin, it's very important to me, so I hope that Elder Brother Lin can cut me some slack and let me have first place. Military honor points? Lin Yu frowned, he didn't really know. Doesn't sound like his knowledge at this stage. But he did probably understand the meaning. There would be an extra reward for being first in this mission, and Wang Chenhao needed that reward. So trying to get him to control the score. This result was unexpected and difficult for Lin Yu. Points he definitely doesn't want to control, and he's going to rely on that for his second turn. As for Wang Chenhao, he didn't want to mess with it, after all, he had a backstage. Originally thought that Wang Chenhao at most is to see him out of the limelight, upset to pick a fight, his mouth to serve a soft is. I didn't realize it came with a mission. When you have a mission, you can't just talk your way out of it. Wang Chenhao could see that Lin Yu was in a difficult position and hurriedly added, Don't worry, I won't let Brother Lin be aggrieved for nothing. Your current 752 points, I'll count you at 800 points, 1000 points per point, as long as Brother Lin keeps it below 300 points per day in the future, I'll give you $500,000 for the day you stay. Of course, money certainly can't be compared to military service. Lin, old brother, still wants something else, just say it, just as I, Wang Chenhao, owe you a favor, how about it? Wang Chenhao was very sincere and did not have any arrogance. He has a clear understanding of what is important, and it doesn't matter if he is arrogant with others, even if Shui Feng is just a small battalion commander with no future, or a subordinate of his second uncle. But not Lin Yu, lower level than him, not even a second turn yet, but with grades that could more than double him. 80% of which college's low-profile genius came out to practice, and the background is guaranteed to be not small. It's really his bad luck, to say the least. I was picking an easy barracks to hang out in, who would have thought such a thing could pop up? It's speechless. Of course, he wouldn't compromise. If you can't, you'll have to fight backstage. Meanwhile, everyone around them looked dumbfounded, one staring at the other. I'll go. Is this still Wang Chenhao? Why do I feel like he's changed? Against all odds, looking all kinder than even my daughter-in-law, this is still the same person? Don't say it, it must be different with Lin Yu, people are proud and not stupid, you think anyone is the same as Li Yuejiao. Oh yeah, that too. Li Yuejiao is so dang good, it's confusing the hell out of me. The crowd was talking a bit oblivious, and their voices all reached Wang Chenhao's ears. Wang Chenhao. What a bunch of dogs. Wasteful and talkative. Cursing darkly, Wang Chenhao propped up his smiling face again. Brother Lin, how's the consideration going? You can see that the time for the teleportation array is almost up. Lin Yu sighed darkly, and instead of answering directly, he asked in return, Brother Wang, I'll take the liberty of asking if this honor point can be transferred. Honor points he didn't need at the moment. If he could transfer them, he would just transfer them to Wang Chenhao at that time. Wang Chenhao heard the meaning of the words and said with a slight apology, this can't be done, ha. Honor points are directly bound to identity, so it can only be that Brother Lin condescends. Or we'll just... No problem then, I agree with Brother Wang's proposal. Lin Yu replied directly and quickly. He couldn't think of any good solutions at the moment. Less points can be earned later, and slower second turns can be turned later. Right and wrong are not to be messed with at all. He has a system, and a hidden profession always grows. There was nothing for him to dwell on at that point. It's just a shame that it's slightly unlucky. You come out to find a barracks and you run into something like this. Wang Chenhao gave a beat, followed by his eyes shining brightly. Brother Lin is really a refreshing person. He hadn't had much to go on. After all, it was a bit much for him to ask, to be honest. I didn't expect Lin Yu to be so painful. For a while, it was all a bit embarrassing for the whole thing. Immediately, Wang Chenhao patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, Brother Lin, the conditions you were promised will not be missing a single point. I, Wang Chenhao, also owe you a favor, so feel free to speak up if you need anything in the future. Of course, if Brother Lin feels that the money is small, you can mention it. I, Wang Chenhao, will do my best to fulfill it. Lin Yu, no need. Wang Chenhao, Brother Lin is really a pain in the ass. Then I, Wang Chenhao, will not be petty. How about $800,000 a day, it's a deal. Lin Yu. Rumble. At this time, the teleportation array finally opened. Wang Chenhao immediately went forward to pull on Lin Yu. Lin brother, we are also considered to know. Go. I arranged the evening to express my gratitude. Don't worry, Brother Lin, I, Han Chenhao, am also an open-minded person, so you'll be satisfied. Wang Chenhao pulled Lin Yu into the teleportation array. Suddenly something else occurred to me. He turned back to the still distant crowd again. That little eye over there. Yeah. That's you. You're Lin Yu's friend, right? You come up too. Lin Yu's friend is my friend, don't be polite, I'll arrange everything for you tonight. In the crowd, Xiang Donghua was confused. Ha? Me? The rest of the crowd, their eyes were indescribably envious. At the same time more convinced of the previous thought. In the future, apart from Lin Yu, Wang Chenhao, Little Eyes is the third. It's no good even if Han Dashin comes. Chapter 90, Wang Chenhao, I beheaded a dragon. Lin Yu ended up drinking with Wang Chenhao until 12 in the morning before returning to the hotel. There's no way. He's trying to say no. But I did not expect Wang Chenhao was really open, said what not to let go, and even finally to follow Lin Yu back to the hotel, to be arranged directly in the hotel. In the end, Lin Yu couldn't argue but went anyway. It was the first time he'd seen someone like that. 12 o'clock back is still considered early. Wang Chenhao still have to arrange the second. Lin Yu pretend to faint to avoid. After returning to the hotel, Lin Yu went straight to bed after washing up. For one thing, there wasn't much he needed to plan for today, with the ultimate Berserker experiment out of the way and an understanding of the strength of second-order monsters. Just play as usual tomorrow, and you don't even need to go all out yet. As for Wang Chenhao's side, he wasn't entangled at all. It's just a waste of time. It doesn't affect him. In terms of mindset, of course. Lin Yu looks at this kind of thing very open-minded, want to go to the end of the steady then speed, this is his life philosophy. It's all okay as long as nothing goes wrong. Secondly, it's that he's really dizzy, he's only just come of age and he's never drank before, and this is giving him a hard time. There was no talk all night. The next day, early morning. Teleportation Array Plaza. Good morning, Elder Brother Xiang. Good morning, Brother Xiang. Brother Xiang is here, huh? When Xiang Donghua arrived at the square, the crowd of people in the square immediately made way to greet him. Yesterday, they have seen with their own eyes that Xiang Donghua followed Lin Yu Wanchen how to drink, to say before Xiang Donghua or only a little relationship. Now that's a character that really can't be messed with at all, even to the point of browbeating. It can only be described as a true step up. And a couple of the ones who would come to the table even had breakfast ready. Have you eaten yet, Mr. Xiang? I've brought some egg pancakes here, why don't you try some? I have chrysanthemum tea here to quench your thirst. Tea? What tea? Elder brother Xiang drank so much yesterday. Still tea? I have antidote soup here. Elder brother Xiang, quickly wake up. Xiang Donghua walked through the crowd, his face creased with smiles. How has he ever been treated like this? In life, the ups and downs are really only a moment away. Well said, everyone's welcome. Liu Jiao came up from the crowd, her eyebrows arched. Brother Xiang, why did you just come? I've been waiting for you for a long time. After a night she finally figured out that Lin Yu was a big shot she couldn't afford to mess with. Xiang Donghua is also a number now. What she needs to do is not to retaliate, but to climb. It's a good thing that she's still a bit old with Xiang Donghua, so she's close to the water. Xiang Donghua raised his eyebrows. Waiting for me? What are you waiting for me for? Liu Jiao sweet and greasy koi anger. Of course it is a team we have said good. Xiang big brother began to joke again. Xiang Donghua is completely convinced of this sugar man. He does not understand how a person can do yesterday with a blood feud today as if nothing has happened. What the hell is between those ears? Off. Said we're okay. Xiang Donghua directly said sternly. Saying that, he stopped paying attention. The people around them were quite discerning and directly went forward to drive Liu Jiao away. Go go go, brother Xiang said it has nothing to do with you. What are you still pestering? Liu Jiao, behave yourself. Get the hell out of here, it's pissing me off just looking at you. A handful of people pushed Liu Jiao out of sight in a few strokes. Xiang Donghua froze. Was this the flavor of power? It works so well. Xiang Donghua attempted to wave at one person, who immediately revealed a flattered look and jogged forward. Does elder brother Xiang have any more orders? Feel free to mention it. Xiang Donghua. Cool. Not long after, Wang Chenhao arrived. Still proud of his face, he brought Liu Xin with him in a windy manner, and the crowd made way and lowered their voices. Wang Chenhao came to the front and looked around. Old item. Here. Xiang Donghua was startled and hurriedly jogged forward. Young Wang, what are your orders? Wang Chenhao smiled. It's fine, just telling you to stand over. What's wrong with my Wang Chenhao's friend hanging out with those dirt dogs? Liu Xian, call someone. The handsome-faced Liu Xin on the side revealed a sweet smile. Big brother Xiang. Xiang Donghua was on the verge of tears. It should be said not to say, Wang Chenhao words are hard to say, but the person is still really open. Originally, he thought that yesterday was just Lin Yu making a show of it, but he didn't expect to recognize him today. Young Wang, you're welcome, I'm actually also. Wang Chenhao directly interrupted. Say those, I recognize you, you're my friend. Liu Xian, you don't give a damn about her, she's just a lousy subordinate of this young man, the kind that can be grabbed by the handful. Xiang Donghua. Brother, you're a little too direct, aren't you? People are still around. Liu Xin stood aside with a calm face, as if she hadn't heard. Wang Chenhao added, by the way old Xiang, Lin Yu hasn't come yet? Won't give me a waste of drink. If you ask me, that kid still needs to practice, that little bit of alcohol won't work, it's still you, old Xiang, who's open. Xiang Donghua scratched his head. I didn't see anyone, I guess he didn't come. Wang Chenhao skimmed his mouth. It's really not working. It seems that this young man still needs to give him a workout tonight. How can a man be good if he can't drink? Old Xiang, evening you also together, or drink with you pain. Xiang Donghua. Time passed, and when Lin Yu arrived at the square, the teleportation array was basically about to open. He had actually gotten up fairly early, but had intentionally come in at a stuck time. For the sake of defense against Wang Chenhao and Little Eyes. After Wang Chenhao was so involved yesterday, Little Eyes was able to let go with him again. And although Wang Chenhao is not a talker, but the mother loves to blow awesome. He also said that he had chopped a real dragon that year, and then he pulled the story that he had stepped on all kinds of geniuses in the Central State Academy, and no one dared to mess with him. Dragons too far gone to mention that for now. Although Lin Yu in the Central State did not understand, how could it not be Wang Chenhao's turn for a median second turn to reign supreme? In short, listening to Lin Yu was a big headache. One small eye alone was annoying enough in the past, but now the whole thing was a double-sided attack, and he was truly speechless. Lin Xiao. Lin Yu arrived at the square, and Liu Xin owed a very polite salute. Lin Yu also filled it with a nod. Liu Xin is a girl from a poor family, relying on Wang Chenhao's family to fund her education, and her family also has a seriously ill father, who is now Wang Chenhao's follower. This is what Wang Chenhao said loudly at the top of his voice yesterday, when Liu Xin was standing by. Wang Shenhao saw Lin Yu come over and rather boldly wrapped his arms around him. Old Lin, I say, are you good or not, drinking so little and collapsing? I'm telling you, bro, I even did it all day and night back in the day. I was 16 at the time. I drank a table full of 30-somethings to death. You can ask my friend about this if you don't believe me. My friend was there and he was so scared he thought about contacting the pastor. But you know what I did? I took the plunge. Rumble. The teleportation array opened, interrupting Wang Chenhao's blowing awesome. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Chenhao lifted his head. Gotta. Then teleport first, I'll continue to tell you about it when I arrive. I'm telling you, bro, I don't just drink, I'm absolutely unrivaled in that department too. I'll go over it all with you when I'm done. Lin Yu. Chapter 91, Strange Summoning, What's in the Depths? Through the teleportation array. After enduring Wang Chenhao's blowing awesome all the way again, he finally entered the barracks tent. Inside the tent, the bracelets were ready and Xuefeng was present. Lin Yu had thought that he could finally clear the air, but he didn't realize that Wang Chenhao was still blowing non-stop on the side, like no one else. He forgot. This guy had never given Xuefeng face either. As usual, the rules are spoken and the bracelets are distributed. When everyone was about to leave, Lin Yu was stopped by Xuefeng. Lin Yu, stay for a while, there's something to tell you. Xuefeng's face was a bit unsightly. Lin Yu was puzzled. What was he being told to stay for? At that moment, Wang Chenhao, who was on the side, suddenly stopped blowing. Brother Lin, then you keep it for now, I'll go first, huh? Wang Chenhao patted Lin Yu's shoulder and slipped out of the tent as if he had fled. What's going on? Lin Yu was even more puzzled. Battalion Commander Xue, what can I do for you? Xuefeng sank his face, first holding back the rest of the soldiers before sitting down before speaking. Lin Yu, this battalion commander said sorry to you before here. From today onwards, your daily military merit acquisition must be under 300, or else I can't keep you here, As for the reason, I'm still sorry I can't reveal it. Early this morning, a letter came from the deputy regiment of Wang above, demanding that the first must be Wang Chenhao's, the honor points can only be given to Wang Chenhao, and Lin Yu can either press the points or get out. With such excellent strength, Lin Yu didn't know how much he could speed up the task. And now it's just not human to prefer to give up on progress and press hard just because of a second generation. Xuefeng was simply holding his fire. But he couldn't help it, he couldn't disobey the chief's orders. Lin Yu froze and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. Xuefeng did not say the reason. He also heard and understood, it is nothing more than the pressure from above. Yesterday, listening to Wang Chenhao's narration, he also understood a rough idea. What he didn't understand was, hadn't he promised Wang Chenhao all yesterday? Why are you still suing? No one is saying how the top could possibly know that, and specifically naming it for notification. Xuefeng sighed again and said, Lin Yu, I know this is unfair to you, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. I'm really sorry. Lin Yu glanced at his eyebrows. It's fine, Battalion Commander Xue, that's it then, I won't go over just like that. If he left, he had nowhere to go at the moment, and the points, not to mention the monster experience here, suited him. And you can also turn on Ultimate Berserk. It's hard to say elsewhere. Xuefeng waved his hand, that's fine, but don't worry, you can still kill the monsters casually, just wait until 300 points to pick the bracelet, the experience won't be less. Lin Yu nodded and left the tent. After Lin Yu left, Xuefeng looked at his back and let out a long sigh of relief. His battalion commander is really suffocating to the home, all day by the second generation of ancestors to step on the head, and now the excellent soldiers cannot keep. The unlucky second generation. The unlucky head of Wang. He was really looking for a hard character to properly rule these two unruly people. Unfortunately, it just isn't. Since Wang Tuan can write, it means that Lin Yu doesn't have a backstage, or if he has a backstage, he can't reach the level of deputy regiment. As soon as Lin Yu walked out of the gate of the barracks, Wang Chenhao poked his head out in a godly manner. Brother Lin, sorry ha. I was drunk yesterday, drunk accidentally called my second uncle. Lin Yu. Lin Yu skimmed his mouth, he can understand, Wang Chenhao again open-minded after all, just met a day, surely also need to make insurance preparations. It's the same when you replace Lin Yu. Of course it doesn't make a difference to Lin Yu either way. Lin Yu didn't say anything and directly stepped forward. Wang Chenhao was anxious when he saw this, he actually really didn't lie. He was just drunk and accidentally called his second uncle. Mainly probably Lin Yu left him too much shadow. After the break gave forget about the reconciliation, just remember the first to be gone. Otherwise he, Wang Chenhao, would never be able to do such a shameless thing. No, he Wang Chenhao always say one thing, recognize the friend is a friend, the main thing is righteousness. This is now not the same as being slapped in the face by someone else. Wang Chenhao hurriedly caught up with Lin Yu. Brother Lin, listen to me, this is something brother did not do the right thing, brother to make amends to you, but by no means is it what you think. I swear to God, I was definitely drunk off my ass. Definitely not in good faith, or let me break my career path forever. Lin Yu walked on his own, ignoring it. Wang Chenhao was even more anxious and sweating profusely. Brother Lin. You have to trust me, you can't be a brother like this. This way, or you hit me twice, and a brother will never fight back. Either that, or you kick me twice and come hard. Right here. I'm not a man for dodging. Wang Chenhao hurriedly turned around and pouted. However, Lin Yu took advantage of this moment to speed up and slipped right out of sight. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Wang Chenhao hurriedly looked around and spotted Little Eyes, quickly stepping forward. Old item, you have to help this young man can only rely on you now. Go and explain to Lin Yu, just tell him that I'm really drunk off my ass and 24K innocent. Xiang Donghua glanced up with an eyebrow. Young Wang, it's not that I'm not helping you. Mainly you just finished telling Lin Yu that you can't drink 1,000 cups, who can believe this now that you're out of it? Rumble. Wang Chenhao felt a heavenly thunder strike right into his brain, and he froze in place. Finished. I'm kind of totally screwed. Lin Yu came alone to the 8 kilometers of yesterday's advance. He didn't disbelieve Wang Chenhao, only that he was too annoyed. Besides, he had few words in the first place. In front of me, there was still a wilderness. The earth had become very dry, and a crisscross of cracks crawled all over the earth like a centipede. The barren land, at the moment, looks to be drying out the deeper you go. Like something was sucking up nutrients in the center. Lin Yu took a long breath and turned on blood eating. Points can't be earned with a free hand at the moment, but upgrades are something to be taken seriously, and he's not going to pass up any opportunity to advance that. In limited space. Once the blood level entered the ultimate berserk, Lin Yu adapted and started hunting straight away. The 8-kilometer range was no longer reachable by any other professional except Wang Chenhao, and Wang Chenhao was not on the same side as him. And the monster environment hasn't changed much. He could safely use ultimate berserk. Lin Yu's speed was extremely fast, and as he traveled the path, a single 2-headed demon dog was mercilessly harvested and turned into experience into his account. Kill LV 38 second order 2-headed demon dog, experience value plus 6,200. Kill LV 38 second order 2-headed demon dog, experience value plus 6,200. Kill LV 38 second order 2-headed demon dog, experience value plus 6,200. The experience of rapid advancement is certainly soothing, that is. Lin Yu felt that strange sense of summoning that he felt yesterday again, and it grew stronger, as if it was all about to interfere with his actions. What's really in the depths? Chapter 92 Li Jingchuan arrives. 17 Battalion, Big Tent. I say don't get mad, it happened, what else can you do if you think about it? Deputy Battalion Su Tsong slumped in his chair. Across from him at the conference table, Xuefeng kept drinking water, his face was gloomy, and he had been acting this way ever since Lin Yu left in the morning. Su Tsong is also helpless, this matter is really disturbing, a good genius hard down, really ate up. But then again. Wang how to say is also a chief, people take care of nephews also problem, now this society such a thing is not right often. One more thing, Wang Tuan didn't say how far he'd taken things, letting Lin Yu keep it under 300, in effect cutting it in half, not saying anything about just kicking it out. You can still be angry about that. Xuefeng's sentence was like being ignited, rubbing his head up, it's not that you're still talking smack here. Am I angry because of this? We are a military camp here. It's the face of the country. The place where rules need to be observed the most. Formerly, Wang Chenhao broke the rules, and now the Wang Tuan are interfering. Our battalion is stinking up the place with this family. With that, Xuefeng slammed his fist on the table. I am so damn tired of being this lousy battalion commander. Su Tsong was shocked, his good buddy can shaft with the donkey, not into the army outside for fear of mixing cannot mix. Su Tsong hurriedly climbed up from his chair to Xuefeng's side and exhaled. Gently resting his arm on Xuefeng's shoulder. Old Shue, I can understand you. In fact, I'm also angry. You do not look at the surface of my heart, but my heart is actually also angry fried. I'm all hard to hold it. But do you know why I didn't mention leaving my job? Do you know why I didn't even say anything? Shue Feng looked away. Why? Hold back, thick and thin. Thick and thin? Yes, that's right, it's thick. Think about it, you don't see Wang Tuan in a good light, and I don't see Wang Tuan in a good light, but what does mentioning the departure change, whereas if we could one day be in that position, or even higher? That's when the real change will come. That's when all obstacles will be cleared. Shue Feng froze, his eyes flashing. You? It seems reasonable for you to say that. Su Tsong was silently relieved. He's the one who has to do it. Without him, this guy would have been fired 800 times. Unexpectedly, Su Tsong continued to add, remember, must be stoic, and those who achieve great things don't stick to small things. Let's pretend we didn't see this and not say anything to anyone. Maybe the people above us are wearing the same pants as Wang. We're just going to take one steady step at a time, and chase it to the top. That's really the right thing to do. Shue Feng regained his confidence, his eyes blazing. Good. I get it, don't say anything to anyone, just do it. The corner of Su Tsong's mouth rose as he stood up and patted Shue Feng on the shoulder. As soon as he turned his head, he immediately grinned. In your profession, when you became a regimental commander, people were already in the division. But the good thing is that the problem is solved. Su Tsong leisurely slumped back into his chair and secretly sighed again. In fact, he wasn't completely indifferent, and he kind of looked at Wang Tuan with displeasure. Unfortunately, it just doesn't work. Next to him, Shue Feng pulled on his collar with bravado, chase it to the top. Song Su. Shue Feng looked up at the radar charts again, and Su Tsong slumped back in his chair for a leisurely snooze. The sunrise climbed up a little, just as Su Tsong was about to fall asleep. Ha ha. Everyone go about their business, no need to be formal. Busy yourselves, I'll just stop by. A man's hearty laugh came from outside the tent. Su Tsong suddenly shuddered. Hiss. That voice, why is it so familiar? Why did it give him a fear from the inside out? Just thinking about it. With a crash, the big tent was lifted and a middle-aged man walked in carrying a beam of light. He was also holding a large picture frame, followed by a tall and straight woman. Su Tsong narrowed his eyes. Fogweed. Rumbling, Su Tsong practically rolled and crawled to the duo, swearing he hadn't pushed himself this hard in a long time. Division Chief Li Kyungchuan Li, who you usually only see at the annual speech. There's also Tang Yusen, their main troop from Jiangbei district. Shue Feng, who was on the side, also reacted and rubbed his head to come closer, and the two of them bowed their heads in unison. Master Li. Captain Tang. Li Jingchuan wore a casual dress today, and his hair was rooted up and looked very spiritual. Looking at the two, Li Jingchuan smiled. Get up, no need to be nervous, I just came over to stroll around. The two men were unresponsive, their heads bowed and motionless. This kind of big shot is 100,000 levels away from them. Absolute respect must be assured. Li Jingchuan frowned. Hey. I said to get up. What are you doing here? The two men shuddered in unison and hurriedly got out of the way, but still kept their heads down without a word. Li Jingchuan rolled his eyes. Clutching the picture frame, he walked over to the conference table and sat down with a big grin. Oh my goodness, it's better to sit down. But it's just that it's a bit of a poor environment, there's not even any air conditioning. Li Jingchuan grinned as he surveyed his surroundings. Tang Yusen stepped forward. Division Commander, this is a military barracks after all, so understand. Li Jingchuan, I know, I'm this old man up the road does not matter, I mean my disciple. Tang Yuxin. On the side, the Shue Feng duo raised their eyebrows. They were curious to know what a big shot like Li Jingchuan was doing in their barracks. But they didn't dare ask. Li Jingchuan scowled for a moment and then looked at the cornered duo and rolled his eyes again. Come on, don't stand there with me, make yourself at home, I don't have that many rules. I just came over to see my apprentice. You two come over here and hang up this picture frame for me first. Apprentice? The two of them frowned in unison and... Where did they get Li Jingchuan's disciple in this small military camp? And what's this picture frame? The two men took the picture frame in return and froze. Dashat 2024 National Unified College Entrance Exam Results. Name, Lin Yu. Number 0524. Profession, Bloodthirsty Berserker Hidden. Grade, 800 out of 100. Dasha 2024 Special Occupational Psychiatry Report. Subject, Lin Yu Bloodthirsty Berserker. Number 009. Mental pollution level, 3% fully stabilized. Is this the Lin Yu they know? Lin Yu is a berserker? Lin Yu just finished the entrance exam? Berserkers can get a perfect score on a high school exam? Berserkers can be fully mentally stabilized? Lin Yu is Li Jingchuan's disciple? Countless question marks echoed in the duo's minds, making them unable to digest them for a moment. Li Jingchuan immediately grinned, "Ha, that's right. Lin Yu is my disciple who has yet to be initiated. This is my disciple's achievement. Quickly! Don't just stand there, find the most prominent and center position and hang it up. It has to be the most visible." Chapter 93 Rift? The two of them hung the picture frame and picked the most prominent spot in the right above the big tent. It turned out to be the place to hang the 17th Battalion of Jiangbei. But the whole time the two men's heads were still buzzing. It was unrealistic how it looked, none of it made any sense. They CPUs are spinning smoke. Nice and proper, you two have worked hard. Li Jingchuan looked at the picture frame and smiled, so as to show his sincerity. Everyone is bound to see it as soon as they walk in the door. Next to her, Tang Yuxian was full of twists and turns. She felt that Li Jingchuan might not really know how to chase people, this was too high profile. Unfortunately, she couldn't say anything about it. "You too, my apprentice is doing okay here, isn't he?" Li Jingchuan looked at it for a while before sitting down again. The two sniffed back, not really back, but mainly because they couldn't handle it at all, so they had to squash it for now. Xuefeng's eyes immediately lit up. Originally thought Lin Yu had no background. I didn't realize it was coming from a horrible place. In that case, wouldn't things work out perfectly? Master Li, my subordinate has something to report. About Lin Yu. Xuefeng immediately stepped forward and solemnly said. Li Jingchuan frowned, "What's wrong, tell me." "There is a recruited soldier named Wang Chenhao in my subordinate's barracks, and he is the nephew of the Beijiang Wang Vice Regiment just yesterday. So, Lin Yu is now restricted by head Wang, having strength that he can't use, military honors that he can't earn, and he's slowing down the progress." Xuefeng told the story in its entirety. The tent fell silent. Not much longer. Bang! Li Jingchuan slammed his palm on the table and became furious. He was begging to be a teacher and now his men are bullying him? It's not only illegal but it's also Lin Yu. Asshole. What an asshole. Who do you think it is? Deputy head of Jiangbei, right? Come on, you call him now. Li Jingchuan was on fire and pointed at Xuefeng and commanded. Xuefeng nodded, pulled out his satellite phone and soon after, the phone dialed. Deputy Regiment Wang, subordinate Xuefeng, commander of the 17th Battalion. An impatient voice came over the phone. 17th Battalion? What, to say something about Lin Yu? I said let him go if he doesn't want to. A little kid has so much to do. Before Xuefeng could return, Li Jingchuan stepped forward and grabbed the phone. Who did you say to get the hell out? Now, right now, come meet me at Camp 17. There was a moment's pause on the other end of the line. Who the hell are you? Yelling at me. And I'm supposed to meet you. Where's Su Tsong? Where's this guy? You don't want to do it, do you? Li Jingchuan raised an eyebrow. Hey? Just about to continue saying something, Tang Yuexin stepped forward to stop. Master Li, I'll do it. Tang Yuexin picked up the phone. Wang Gaio, this is Tang Yuexin. The person who just spoke to you is the Commander-in-Chief of the Jiangbei Military Region, Division Commander Li. Lin Yu is the one that Master Li is concerned about. There was no movement on the other end of the line. Very, very quiet. Tang Yuexin, hear me clearly, now hurry up and come to the 17th Battalion. On the phone, I know, over there now. Clearly audible, the voice was tinged with sobs. Like something was about to be lost. Phew, that's ing pissing me off. Come out to meet an apprentice and you still ing run into this. After the phone hung up, Li Jingchuan sat well back on the chair and exhaled loudly. Tang Yuexin returned the cell phone to Xuefeng, smiled and stepped forward. Li Division Commander, you calm down, it is not your position is too high. He did not hear it for a moment. Li Jingchuan rolled his eyes, and your subordinate too, this what Wang Gaio is your subordinate, right? Tang Yuexin. Li Jingchuan slowed down for a long time before calming down. He clattered out a bunch of materials, all of which were needed for the upper second turn, and all of which were of the highest specification. He came to see Lin Yu naturally couldn't just look, he definitely had to show his sincerity. Lin Yu is very close to turning 2 now, and these are just right. Li Jingchuan waved to the duo as he counted the materials. You guys, what are your names? The 2 men scuffed up and stood upright. Battalion Commander Xuefeng of the 17th Battalion greets the Division Commander. Deputy Commander Su Tsong of the 17th Battalion greets the Division Commander. Li Jingchuan, Line, don't hold those useless. I ask you, Lin Yu usually when to return to camp? Xuefeng, back to the Division Commander. It's usually around 7 p.m. 7 o'clock. Li Jingchuan pondered for a moment that 7 o'clock was a bit long, but it wasn't as if he couldn't wait. At this time, Su Tsong spoke up. Division Commander Li, now that Lin Yu doesn't know you're coming and there's no way to earn military honors, we can call him back to inform the situation first. Li Jingchuan slapped his head, rather forgot about this. Just right. Then there's no need to call, I'll go straight to the front. Li Jingchuan gathered his materials together and stood up directly. Xuefeng exhaled deeply, he felt sorry for Lin Yu a long time ago. Now that it's finally settled, progress can be accelerated later. Su Tsong, on the other hand, looked at a pile of materials and flashed envy. All of them are extremely superior second-turn materials, worthy of being a division chief. The shot is generous. He had a lot of trouble saving material back in the day, and it was still median. Let's just say it's great to have a master, and it's even better to have a hard master. Of course, Lin Yu is hard enough. Now what was in that picture frame kept circling around in his head. Thinking of this, Su Tsong spoke again. Master Li, do we have to take the picture frame with us? Li Jingchuan's eyes lit up. I forgot if you didn't say. It's still you, kid. Not bad, take it down and bring it with you. Su Tsong revealed a smile, but he was glared at by Tang Yuxian, making him a bit puzzled. The incident was perfectly resolved. A few people are in a good mood. Just about to go out the door. It's bad, something's happened. Battalion Commander Xue. A soldier panicked and ran into the tent. After entering the door and seeing the crowd, he froze. Xuefeng quickly stepped forward. This soldier was managing the scouts. It must not be a small matter for the scouts to find a problem. Never mind them, you talk. The soldier snapped back. Battalion Commander Xue, the scouts wrote to say that there is no source of infection at all, but an abyssal rift. An abyssal rift has appeared in the depths of the desolate land. And it has begun to devour the surrounding living creatures on a large scale. Xuefeng's eyes suddenly widened. What did you say? Abyss? The soldier gasped and busied himself again. That's right, but the devouring range is optimistic so far. As long as it doesn't exceed 10 kilometers from our battle line, it's fine, we still have time to evacuate. But the higher-ups must be notified immediately. The abyss is beyond our scope to deal with. I suggest contacting Division Commander Li Jingchuan directly. Please also ask Battalion Commander Xue to make a decision. Li Jingchuan? You seem to have reported it. Xuefeng grinned, but he was relieved. The abyss was scary, but it was fine if it didn't go beyond 10 kilometers. None of them were at 10 kilometers. And so on. Lin Yu. When Xuefeng looked up again, he only saw Li Jingchuan disappearing into the tent like the wind. Chapter 94, 10 Deaths. The abyss, which can be interpreted as a mutated version of the secret world. Blood, violence, killing, and berserking are all synonymous with them. The signs of their appearance are all different. Some may appear out of nowhere, some mutate all living things around them, and some suck all the life out of the neighborhood. But what's the same is that as soon as they appear, they start devouring on a wide scale, swallowing all the creatures around them that match the class into it. And then they begin to brew, and when they grow to a certain limit, they will descend on Earth and cause horrible disasters. And where creatures have been swallowed up into it, historically very few have made it out, almost uncountable. All the creatures that went in there, none of them were turned into nutrients. The last to come out is always the brutal abyssal evil. Li Jingchuan rushed toward the abyss like the wind. At this moment, the entire barren land was trembling, and the entire land rumbled and shook. Countless white-bone evil demons flew backwards towards the depths, as if there was a terrifying suction pulling them, densely occupying the entire sky. Scatteredly visible on the ground were occupiers running back in terror. Lin Yu must not be sucked in. Li Jingchuan went straight forward. The white bones in the sky couldn't block him in the slightest, and all of them were smashed into smithereens. Lin Yu was not his disciple, but was a future pillar of the nation. It's the super genius that could have prevented countless sacrifices. Either way, Lin, you must not be sucked into the abyss. Explode the blood. Li Jingchuan let out a cold cry, and a circle of blood mist exploded from his body, and his speed steeply increased by several more points, leaving a long rainbow shadow on the earth. Countless white bones were knocked away, and everything was rapidly retreating. Almost there, almost there. Li Jingchuan could sense that the place with the thickest aura of the abyss was not far away from him. Boom! A large mass of white bones was blown apart, and a void crack finally appeared in Li Jingchuan's line of sight. The crack escaped with a tyrannical aura, and countless white bones kept pouring into it. Among them, it was also interspersed with a silhouette that flickered and disappeared into the crack. Lin Yu. Without stopping, Li Jingchuan slammed into the crack like a cannonball, but he went straight through and caught nothing. The realm of the abyss, only creatures that match the level are allowed to enter. It's the rules of space. The white bones in the sky were still pouring into the cracks, and many of them smashed onto Li Jingchuan. Li Jingchuan didn't move, he just stared at the crack obsessively. The entire devouring stage proceeded very quickly, and in no time at all the white bones in the sky disappeared. Tang Yuxian also rushed to the crack, followed by Xue Feng, and Su Tsong went to organize the evacuation of the army. Tang Yuxian saw the wooden Li Jingchuan at a glance, her heart sank as she slowly stepped forward and... "Elderly, are you alright?" The soft voice handed away. Li Jingchuan suddenly returned to his senses. "Nothing, what can I do? Are you guys, finished evacuating the personnel? This abyss should just cover this part of the desolate land, withdrawing should be fine." Li Jingchuan looked at Xue Feng and said, his face calm. Tang Yuxian's eyes darkened at the sight. Xue Feng hurriedly said, reporting to the division commander, "They've all withdrawn, but Lin." "Lin what Lin, just pull out." Li Jingchuan directly interrupted and called out Tang Yuxian again. "Xiaotang, this abyss you deal with, I observe that this abyss is for those below level 40, don't let anyone below level 40 come over. Seal off this area, the abyssal monsters won't be a joke when they come out. It's a good thing that the level isn't too high, so sending a team of level 60 soldiers to garrison it shouldn't be a problem. Got it? Be careful." Tang Yuxian's fists clenched. "Yes, division commander, I'll take care of it properly." "Alright then, you stay here then, I'm tired here today, I'll go back first." "Good guy, I didn't expect to run into an abyss on a trip out, it's really rare too, my clothes are all dirty." Li Jingchuan said and then patted his clothes and left with a relaxed look. "But, Lin." Xue Feng rushed to catch up, but was pulled back by Tang Yuxian, watching Li Jingchuan disappear. Xue Feng was puzzled. "Captain Tang, what are you guys doing? Where's Lin Yu? Why don't you even mention it? So talented and a disciple of Li Jingchuan. Why did you just leave? Didn't they come here for Lin Yu?" Tang Yuxian looked in the direction Li Jingchuan had left, sighed, and didn't say anything. "If you go into the abyss, you will die 10 deaths. No explanation is needed. The abyss-devouring range is indeed as Li Jingchuan said. Just stuck on the edge of a barren land that..." A strong wind roared in the sky, forming a large storm zone that looked like a large inverted bowl. At this point, the crowd that ran out was looking at the inverted barrier. Fogweed. I didn't realize there was an abyss here. This is the first time I've seen this since I was a kid, it's shocking. The white bones flying in the sky, it's so damn scary. Damn it if I ran fast, my first feeling so close to death. And you say, I feel my heart beating out of my chest right now. The crowd was feeling hijacked and kept patting their chests. 100 times, just now everyone really felt like the end was coming, luckily they were close to the periphery. After a short reprieve, the group began to look for people they knew. Seeing that his friends were all in one piece, there were voices of celebration in the group, and some of them even cried with their heads in their hands. The only one with a gloomy face was Xiang Donghua, who didn't see Lin Yu or Wang Chenhao. Although they know each other not long, but Lin Yu, a super genius, is willing to listen to his nagging. Wang Chenhao does not mind at all, really take him as a friend. Both have touched him deeply. Xiang Donghua came to Su Tsong, who had organized their retreat, and now he was also staring at the inverted barrier out of his mind, not knowing what he was thinking. Battalion Commander Su, I've taken the liberty of asking, does entering the abyss mean that you must not be able to get out? Su Tsong returned to his senses. Yes. He didn't say much or explain, but just that one simple word carried the heaviest weight. Xiang Donghua's eyes darkened. I know, thanks to Battalion Commander Su. The two men's conversation caught the attention of the returning crowd. There was a burst of derision from the crowd. Tisk, TSK, just one good day and Big Brother is gone. I was dreaming of being able to roll over, but it turned out to be a straight-up miserable fall. So yeah, it's better for people to have strength in themselves than anything else. Hey, it's not such a reason. You see, on this matter today, Lin Yu Wangchenhao is strong. Strong is not to play themselves out of it. We are weak but also just dodged a bullet it. Ha, that's true, but someone's good days are coming to an end. The two big brothers are all gone at once. People always suffer from a lack of equality. Strong you too much you will not have any idea, but every day in the sight of the people that turn over a lot of people will be jealous. The crowd is in such a situation now. Many of them are stronger than small eyes, but because of luck they are countered by small eyes to catch up in front of them. There is still an imbalance in the mind. Hearing the crowd bantering, Xiang Donghua smiled bitterly and did not say anything. Chapter 95 Li Jingchuan's Temperament. The military quickly took control of the Abyssal Rift. By a battalion of 100 men stationed directly next to the rift, clear of level 60 professionals. And the specification is very perfect: the front row warriors, the middle mage, the back row archers with priests, led by the 2/3 turn deputy head as well as the main group Tang Yuxian, constituting the army combat complete body, Even the teleportation array had fought, leading straight to the provincial military headquarters. The Abyss was always treated with the highest standards within the Great Summer, and could not be half-assed. Further out the entire barren land was cordoned off, forbidding anyone to set foot in it. After settling everything down, Tang Yuxian left the Abyssal Rift and traveled alone towards the Jiangbei Province Military Region General Office. She had to check on Li Jingchuan. The time between when the Abyssal Rift song starts erupting and when the monsters finally come pouring out varies. They need to be contained. It could be a few days or a few years, but there's always no risk at the moment. On the other hand, it's hard to say on Li Jingchuan's side. Just Li Jingchuan seems to be unconcerned, but in fact, he is just pretending to be calm. Li Jingchuan will make a perverse behavior every time he is particularly sad. The more he shows that he does not care about the heart, the more difficult it is. This was proven by the fact that Li Jingchuan had unleashed explosive blood. When she first arrived, Tang Yuxian sensed the scent of Li Jingchuan's blood. Exploding blood was their military's crushing skill, boosting their battle power at the cost of damaging their own essence blood. The fact that Li Jingchuan turns on exploding blood just to increase his speed is proof enough of how attached he is to Lim Yu. Before leaving, Tang Yuxian looked back at the Abyssal Rift again. Such a brilliant genius. Pity. The Abyss, where almost all humans who have gone in have historically died. Even mythic professions were not spared. The mortality rate equals 100%. Tang Yuxian used the teleportation array to return to the provincial military region and came to Li Jingchuan's office hall. Intermittent whimpering could be heard from inside while still in the hallway. Woohoo! Whoa. Li Jingchuan is an old man with some temperament. Once had an excellent subordinate accidentally died in the front line, not yet a disciple, just a subordinate. Li Jingchuan locked himself up and cried for 3 days and 3 nights, not even eating. At that time, Tang Yuxian had just entered the army, and her memories were still fresh. Also from that time Tang Yuxian identified Li Jingchuan, this kind of heart of the boss and how can be bad. Her dream is to become Li Jingchuan's disciple and inherit the mantle. Unfortunately, the other side wasn't too keen on it. Knock, knock. Tang Yuxian knocked on the door and stepped softly into the hall. The whole hall was very dim, the curtains were closed, Li Jingchuan lay on the bed, covered with a quilt lying spread. The eyes were swollen and red from visible crying. There was absolutely no ease in the wilderness before, and everything was no different from what Tang Yuxian had expected. Division Commander Li, I've prepared some porridge, drink it while it's hot. Tang Yuxian's heart tightened as she stepped on the soft carpet and whispered. Li Jingchuan rubbed himself and sat up, wiping his tears as he mumbled. Losing that much essence blood can really hurt me. People just can't do it when they get older. I should have known not to open it. As if he was alone again to slander, but in fact the discerning can see that he was explaining to Tang Yuxian. But really, it's still a desire to cover up. Wiping 2 tears from his eyes, Li Jingchuan added, is everything taken care of on the Abyss side? Tang Yuxian, back to the division commander, it's taken care of, the barracks are stationed, and the teleportation array is set up, leading straight to the headquarters. What about personnel? Are they done evacuating? All evacuated and the barren land completely blocked off. Oh. Hey, I'm getting old and my vigor is failing me, so I worked hard on Dom this time. It's okay, duty calls. The dimly lit hall fell into an eerie silence, and Li Jingchuan's meaning was clear. Why aren't you leaving yet? And Tang Yusin, she just wanted to come to give Li Jingchuan a little moral support. How could she go? But the idea is good. Really, to the scene, she still do not know how to comfort. Her personal emotional intelligence is a little low, fighting is okay, and communicate with people is a little difficult, which she admitted. Holding back. Master Li, are you hungry? Why don't we start with porridge? Li Jingchuan, not hungry. So, are you thirsty? And I brought good tea. Tang Yuxin picked up a thermos cup and laughed. Not thirsty. So, get some sun. Sunshine helps with the mood. I'll pull the curtains back for you. Li Jingchuan. What the hell do you want? Li Jingchuan ended up stopping Tang Yuxin. He could also tell that this tiger tooth girl was also worried about him. Li Jingchuan sighed. Xiao Tang, you came because of Lin Yu's matter, I know. Honestly, I do have a hard time right now. Such a nice kid, I thought I could be my apprentice. But it happened, and you can't make me forget it right away. I need time. So just go, I want to be alone. Tang Yuxin was a bit embarrassed. She had come to relieve others but had gotten into revealing her scars. Still, she wasn't ready to go. Words she could not say, but reason she did understand. It's annoying, but it's a great distraction when it's hard to have someone around. Really stay by yourself, that's when the emotions come up. Tang Yuxin didn't answer, carrying the porridge to Li Jingchuan. Master Li, drink it while it's hot, you didn't even eat breakfast today. Li Jingchuan didn't let go. I said I won't drink. Tang Yuxin scooped up a spoonful and blew on it. You take it away, I told you I'm not in the mood. Tang Yuxin handed the porridge to Li Jingchuan's mouth. Don't you bother, how do I Tang Yuxin pestled the porridge into Li Jingchuan's mouth. A bowl of porridge, just like that. Li Jingchuan was considered completely helpless inside. You child. The tone of his voice was still impatient, but he looked noticeably better. Seeing results. Tang Yuxin's mood rose. She revealed a smile. My subordinate is also worried about your health. It's happened, so if I may say so, Li Division Commander, you shouldn't feel bad about it. Besides, the abyss is hard, but that's not completely out of the question. Haven't people come out of it throughout history? Let's see, how many came? Oh, there are 7 or 8 in the records. With such high odds, Lin Yu can't guarantee that he'll come out too? Can't you tell if Lin Yu is the 9th? Tang Yuxin said to herself, but did not see the side of Li Jingchuan just up a little bit of color, and a little bit sunk down. As soon as Tang Yuxin finished speaking, Li Jingchuan stood up directly to his feet and off. Get out now. From now on you stay on the front line. And stay away from my office. Get out of here. Don't with me. With a thunderous bang, Tang Yuxin was directly blasted out of the gate. Bang. The gates are closed. Did I say something wrong? Tang Yuxin scratched her head. Division Commanderly. Then I'll go to the front line first. I'll see you tonight. Get out. Inside the room, Li Jingchuan returned without hesitation, his face full of annoyance. But instead of going back to bed, he grabbed his thermos and took a sip. Hiss. Hot, hot, hot. Chapter 96. Beginning in the Abyss, you're a berserker? The so-called source of pollution turned out to be the abyss. Within the abyss, Lin Yu stood up. He was just outside killing monsters when he suddenly felt a powerful suction force coming from the. In fact, with his strength he could have run out, but he would have been in the midst of the ultimate berserk, and the berserk somehow advanced instead of retreated, which caused him to miss his moment. Lin Yu exhaled deeply. The famous abyss, he had heard of it. He was not so desperate about accidentally entering the abyss. The abyss is no more difficult than the secret mutated version of the. The difference is that the secret realm has a key that can be launched at any time. The abyss has to find a way. There's always a way out, too, and people have managed to get out throughout history. He had a system and a hidden profession, and was only stronger than others. And with him now at level 29, another level up, the system will be upgraded again and will only become more robust. Of course he didn't take it lightly, and the respect that was due was still there. It is said that the difficulty of the abyss is at the very least several times stronger than even the secret realm. He definitely had to go all out as well and be careful. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings. The place he was in now was a leafy forest, looking full of life, sunny and green. It's a far cry from the textbooks that mention the abyss that always represents negativity. But Lin Yu didn't let up, still the same saying, the more beautiful the more dangerous. And there was another point that puzzled him, when he was first sucked in, it was clear that the white bone devil dogs were sucked in along with him, a whole barren land of white bone evil devils, flying all over the sky. At this point, none of them are missing. Are you okay, Lim Yu? A slightly cold voice came from Li Yuexin. Just Lin Yu is sucked in when Wang Qinhao Li Yuexin two people are also in, they may advance deeper also sucked in together. Li Yuexin's face swished white, obviously extremely desperate for the abyss. But the face managed to remain calm, and there was a look of fortitude in the eyes that. Look at the extraordinary character, or at least the resilience. As for Wang Qinhao, he was lying on the ground in a spread, and he fainted before he even came in. I'm fine. Lin Yu faintly replied back while crouching down. Snap. Brother Wang, wake up. This time, he wasn't going to do it alone. The abyss he didn't understand, and taking the duo with him would help more or less. It's a good way to have a back in case of danger, just in case. Besides, there's nothing to lose by selling it if there's a real problem. All in all, there are advantages and no disadvantages. Snap. After 2 more pats, Wang Qinhao woke up leisurely. One eye open. Ah. It's over, it's over. I'm dead. I hit the abyss. I'm dead. Wang Qinhao was flopping on the ground with a fluttering mouth. Lin Yu skimmed and pressed, Brother Wang, you're not dead, we're still safe now. Wang Qinhao narrowed his eyes and looked around. I had a nightmare that I went into the abyss, Wang Qinhao stood up and patted his butt, as if nothing had happened. Lin Yu, you didn't have a nightmare, we did go into the abyss. Wang Qinhao's body visibly stalled. Compared to Li Yuexin, Wang Qinhao's attitude towards the abyss was a bit more with despair. Not stopping to swallow, wanting to say something but probably too embarrassed to do so. The desire to speak was so great that his face was screwed up. Lin Yu was unconcerned with the duo's attitudes and went at his own pace. Both of you, it's useless to complain anymore now that we've entered the abyss, what we should consider is how to walk out alive. Everyone understands the difficulty of the abyss, we can only cooperate if we want to get out alive. So let's share information first so we can have an understanding. Lin Yu certainly didn't genuinely want to cooperate, he just wanted to see if the two had a career that could be of some use to him. Oh yeah. Get the info and we'll work together. We're going to walk out of here alive. Wang Qinhao was obviously a bit sixed up, grabbing a conversation and climbing up the ladder. I'm a Phaedra Shield Warrior, Advanced Profession, Level 37, Medium Second Turn. Skills are mostly on the defensive side, with resistance to damage being the main focus. Lin Yu glanced at his eyebrows and. Shield Warriors, indispensable to the average professional squad as front row tanks. But it had no effect on Lin Yu, he had little long-range output for one, and he was hard enough on his own that he didn't need to be resisted at all. Lin Yu silently classified Wang Qinhao as useless. Also, Lin Yu was a bit surprised that this kid all day long dragged 2.5 million did not expect just a high-level occupation. He also said at least rare. Hey, I'm this career on the day of the transfer of the array out of the question, or brother I at least rare, that will be the whole school teachers and students will recognize me, the mayor or personally come to observe. I'm telling you that's just brother me, other people pull a dragging advanced profession directly to waste, and I hard by effort into the central state. When Wang Qinhao saw Lin Yu skimming his eyebrows, his good face suddenly overcame his fear again and flung his arms. Lin Yu was speechless. He had a feeling that maybe this was one of those sociopaths where face was more important than life. In my day and I had a friend at the drop of a hat. It's a real oddball, too. Lin Yu looked at Li Yuexin again. Li Yuexin was much calmer. I'm a Wind Spirit Mage, Rare Profession, Level 36, same Median Second Turn. Skills are skewed towards the auxiliary control category, and attack power is a bit lower. After she finished speaking she also added, Wang Xiao can resist damage, I can play as a support, as long as there's another output our team will be considered complete. The meaning was clear, asking what Lin Yu's occupation was and what role he could play. Li Yuexin looked like an opinionated person. As soon as Wang Qinhao heard that he had caught another conversation, he hurriedly looked at Lin Yu. By the way, I still don't know what Brother Lin's occupation is. You're a bit lower in rank, but with such good grades before, you should have a good output. Lin Yu smiled. I'm blood-devouring Berserker, a hidden profession, you guys should understand the output aspect, so don't worry about it. As soon as these words came out, the two people who were originally close quickly retreated, directly vacating a large safe distance. Brother Lin, you're the hidden version of a berserker? Wang Chenhao stared with eyes full of horror. Who knows about the famous berserkers? Violent, bloodthirsty, manic, and cuts teammates when he gets mad. Honestly, it's a complete overlap with the abyssal monster word. It's not even that he fell into the abyss, but now there's a berserker with him? Li Yuexin's pupils also flickered more than once. Yes, the output is nothing to worry about. But you don't care where it goes? Lin Yu didn't care, both of them were tools anyway, far from him, he didn't need to hide anything. The main thing is that he can't hide it either, and he knows it immediately when he presses the blood. Lin Yu ignored the duo and silently sorted Li Yuexin. Wind Spirit Mage, which is said to add speed to teammates as well as group control of enemies. Slightly useful to him. Row in front of Wang Chenhao. In this way, there is an understanding. You can start pushing into the abyss. The two of them, Wang Chenhao, were still far away and keeping their guard up. Lin Yu smiled. You two don't have to worry, I'm very mentally stable and I had a special military appraisal before. You can see it these days. Chapter 97. You don't want your brother to walk in front of you either, do you? Whether it's an abyss or a secret realm or a copy. Trying to get out. It's nothing more than killing the final boss, or reaching the deepest part. This was Lin Yu's simple judgment. Of course it could be incorrect, but the knowledge he currently possessed could only try this direction. Therefore, the first step is undoubtedly to explore the environment. One to understand the strength of the monsters, and the other to scout for directions. Gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and poke around the environment and follow or not follow you. The two were still hiding far away to stay alert, and Lin Yu didn't explain any further. With that, he took the lead and left. Pathfinder doesn't need them at the moment, and if and when they do, he'll just grab it again. After Lin Yu passed by, the two of them looked at Lin Yu's back and instantly returned to their senses. Now, how just into the abyss and then a berserker? This can be done. Wang Chenhao said anxiously with a bitter face. Berserker's big name was just too loud. What was the difference between him going up here and staying next to the monster? No, there's still a difference. Monsters at least have defenses, this one can't be defended. 1 second you're your teammate, and then you have to be knifed straight after. Why is his life so bitter? Li Yuexin was on the sidelines, narrowing her eyes. Young Wang, I think we need to keep up. Wang Chenhao's eyes glared. Are you stupid? That's a berserker battle, or a hidden version. You don't know what's going on? This can follow? Li Yuexin was used to slurs, I know, but like Lin Yu said, he's currently looking very normal these days. Normal berserkers go crazy when they kill monsters, and he hasn't seen any problems in the past 2 days when he's taken so many points. And the fact that he managed to make it to the barracks says something. If there was a problem, the government would have gotten involved a long time ago, so what he said about the identification should be true as well. Lin Yu should be strong-willed. This was Li Yuexin's judgment, although she didn't know much about berserkers, but at least visually Lin Yu was still normal. There's something else she didn't say, though. She felt that Lin Yu was too calm and not a bit scared. It's like there really is a bottom that can come out of the abyss. Of course that was her guess, it was also possible that Lin Yu was simply strong-willed. But she wanted to follow, anyway. Berserker's war effort. It seemed to be the only chance of survival that she could get out of the abyss. Wang Chenhao froze at his words. This young master knows everything you said as well. This young master doesn't need you to explain it to me. What this young man means is that's a berserker. Can you use the surface to see that? Wang Chenhao's words are very tough, but the words reveal the word goat. Li Yuexin knew it well and continued, it's that you can't judge by appearances, and I didn't say that I necessarily trust him. But, not cooperating but relying on us is not possible or out of the abyss. Hearing the word abyss, Wang Chenhao finally calmed down, but still hesitated. Li Yuexin struck while the iron was hot. Besides, isn't Lin Sha your friend? You don't even trust your friends? Wang Chenhao's eyes suddenly glazed over. Ha? Ha! Ha ha! Really laugh at this young, you go out and ask around to find out who does not know my Wang Chenhao's character. I cannot trust my friends? Then why are you? This young man is testing you. I'm afraid that you'll be too scared to follow, but I'm a brother to Lin Yu, so I'm not afraid. Count on you having some brains. Now that you've passed the test, let's go. With that, Wang Chenhao directly chased after Lin Yu's direction. Li Yuexin looked at the back expressionless and Lin Yu. Will it work or not? Lin Yu was walking alone in the forest, and the blood devouring had long since been suppressed. Pressed to the third order of Berserk. Abyss did not understand the situation. He did not dare to be reckless. It is not possible to reconsider the ultimate. Life, 340-3460. Shield, 100,000. Strength, 3,154 plus 312 plus 2,585 plus 52. Agility, 3,154 plus 312 plus 2,585 plus 52. For the Abyss. Lin Yu actually did not have all the worries. The monster is strong, which equals more harvest. Maybe it is a chance. And the call that I always felt every day before, the call on the origin, should have come from here. Lin Yu felt that there should be something important to him here. Otherwise it wouldn't have aroused the blood demon's desire. Most likely, it has to do with his second turn. Of course, this is all still predicated on the fact that he can get through to the Abyss. With the name of Abyss, Lin Yu wouldn't take it lightly. The surrounding area is still a vibrant forest with lush green foliage and plenty of sunshine. Lin Yu had been walking around for a while like this, not a single monster in sight. This time, he had his eyes on the shield value at all times. Not a single drop was dropped, which meant that there were indeed no monsters around and it wasn't an illusion. The shields are brought in by the system and will not deviate in any situation. Sort of a little trick to be able to recognize illusions. Crunch. Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin chased after Lin Yu. Wang Chenhao stayed far away and gulped his saliva. A berserker battle close to turn 2 is a bit creepy any way you think about it. Li Yuexin, Young Wang, we're in the Abyss. It's not appropriate to have Lin Yu scout for us. I know. My brother needs you to talk. Miso. Wang Chenhao quickly stepped to Lin Yu's proximity. As soon as he smelled the scent of blood on Lin Yu's body, his heart gave another Gordon's cry. It feels almost like going to defuse a time bomb. God damn, what kind of life is this for him? Lin, brother, how is the situation? I just relieved myself of my hands, and I'm in a bit of a hurry. Wang Chenhao didn't dare to get too close and swallowed. Lin Yu, not much to find out. Wang Chenhao gulped. It's good that he didn't find out. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll be at the front if there's danger. Wang Chenhao, definitely don't engage in that nonsense. But remember to tell me in advance if you can't control yourself. I'm not targeting you, haha. Battle madness wasn't Brother Lin's intention either, that doesn't count. Lin Yu. Good. Li Yuexin followed suit. Lin Yu, do you have any plans? Those white bone demon dogs were there when we were sucked in before, but now they're all gone. It doesn't feel normal. Li Yuexin said while surveying the surroundings. It's always useful to say something once you open your mouth. Wang Chenhao is probably only good at blowing awesome. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. He was also considering this question. Obviously so many came in together, and they're all in one portal. It's not normal, no matter how you think about it. Is it hard to believe that the Abyss still sifts through humans and evil demons and then categorizes them? I'm not really sure about that. Plans? I don't really have a plan. I'm going to just poke around a bit. It's always good to have a direction. Li Yuexin nodded. Indeed, the direction is important, so let's explore the path first. But it's definitely not good for you, a berserker, to go in front. Saying this, Li Yuexin looked at Wang Chenhao. Young Wang, you're a shield warrior, you can't let your brother walk in front of you in such a dangerous place, can you? Wang Chenhao. Chapter 98. What do you want? Wang Chenhao finally came to the front, and still very much before, willingly. Honestly, he'd rather scout than get too close to Lin Yu. After all, as scary as the Abyss was, it was good to see no monsters yet. And Lin Yu is creeping him out. Lin Yu, do you think this place could be an illusion? Li Yuexin was beside Lin Yu and asked while surveying the surroundings. It's just so peaceful here, it's like a newbie copy of the school she just switched to. Not at all what the Abyss should look like. No. Lin Yu faintly said. Li Yuexin frowned. Why is Lin Yu so sure? Even if there were no monsters around, this was the Abyss, after all, and she was actually keeping her heart on her shoulders the whole time. And Lin Yu is really too frank. It's really weird. The three of them were walking through the jungle, one in front of the other. He didn't run into any monsters either, and everything was fine with Lin Yu. The green forest is sunny and warm, and the years are quiet. In this atmosphere, Wang Chenhao's hanging heart gradually slowed down. The Abyss doesn't seem that scary. Berserkers don't seem to be as violent as the rumors. Wang Chenhao's eyes rolled back into his team. An arm around Lin Yu's shoulders. Brother Lin, as I see it, the abyss is just average, and there's no need to explore it. I say. How about this hidden berserker skill of yours, Brother Lin? Tell me about it to a brother. Li Yuexin frowned. She knew that Wang Chenhao this was the old problem again, gullible and careless, and couldn't help but stay. I don't see the danger now. But this is the abyss. How can you not even explore the road? Young Wang, let's talk about small talk afterward, it's important to explore the road first. Li Yuexin patted Wang Chenhao. Wang Chenhao twisted his head and frowned. You have cerebral palsy? You've been walking for so long without seeing a single monster? Li Yuexin, weird though it isn't, we can't be careless. Wang Chenhao let go of Lin Yu. Li Yuexin, did I give you face? I realized that you don't seem to put this young man in your eyes since you entered the abyss. What, feel like we can't get out? You're equal to me now? Not one of my dogs anymore? Li Yuexin lowered her head, no Xiao Wang, I didn't mean that. Wang Chenhao, not that? Okay, remember the rules, do it. Li Yuexin bit her lower lip, her face showing hesitation. What? Don't want to? Didn't it hurt to do it out there? No. Li Yuexin plopped down on her knees and slapped herself twice loudly. Snap. Two loud voices rang out and. Bitchy thing, like you don't feel good without a beating. Wang Chenhao rolled his eyes and resumed wrapping his arms around Lin Yu. I'm sorry Brother Harlan, poor discipline has made you laugh. Lin Yu's face was calm, it's fine. Other people's business has nothing to do with him, as long as he doesn't get Li Yuexin killed he can still use it. Wang Chenhao smiled brightly, it's still Lin Yu who is open, I like people like you. You are not see my former friends, see Li Yuexin get 2 beatings as if what happened, I do not understand, care about that waste for what, have that effort not as much as to think about their own. It's still Brother Lin. Take a walk, I feel like this abyss is almost open, go out and brother will lead you to a good drink. Oh yeah, Brother Lin hasn't said anything about your berserkers yet, I won't hide it from Brother Lin, brother I have all sorts of hidden professions among my friends, and it just so happens that I don't have any berserkers. I'm quite curious. Lin Yu and his duo were far away. Falling leaves drifted and landed on Li Yuexin. Li Yuexin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up to follow. The face was calm. The emerald green forest wasn't big, and the few people soon came to the end. Once out of the forest, the scenery in front of him changed dramatically. Beyond the forest, there were actually cliffs so deep that you couldn't see the bottom. Or rather, an endless sky. What they stepped on under their feet was actually a whole floating island, floating in the boundless sky. Surrounded by the vast sky, the foot is also general, 10,000 feet below can only see the cloudy mist. Across from their floating island, there was another floating island. It was covered with densely packed white bone devil dogs, layers upon layers, not seeing its edge, they were crazy tearing and scurrying, just like the white bone waves in hell like surging, unspeakable creepy feeling. Wang Chenhao froze in place, his mind going blank. He took back his previous words, abyss was not average. The scene in front of him made him not even know how to describe it. Countless white bone devil dogs, all memorized together. He had never seen such a horrible scene in his life. Is this hell? Next to her, Li Yuexin was also standing on the shore in a daze, her face brushing white. The abyss turned out to be like this? Compared to the two, Lin Yu, who had seen the secret realm of the flower sea, was a bit better, but he was also greatly shocked. Not to mention the ranked battle power, a whole island of white bone demonic beasts stacked on top of each other, the visual impact was really strong. Lin Yu quickly calmed down. Any more demonic beasts weren't on an island with him now, and his mission was to get out of the abyss. Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings. Through the island of white bones, an island was still vaguely visible behind it, and there seemed to be more further back, growing smaller and smaller in the sky, joining together in a line. So, to get out of the abyss you have to go through this one floating island? That is to say, it's still necessary to face the white bone demon dog pack? Lin Yu's brows gradually furrowed. A booming sound interrupted his thoughts, only to see Wang Chenhao stumble and sit on the ground. Pale. Seeing Lin Yu looking at him he climbed up again in a hurry, Brother Lin, let's get out of here, it's safe in the forest, let's go back to the forest. This place looks so creepy. With that he pulled up Lin Yu to turn back and walk away, his pace disorganized and distracted. Obviously panicked and not wanting to be here a moment longer. Lin Yu didn't move. Wang Chenhao raised his head. "Brother Lin?" Li Yuexin walked over. "Young Wang, calm down, we might not be able to leave." "Can't go? What do you mean you can't go? Look at that back there." Wang Chenhao turned his head stiffly, and when he saw the successive islands behind him, his entire body froze. Li Yuexin also secretly laughed bitterly. The linked islands, presumably implying that it's a road that. Which means they'll have to go through the bones to get out. And to cross White Bone Island. Equivalent to. "Young Wang, we might have to cross this White Bone Island." Wang Chenhao didn't reply and opened his mouth without making a sound. Li Yuexin braced her breath and looked at Lin Yu again. "Lin Xiao, what do you think?" Lin Yu didn't answer, but asked in return, "Li Yuexin, you're a wind mage, can you send me to the opposite island?" "Sent to the opposite island?" Li Yuexin murmured. It was immediately followed by a blink. "What do you want?" Chapter 99. So. Li Yuexin froze even as she understood Lin Yu's meaning. Lin Yu clearly wants to go to the island. But isn't that crazy? There was a sea of white bone demons, and no professional could survive. Wouldn't it be a death sentence to go? Lin Yu didn't explain. Although the white bone demon group looked shocking, in actuality, he was not untraceable. Any more white bones couldn't attack him at the same time, and the strength of these white bone demons was just average, the ones that were sucked in by the desolate land, but it was just more. He has high force sensitivity, high shield, and can always kill in waves. It was similar to how the secret realm of the spectral moon faced the tree demon swarm, only this time it was a bit more massive, but the actual steps were still the same. The only problem was that the two floating islands were slightly far away, and he couldn't fly, so there was no way for him to fight and retreat. That's why he considered Li Yuexin. Li Yuexin was a wind mage and should have the ability to bring people to levitate. In fact, he should be fine on his own, he can jump right through it once he gets into ultimate berserk. But that would get into another problem. With so many monsters he's bound to lose his mind when he goes into the ultimate. That means over can go over, back is probably a no-go. He may end up being consumed alive. If you reach level 30 the shield is upgraded again, it's estimated that you can just mangle through it, but right now it's not expected to work. Whitebone Devil Dogs averaged around 1000 strength, and his 100,000 shield probably wasn't enough. So you still have to use Li Yuexin. Well, can you? Lin Yu asked again. Li Yuexin looked back. Are you serious? You really want to go over there alone? It's not just me, it's you and me. You're not just going to send me there, you're going to bring me back. Lin Yu added. Let's not talk about whether or not Li Yuexin had the skill of taking someone to the takeoff level through the air. Even if he had, he wouldn't be at ease, he had to bring Li Yuexin along with him to make it work. Of course, he'll make sure the safety is just fine. Li Yuexin froze again, and this time it was obvious that her entire body trembled. And you want me to join you? Lin Yu stopped talking nonsense with her. You can say whether you can or can't, I will guarantee your safety, don't worry about that. Observing along the way, Li Yuexin is a smart person. Lin Yu thinks she should know how to make the trade-off. Li Yuexin thought for a long time before making her choice this time. I can take you back and forth, and I can walk you there. But, I think we should think long and hard again, we haven't finished exploring the forest yet, so maybe this isn't the only way to go. Li Yuexin said seriously. The answer was clearly in line with Lin Yu's judgment. At the same time it didn't mess up and offered another solution. Of course it's possible that there's still a fear of contact with white bone demons. Lin Yu readily agreed, he had actually originally wanted to explore the forest a bit more as well. The forest was currently only a straight line they had traveled and there were still many places left unexplored. It would definitely be more secure if there were other monsters for him to level 30 first. Hearing that he was going back to the forest, Wang Chenhao came back to life. Exploration is good. I also think exploring is more stable. This time, this young man will take the lead, the pack will have no problem. Wang Chenhao said this while he took a big step back into the forest, his chest beating with a running sound. Back to the quiet forest, the sun is still warm, but in addition to Lin Yu, two people's mentality has changed. All sunk to the bottom. It was only now that they had truly seen the horror of the abyss and realized what despair was and why almost no one had ever come out of it in history. Countless white-boned demonic beasts, all at the same level or even higher, just what kind of profession could get through? And that's just the first hurdle. There are more floating islands to come, and they're only getting more desperate. Wang Chenhao walked at the front, his face ashen. He's arrogant and reckless, but he's not stupid. Lin Yu strong he recognized, but there is a limit. Not to mention the openly transparent Berserker. Even if the legendary profession came, it would definitely not be able to defeat that white bone swarm demon. Besides, common sense told him that, since the appearance of a succession of floating islands, that probably proves that's the only way to get out, and exploring now is just still a fluke. In conclusion, all fingers point to one thing: they seem to be screwed. Next to Lin Yu, Li Yuexin also had a downcast expression. She had agreed to Lin Yu only because she had no choice, not that she believed Lin Yu could really have a solution. Berserkers are strong in terms of battle power, but the shortboard is also very obvious: high offense and low defense. It can be said to be more brittle than her in a real fight, and how to face so many white bone swarm demons. Not to mention, there is also the disadvantage of berserking. Now looks normal, really, with so many white bone evil demon fighting in what kind of scene? Maybe she'd be in a situation where she'd have enemies on all sides. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. Wang Chenhao, Li Yuexin, at this point, only hoped that there was still another way out, although the chances were slim. Lin Yu was still calm and even a little excited. With so many white bone evil demons, there was no telling how much experience he could bring to the table. It's still got to be Abyss. The monsters are all coming together for him. It's just a shame that there's still not enough blood to get into the ultimate for a couple more running mountain strikes. Think about it. The exploration quest took 2 hours to end, and what was obtained was a result that disappointed the Wang Chenhao duo. There is nothing unusual about the whole forested island, and on several other sides there is a sprawling sky that, meaning there's only that one way to White Bone Island. Several people returned to the direction of White Bone Island. At the edge of the cliff, the cold wind blew the hair of the clothes flying. Opposite the White Bone Island, countless demon dogs crazy tearing, scurrying from time to time. There are demon dogs fall down the cliff and then no trace, let people even more chilling. Lin Yu threw in a few more appraisal spells and received information that was probably level 36, 7 or 8, and had no more concerns. Since there's no other way, Li Yuexin, shall we begin? Lin Yu said easily. Li Yuexin's face was pale, and she took a long breath of relief. Okay, then drive. Lin Yu, I want to slow down again, can I? Lin Yu. No problem. Between life and death anyone cannot be frank, especially if it is the initiative to choose. Lin Yu of course can understand, but also show respect. If he doesn't have a system, it's probably no better. Lin Yu isn't blindly arrogant about himself either. His candor is all brought on by fire. Let me know when you're ready. Lin Yu came to one side to rest, and incidentally took this time to continue throwing appraisal spells at monsters. Being cautious was quasi-correct. Speaking of which, he hadn't found the White Bone boss, and it was reasonable to assume that there were demon dog bosses in the Barren Lands as well, as Shui Feng had said before. Li Yuexin fixed her mind, then solemnly walked to Wang Chenhao. Young Wang, I'm very grateful for the financial support you've given me, whether it's for schooling or equipment resources, as well as my father's medical expenses for many years. I keep all of this in my heart, and I know very well that without you there would be no Li Yuexin for me today. Wang Chenhao stuttered at the sound of his voice, and on the occasion of the parting of life and death, he could not help but be touched inwardly. Li Yuexin you. Li Yuexin gulped and continued, so, now I want to say. I remember how nice you were to me. But you really stink as a person. And proud and pretentious. The strength is also poor. You can't even beat an ordinary professional without your good uncle. I can even put you down with one hand. Go play with women, I'll kill you. And your friends, do you really think they are your friends? It's not for the sake of your second uncle. Without your second uncle on your character, dogs do not give a damn about you. You can't make a single friend. You're a piece of happy color. Something that never amounted to anything. Dying in the abyss deserves your bad luck. It's really God's blessing too. Ah. Yes. It's really cool to finally get the words out of my heart that I've been cursing for years. A series of wild blasts, paired with Li Yuexin's frenzy-like chaotic dance, leaving both men at the edge of the cliff petrified on the spot. Chapter 100. Is this the power of the hidden berserkers? Lin Yu. We can go now. I'm ready. Totally ready. Li Yuexin came to Lin Yu, soothed. She had been looking at Wang Chenhao with displeasure for a long, long time, a scummy second-generation ancestor. If she didn't have a choice, she'd have cursed. Now that we're going to die anyway, what's there to worry about? It just hurts to say what you've been holding back for so many years. Li Yuexin continued, Lin Xiao want me to say you also don't take him as a friend, you are a real genius, you are not aware of his garbage strength, school exams did not pass once, I really don't even bother to say him. Lin Yu. No, sister. You've had your fill of cursing and you're not thinking about the future? It's not even life and death yet. I give you a lift, and you just cut the back way out? Okay then, let's go when we're ready. Lin Yu stood up and thought no more about it. Okay, my levitation skill is called wind harnessing, but I can only get myself airborne, for now. So you still have to hold me a little. Li Yuxian said as she opened her arms with her back towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced at his eyebrows, is it okay for you to hug me? He's not much of a people person and doesn't like to take advantage of people. Sure, that's fine too. Li Yuexin froze and turned back around. Just then, Wang Chenhao miserably walked over. Wait a minute. I'm coming along. Li Yuexin rolled her eyes, saying a few words to you and you're still not convinced? I'll deal with you later when I get a chance. Wang Chenhao didn't care about the provocation, glared and came to Lin Yu's side. A beat on the chest. Brother Lin, I Wang Chenhao other than righteousness this piece is absolutely enough, you are my friend as a friend, left alone I still cannot do such a thing. Don't worry, although my strength is not strong but I can still resist a bit, if we want to do it let's do it together. If we have to do it, let's do it together. He was afraid to be afraid, he admitted. But with his brothers he absolutely does not engage in falsehoods, this is his Wang Chenhao's bottom line. Lin Yu. You won't need it, there's no point in going, keep it. Lin Yu didn't need someone to carry him, and pulling an extra one would not only be a pain in the ass to watch over but also rob him of experience, which he definitely wouldn't agree to. Wang Chenhao's eyes glared as he was touched by the reverse scale again. Hey! Brother Lin, you still don't believe in me, Wang Chenhao? Last time you were, I told you. My second uncle that phone is really drunkenly hit, heaven and earth conscience. I Wang Chenhao goat, strength is not good I recognize today, but... Li Yuexin set off. Lin Yu didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore, and Li Yuxian also reacted quickly, directly hugging on Lin Yu. Ride the wind. A hurricane instantly erupted from Li Yuexin, pushing the two of them into the sky. Ground. Wang Chenhao stood in a cloud of yellow dust, dumbstruck. Gone? That's gone? Once again, I, Wang Chenhao, am being suspected? Not only suspected, but also disliked? Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Lin Yu, my air driving technique requires mana to be consumed, so I might not be able to maintain it for long. In the sky, Li Yuexin had already brought Lin Yu to the air above White Bone Island. Countless white bone devil dogs were scrambling to pounce upwards as if they had discovered a delicacy. Sharp teeth, scarlet eyes, as if the hell of the evil spirit of life, so that people have no doubt that fall down in a moment to be devoured clean. Li Yuexin silently gulped, the mood that had just been emptied lifted up again. Truly overhead this sense of dread hit her and she felt her body shaking. It's fine, you don't need to put any skills down there in a while, just keep your mana and wait for me to call you and we'll go back together. Lin Yu said indifferently, looking down at the demonic dogs below, he felt nothing but excitement. That's a lot of experience. Li Yuexin frowned, why was he still so calm, really not scared at all? The absurdity of it all really gave her the feeling that Lin Yu could still take her back. Just as he was thinking, Lin Yu's voice sounded again. Okay, let's go down, you can let go of me now. Li Yuexin fixed her mind, good. Swish. The wind harnessing technique was cancelled and she began to free fall while releasing her hand around Lin Yu. The confinement is lifted. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth ticked, he was currently at the third stage of Berserk, 340 drops of blood, and 3,154 force sensitivity. So, avalanche strike. With a downward impulse and blazing power, Lin Yu was like a meteorite smashing into the ground. Boom! The earth resounded with a loud boom, and countless vicious dogs were instantly smashed into powder. The ground was left with a large crater, as well as the appearance of a vacuum area 5 meters in circumference. Kill LV-35 two-headed devil dog, experience value plus 3,900. Kill LV-35 two-headed devil dog, experience value plus 3,900. Kill LV-35 two-headed devil dog, experience value plus 3,900. The Q tone goes off like a bug in a frenzy. With just this one hit, Lin Yu's experience bar skyrocketed by 20%. It's simply an experience like no other. Lin Yu's eyes cleared, dipping beans, cool. Li Yuexin also finally fell at this point. She was confused. What kind of power is this? One time, dry out a vacuum zone? All the way? Is this the power of the hidden Berserker? Stay close to me. Lin Yu glanced at Li Yuexin and said, Li Yuexin can't die, she still has to take him back. Seeing the other devil dogs rushing up, Lin Yu immediately raised his sword to meet them. Currently, the devil dogs in this area were all around level 35, with attributes of 800 or so. It was far from Lin Yu's opponent, but it couldn't hold much. Countless demonic dogs rushed towards him like mad dogs. In just one shot, Lin Yu's shield dropped by more than 3,000. However, Lin Yu had also taken away 4 or 5 devil dogs. Immediately after, Lin Yu did not hesitate to immediately put into the other side. In all directions are monsters. He wanted to save Li Yuexin. Will have to fight in a circle. Break on the front, hard on the back. Utilizing high agility ensures that all 4 sides are blocked. The vacuum circle that had just been struck by the avalanche mountain strike was rapidly eroding, and Lin Yu was being forced to continuously contract his range. The white bones of the blade were flying in the sky. Lin Yu's shield was also scuffling down. But according to the hook theorem, his experience has also risen fast. It's never been this fast. Dipping beans. Yes. Like a tool, Li Yuexin was tugged to the front by Lin Yu for a while, and then pulled to the back for a while. Occasionally she was escorted into her arms. Looking out over the strewn battlefield, she was confused again. I thought berserkers were brittle. What's going on here? In such a short while, she'd seen Lin Yu take at least 800 hits. But why is there nothing at all? Offense and defense. Does that make sense? Can you match the law of conservation of energy? Several more two-headed devil dogs pounced, their scarlet eyes full of bloodlust. Suddenly a pair of large hands swept her into their arms, as if isolating her from everything else. Li Yuexin felt her heart beating faster. Chapter 101, Mr. Wang, is it useful to apologize? Ho 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 ho. Countless white bone devil dogs kept attacking Lin Yu from all directions. Scarlet eyes, white sharp teeth, and sharp blades kept colliding, white bones crumbling all over the place. Lin Yu's shield value dropped rapidly. This was the first time he had faced such a dense concentration of monsters. That time in the Flower Sea Mystic Realm, there was a blood demon out there. He wasn't quite sure of the situation. But he expected it was not as hard to fight as this time. The white bone devil dogs were all like demonized monsters, completely unaware of fear and no pain. Let's just say it's blamelessly abyssal. The devil dogs killed one batch and then another, scrambling to be the first, stepping on the corpses of their companions and frantically pouncing. 772. 801. 787. Lin Yu protects Li Yuexin. The back can only be hard to resist. Some of the devil dogs pounce on Lin Yu's back, neck, arms, crazy tearing. Good thing. It doesn't hurt. The shield that flowed over his surface deflected the sharp teeth as much as it could, making a clanking sound of gold and iron. Lin Yu turned back with a sweeping motion, and all the demonic dogs in the vicinity were smashed apart, scattering white bones all over the place. But his back suddenly sank again, and an unknown number of demonic dogs pounced on him. It would probably be a lot easier to replace the blood demon. Lin Yu cannot help but sigh. Such as the maggots of the demon dogfighting, he is also a little annoyed if the change of the blood demon is estimated to be another scene. Too bad he can't get in yet. Shield remaining, 20,876. Almost. The shield still has 20,000 left. Lin Yu is not likely to wait for the shield to fall out before leaving, but also have to stay tolerant. Li Yuexin. Release the wind harnessing technique. Lin Yu smashed the near-demonic dog away with another horizontal sweep and shouted at Li Yuexin. Li Yuexin stood still with a blank stare. Huh? What? I say let go of the wind, we should head back. Oh yeah, time to go back, harness the wind. Li Yuexin came back to her senses and released the wind harnessing technique in a hurry. Rotating air currents surged out from her body, blowing up the surrounding smoke and dust. Lin Yu skimmed his eyebrows. He could still be distracted at this time. I don't know what he was thinking. Go ahead, I'll be right there. Lin Yu once again shouted to Li Yuexin. Third Order Berserk was currently able to release 2 battering mountain strikes, and he still had one more chance. Before Li Yuexin then next to him was afraid to give a smashing death together, now it is no problem. So many monsters can't go to waste. Seeing Li Yuexin detached from the ground, Lin Yu also did not grumble. Directly a crashing mountain strike smashed down. Boom! A violent shockwave exploded and countless white bones exploded up, instantly clearing another 5 meters of vacuum. At the same time, Lin Yu's experience jumped up another huge chunk. I have to say, a sudden surge of experience can be much more enjoyable than a little bit of it. No wonder everyone loves mages. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth hooked up as he leapt forward and pulled on Li Yuexin. Two people take off in the air far away. The ground of the Devil Dog group is even more violent, densely chased upwards. Facing White Bone Hill have jumped up, crazy incomparable. This scene reminded Lin Yu of the zombie movies he had seen in his previous life, where a crazy horde of zombies rounded up the protagonist, who hitched a ride on a helicopter. The results were also average. The Devil Dog again crazy will not fly, are not biting to his feet fell back, even because the rush is too hard have smashed into broken bones, zero fall a place. Looking at the ground that was gradually moving away, Lin Yu withdrew his gaze. Li Yuexin, are you alright? The melee had just gotten too chaotic, and although Lin Yu felt that he had done a good job of protecting himself, it was time to offer condolences. Li Yuexin's body trembled and hurriedly replied, "No, I'm fine." Why did he feel distracted? Lin Yu skimmed his mouth and stopped talking. This time, he had a bumper crop. In just a short while, the experience went straight up by a large amount. One more round trip like that and he'll be able to upgrade straight away. It's just not cool. It's true that you still have to be in a dangerous place, and the more dangerous the place, the greater the reward. Li Yuexin's brain buzzed with confusion as she controlled the air harnessing technique. They're really out? Just came out from the countless white bones? And really killed a large number of them? She is now not feeling too real, just as seen as if dreaming. She just became conscious, suddenly heard in the ear Lin Yu said that it is time to go back. Is that really true? Li Yuexin couldn't help but lower her head and look at Lin Yu. The two soon returned to the island of the forest. As soon as he landed, he saw Wang Chenhao frozen in place with a big face, dumbfounded. Wang Chenhao was also shocked at this time, very shocked. It wasn't far away just now, and he saw it all. What's the situation? Lin Yu had pounced on a bunch of demonic dogs in a group of 10,000 demons and came out properly again? Aren't berserkers fragile? Doesn't berserkers go berserk when they fight? Not only is Lin Yu fine himself, but he also protected Li Yuexin and came out with her intact? He had originally thought that Lin Yu would die on White Bone Island Roar, and he would just jump off the floating island when the time came. In any case, he couldn't live with himself, and he was determined to do so. Turns out this. Brother Lin, are you alright? Of course it's fine. I mean, how do you do it? Just kill it and come back when you can't carry it. Lin Yu ignored Wang Chenhao and patted Li Yuexin. Hurry up and recover your mana, we'll continue in 10 minutes. His shield is restored after 10 minutes of not being attacked. There were many devil dogs on White Bone Island, and he just killed only a small portion of them, and there were still several islands behind him. So it's still a good idea to get a grip. Actually, just now he didn't use up much of his stamina too, mainly because the shield hit was gone. Li Yuexin nodded blankly. Oh, okay. Lin Yu didn't say anything else and went to wait aside. Wang Chenhao looked at Lin Yu with his mouth open and turned back. Eyes snapped open. It doesn't matter if Lin Yu can't figure it out. They seem to have, like, a real chance of making it out alive. Lin Yu was able to go into a group of 10,000 demons to kill his enemies and still come out unscathed. Such strength is unheard of. Wang Chenhao felt a little thirsty. The Abyss, historically, has been a hell of 10 deaths. From the moment he saw Devil Dog's Island, he actually despaired that the... But now, there's actually a glimmer of light again. Live out the hope. Gulping, Wang Chenhao looked around. Only Lin Yu was seen sitting peacefully on the ground with his eyes closed. He was tempted to go up and say something to express how he felt right now. Forget it, Brother Lin needs to rest, I'd better not disturb him. Wang Chenhao's gaze turned, and he miserably dragged Li Yuexin aside. Li Yuexin. You show me some respect for Lin Yu in the future, you know? Seeing Lin Yu is like seeing me. Li Yuexin's body was constantly bursting with warmth at this time. She also reacted to the fact that she had run into a real god. His father was still very ill, and death was the last thing she wanted. And with Lin Yu, she seemed to have a real chance of getting out of the abyss. But there was something else that puzzled her. The images of Lin Yu's battle just now kept appearing in her mind, and every time she thought about it she felt her heart beating faster. She didn't feel right. Li Yuexin thought darkly and didn't reply. Wang Chenhao froze and suddenly remembered something. Li Yuexin. I remember you just said I was a bad person to the core, didn't you? And that it's best to let me die in the abyss? The old heavens have opened their eyes? Two words that instantly emptied Li Yuexin's mind of cluttered thoughts. Li Yuexin shuddered violently. Wang Xiao, does being sorry help? Chapter 102 The Strongest Barrier 2.0. Wang Chenhao ultimately did not chastise Li Yuexin. This made Li Yuexin a bit strange. She said she was Wang Chenhao's follower, but she was actually an underling. In the past, not to mention doing something wrong, it is Wang Chenhao in a bad mood have to be served by the rules. This time she was cursing so hard she thought she was going to die. What's going on? Know why I spared you? Li Yuexin was puzzled. Can it be that you have a masochistic tendency, young Wang? Because I gave you a good scolding so I changed my opinion of me? This. It was Li Yuexin's heart. She definitely didn't dare to say so on the surface. I don't know, please show me, young Wang. Wang Chenhao sneered, because you helped Lin Yu this time, counting the merits and demerits. Remember, Lin Yu will be my Wang Chenhao's best brother from now on. As long as you can help Lin Yu, everything is fine with me. Li Yuexin. It's loaded again. People are so powerful and rare to be brothers with you. Just stick it in your face. I know, young Wang. 10 minutes passed quickly and Lin Yu got up on time. Go on, carry on. Li Yuexin let out a deep breath. Setting out again, she had a change of heart. Last time it could be said that we were at home with death, this time we are advancing on the road to success, clearing obstacles with every strike. And, somehow. It's just weird that she seems to be somewhat looking forward to going to war again. Seeing Lin Yu come over, Li Yuexin rushed forward. I'm ready, Lin Xiao. Wang Chenhao looked at Li Yuexin and frowned, then quickly relaxed. Brother Lin, do you need my help this time? I can more or less carry it twice. Though it certainly doesn't compare to you. Lin Yu, no need, you're just helping by going, I still have to watch over you. Wang Chenhao. So, then, do you need any equipment, Brother Lin? You're a warrior, I'm a shield warrior, we're all pretty much the same, and I've got some gear on me. Wang Chenhao was a little overjoyed that his brother was out there killing the enemy and he did nothing, he really wanted to help with something. What he, Wang Chenhao, couldn't tolerate the most was not being righteous. Lin Yu, no need, equipment doesn't improve me much. Unless it's an extreme equipment that fits especially well, the ordinary ones really don't have much of a boost for Lin Yu. His berserk doubling does not count for equipment attributes. Wang Chenhao's eyes darkened. Alright then, good luck then. Oh right Lin brother, Li Yuexin you later casually make use of, Li Yuexin is my subordinate is your subordinate, our brother is not divided into two, you can rest assured with. Lin Yu. Li Yuexin suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, but she hadn't been like this before. Harness the wind. The hurricane erupted and the two took to the air once again. Soon it was back above White Bone Island. Looking down at the densely packed devil dogs below, Lin Yu couldn't help but be excited. This wave would probably get him to level 30, and at level 30 not only would his attributes see another qualitative increase. His shield will also be upgraded again. At that point he could have gone into ultimate berserk and solved it alone. Let go of me. Li Yuexin's hands were loosened and Lin Yu did as usual. Avalanche strike. The berserk power added to Lin Yu instantly smashed into the ground. The white bone devil dogs had no intelligence at all, or only knew how to kill. Seeing Lin Yu rush to think that the fat fell down, one crazy to surge up. Boom! A violent tremor cut through the area, and the surrounding area was instantly quiet. Li Yuexin also landed, shocked to see it again despite having seen it twice. The average attribute of a level 35 demon dog is already as high as 700 or 800, sparing the professionals of the same level just 500 or 600. Just like she herself has completed the second turn currently the highest attribute is only 600 out. She really couldn't figure out how Lin Yu could have such a high burst again. Lin Yu's rank was still much lower. He felt that even the strongest geniuses of the Central State Academy couldn't do it. It's horrible. Ho 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 ho. The cleared area was quickly filled and the demonic dogs scrambled to pounce. Li Yuexin shook off her thoughts and rushed to Lin Yu's side. The moment was reassuring. It really didn't occur to her that she would one day be able to swim a dragon through a horde of abyssal monsters. And not a bit of effort at all. It's outrageous. Lin Yu fought in a circle just like before, and with the experience from last time, this time he was also more comfortable with moving in and out. His attributes were originally much higher, and the demon dogs were no match at all, falling in batches as the blade slashed through. Experience is also improving rapidly. Kill LV 35 Two-Headed Devil Dog, experience value plus 3,900. Kill LV 35 Two-Headed Devil Dog, experience value plus 3,900. Kill LV 35 Two-Headed Devil Dog, experience value plus 3,900. Lin Yu felt that this kind of battle was actually a kind of sharpening for the mind. Countless demonized demon dogs are a deterrent to the psyche no matter what. Lin Yu is not a great power, although before he is also very bottom, but how much heart or some fluctuations. And now as time went on he was getting calmer inside. Lin Yu also does not know if this is considered a kind of promotion, it feels a bit ethereal and not very practical. The whole island is nothing but white-boned devil dogs. Countless white-boned devil dogs. Lin Yu protected Li Yuexin and kept hacking away. White bones splattered and blades overflowed. After a while, your level is raised to 30. A wave of warmth crossed his entire body, and Lin Yu's face was delighted. Level 30. Immediately, Lin Yu swept away all the surrounding devil dogs. Li Yuexin, drive harness wind, let's go back. He had some left in his shields, but it was definitely faster to go back and upgrade his shields before driving the ultimate over. Li Yuexin is still following Lin Yu around. Sniffing off the top of his head, he said, going back? So soon? But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, he felt that something was wrong, and hastily released the wind harnessing technique. Sorry, I got sidetracked. The hurricane dispersed. Lin Yu skimmed his eyebrows and didn't say anything else. Before leaving, Lin Yu of course didn't forget to make up another avalanche strike, reaping a big ticket of experience. The hurricane carried the duo up into the air, Soon it was back to Forest Island. Wang Chenhao immediately greeted him, Brother Lin has worked hard. He was admiring Lin Yu more and more, it was just like being in no man's land, going back when he wanted to go. Not a scratch. Lin Yu simply dealt with Wang Chenhao and cautioned not to disturb, then turned his head and drilled into the forest alone. This upgrade. The system was slow to come to the rescue. To be honest, Lin Yu was a bit flustered, he had to go and do some research alone. The forest was still sunny, in contrast to White Bone Island. Lin Yu ignored those and found a secluded spot. System of systems? No response. Lin Yu heart Gordon a sound, he has self-awareness, he can come to today is not all based on their own efforts. What the hell? System? This is Kobayashi, please respond when you hear me. Brother? After Lin Yu called out several times, the system finally responded. System upgrade complete. The strongest barrier 2.0 system is officially opened. Chapter 103 Shield Spirit Voiding. The strongest barrier 2.0 system at your service. This system upgrade adds a new skill draw function. Hosts can draw a shield interaction skill for every 10 levels. The original shield increase function remains unchanged. Current number of skill draws, 1. Current shield remaining, 1 million. Who? As long as the system isn't broken. Lin Yu breathed a deep sigh of relief, the system was his lifeblood, his foundation, he could not live without it. Besides, he's still in the abyss right now, and while the monsters can handle it for now, there's no guarantee that there's a situation behind them. Anyway, it's good that it's not broken. $1 million in shield value. The abyss was even more powerful, he didn't believe he couldn't get past Mang. It took a while to slow down before Lin Yu studied the system again. Draw, a skill that interacts with shields? A light screen panel appeared in front of Lin Yu's eyes. It was empty, except for a big pile of round labels in the center that read. Click to start the lottery. One time. That's a little too sketchy for you, upgrading to this? Lin Yu skimmed his eyebrows, other people's systems have everything, how does he look like a pirated software? So much so that he put on tinted glasses for the next skills. Lin Yu tapped to the draw button. The buttons were suddenly grayed out and the panel vibrated symbolically twice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Shield Spirit Voiding. Shield Spirit Voiding, when the skill is turned on the host enters a state of perfect voiding, ignores all collision volume, cannot be selected by any creature, consumes 100,000 shield value per second. Note, host attacks are not affected in any way during the duration. Not sketchy. You are not sketchy at all. Just count on you being correct. Lin Yu is confused. Perfectly deflated. Ignoring collision volume. Unselectable. It's a ing invincible frame. It's a known fact that the sickest thing in all of gaming is bokeh. Hegemony is not controlled but takes damage. Unselectable to take no damage but can't attack. Only vaporization is the most authentic invincibility. With this skill, it was equivalent to Lin Yu having 10 seconds of room to explode, or room to escape, no matter what monster he faced, even if it was a god. When paired with his Berserker's high power sensitivity, it can only be described as a match made in heaven. Awesome! Lin Yu did not hesitate to give the man the highest appreciation. Sure enough, the system and the aspect of awesome never need to worry about it. The invincible is all screwed up for him. And the role of vapors can be much more ruthless, with Lin Yu's knowledge of playing the game in his previous life. The breaking away from the forbidden traps and so on can be used, for example, a secret realm of the innermost treasure but with heavy organs. Lin Yu estimates that he will be able to directly trickle through. All in all, it is very practical. Of course, it's also a bit more consuming at the moment. 100,000 points of shield in 1 second. Equivalent to he just went out to resist so many demon groups for a whole wave. Looks like it's going to have to be used in a pinch after all. Lin Yu silently made plans. Now the monsters are not so strong. A second of invincibility for a wave is not yet a crime. Wait for the shield to be raised later and then see. Shut down the system. Lin Yu followed up by opening the occupation panel again. Level 30 can have a big boost, and he hasn't added any points yet. It's all lifting day by day. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, bloodthirsty berserker hidden. Rank, LV 30 0.02%. Life, 3,760. Shield, 1,000k. Power, 255. Agility, 255. Body mass, 376. Spirit, 127. Freedom attributes, 30. Passive celebration of blood, +1 to strength and agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive blood rage, gain attribute increases based on different lives. Blood eating LV7, you no longer receive any life back while the skill is on, turning off the automatic recovery of 10 life points per second. Active release, 100 points of life value drop per second. Avalanche strike, leaps up with vigor and smashes into the ground in front of you, dealing damage to ranged enemies that changes depending on the berserk stage. Consumption, 100 life points. At level 29, Lin Yu's strength and sensitivity was 205, and his physique was 346. One level just went up 50, 30 points respectively. Freedom also went up from 15 to 30. Looks like it's still a little low for the white bone devil dogs, mainly because he hasn't turned 2 yet. In fact, 50 points of attributes is almost equal to half of a normal professional's 20 to 30 natural growth. Professionals who had reached level 30 were considered to have officially crossed over to the middle tier stage and gotten the second turn qualification. Therefore Lin Yu was still very satisfied. He had only just graduated not long ago. Many middle-aged people could not reach the strength. Physique, 376 406. Vitality, 3,764,060. Adding freedom to the physique above. Lin Yu turned off the panel completely and took a long breath. Today was undoubtedly a rewarding day for him, reaching level 30, gaining a perverted skill, and his shield had risen to 1 million. Next, it's time to close the door and release the blood demon. With 1 million shields, he didn't have to worry about being drained anymore at all. He can't even die if he gives those demonic canine's teeth to gnaw through. Besides, the blood demon probably wouldn't allow them to do so. Now the attributes have risen again, and the blood demon is even more perverted. Depart. Lin Yu immediately stood up and headed out of the jungle. Abyss is still a speed pass and early second turn. While walking, Lin Yu's life dropped. He's not in control this time. Pressing right into the ultimate rampage. 1. You have entered the final berserk, increasing your strength and agility by 2,000%. Ignore all controls. Danger alert. Please raise your life value quickly. Danger alert, please raise your life value quickly. Strength, 13,912 plus 405 plus 13,200 plus 52. Agility, 13,912 plus 405 plus 13,200 plus 52. Blazing power surged through his body, and the corners of Lin Yu's mouth rose. He's actually kind of enjoying going into ultimate right now, and it's not just the powerful attributes that. There was also something about that frenzied feeling in his head that made him crave it, the feeling of being able to completely let go of everything. Every time he could only advance to the third rank, he even felt suffocated. Demon dogs suffer. Outside the forest, Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin looked at each other. Lin Yu just went into the forest alone without saying anything, and didn't let it be disturbed. It felt like something was wrong. Li Yuexin, Lin Yu wouldn't be able to stabilize his spirit, would he? Wang Chenhao frowned, leaving them alone and walking away. How it was like he couldn't restrain himself. Li Yuexin sniffed and directly affirmed, no. Why? Young Wang, you probably know less. Berserkers into demons doesn't just explode all at once, it's a process of slow accumulation. So as long as it's okay in the moment, that means it's okay at this current stage as well, at least for the near future for sure. Wang Chenhao scratched his head. Oh? Like this? Oh. I know that too, I'll test you. Li Yuexin ignored it and continued, actually, I suspect that Lin Yu is injured. Injured? Why, I look fine, no blood. Young Wang, Lin Yu also took a lot of attacks when we went over, especially in order to protect me even more to hide. I originally thought that Lin Yu had some kind of protective props that could block it, but now it looks like he can't block it all, and should have suffered internal injuries. Li Yuexin gave a guess, her face showing worry. So many monster attacks, how could anyone block them all? Last time Lin Yu was too calm, surprisingly let her ignore it. She should have thought of that, just thinking about the hope of getting out but ignoring the most important point. I really don't know how much pain Lin Yu hides underneath his exterior. Wang Chenhao froze. Why didn't you say so earlier? You are really stupid. Wang Chenhao instantly angry, he would have known that this situation said what must follow. Wang Chenhao can let the brothers dry suffering. This does not poke his backbone. There was more cursing to be done, but Lin Yu walked out at that moment. I'll get you next time. Wang Chenhao blared at Li Yuexin and hurriedly greeted Lin Yu. Li Yuexin also rushed forward and. Brother Lin, are you alright? Let me take a good look. Lin Xiao, I didn't think of that before, are you okay? Lin Yu, don't touch me. Chapter 104, hey? Lin Yu heckled the upwardly mobile duo. He was now in the terminal ultimate berserk and could no longer have physical contact. The two froze in place with outstretched hands. How come you're not even allowed to touch it? But seeing that Lin Yu's face was calm and did not look like he was joking again, he had to suppress his doubts. Lin Yu, we just said again, are you hurt? So many monsters attacked. No, we'll think of another way, you don't have to bear it yourself. Li Yuexin worried again, and Wang Chenhao followed suit. Right, brother Lin. If I really can't, I'll fight them, the big deal is that we'll die together. Lin Yu has managed to come back twice to make them forget what the abyss is. Now that I think about it, how can so many white bone evil demons be really solved? No need, I'm not hurt. Lin Yu said indifferently. While saying that, he walked forward alone. The two are still worried, following behind. Brother Lin, why don't we just remember from a long time, you wanna be injured, you said, I still have some potions here. Yeah, it's good to take a break if you can't, we're in no hurry. Saying that, Wang Chenhao forgot what he just said and reached out to pull Lin Yu. Just as he was about to put his arm on Lin Yu's shoulder. Boom! An incomparably hot energy exploded, and Lin Yu's entire body disappeared in an instant. It was as if a scarlet light had appeared, rising straight up from the edge of the cliff. In just a twinkling of an eye, goodbye Lin Yu had already smashed into the white bone island on the opposite side. In place, only the gradually dissipating smell of blood was left behind. Wang Chenhao, Li Yuexin froze on the spot in unison. It's like flying over? Boom! Lin Yu smashed into the white bone island, the remains fell, then smashed several white bone devil dogs, the ground were smashed out of a pit, mud and soil splashed. Lin Yu was filled with pleasure, the feelings brought about by this explosive power were simply unparalleled, with the third stage completely heaven and earth. It makes the spirit go all hyper. Ho 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 ho! The dust scattered, and countless white bone devil dogs with manic eyes surged towards him, as if they had seen a human who had provoked the territory and were determined to tear him apart. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth hooked up. He's been beaten out of his liver twice before, too. Now, let's show you what a true evil demon is. Something that doesn't know how to die. Lin Yu instantly stormed up, rushing straight into the white bone group with the force of the explosion. Boom! 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 Countless white bones exploded in front of his eyes, and the demonic dogs that had previously required a few slashes to be resolved, this time they all exploded into powder in just a single glance. It flew all over the sky and couldn't even touch the corner of his coat. At the same time, experience alerts ring out like a tidal wave. Yes! Lin Yu's eyes cleared and his movements did not stop, continuing to maintain a high charge speed. He wanted to experience the power of ultimate berserk for a little while longer. It's no fun waiting for the blood demon to take over. Of course, it's the devil dogs who should be out of luck at that point. Lin Yu was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. The power of the explosion made him look like a god of war amongst the endless white bones. Wherever he rushes his white bones flying all over the sky, and every strike smashes down several devil dogs exploding into powder, which can't block him at all. The high level of agility also discourages demonic dogs, and even manages to pull a vacuum through the endless white bones. But the devil dogs are numerous, after all. And no fear of death. The more Lin Yu killed them, the more berserk they became, one by one crashing through their companions to charge, vowing to tear the human in front of them apart. After a while, a level 38 two-headed demon dog managed to find an opportunity. It was poised on the flanks, stepping on the bodies of a group of companions and leaping high as Lin Yu rushed in, finally biting Lin Yu. Ding! A sound of gold and iron clanking together rang out. Lin Yu's entire body stood still, no longer charging. The devil dogs were all happy to see this, and swarmed up to hold Lin Yu and just tore at him. The eyes of the very first demonic dog appeared to waver, and his lower mouth was even more vicious to enjoy the spoils of war. Ha! Lin Yu laughed lightly, not paying attention to the demonic dog on his body, and lifted his head and craned his neck. As his head turned, a pair of eyes that were scarlet to the core traced light in the air. Immediately after, he caught one of the demon dogs behind him in front of him, the one that had attacked him in the first place. The devil dogs were defenseless, hanging in the air and still flailing madly. Lin Yu's smile widened. Looking for death? I'll make you whole. Ka chow. Ka chow. Ka chow. The demon dog that was just alive and kicking was crushed into powder in an instant. What about no blood? Lin Yu slowly loosened his hand and let the bone powder slide off. But then there's you guys. Lin Yu suddenly lowered his head, and the demonic dog that was lying on Lin Yu's body and gnawing to its heart's contents suddenly stalled. Somehow they had risen up with a feeling they had never had before, like an oppression on the souls of their own kind. It seems like something bad is going to happen soon. They look up and see a pair of pupils that are red to the core and an increasingly bright smile. Die! The blood demon's eyes flashed as he instantly exploded. The demonic dogs climbing on the body were all shaken off, and just as they floated into the air, a pair of hands appeared to dismantle them all, followed by smashing them all into powder. After dealing with the batch, Blood Demon looked around. Things are getting interesting yet. Oh, ha 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 ha. Boom. The Blood Demon smashed into the group of demon dogs, countless white bones were knocked away, and the battle was imminent. Countless white bone devil dogs were fearless and madly tore at the blood devil, some climbed onto their backs, some bit onto their necks and madly tore. But the blood demon was oblivious, he only cared about what was right in front of him, charging, tearing, and smashing. Even the smile grew. Yeah, that's it, you guys are making me give happy yet. You know what? I haven't been this happy in a long time. Too bad there's just no blood, why don't you guys bleed? Blood demon this time compared to Lin Yu was much slower. Lin Yu just charged the fastest to kill the enemy. And the blood devils would not be satisfied until each one of them was smashed into powder and all turned into ash, not caring even if they were attacked by the other devil dogs. However, the visual impact was undoubtedly better for the blood demon. Crushed white bones, maniacal smiles, and vicious eyes make up a creepy picture. No blood. Damn it. Why there's no blood at all? Die, all die. None of the devil dogs were a single enemy of the blood demon was getting faster and faster, and countless devil dogs were smashed into powder one after another. The entire White Bone Island was completely plunged into a horrifying slaughter. Forest Island. Wang Chenhao Li Yuexin stood infatuated at the edge of the cliff. Li Yuexin, did you just hear something? Wang Chenhao gulped and said. Li Yuexin's gaze was dull. I heard it, not only did I hear it, I also saw it. Wang Chenhao continued, Is this what it looks like when berserkers go evil? Li Yuexin, I think, it should be. The atmosphere lapsed into silence, and the two men felt, at that moment, only that the cold through and through. Chapter 105, offend no one but Lin Yu. Clueless, Wang Chenhao Li Yuexin was all confused. Simply because the scene before them was just too much of a shock to their young minds. While being attacked by a demon dog, he's still smiling, as if he's having a good time. Killing devil dog is also, just kill is not enough, hard to abuse into powder to be counted, even for this to be attacked does not care. Plus the occasional creepy quote. Is this a human being? The devil dogs are nothing compared to you. It's true that hearsay is no longer hearsay, and they used to have a vague idea about berserkers entering the devil. Now that I've seen it in person, I realize what a really big scare is. What it is to have one look that sends chills down your spine. Wang Chenhao was the first to come back to his senses and hurriedly patted his chest to relieve the pressure. He was glad now that he hadn't made a grudge against Lin Yu in the first place, or else the consequences. They'd been dismantled, torn to pieces, blood spattered all over the place. Lin Yu licked his blood and said happy. Hiss. The thought made Wang Chenhao shiver again, and it took a while for him to slow down. Li Yuexin. Didn't you say that Lin Yu wouldn't become a demon? What's going on here? Wang Chenhao glared and questioned. Just now Li Yuexin clearly said what stage is accumulating again or something. This is now the facts are in front of her eyes. If Lin Yu became a demon, not to mention that Lin Yu was finished, it would be impossible for them to get out of the abyss. Even added the new level of Lin Yu. Honestly, he would rather face the abyssal monster than Lin Yu right now. The most you can do when attacked by a demon dog is bite it to death. By Lin Yu. Hiss. You can't think about it, and you'll think about it less in the future. Li Yuexin didn't have any doubts when she heard this and said, Young Wang, Lin Yu really hasn't entered the devil, you don't have to worry about that. Wang Chenhao raised his eyebrows and instantly became angry. It's not you who are stupid then, right? Now you are still telling me that you haven't entered the devil. Look over there yourself. Are your eyes blind? Li Yuexin continued to explain, Wang Xiao, don't be anxious, Lin Yu is into ultimate berserk, not completely demonic, he can still recover. Li Yuexin grew up in a poor family, so she worked very hard at her studies and learned basically everything. There's only one explanation for a berserker who's normal up front and suddenly becomes a demon. Enter ultimate berserk. Ultimate berserk? What do you mean? Wang Chenhao froze, his brows furrowing. Li Yuexin was not surprised, and lightly began to science. Young Wang, ultimate berserk is a state of berserker battle, and berserker battle has a passive skill called blood berserk, which provides an attribute increase based on the drop in life. Come on, don't give me useless bull, get to the point. Wang Chenhao impatiently waved his hand. Li Yuexin's face was unchanged, and after a pause, she said, to put it simply, Berserker has a characteristic that if his life drops to 1%, he will immediately go into the devil, but this is a temporary state. If he can kill all the living things around him, he can slowly recover. Unlike normal stacked berserking, which is a permanent trait, that one can't be recovered until it's enchanted. You are aware of the trait that normal killing by a berserker piles up violent emotions, right? Wang Chenhao was thinking, and the corner of his mouth twitched when he was asked this question. I know, how could this young man not know? He really wasn't quite sure yet, he just knew that Berserker would cut his teammates when he started to go crazy. But after all that explanation he did understand. Lin Yu himself was still normal, only having a temporary demonic state on. However, there was something else he didn't understand. Li Yuexin, then according to you Lin Yu is at 1% blood right now, so how is he still so resistant? Wang Chenhao asked out of doubt. He was witness so many monsters surrounded Lin Yu. 1% of blood, how can resist? It's not even right to say 1%, it's not even right to say full blood, even throwing a pure titan into the mix, this would have been a long time ago. Li Yuexin frowned. This, I wouldn't be sure. She said truthfully, and she couldn't figure it out at all, to say that the previous 2 times could still be explained by having some kind of defense props that made sense. After all, Lin Yu did fight for a while and then leave, and at most, the defense props were more powerful. But now, it's been half a day since I've carried it and nothing's happened yet. Even straight into the ultimate. The representative is completely cut off. He's going to empty White Bone Island once and for all. It's beyond cognizance how you think about it. Wang Chenhao rolled his eyes. You don't know about this point, but you still study well day after day, it's not useful at all. Li Yuexin wanted very much to defend herself this time. This kind of thing is no longer explained by common sense, even a college professor may not be able to understand. She felt wronged. But there's nothing to be done about it. Wang Chenhao is an illiterate, completely showman meets soldier cannot reason that kind. Said Wang Chenhao also had to be disdainful. Wang Chenhao thought about it for a while, and really stopped dwelling on it. There's no point in talking more, it's over when Lin Yu can recover. As soon as I can recover. Their chances of leaving the abyss alive were not completely cut off. He just didn't know if Lin Yu alone could kill through the white bone demon dog, he wasn't sure about anything else, but he still knew the strength of those thousands of white bone demons. It's difficult to not only kill, but to kill dry. Wang Chenhao exhaled deeply and looked across the white bone island with his hands behind his back. Li Yuexin, do you think Lin Yu can kill the dry white bone swarm? I'm not sure. Li Yuexin also looked across the room and sighed silently. To her knowledge, no professional of the same level could have done that. Although the strength Lin Yu was currently displaying was already beyond her perception. But it's still not good enough to say, and they're not helping at all. The killings on Whitebone Island continued, and a large group of demon dogs were constantly being thrown up into the sky. It was followed by a hand yanking it down and tearing it to pieces. No demonic dog could stop Lin Yu in his tracks, he was like a god of killing whoever he caught dead or physically destroyed. Again he acted like a madman, not ducking at all and letting the demon dogs tear at him. There was even a maniacal laugh from time to time. Right. That's it, you guys really made my day. Ha ha. It's been a long time since I've felt like this. Continue. Don't stop. I love it. Ha 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 ha. After looking at it for a moment, the two couldn't help but shudder in unison again. Regardless of whether it could be worn or not, but just the strength that Lin Yu is showing now. Just one result has been reached, a completely definite result. Invincible. Cliff Breaker is invincible at the same rank. Strength that crushed white bone devil dogs, agility that spanned 2 islands, and defense that would not die under the siege of countless white bones. Totally sick with the combination of offense and defense. Super pervert. They really couldn't think of anyone who could fight against such a Lin Yu, not even those who could hold up for a single glance they couldn't think of. At least at the moment, they could reach out to even the geniuses who were number 1 on the Central State Academy rankings, and it was estimated that putting them in the past would be a second trip. Not to mention that Lin Yu also has a crazy way of fighting, the strength of a little lesser estimate of the courage to confront cannot be raised. If you can go out and get out, Lin Yu is definitely not to be messed with. Offend no one but Lin Yu. The thought came to both of them in unison. Chapter 106 Guys, it's time to come down. The battle never ends, working from day to night. The hissing of the demon dogs grew weaker and less frequent. Finished. Really kill it all. Wang Chenhao, who witnessed the whole thing, was numb, and he was really numb. It was really a full day of work, and it was hard to slaughter an island of devil dogs. Is this really a human being? Li Yuexin. In the future, you should talk less to Lin Yu, don't offer any advice, whatever he says is what he wants. And there's absolutely no need to ask my young man's opinion about his orders. And also, in the future, go out and don't say Lin Yu is this young brother again, someone asked about it, just say that this young is Lin Yu's little brother, a little bit not overstepping the bounds of the little brother, no? Wang Chenhao immediately instructed Li Yuexin, he was not stupid. Before, I didn't know that it's okay to call Lin Yu a brother, but now. Does he deserve it? He's a tough guy who can kill an island. He couldn't afford it if he made Lin Yu unhappy. It's good enough to be a junior, good enough for him to go out and brag about being awesome. Li Yuexin. It seems like you're the only one who keeps saying you're brothers with people, right? Who else has ever recognized them? I know, young Wang. Wang Chenhao was relieved, while his heart was incomparably excited. He was now fairly certain to make it out of the abyss alive. With this kind of hand, he didn't believe that anything could block it, and how powerful could the abyss be? And being able to get out of the abyss means that he survived completely, and all the clouds of a long period of time dissipated. What could be more enjoyable than a major disaster? If hard to say, there actually is. Waiting to go out and have a drink with friends, then. Wang Chenhao revealed a smile. Immediately afterward, however, he suddenly thought of something else, and his eyes glazed over. Li Yuexin. Let's hurry back to the jungle. Although Li Yuexin was not as thorough as Wang Chenhao in general, her mood had relaxed for the most part. He was paying attention to the opposite battlefield and frowned slightly at the sound.
Back to the jungle? Lin Yu is almost done fighting.
Wang Chenhao said anxiously, "It's just that we have to leave only when the fight is almost over."
Didn't you say that Lin Yu would kill all living things? Won't it be our turn when the devil dogs are finished? But isn't Lin Yu on that island?
It's not good for us to leave just like that.
Say you're stupid, then you don't believe me. You forget how he passed?
Li Yuexin stuttered. Hiss. It was my negligence, thank you, young Wang, for saving my life.
Come on you really should be watched later. White Bone Island. The fighting died down completely.
Under the moonlight, the entire island had been covered in white bone powder, covering the original landform. Lin Yu gradually recovered.
Motherer, that's pretty tough.
Thwarted as well. The moon in the sky was so big that it seemed to reach the top of his head, and he could clearly see the surrounding scenes, and Lin Yu couldn't help but grin. Compared to Blood Demon, he was still too tender. Shield, 314,159 1 million. The shield was knocked down by over 600,000 and was still very strong. Lin Yu realized that the Blood Demon didn't seem to be completely devoid of intelligence. He seemed to be able to distinguish between situations, torturing for a while longer if he had more shields, and exploding at full strength if he ran out of blood. Of course, this is also Lin Yu's guess. He just started that moment with a little bit of consciousness. That would have been when the Blood Demon didn't immediately freak out at being bitten by a demon dog, and didn't dodge even when he could after the fight started. It was reasonable to say that the Blood Demon's battle sense was top-notch. By not ducking, it would prove that he knew about the shield as well. Otherwise he wouldn't have sought death. Lin Yu grinned as he seemed to have unleashed his true nature on the Blood Demon. Any other Berserker Blood Demon wouldn't have this much room to pose, would they? Dipping beans. Yes. After a moment's reprieve, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. At this point he had come to 33 in rank. One day, 4 levels in a row. He didn't even make a move himself. Let's just say that Ultimate Berserk is just strong and the system is just dangling. Level 33, Lin Yu didn't have much of a concept, but with Wang Chenhao and the others, sophomores were just over 30. That's still the best Central State University in all of Daxia. He has traveled another year's worth of other people's journeys in these few short days. Taking advantage of the rest time, Lin Yu skillfully added the newly given attribute points to physique. His physique also saw another boost. Looking at the panel, Lin Yu also revealed a satisfied smile. Upgrading progress is always pleasurable, especially when it's done quickly, more especially hang on for a quick upgrade. Next, it's the Speedway Abyss. The current one island had given Lin Yu so much of a boost, and he was very excited about the later ones. And, once inside the ultimate, that inexplicable longing was very strong, straight to the depths of the island. Lin Yu felt sure there was something that fit his big baby. After resting, Lin Yu got up and looked around without seeing any sign of Wang Chenhao's duo. Pretty smart to know to hide. If the Blood Demon saw them, I'm afraid that even an island away wouldn't be able to save them. White bone dogs don't bleed, preferring humans over blood demons. Lin Yu skimmed his lips and walked towards the forest island. There was no guarantee that there was a floating island in the back that he couldn't jump over, so Li Yuexin still had to use it. Forest Island, deepest part. A very large, sturdy tree. Top. Wang Chenhao hid in the branches of the tree and cowered. Even Li Yuexin, who was on the side, trembled. They all overlooked one thing. How far is Berserker's enemy lock range? Do you just kill the ones in front of you, or do you keep going after them as long as you see them? If it's the former, fine. The latter. They've been watching from the edge of the cliff all day, wondering if they've been blacklisted. Li Yuexin, don't you learn a lot? Give this young man the exact answer. Wang Chenhao eagerly said. He was really panicked. The thought of Lin Yu's appearance during the day he was trembling all over. Hiding this for a while, he felt every now and then that Lin Yu suddenly came up next to him and said to him with a smile, "Found you, oh." Who can understand what he is feeling right now? Li Yuexin had a bitter face. Young Wang, this I really don't know. Wang Chenhao rolled his eyes. You fall off the chain when it comes to critical moments. Just then. Rumble. A great crashing sound rang out from Forest Island. Wang Chenhao shuddered violently. Misty grass, Lin Yu is back. Li Yuexin, go check out the situation. Li Yuexin froze. Me? Nonsense. Who is it if not you? Is it possible for this young man to go himself? Li Yuexin wrinkled her eyebrows, while she admitted that she was panicking at this point as well. Although she thought she wasn't a timid person, but Lin Yu's appearance was just too scary. She would rather give the demon dog pack a bite to death than fall into Lin Yu's hands. Li Yuexin directly made a decision that went against her ancestral teachings. I'm not going. Wang Chenhao froze. Hey? You even dare to disobey my orders now, don't you? I'm going to ask you again, are you going or not? No, beat me to death. Li Yuexin's head shook like a rattle. You're really raising your temper, aren't you? I'll ask you one last time. You go or you don't go. No, go. You have to go. I am determined not to go. Just as the two were pulling away, a voice suddenly came from under the tree. Oi! Gentlemen, it's time to come down. Lin Yu had his hands in his pockets and was speechless. Chapter 107 Sacrifice. Hearing voices. Wang Chenhao immediately shivered. It's the same as playing on your cell phone in high school when the homeroom teacher suddenly stands over your head. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, oh. Wang Chenhao didn't dare to return his head and felt his neck stiffen. Li Yuexin rolled her eyes. Alright Wang Xiao, it's alright, let's go down. How can you be sure it's okay? That's Lin Yu. Li Yuexin was helpless. Do you think to have something this district tree can save us? Have you forgotten what Lin Yu just looked like? Wang Chenhao drifted off. Oh, that's right too, haha. Lin Yu skimmed his lips and twisted his head. The two jumped out of the tree and hurried to follow. Lin Xiao, really thank you, such a dangerous place relies on you alone to contribute, without you we should all be stuck on this forest island. Li Yuexin caught up with Lin Yu sincerely said, now the three people together into the abyss, but the power of only Lin Yu won, they did not help at all. It's okay, I'm getting out of the abyss myself, don't worry about it. Lin Yu faintly said. Li Yuexin's eyes flashed, such a demonic genius was still unassuming, without a hint of arrogance. Maybe that's one aspect of people's success. Anyway, thank you. You saved our lives, no matter if we can get out of the abyss this time or not in the future. If we need you in the future, just ask. After saying that, Li Yuexin pulled Wang Chenhao next to her. Young Wang, say something quickly. Wang Chenhao scowled. There was no way, he was now full of images of the daytime seizures as soon as he got close to Lin Yu. We can't go back to the old days. Brother Lin, oh no, young Lin. I thank you too, you. In the future, you can do whatever you want, my life was saved by you. Lin Yu, it's okay, just don't touch me. Ultimate rampage he never turned off. Wang Chenhao flinched again at his words and hurriedly said, no problem guaranteed. Are you kidding? He wouldn't touch it if he had to. He had also seen that the sign of Lin Yu's madness was being bitten by the white bone demon dog. Inside the quiet forest. Lin Yu was alone in front, and Wang Chenhao Li Yuexin maintained a fairly safe distance to follow. Setting off again, the two had a complete change of heart. Nowadays, Lin Yu's power was visible at a glance, and his mental state was controlled freely. What was once an unfathomable abyss may now be a matter of time before leaving alive. Wang Chenhao even had the presence of mind to appreciate the surrounding scenery. The three of them soon came out of the forest and come to the edge of the cliff. Li Yuexin, you can just take Wang Chenhao over. With a command, Lin Yu leapt once again onto the white bone island. Li Yuexin and the two of them bristled in unison. Despite having already seen it once, it was still shocking that the two floating islands were at least 300 to 400 meters apart. Just leaping right over it, just by being physically fit. Li Yuexin felt that if durability was put aside, Lin Yu could fly better than even she could. I really don't know who the wind mage is. Come on. Wang Chenhao nonchalantly hugged on top of Li Yuexin. He couldn't get through on his own, he could collapse 20 or 30 meters at most. Harness the wind. The hurricane erupted, and Li Yuexin brought Wang Chenhao to White Bone Island as well. White Bone Island. Powder spreads over the earth, and every footstep misses the top of the shoe and splatters dust. You'd be hard-pressed to imagine that these are the ashes of monsters. And it wasn't even the result of a fire mage's strike, but a warrior smashed alive into this. Sensing it up close, the daytime scene couldn't help but come back to mind. The two chills ran straight up. The silver moon is in the sky, and the only sound in the silent White Bone Island is the sound of stepping on snow, one deep and one shallow. Not much longer. Wait! What do you see there? Wang Chenhao screamed as he pointed to the forested island he came from. Lin Yu frowned and looked back, only to see that the entire island began to wither. The originally lush forest withered at an unimaginable speed, as if something else was extracting vitality, and everything was rapidly undergoing the change of seasons, transforming from a vibrant spring to a withering winter. And a gauze-like light surged out, cutting across the sky, passing over their heads and surging into the depths of the abyss. This. Lin Yu was a bit stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a strange sight. It's like something in the deepest part of the island is draining the life out of it. Wait, we have it here too. Wang Chenhao screamed again and pointed at the White Bone Island at his feet. Only to see the White Bone Island bone powder under the flood of light, seems to have a channel of esoteric runes or gradually cohesion. Li Yuexin frowned slightly. This seems to be the power of sacrifice. Sacrifice? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Li Yuexin looked up. Oh Lin Xiao, I just heard about it. It's said that there are some profound abilities that can extract the vitality of some creatures or places to achieve a certain purpose. This one looks a lot like it. But all I've seen before is smoking some creature or a small area. This is the first time I've seen one this big, and I'm not really sure. Li Yuexin was a little shocked. A drawn island, I do not know what to achieve. Totally unlike the power they had access to at this level. Lin Yu glanced and frowned. Obviously, again, this is college knowledge that is a bit over the top for him. But it sounds crooked and fits in with the abyss theme. After thinking about it, Lin Yu twisted his head and left. Set off for the next island. Either way, it's all about getting through the abyss and soldiering on. There's no point in wasting time here. Moreover, this lit-up rune under his feet was not a good thing by any stretch of the imagination, so it was better to leave as early as possible. Li Yuexin frowned and took a step to follow. Sacrifice was a very powerful force, and she had a bad feeling about it. White Bone Island's demon dogs have all been cleaned up. Several people soon reached the cliffs of the next island. Across the cliff is another large floating island. This time, there were no longer low-level demonic dogs all over the place, and only several large demonic dogs were roaming around up there. But all of them are bosses. Boneflame Demon Dog King Bronze Boss. Rank, LV 35 Second Order. Life, 23,800. Power, 2,514. Agility, 2,432. Body mass, 2,380. Spirit, 999. Bone Spirit Evil Fire, sprays Bone Spirit Fire at the target, dealing 100% strength and 100% spirit damage. Attributes were nearly tripled compared to ordinary demon dogs. And it comes with a skill that deals damage to spirits. Wang Chenhao gulped. The attributes were several times higher than his, and there were so many more. Lin Xiao, look. Wang Chenhao squeezed out a smile at Lin Yu. Any higher than that would definitely not be able to defeat Lin Yu. A ruthless man who can survive thousands of demon dogs, a few bosses in the area are still not a handful. Lin Yu didn't reply. It exploded right off the cliff. No wonder there are no bosses in White Bone Island, so they're all hidden here. Experience babies. I'm coming. Chapter 108, I hit the door, don't you show it? Kill the Boneflame Demon Dog King, experience plus 30,524. Kill the Boneflame Demon Dog King, experience plus 30,524. Kill the Boneflame Demon Dog King, experience plus 30,524. Lin Yu, for the first time to experience boss experience with small monsters so plus, can only say that the abyss is simply his cave. And although the Boneflame King's attributes were much higher, the number was small. Completely without giving the Blood Devil room to ask, Lin Yu hacked himself up and properly experienced the powerful attributes of the ultimate Berserker. Also, the lack of dismemberment links improves the overall speed by a large margin. Less than half an hour. The battle for Boss Island is then over. Lin Yu's level, once again, skyrocketed by 2 levels. A jump of 35. To be honest, Lin Yu is a little dreamy. This damn rise is also a little too fast. He didn't even feel grounded anymore, didn't have that feeling of putting one foot in front of the other. Just one thing, he now goes out on his own and has no idea where to upgrade, completely confused about his class already. And the journey into the abyss isn't over yet. At this rate, he's not going to start the school year directly above the teacher's grade, is he? How can the teacher teach him then? Of course, that's just to think that from 30 to 35, he's gone through 2 more compressions of experience. It's actually become very difficult, except that the 2 island monsters do have a lot of experience. Lin Yu estimated that he wouldn't be able to reach 40 when he finally went out of the abyss. You definitely can't overtake a school teacher if you're at level 40. Wang Chenhao is now all level 37. Lin Yu returns to the cliff. Oi! You can come over. On the opposite side, Wang Chenhao stalled. Okay. Mr. Lin, you've worked hard. That's tough. So many bosses in half an hour. Despite having expected it, still hit his nerves again. The more powerful the better, though, and now it's a matter of time before it's completely out of the abyss. Wang Chenhao carried Li Yuexin's license plate special plane to Boss Island very quickly. As soon as they hit the ground. Buzz. The original White Bone Island resounded with a roar, and the light shone brightly. It seemed like a superb formation had been triggered, and the white bone powder all over the ground began to dissolve, again turning into a band of light flowing into the depths of the abyss. White Bone Island was also sacrificed. Li Yuexin frowned. What kind of power could sacrifice two islands one after another? And what, exactly, are the rules of sacrifice? So powerful that it must have been difficult to bear if they were included in it. Is it triggered by time? Li Yuexin was a little uneasy. Lin Yu didn't say anything and continued to the next island. Whatever it is, it's definitely better to get through it as early as possible. The inexplicable longing in him was getting stronger too. The next island should be the abyssal aboriginal monsters. Lim Yu pondered as he walked. Normally speaking, the abyss is a separate space with its own swarm of evil demons. They thrive on external nutrients. The entire barren land should be the result of being sucked up, demonic beasts demonized and turned into white bones. For the moment, Lin Yu had probably smoothed that out as well. Anyway, whether it's a regular white bone dog or a flaming boss, it's an alien species. And it's all sustenance. Now that he's finished clearing out the white bone swarm, the next step should be the original evil demons. It could also be the last island. Lin Yu didn't wait for the duo and quickly arrived at the other side of the cliffs of the boss island. As soon as he stepped out of the forest, the world in front of him suddenly changed drastically, and the entire heaven and earth suddenly darkened. The original bright moonlight was obscured by a huge island of. The island is so high that you can't see what's up there. Lin Yu was looking directly at the rocky underbelly of the island, all of which was made up of maroon-colored rocks, not seeing its width at a glance. Gotta use Li Yuexin again. Lin Yu looked twice and decisively turned off blood-eating, pulling his blood back to stage 3. He couldn't jump up this high, he couldn't even see the top. There wasn't much information to be gathered at the moment, so Lin Yu waited in place. The mood, too, was fairly light. Anyone with a clear eye can see that this island is much more majestic than the previous one, which probably means that the strength is also stronger. But he's got a million shields now, so there's really nothing to worry about. The abyss was also divided into levels, and the abyss that could pull him and Lin Yu expected that nothing that could pose a threat to him would appear. After waiting for a while, the Li Yuexin duo arrived. The two of them changed color at the sight of the huge island and became even more grave. Lin Yu didn't dilly-dally. Li Yuexin, take me up. Li Yuexin froze. Up? Do I take you? Lin Yu bristled. It's okay to touch me now. Oh. Lin Xiao, you have to be careful. Before taking off, Wang Chenhao was uneasy. This time he did not see the situation. This big island is obviously not ordinary. He is still a little worried. Lin Yu, aha. Specialized planes are taking off. The two men climbed ever higher along the brown rocks of. In a few moments, the eyes opened up. The entire ground plane was entirely paved with crimson crystals, which could not be seen at a glance and was extremely flat, emitting an eerie glow under the moonlight. Above the ground, there are countless sculptures, looking 2 meters high. The body is human-like, but the head is oddly shaped like a bird-like man. With huge wings on their backs and spears in their hands, they stood like guards on the ground. In the entire space, it was extremely quiet, without a single movement. All the sculptures are also peaceful and quiet. You can go back after you let go of me later. Lin Yu surveyed the environment for a while and instructed Li Yuexin. He reckoned that the sculptures would be the monsters, and by normal logic they would wake up and attack him as soon as he went down. This was Lin Yu's judgment from playing the game in his previous life. Of course, whether he goes down there or not, surely he's going to get into the ultimate. Lest you tear it up for Li Yuexin. Good, then be careful, young Lin, call out to me if you need to, I'll be standing guard down there. Li Yuexin frowned. He could also tell that this seemed to be the abyssal lair, and so many sculptures made him uneasy. But she also knew she couldn't help by keeping it. Li Yuexin let go of her two-handed dog and it swooped straight down and was gone in an instant. If you want to help, you'll be in trouble if you're too late. Lin Yu. Thud. Lin Yu crashed to the ground, and the scarlet crystal ground suddenly made a clear sound that kept echoing. However, the sculpture remained impassive, standing still, and the world remained quiet. Lin Yu glanced at his eyebrows without giving it much thought. Advance while downvoting your life value. Soon he once again entered the ultimate frenzy, blazing power surging through his entire body. Lin Yu also came to a sculpture. The sculpture is just like a normal sculpture, made of stone all over. There were only faint trails of blood on his body, which seemed to be transmitted by the crystals on the ground. Isn't it weird? Lin Yu thought about it and threw an appraisal spell over. Identification failure. Appraisal. If you come across something that isn't a living thing, you won't get a message back. Failure would mean that it's either overranked or blocked. But invariably he must be a creature. Lin Yu frowned even more. Hey, buddy. I hit the door, don't you show it? Chapter 109. The monster didn't attack at all, and it was the first time Lin Yu had encountered such a situation. Slumber? It's not right either, is it? Some monsters would go into a state of slumber, especially sculpture types, and Lin Yu could probably guess that. But it's normal to say that sleeping monsters will wake up if there's a foreign invasion. Besides, this was supposed to be the most scandalous abyss, so it was unlikely that it would be possible to fall asleep and die in a single sleep. It wouldn't be called the abyss, it would be called the experience baby blessing ground. So should I cut, or should I go deeper? Lin Yu is in a tangle. If he cuts, he is afraid that people would have slept well when he cuts to live, wasting time. If he didn't cut it, he was afraid that going straight in would be some sort of trap that would just give him a big wave. Think about it for a moment. Forget it. I'll cut one first and see what happens. Lin Yu felt that the chances of the monster sleeping to death were not high, it was an abyss after all. 80% of it is just for him to hold it in. It's better to break through bit by bit for insurance. The said not to say, the level is high to kill the monster is not like before dry reckless, the art of war are given him the whole on. Can't guarantee there'll be more sick ones later. Lin Yu silently spat, looking for the outermost sculpture that. Swish. To the Zhang brought over a red aura, the sculpture came a trace of resistance, but not much, and cut into the inside seems to become flesh and blood again, instantly be everything into two. Plop. The top half of the sculpture smashed down and rolled twice on the crystal floor. Around them, there was still no movement. Nothing more than the crunching sound of the sculpture rolling. Really just sleep it off? Lin Yu's doubts had just risen when what made him even more puzzled came. Kill LV40 Bloodwing Guard, experience +0. Add 0 for experience. How is that possible? Lin Yu froze, any monster would add experience, it didn't matter if you were sleeping or endangered, as long as you killed it, it would definitely go up. But where there is a hint, it means it must be a creature, no exceptions. It's still a level 40 monster, and there's no suggestion that the level is too low to give it away. It's that evil? Swish swish. Lin Yu chopped down 2 more statues in a row, resulting in the same experience being added 0. Awesome. Lin Yu is considered completely convinced, and does not care. Directly striding towards the depths. If you can't figure it out, you can't think about it, and even if it's weird his shield is still solid. No one cared that he was just right and just found an exit and slipped away. There were sculptures every few meters on the blood crystal floor, and there were an awful lot of them. They stayed in the same position, arching over something. Likewise, there had been no one who had come out to attack Lin Yu. The whole world was just the sound of Lin Yu's footsteps. Lin Yu also didn't care, burying his head was advancing. Every now and then, he hacks away at 2 statues, but again, not much to show for it. After walking for some time, the sculpture group appeared differently. It's not really different, it's just taller. Originally they were probably all about 2 meters, the new ones that have appeared could probably be a couple of meters and a half. Not a lot of growth, but still a bit of a crane and a neat group of sculptures. Lin Yu walked up to a tall sculpture and cut it off with another slash flush. Kill LV42 Bloodwing Guard Leader, experience +0. The captains of the escorts are here, and the experience is still 0. Lin Yu skimmed his lips and continued to set off. This time he quickened his pace, and without stopping. The whole island was so big he couldn't even see the edge of it now. Only the blood-red crystal floor cast a reflection like water waves in the moonlight. Should I say no, the ground is still a bit slippery? As Lin Yu advances, the sculptures continue to grow in variety and size. From ordinary guards, to captains of the guards, to what's left wing, to right wing, to commanders, it's like a whole planned community. Enough to prove that this is indeed the lair of this abyssal monster, and that it is indeed very powerful. The numbers are large, planned, and of a high enough level to exterminate any alien professional. I just don't know why none of them are attacking Lin Yu. And it doesn't give experience for killing it. Lin Yu went full speed ahead, with all of his ultimate berserker speed bursting out. Flickering through the group of sculptures, he pulled out an extremely fast stump. The world is silent. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Yu felt like he had passed through at least 10,000 sculptures. At last we see the end of the island. A huge statue stood on the ground, its hands resting on a huge sword, its wings gathered behind it on both shoulders, looking at a height of 7 or 8 meters, the top of the sky, like the last guardian of the abyss. To the left and right of him, there was also a neat row of sculptures standing in the same shape, just shorter in size, about 4 or 5 meters. Is this the final boss? Lin Yu came to the feet of the largest sculpture in the center. He was not even big enough to reach the sculpture's knees and looked very small. Whoa! Lin Yu just wanted to try to hack this boss to death if it was useful or not, but suddenly the sound of clattering water came to his ears. It seems to be coming from behind the boss. Finally hearing some movement most of the day, Lin Yu rushed around the boss to investigate. The back of the boss is the edge of the island of blood crystals. Lin Yu just came over and his entire body froze. Across the cliff, there is still a floating island. Very small though, one glance at the whole thing. Instead, there were no monsters above the island, no plants, just blood flowing all over the place. Scarlet blood churned like an ocean, and there was also a ring of towering stone pillars around the island, with Inhong's runes flashing on them, arcane and bizarre. Below the island, there were several other bands of light connecting it from afar, as if they were energizing it. The overall look was more like a blood sea altar than an island. The thick gore hit his face, and Lin Yu couldn't help but gulp. It was a scene that even he felt creepy and so much blood. I don't know how many creatures had to be sucked up to make it all come together. And this altar, what's it for? The band of light below Lin Yu also recognized the nutrients that had been pumped out of the previous few islands. Exhausting the energy extracted from several island upgrades, again with as much blood as the sea, and countless demons guarding the. It's a little scary how you think about it. Knock knock. Knock knock. Lin Yu's heartbeat kept accelerating, not by fear. He'd discovered it, the source of that inexplicable longing he'd been feeling. What could it be? Lin Yu was a little apprehensive. The scene was so weird that he was still a little afraid to go over there for a while. Was hesitating. A sudden wave of intense desire washed over his consciousness. Ah, wonderful breath. This seed is back once again then. Lin Yu's eyes were scarlet. Leap and jump straight up to the island. In the meantime, biological intrusion detected. Identity being verified. The great blood god, welcome. The corners of the blood demon's mouth rose as he took a step onto the altar. Turn on the second turn of the pole. As you wish. Chapter 110. Congratulations to Lord Blood God for stepping into the extreme transformation. The second turn of the pole position is officially opened. This second turn, Extreme Bloodwing. Boom. The Blood Sea altar violently erupted with heavenly blood light, huge energy fluctuations roared, the entire island began to tremble, and the calm Blood Sea began to churn and become boiling. In an instant, it completely erupted, and the sea of blood bucked the current of the great waves rushing about, forming a picture of a sea of blood like a tidal surge. In the meantime, the island of the first forest, which was withering away, suddenly intensified. All the grass and trees instantly turned into ashes, and thousands of trees died in an instant, condensing a huge pillar of green light that ran through the sky and shot straight into the Blood Sea Island. Life essence fused. In the roiling blood light, channels of green light were incorporated, causing the originally tyrannical breath to become calm and tough. Following. On the second island, crisscrossing runes had appeared, suddenly erupting into heavenly flare. The white bone powder of the entire island trembled, melted, coalesced, and forming a huge column of Mori white light, it shot into the Blood Sea Island once again. The white bone spirit has been fused. Immediately following the third island, countless bosses turned into ashes. On the fourth island, the entire ground paved with blood crystals cracked inch by inch, and on the fifth island, the sea of blood reversed its course and rose up into the sky. Together, they surged into the altar in the center, forming a violent and unparalleled energy that swept through the heavens and earth like a tornado. The entire abyss, the entire heaven and earth began to tremble. What's happening? On the third island, Wang Chenhao's eyes were filled with horror. At this time, he only felt as if the world was going to be destroyed. The stormy winds whistled, and the sky shook. Most of all, his life value was dropping rapidly. It was as if something was draining the life out of him. Young Wang. It's a sacrifice. We've been included in the sacrifice targets too. Li Yuexin shouted as she struggled to control her body in the wind. Her hunch all along was not wrong, it was the power of sacrifice. Not only Forest Island and White Bone Island, but the entire abyss was being sacrificed. Just what kind of being is going to suck the power out of the entire abyss? Young Wang. Let's go up, to the topmost island. Li Yuexin made an instant decision and grabbed Wang Chenhao and flew upwards. The power of the sacrifice they could not resist. The only hope now is to look to the core of the abyss. The gusty energy slapped at her body, and Li Yuexin climbed upwards like a flatboat in the sea. Life was falling fast, but Li Yuexin's gaze was resolute. She can't die. She still has her father to take care of. She was determined not to die. Wang Chenhao looked at Li Yuexin's face and suddenly fell into a stupor. Li Yuexin, thank you. Little by little, the two finally broke out of the third island and the power of the sacrifice that enveloped his body suddenly dissipated. Before the two could breathe a sigh of relief, they froze on the spot in unison. Before their eyes, a scene appeared that they would never forget. In the sky, a blood-colored dragon scroll rushed and tumbled through heaven and earth. In the air, countless blood-colored broken crystals swept toward it, and the entire world shone. On the ground, countless sculptures cracked inch by inch, and thousands of evil demons emerged. As soon as they appeared, they all turned towards the dragon scroll, holding their spears and shaking the ground. We congratulate Lord Blood God on his return. We congratulate Lord Blood God on his return. We congratulate Lord Blood God on his return. Thousands of solemn voices were neatly harmonized, shocking, and resounding in the sky. In the midst of all the congratulatory sounds, a blood shadow came out of the blood-colored dragon scroll. The blood shadow was wrapped in huge blood wings and rose a little, eventually hovering in the sky, reflecting the bright moon. This moment, the world has gone quiet. All energy fluctuations disappeared, the roiling blood crystals came to a standstill, and the thousands of evil demons were silent. I don't know how much time has passed. Ha! A soft laugh emanated from the blood wings, first slight, gradually brightening, and then completely maniacal. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Boom! Huge blood wings opened up in laughter, and all anyone could see was a pair of eyes that were scarlet to the core. Immediately after that was the rain of blood that filled the sky, an endless and unending rain of blood that completely erupted. It took over the entire world. We greet Lord Blood God. Congratulations to Lord Blood God for stepping into the extreme transformation. We greet Lord Blood God. Congratulations to Lord Blood God for stepping into the extreme transformation. We greet Lord Blood God. Congratulations to Lord Blood God for stepping into the extreme transformation. The thousands of winged devils all bowed their heads in submission as they met the rain of blood, and solemn voices resounded through the sky, constantly echoing. Wang Chenhao, little folk see Lord Blood God. Congratulations to Lord Blood God for stepping into the extreme transformation. Li Yuexin, see. For my youngest daughter. After the rain of blood disappeared, everything calmed down. The tornado ceased, the sacrifice ceased. On the Blood Sea Island, the rushing sea of blood all evaporated, revealing the ancient and simple altar below. Congratulations on reaching the second turn of the pole position, Pole Blood Wing. Occupational advancement, Prison Blood Demon Warfare. Lin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Surveying the surroundings for a moment, followed closely by the Blood Demon, I'm such a knockout horse. Lin Yu was really speechless and felt like he was holding a big evil fire in his chest. Turn 2. The first career advancement in his life was so taken up by the Blood Demon. He didn't experience a thing. Hang upgrading is just, the second turn are not for him to play as it. You're just turtling up and painting a picture, you know. I day you ***Bs. You are so you percent hashtag at hashtag at. It took half an hour of cursing before Lin Yu calmed down. Ultimately, I chose not to pursue it. I can't help it. We're all on the same side. For another, it's useless for him to count on it after all the spinning, and he's a big-hearted man. As for the matter of the just blood demon suddenly losing control of the hatchet, Lin Yu wasn't worried. After this second turn, he learned a little more about his profession. First, the blood demon is not his own epileptic side, but a seemingly separate, non-separate consciousness. Blood God will. That's right, the true God who controls the blood, the supreme ruler of all bloodlines. It was the one that fought in Lin Yu's place after every berserking. As to why it appears to be independent, not independent. Hidden berserkers, the very end of evolution. It's the blood god. Everyone who turns to hidden berserkers receives the will of the blood god, or you are a future blood god when the rules recognize it. And the will of the blood god, it doesn't mean the will of some awesome bigot either. It is the power of the origin of simple blood. It is the possession of the supreme instinct, which then merges with you, that makes up the ideology. So the blood demon is, in fact, him. If you forcefully understand it, it's him in the future after he becomes a blood god. As for the epileptic appearance, it was merely that the blood essence itself was too violent, and the current him was unable to manage it. So it unfolds in the most primitive form of craving for blood. To summarize, the blood god's will is just a tool. It's up to him to determine the form of expression. The stronger he is, the better his control will be. Right now, for example, Lin Yu feels like he's currently re-entering Ultimate. I don't think it'll be a simple seizure. I think it'll have to be a little bit of sanity. Transform into a look out of the corner of your eye. Also, the reason why the monsters outside weren't attacking him was sort of figured out. Those winged demons, they're all pure bloodline demonic beasts. He's the blood god. Born to be their supreme master. Lin Yu could let them die on a single call right now. Not adding experience for the same reason that it's a rule revealed that kills between the same race don't give experience, just like humans don't get experience for killing each other. So, Lin Yu was thinking about a problem. Did he lose or gain money? Loss of words, after all, so many more little brothers, or loyal and absolutely no second thoughts, and the future of any encountered pure-blooded demon, are like this. If you earn it, damn after all, the experience is gone. He had previously said that this abyssal jump was too fast for him to get used to, but well, all of a sudden, not a single hair was left on his head. Some of them are hard to get. Forget it. Better read the panel first. Lin Yu chose not to dwell on it any longer and twisted his head to open the panel that. The excitement on his face was hard to hide. This time, his pole position second turning was not an ordinary harvest. Chapter 111 Pole position second turn, like a tiger adding wings. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, prison blood demon warfare hidden. Rank, LV 36 5.20%. Life, 6000. Shield, 1000k. Power, 600. Agility, 600 plus 120. Body mass, 600. Spirit, 300. Freedom attributes, 0. Passive celebration of blood second level, plus 2 to strength and agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive blood rage second level. Life drops to 50% to enter first level berserk, strength and agility increase by 80%. Life drops to 30% to enter second stage berserk, strength and agility increase by 150%. Life drops to 10% going into a third order berserk, strength and agility increase by 800. Life drops to 1% entering the ultimate berserk, strength and agility increase by 3000%, ignoring all controls. Note, this stage is risky, use with caution. Blood-eating second stage LV1, you will no longer receive any life recovery while the skill is on, and will automatically recover 20 points per second off. Active release, 1 life drop every 0.01 seconds. You will not die from this skill, minimum 1 life drop. Mountain Crushing Strike second stage, leap up and slam into the ground in front of you, dealing 150 life damage to enemies in a range of 1 meter, consumption, 100 life points. First Order Berserk, deals 200% strength damage. Second Order Berserk, deals 300% strength damage, range increased to 3 meters. Third Order Berserk, deals 800% strength damage, range increased to 10 meters. Ultimate Berserk deals 3000% strength damage, range increased to 50 meters, and inflicts a knockout effect on all enemies. Berserk combat will cause you to gradually lose yourself and turn into a violent killing machine. Current progress 0%. Blood gods will, you need to gradually control the power of the blood origin to become a true blood god. Current progress 10%. Extreme blood wings, your life form changes, gaining the ability to fly, base agility attribute increased by 20%. Blood wings can suck enemy blood to gain recharge, 1% per 10,000 life, up to 100% storage. Recharge provides different effects. Blood tone, agility attribute is increased by 100% and consumes 1% recharge per second. Blood plume instantly empties all charges and sprinkles blood plume arrows irregularly in a radius of 1000 meters, dealing 10% power damage every 0.1 seconds for a total of 3 seconds for up to 300% power damage. Can only be released when fully charged. A second turn made Lin Yu's entire person change radically. First, it's the 4 basic attributes that all skyrocket. His original strength and sensitivity was less than a 300, and his physique was only 400 at the beginning. This time all of them rose to 600. Doubled in front of the whole 30 levels. The highest attribute of a normal ordinary professional after the second turn was only 4 or 500, while he was fully upgraded and surpassed in all aspects. Of course, the fact that it could go up so much was also mainly due to the fact that he had absorbed so much energy, it was hard not to go up. Secondly, both of the 2 most prominent passives also see advancement. Passive skill, boosted once per turn. This time he also finally elevated. Celebration of Blood has gone from 10 for 1, up to 10 for 2. Blood Berserk, on the other hand, was an all-around increase. 500% to 800% at the 3rd stage, and the ultimate was straight up to 3000%. Honestly, he was numerically horrible enough as it was, now he's purely a numerical monster. With the combination of the 2, he would have to crush all the professionals of the same level without any equipment or skills. Not to mention, he has skills. It's still an exclusive skill. After the second turn of the Bash Mountain Strike also ushered in the advancement, the attributes of all-round improvement, especially the maximum range, has increased significantly, directly from 20 meters to 50 meters. Paired with the value of Ultimate Berserk, it's unimaginable, and truly becomes a sky crash chop. Even if the 3rd rank had gone up to 10 meters, this would definitely be his ranged divine skill later on. The other one, Blood Eater, who had always been with him, had also changed qualitatively. Life restoration notwithstanding, blood pressure has been changed from a gradual rise to a little bit of 0.01 seconds. This change can be very critical. All the skills of Berserkers by are going to consume life value. You'll be able to do precise blood pressure now, unlike before when it was 1 once you got into the ultimate. Immediately following the berserking progress, Blood God will. Lin Yu now also counted on completely understanding that the 2 were not the same thing at all. Berserking is a professional trait, a completely awful professional trait, progressively more violent and progressively crazier whenever you fight. This one is its own insanity, and after progressing high you become a madman, no different from the regular madman. The panel now also shows that he has been protected by the system, and the berserking is straight up 0%, which is very reassuring. As for the Blood God's will, it's the complete opposite of berserking, and as he said before, this one is an unconscious, high-end tool, except that his properties affect your own. By turning on Ultimate Rampage you're unlocking access to this tool. All you need to do is to get stronger step by step, take complete control of it and stop being disturbed by him. At this point, Lin Yu has a long way to go. After all, Bloodborne, he's only where he's at, and the 10% on the panel speaks for itself. Lin Yu estimated that before his second turn it was estimated to be 0%. Saisha flowed towards also just giving him room for restraint, but madness was still just as brainless. As for the ultimate berserk that the old guy who posted at the very beginning said was what berserk madness ended up being, Lin Yu guessed that the old man hadn't figured it out either, and couldn't even recognize himself with his berserking frenzy. In fact, just from the looks of it, being affected by the blood god's will and berserkers after going insane did look quite similar. Finally, it's just really the biggest boost, the extreme blood wing. Other people's second turn most powerful living a new talent, he directly changed the life form. You know, in this world, the life form is the most unlikely to change, should not be able to fly to level 80 cannot fly, the most is to bounce far away. And he's also a berserker with an unbelievably terrifying outburst. The only downside that falls into the category of being outright erased. Not to mention, Bloodwing's attributes were very powerful. Resident 20% base agility boost, 20% doesn't look like much, but with Berserk doubling it's not a little bit. And 2 very adaptable skills that. A burst of speed again with a 100% speed boost, chase and escape is strictly optional. A large area clearing, 1000 meter radius outbreak of blood plume, 300% power damage, this is a true mass killing artifact, a true bio-destruction machine. Most of all that was consumed was Bloodwing's own recharge. Lin Yu's biggest problem at the moment is that he can't release skills when he presses down on his blood, and this trait completely solves the worry. Though the bright needed to recharge it might be a bit large, with 10,000 drops of blood going up by 1%, and 1 million drops of blood needed to fill it up. At this stage the monster is only a few thousand blood, the equivalent of having to kill it himself. But invariably, the monsters he would face later would get stronger and stronger, and it wasn't a problem. In conclusion, Polar Bloodwing released to him now. It can be said to be truly like a tiger with wings. From then on, his enemies, up to heaven and down to earth, will never live again. Pole position 2 turns. Awesome. Chapter 112. What are you doing? It's time to go out. Who? Lin Yu breathed a long sigh of relief, and was quite satisfied with this second turn of the pole position. Even a sense of trance rose again, and he again couldn't figure out just how strong he was now again. I can't help it. The main thing is that it's just too fast. His classmates are still hovering around level 10, and he's on the front lines and in the abyss, and now he's added the pole position second turn. Looks like I'll have to brush up on my knowledge later. He is now like a budding newcomer being imbued with the divine power of a big brother, not knowing himself and not judging the enemy, and being blind in both eyes. Lin Yu silently planned. Of course now the primary purpose is still to leave the abyss. The abyss now there is nothing worth paying attention to, no experience and no treasures, all for him to take finished. The exit of the abyss was still unclear to him, but it didn't matter, the winged demons were all under him, and getting out was just a matter of words. Swish! A pair of wings opened up from behind Lin Yu, the wings as a whole were dark red, the roots of the feathers flickered with streams of light, looking quite oppressive. This, then, was Lin Yu's extreme blood wings. It can also be stowed away, so it is very convenient to open it up when you use it and hide it inside your body when you are not using it. It doesn't make him a freak. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth hooked up, and his blood wings flapped, instantly bringing him to the sky. Immediately afterward, though, it turned straight down again and planted itself straight toward the ground. Oi 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 oi. Slow down, slow down. Flying for the first time, Lin Yu obviously had little experience and needed more practice. On the 4th island, there was silence. Countless winged devils knelt on one knee facing the direction of Blood Island, not moving a muscle. The far side of the island. Wang Chenhao had been standing here for a long time, and he was afraid to move. Not to mention the shocking whatsoever Blood God Lord just now, it was the countless winged devils in front of him that he didn't dare to mess with a single one of them. All of them were at least level 40 or above, and they were all elite monsters. Among them can be seen the more advanced ones. He was genuinely afraid that if he moved even slightly, he would immediately be torn apart. God damn it, he felt that his life was bitter to the extreme, first it was the abyss, then the sacrifice, and now the whole winged devil army, and Lin Yu didn't know where to go. How the hell is this supposed to live? After thinking about it, Wang Chenhao moved to the side, with Li Yuexin beside him. Why do you need to move it? He's on his knees. Well, he had been kneeling since whatever blood god came out just now, after all, people were kneeling, so he dared even less to make a move. Li Yuexin, what should we do now? Wang Chenhao pressed his voice, he didn't know if he should go or how. These winged demon armies were obviously just waiting for that whatever blood god to come out, and reasonably he should have slipped out of the way. But he was still afraid of being torn apart immediately at the first sign of movement. Li Yuexin, who was also kneeling, sniffed and thought for a moment. Xiao Wang, I don't think I can leave. Oh? How? First of all, these winged devils are demons of the abyss, they must be extremely violent, right now they are waiting for that blood god may not have the time to pay attention to us, and we are under our noses, but if we make a move, it's hard to say. Wang Chenhao nodded, this he knew. Li Yuexin continued, secondly, even if we leave, we won't be able to find a way out of the abyss, as you saw when we came here, there is no path at all, so us leaving is equivalent to death. It's better to be here still in case there's a way out of the abyss. Most importantly, Lin Yu still doesn't know where he is, if he's alive we might be able to help a little bit as well, Lin Yu helped us so much we surely can't renege on our promise. Wang Chenhao shook his head and recognized it as well. No matter what, this time Lin knew he was determined not to be inactive. The spine is breaking. So what's your plan? Li Yuexin, wait and see what happens. Elaborate. Just stay on your knees. The words were rough, and now we could only wait for that whatever blood god to come out before making plans. Wang Shenhao could also understand. However, he looked up at the thousands of blood demons in front of him and couldn't help but gulp again. If the light subordinates were this strong, then how outrageous must the blood god all be? It always feels like 9 deaths, 10 deaths. Li Yuexin's eyes also flickered more than once. Heavily surrounded, Lin Yu is nowhere to be found. The most desperate moment of her life was this moment that. We have met Lord Blood God. We have met Lord Blood God. We have met Lord Blood God. Just then, there was a sudden, earth-shattering noise from the front. The two hurriedly looked up, but unfortunately the distance was too great to see anything. Ahead. Lin Yu finally returned above the square. Well, he was practicing flying for half a day before he came back so as not to be embarrassed. The blood wings spread out, and Lin Yu hovered in the air. At his feet was the largest of the winged demon lords, who was at that moment kneeling on one knee and. On either side of him, there were 12 commanders, lined up in a row, and no one dared to look up. These, then, are the strongest combatants in the entire abyss. The lord in the center is a level 50 gold boss and the rest are level 45 silver bosses. Lin Yu was a bit dazed and. The battle was enough to exterminate any intruder, and now it was under him. Becoming the same kind as the abyssal demon was also outrageous enough. Lin Yu exhaled. Open the gates of the abyss. The central winged demon lord didn't raise his head and clasped his hands. Is Lord Blood God going out to exterminate the humans? We pledge to follow to the death. When the lord opens his mouth, the right and left commanders follow. Exterminate the humans. We swear to follow Lord Blood God to the death. Immediately afterward, there were the cries of the thousands of winged demons below. Exterminate the humans. We swear to follow Lord Blood God to the death. Exterminate the humans. We swear to follow Lord Blood God to the death. Exterminate the humans. We swear to follow Lord Blood God to the death. Lin Yu. Rather forgetting that the mission of the abyssal evil demon is to suck up nutrients and then go out to wreak havoc on the earth. No, you guys continue to recuperate here, this seat goes out and has its own business to attend to. The winged demon lord did not have any hesitation, subordinate obeys. In the face of the blood god, all they had to do was to obey orders without any doubt. Just then, a winged demon flew in from behind and dropped to one knee. Lord Blood God, my subordinates have found 2 humans, currently at the back of the island, please show me what to do. Leave it to me, you guys open the abyssal gate. Naturally, Lin Yu didn't forget that there were 2 other tools of the trade. But it should be said that the 2 were really lucky that so many winged demons didn't touch them. With that said, the bloody wings spread out and Lin Yu then flew towards the back. The crowd of winged demons in place once again clasped their fists. We will follow your orders. Back of the island. Wang Shenhao was getting more and more anxious. Li Yuexin, what now? They said they're going out to hang the humans. Are we still not acting? Li Yuexin's face paled, strangling the humans, fearing that they would be the first to be dealt with. Wang Xiao. Let's fight. There is no way back but to let go. Desperate? Wang Shenhao gritted his teeth, good. Fight to the death. There's no way to live anyway. I'll be a good man again in 18 years. The 2 men looked at each other and nodded heavily. I'll fight you all. I won't live. Hurricane force. Just then, a dark shadow covered their heads. Oi! What are you doing? It's time to go out. Lin Yu floated in midair, his face full of speechlessness. Chapter 113 Uncle 2, what are you doing? The Baron lands. Abyssal Garrison Regiment. A team of soldiers would surround the abyssal rift tightly with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, their faces solemn. The abyss is the most dangerous fey of the Great Summer, and any evil demon that comes out of it is invariably powerful and violent. There is no room for sloppiness. In the foremost circle of soldiers, there stood a round-faced middle-aged man wearing soldier battle armor and holding a spear. His name is Wang Daiyou. He was originally the deputy commander of the Jiangbei military region. Temporarily dismissed for messing with Li Jingchuan. Now it's the big head soldier, holding down the abyss with everyone else. Wang Dao's eyes reddened as he looked at the twisted crack in front of him. It's been 3 days, and his poor nephew is afraid that it's not already. 3 days ago, when he received a call from Tang Yuxian, he only felt that the sky had collapsed. I did not expect that Lin Yu was actually Li Jingxuan's people. His hard work to climb the position for many years is afraid of not keeping. But when it came to it, these things he thought no more of. His precious nephew, to his surprise, was swept into the abyss. His elder brother died early, leaving him with only one child. It was that no higher military position was as important as a hair on his nephew's head. He really wanted to rush into the abyss countless times, even if he had to trade his old bones for his nephew's life. Too bad he couldn't get in. Howard, are you in pain? Are you scared? Have you been reunited with your big brother? No. You can come out, there's still Lin Yu. Lin Yu can definitely bring you out. The abyss has a history of 10 deaths and very few have made it out, and he knows all of this. But he couldn't give up hope. Lin Yu was the bowstring that had held him up until now. Lin Yu could gain so many points on his own, Lin Yu must be able to. Wang Dao wiped the tears from his eyes, his gaze firm. The soldier on the side couldn't help but frown. Standing guard with the chief was quite a marvelous experience. Especially since this chief is still crying every day. Captain Tang. Captain Tang. Just then, the soldiers in the back row moved out of the way, and a tall woman approached. It was Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian is wearing a tight-fitting crystal armor today, tied in a high ponytail, sharp and heroic. Passing through the line of soldiers, Tang Yuxian walked to the very front and looked into the abyssal rift. How's it going? A soldier stepped forward, back to the headmaster. The abyss is currently not abnormal, it should still be dormant. Most normal abysses take a short period of time from appearance to eruption, and they have to suck up nutrients to grow. Tang Yuxian nodded. He also looked at Wang Dao, whose eyes were red on the side. Couldn't help but sigh. Wang Dao was sad for his nephew, and why wouldn't she feel sorry for Lin Yu? A natural talent, a genius who could help the country, just gone. But things change, and there's nothing anyone can do but accept it. Wang Dao, stop crying and pay attention to your image. Tang Yuxian reminded, hard to be hard, in the front line to put on this appearance counts, so many soldiers watching it, or a city head. Wang Dao's eyes glared, I don't want an image, I want my nephew. Tang Yuxian. Wang Dao has become a rolling stone since he found out about his nephew's accident, and he won't listen to anything he says. For the sake of your relative's accident, I won't take it up with you this time, but if there's a next time, you'll be dealt with by military rules. Do with it what you will, I'm not the chief anymore anyway, I don't care, I want my nephew. Tang Yuxian eventually chose not to bother with Wang Dao, skimming her lips and turning to the other side of the soldier to instruct him. Keep an eye on it and report back to me as soon as you see anything. She also had to go to see Li Jingxuan. After a few days of her enlightenment, Li Jingxuan is slightly better. But only slightly. Copy that. Captain Tang. The soldier gave a military salute, and Tang Yuxian nodded her head, while then without any further hesitation, she took a step in the direction of the teleportation array. Zip, zip, zip. Tang Yuxian's footsteps were lapped. All the soldiers froze. This sound. Quickly. Formation. Prepare for battle. Tang Yuxian immediately shouted, her eyes full of surprise, not expecting the abyss to come so quickly this time. As soon as the crack appeared to move, it meant that the abyssal gate was about to open. The soldiers also reacted quickly and started moving quickly. It consists of a warrior with a shield in the front row, a mage in the center press, and an archer at the end. In the blink of an eye, the combat formation was formed. Everyone looked at the abyssal rift with bated breath, and some soldiers silently clenched the weapons in their hands. Abyssal evil demons, none of them are simple. Every time it comes up, a comrade is folded. Even if it's just a sub-level 40 abyss. Zip, zip, zip. The abyssal rift continued to twist in the air, as if some kind of energy was holding it up wider and wider, emitting a sound like electromagnetic interference. Tang Yuxian had already come to the front. She was a swordsman, and at this moment, a dazzling purple longsword appeared in her hand. Looking into the abyssal rift, her eyes froze. When the abyssal evil demons come out to keep their formation, the warriors are not allowed to retreat, the mages and archers will output with all their might, and the replacement soldiers will keep an eye on the situation, and immediately take the top when they find out that something is not right. The formation must not break up, nor let any of the evil demons rush out, do you hear me? Tang Yuxin, who was in a high position and had experience in blocking the abyss, immediately commanded. Yes, sir. The atmosphere was grim, and the town soldiers returned in unison. Suddenly, Tang Yuxin saw Wang Dao next to her. Wang Dao. Why are you a mage standing so forward? Back off. Wang Dao's eyes were red. I don't. I want to save Howard. My nephew is still alive. Tang Yuxin secretly sighed. Aside from other Wang Dao to nephew, this heart is really touching. But this is a battlefield. Although Wang Dao was a third turn but decidedly unable to carry the abyssal impact. She had seen too many images of the evil demons of the abyss tearing apart their comrades. Stand back. This is a military order. Tang Yuxin once again scolded sternly. I don't. I want my nephew. He's not dead. This chief told you to back off. I don't. Uncle too? What are you doing? I'm going to get you out. I'm determined not to back down. Wang Dao froze. What did he hear? Not only Wang Dao, all the combat soldiers present froze. They were the ones who had been staring at the abyssal fissure, only to see that the fissure hadn't changed in any way, and then suddenly a person drilled out. Still, a good man. What? Didn't the abyss open with mass evil pouring out? Not good. It's a disguised evil demon. Do it. The soldiers reacted quickly. There were evil demons who could disguise themselves as humans. Besides, how could a good human come out of an abyss? Immediately, countless spell lasers as well as mana arrows were ready to fire. Wait. Don't do it yet. Tang Yuxin suddenly shouted that she had a monitoring device with her. It was as if what came out of this was not a disguised evil demon, but a real human being. Just as she froze. The soldiers didn't confiscate their stops as the roiling mage arrows slammed straight towards the abyssal rift. What's going on? Wang Chenhao's body trembled violently, and his instinctive reaction instantly exploded. With a flash, he burrowed back into the chasm. All the spells in the sky slammed down on the ground, splashing large swaths of dirt. Tang Yuxin maintained the gesture of calling a halt, frozen in place. Back again? Can an abyssal rift come and go like that? Chapter 114, How did you get out? Chief Tang, we. A group of soldiers looked at Tang Yuxin, revealing an embarrassed expression. Just now Tang Yuxin told them to stop. They didn't stop. It's okay, I don't blame you guys. Tang Yuxin waved her hand and said. Blocking combat is naturally to meet to strike. The battlefield slow 1 point will lose a point of opportunity. Not to mention abyssal combat. Her monitoring device had just flickered for a moment, too short a time to fully judge. In the abyss, it's impossible, by definition, for a living person to appear. Not to mention coming and going. Ho-oh! My hour! As soon as Wang Dao lunged at the abyssal fissure, he heard it. It was definitely his hour. There must be no mistake. Hour! You wait. Second uncle is coming to save you. Don't be afraid, there's second uncle. Second uncle will definitely be able to save you out. Wang Dao, with tears streaming down his face, was oblivious to the fact that he kept slamming into the abyssal fissure and was bounced out again and again. Tang Yuxin sighed darkly and rushed forward to pull Wang Dao. Deputy Regiment Wang. You calm down. You can't get into the abyss. Wang Dao shook off Tang Yuxin. Don't you touch me. Piss off. That was clearly my hour just now. You're the ones who pushed him into the abyss again. I'll take care of it myself if you don't. And don't call me any deputy regiment. I only want my hour. Tang Yuxin some heartbreaking, but now is not the time to be merciful, so close, in case a large number of evil demons out a moment will be finished. Deputy Regiment Wang, I can understand your feelings, but please also put your safety first. Maybe that's not your hole either. Tang Yuxin consoled while directly dragging up Wang Dao and walking backwards. You let go of me. That's my hour. I won't be mistaken. I need to save my hoer. He needs me now, let go of me. Wang Dao frantically resisted, but his mage body naturally couldn't resist Tang Yuxin. Soon pulled to the very back of the array, Take control of Vice Regiment Wang. Tang Yuxin beckoned. Two soldiers immediately stepped forward and pulled Wang Dao. Tang Yuxian returned to the front alone and let out a long breath. The whole army is at your service. Hold the array. Next time the evil demons come out, move on my command. She was a bit puzzled. It was reasonably impossible for a human to come out of the abyss, let alone Wang Chenhao. It's just that the one who should come out again has to be Lin Yu. But the detector really didn't alarm just now. Anyway, time was too short and this time she needed to observe. Yes. The soldiers replied back in unison, but there was also some surprise in their eyes. Many of them had participated in the Abyss suppression mission, and they couldn't be clearer about the power of the Abyss. Can anyone really come out yet? That's not realistic either. Everyone stared intently at the crack in front of them. Cracks twisted noiselessly in the air. Little by little, time passes. Every moment is a long one under high mental stress. After a long time, some of the soldiers had fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. The abyss finally stirred again. Zip! The sound of electric current rang out, and Tang Yuxian immediately looked at the detector. This time she must have a clear look. The soldiers also gripped their weapons. Zip! There was another sound of electricity, and the crack suddenly bore out a head. Only one with a discreet head. Don't make a move, all the big men. I am Wang Chenhao. Definitely not an evil demon. I'm not coming out if you guys do it again. Tang Yuxian froze. The detector in her hand didn't change color. Green was human, red was evil. It's green now. Very green. Did someone really come out of the abyss? The crowd of soldiers, too, froze. Tang Yuxian didn't order the attack, that means. Is this really a living person? A living being who burrowed out of the abyss? Or in and out again, twice in a row? Wang Chenhao's face was bitter. He hadn't been screwed over by the abyss and had almost been destroyed by his own people. He did a long time of mental preparation before he dared to come out again. Without being careless, Wang Chenhao kept a head ready to back up and swept around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Second uncle, second uncle. Here, it's Howard. Wang Diao had long been unable to tense up, and at the sound of the voice, he shook violently, shaking off the soldiers beside him and madly stepping forward to wrap up Wang Chenhao. The head. Whoa. Ho-oh. My good Howard. I knew you were okay, I knew you weren't dead, I can't live without you. Oh wah 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 wah. Wang Diao forgot everything and cried old tears, and Wang Chenhao couldn't help but have a sore nose when he saw this. Who knows what he went through on this trip, the white bone swarm, the sacrificial life, the blood-winged demon, several lives and deaths, countless times of despair. The emotions could no longer be contained in this moment. Oh Uncle too, I thought I'd never see you again, I really thought I'd never see you again. Wow. It's good to be back, it's good to be back, Uncle too missed you, Uncle too will always love you. Uncle and nephew. Hugging and crying. Completely unconcerned with the death of others, the howl resounded through the wilderness. Interspersed with this wailing were two striking mechanical sounds. That was the movement made by Tang Yuxian tapping the detector on her hand. Uncle and nephew cried for some time. Wang Diao wiped the tears from his face. Come on, Howard, come out first and let second uncle take a good look at you. Wang Chenhao instantly glared at his words. Second uncle. You tell them to put away their weapons first. He hadn't forgotten the situation just now, and if he hadn't run fast, he would have lost his life. Wang Diao also reacted and immediately stood up. Now see it all. My nephew is my nephew, a human being, not some evil demon. Why don't you put away your weapons? The soldiers didn't move and looked at Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian beckoned, put away your weapons first. The soldiers then lowered their weapons. Wang Diao snorted coldly and went back to pull out Wang Chenhao. After checking up and down and seeing that there was no problem, he put his heart down. So the nose shrugged again and the two are going to hug and cry again. This time it was stopped by Tang Yuxian, who walked between the two and looked at Wang Chenhao. Wang Chenhao, how did you get out? She didn't understand, her head was buzzing now. Only a handful of people came out of the abyss in the entire history, and Wang Chenhao just came out? Not even a scratch? Can you even get in and out as you go? Does that match? As soon as these words came out, the crowd of soldiers also looked at Wang Chenhao. They were a bit shocked, even as their hearts rippled. A man who can come out of the abyss unscathed. Just how strong is it? Wang Dio also reacted and wiped his nose. Yes, how did you get out, Howard? That's an abyss. With all eyes on me. Wang Chenhao froze and suddenly straightened his back. Ahem. Since everyone wants to know, then I, Wang Chenhao, will make a few brief remarks here. Chapter 115 and Subdued an Abyssal Demon? Wang Chenhao was about to send out his power, but he was ruthlessly interrupted by Tang Yuxian. Long story short, get to the point. Tang Yuxian said coldly, she was not convinced that Wang Chenhao alone could get out of the abyss, and Lin Yuyo not coming out made her a little anxious. Wang Chenhao skimmed his lips, he still recognized second uncle's top boss, Tang Yuxian. Actually, it's all thanks to Lin Yu that I was able to come out this time, he's been the one who's been fighting all this time, I didn't put in much effort at all. As for how to get out, it's also very simple, Lin Yu punched through the abyss and killed from the beginning to the end, we followed and came out. Hiss. When these words came out, all the soldiers in the rear huffed in unison. Beat the abyss? It was easy? And a ing one-man punch through? Lin Yu. Whose ministry is this? Why does that sound so familiar? Tang Yuxian couldn't help but gulp as well when she heard this. The strength of the abyss she was aware of, it was the mythic professions that had folded. Otherwise, once the accident happened, Li Jingchuan wouldn't have just despaired. Is it possible for Lin Yu to fight his way through the abyss alone? But the facts are still again before us. Wait, so how did you manage to come and go as you pleased? Even if you were able to reach the exit, there would be monsters behind you blocking it. And you went back in for so long before you came out. The exit of the abyss would generally be in the demonic hinterland, and even if Lin Yu could kill all the way through, the monsters certainly wouldn't let them come in and out. Why hasn't Lin Yu come out if he's the one blocking it inside? Most of all, the suction force in this neighborhood was ineffective against Wang Chenhao. They were over level 40, Wang Chenhao was not. Tang Yuxian was puzzled. Wang Chenhao sniffed, his eyes lit up, and his waist suddenly straightened up again. Ahem. That's a simple question, to put it mildly. Lin Yu finished killing all the evil demons inside and eliminated all of them, so naturally no one will stop us. Hiss. This time, even Tang Yuxian couldn't help but huff and puff. But before she could think more, Wang Chenhao added. Actually, technically speaking, it's not really finished killing, all the white bone demons that were sucked up in the desolate land were slaughtered clean, and the original demons of the abyss. It was directly taken in by Lin Yu. Lin Yu completed the second turn of the pole position, all the evil demons were subdued and all became Lin Yu's minions, and the teleportation gate was opened by them, so I naturally entered when I wanted to and exited when I wanted to. The whole room fell into dead silence. All the soldiers, open-mouthed and staring, could not speak. The white bone demon. Not only did he slaughter the dry, but he even directly subdued the abyssal evil demon? Does the evil of that abyss look like a species that can be bent? And what's with the pole position second turn? Is this surely human language? How do I feel like I can't understand it when I connect the dots? Wang Chenhao looked at the crowd's appearance and his heart blossomed. Even though he didn't do it. But he is also a witness, and he is also the man who came out of the abyss. It just has a face. Wait, what about Lin Yu? According to you, so say all folded, why just you out, Lin Yu how did not come out? Tang Yuxian asked the last thing she wanted to ask. Wang Chenhao smiled once again. It's not for everyone's sake, Lin Yu is now their boss to go, naturally they have to settle down. Abyssal evil demon, you are not unaware of what virtues, Lin Yu does not deal with, the future is not out of the scourge? By the way, you guys don't have to worry about this abyss erupting in the future, you can withdraw your troops, Lin Yu is taking care of it now. Speaking of which, I should get back to it, it's all in the day's work. After saying that, Wang Chenhao walked back to the crack with his back hand. Behind his back, the corners of his mouth couldn't be pressed. Lin Yu, where what settle things, those evil demons talk to Lin Yu, do not dare to raise their heads, to settle on a word of matter. It didn't come out because he said that there were soldiers attacking outside and Lin Yu told him to come and scout the way. However, it's just cool to be able to pretend. Wang Chenhao walked into the crack with a smile on his face, and his figure was swallowed up. Everyone present, too, was finally numb. Completely numb. Saying that you can still settle evil demons directly? Keep them from invading in the future? Is there anything you can't do? They had heard more outrageous things this day than they had ever heard in their lives. Novels aren't written that way. Li Yuexin. Catch me quickly. Within the abyss, Wang Chenhao was rapidly descending as soon as he passed through the rift. Well, the portal is in the air, still 1,000 meters up. A portal for the Bloodwings would make sense to put in the sky. But now of all the species present, he was the only one who couldn't fly, even with the demons. The ground quickly drew closer and thousands of winged demons could be seen kneeling on one knee, with Lin Yu and Li Yuexin standing in the center. Li Yuexin executed the wind harnessing technique to go forward and catch Wang Chenhao. Straight up a princess hug. I told you I'd just go scouting, and I still have to pick you up every time. Li Yuexin frowned in dissatisfaction. Wang Chenhao looked at Li Yuexin's face and hemmed and hawed. I don't know why, but all of a sudden, I felt that Li Yuexin had become prettier and a bit cuter. How did I not realize that before? It's fine, it's dangerous outside, how can I, Wang Chenhao, let a woman go out and explore? The two of them landed on the ground, and Li Yuexin put Wang Chenhao down. At this time, Lin Yu spoke. How's it going? Wang Chenhao immediately knelt on one knee, reporting back to Lord Blood God. Now that the situation is clear, my subordinate has solved all the misunderstandings and shed all of Lord Blood God's glorious deeds, those mortals are in shock. It was then, it's now. He who had seen Lin Yu's last resort had been completely convinced. What little brother is not a little brother, he is one of the true believers. Blood God. The second turn of the pole position. And such a large group of stubble henchmen. He's a ing little brother. Lin Yu skimmed his lips, don't scream, it sounds awkward to me. No. How dare I, as a subordinate, overstep my bounds? Lin Yu, I don't care what happens to you, don't call me the Blood God, are you trying to get me killed? My subordinate wouldn't dare, then from now on my subordinate will call you Lord. My Lord. The situation outside is clear, ready to go. Lin Yu. Lin Yu no longer paid attention to Wang Chenhao and looked at the portal high in the sky, letting out a long breath. The trip to the abyss was a success. The intention is to take a top 2 turn, the middle is also because of Wang Chenhao cross a bar of increased difficulty. Now reaping the rewards of pole position spinning. The rank also boasted several levels in a row, from 27 when he first joined the front line to 36 now. It can be a qualitative leap. Next, it's time to go back to enriching cognition, as well as preparing for college matters. The middle state's name hasn't been reported yet. There are resources to permanently improve attributes in the university, and there is a limit to how high you can go, so you can't make up for missing out on permanent attributes. It's the foundation, and it still has to be taken seriously. Depart. Lin Yu's bloody wings spread out and rose into the air. At the same time, the ground resounded with the sound of mountains and seas. We bid farewell to Lord Blood God. Lord Blood God for 1,000 years. We bid farewell to Lord Blood God. Lord Blood God for 1,000 years. We bid farewell to Lord Blood God. Lord Blood God for 1,000 years. Oh yeah, he also gained a bunch of minions. The strength is not bad either. I just don't know if I'll use it in the future. Chapter 116. Yes, we're leaving now. Outside the abyss. The crowd of soldiers looked at the abyssal rift with curiosity in their eyes. After just Wang Chenhao so a mess, now no one does not want to see with their own eyes this Lin Yu in the end. What is the Holy Spirit? Kill through the abyss, pole turn, even the evil demons are conquered. Many of them have never seen a pole turn in their lives. Lin Yu. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Tang Yuexin, who was at the forefront, was especially excited, her eyes burning. I thought a genius had fallen. And now not only are they not dead. Even further. Become even more demonic. In that case, they still had a chance in the Jiangbei military region. There's a chance you can get a super demon. Most of all, Li Jingxuan's side could finally put his heart down. All is well. In the midst of all the attention, the fissure finally stirred. Zip. The crack twists. A figure slowly stepped out. He had wings on his back and walked calmly, and with his steps, the wings on his back turned into glittering light a little bit and dissipated into the sky and earth. Elegant and titanic. The people present were all in awe. They all felt the aura of the pole turn. Every professional who has completed the extreme turn has an aura of supreme purity in his or her body. Unless it was deliberately hidden by means, any professional could sense it. And Lin Yu was just too calm, not at all like escaping from death, but more like the calmness of victory. Spare them the nervous tension of just being outside the abyss now, let alone coming out of it. No wonder it's a demon. You can't be convinced by common sense. Is this Lin Yu? A true demon. Pole spinning, this is the first time in my life I've seen pole spinning. No wonder he was able to come out of the abyss, he's too calm, just this mentality alone is hard for ordinary people to reach. I was full of play when I was his age, it's a no-brainer. Ruthless. Demons are really extraordinary since childhood, I count my eyes opened. The crowd sighed, with different looks in their eyes, some admiring, some sighing, some envying, and even awe. With such a demon, there was no telling how high his future achievements would be. Who? Tang Yuxian breathed a long sigh of relief. She had to admit that every time she saw Lin Yu, it always refreshed her perception. If last time it was only the confidence of a teenager brought about by being level 27, this time there was a hint of the titanic grace of a higher power. That feeling can only be gained by sharpening it from 1,000 trials and tribulations. Lin Yu actually gave it to her now. Even though it was only a sliver, it was important to realize how old Lin Yu was. Moreover, the pole position turn, which even she had not obtained, was truly enviable. Of course, the more demonic the better. Not to say whether or not it could become a person of her Jiangbei army, at least it was definitely a pillar of strength for Daxia. Tang Yuxian was about to step forward. Instead, a dark shadow suddenly leaped over to his side. Lin Yu. You're Lin Yu, aren't you? Thank you. I really don't know how to live without you, my old Wang. I really thank you. Wang Dao hugged Lin Yu and cried with snot and tears. Weren't you the one who bullied people before? How can this be good? Tang Yuxian grinned and came close to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, I'm the head of the military district in Jiangbei City, we've met before on the college entrance exam. You, alright? Lin Yu had remembered this kindergarten teacher since he was just inside, and Wang Chenhao had also given him a little bit of information about how they were guarding the abyss outside. It's fine, I'm sorry for making Chief Tang worry. Lin Yu politely replied back, pointing over his shoulder immediately afterward. But this one is? This big round face he didn't recognize, what was with the hugging and crying? Tang Yuxian showed a hint of embarrassment and was about to pull Wang Dao. At this moment, the crack flashed, and the duo of Wang Chenhao and Li Yuxin walked out. The two of them looked a bit funny, with Li Yuxin, a girl, hugging Wang Chenhao. When Wang Chenhao saw this, his eyes stomped and he jumped out of the arms of the uncle too. What are you doing? Rubbing people's clothes all over. Wang Chenhao hurriedly pulled away from Wang Dao and turned to Lin Yu again, the blood god lord hates being touched by others. Sorry blood. Lin Xiao. This is my second uncle, he's just too excited, you'll forgive me. Wang Dao froze. Lin Yu is covered in blood. Did I rub his clothes? Still, he reacted quickly and introduced himself. Yes, Brother Lin, I'm Howard's second uncle, the deputy head of the Jiangbei military region, the one who pressed your points earlier. I'm sorry for what happened before, Brother Lin, so I'm at your disposal. You saving Howard's life is equivalent to saving my life. I, old Wang, truly thank you faithfully. Howard was his life, and saving Wang Chenhao was equivalent to his life. He had no other thoughts now but to return the favor. Lin Yu. It's fine, I can understand what Deputy Regiment Wang is doing, I'll come out myself if I'm in the abyss, there's no favor to talk about. You don't have to worry about it. Lin Yu said blandly, and he didn't take the previous incident to heart. It's perfectly normal to be entitled to a few privileges for your children. It's the rules of the game. It just happened to hit him in the head, you deal with it if you can, and you don't complain if you can't. It's the serious ones that really lose. Wang Dao looked at Lin Yu's expression and secretly could not help but be surprised. His old king is also counted across the officialdom for many years, read countless people, so young mind is still so stable, really rare. No matter what, Brother Lin saved my family's Howard's life, and he can still disregard his former suspicions. In the future, if Brother Lin needs anything, just ask, I, old Wang, will never refuse. Wang Dao patted his chest. Tang Yuxian on the side rolled her eyes, a good time is taken up by you. Even though Lin Yu had rejected them before, she still wanted to fight for it. Come on, to thank don't just move your mouth, go back and get ready to go, don't waste Lin Yu's time here. Lin Yu just came out of the copy, still needs to rest. Tang Yuxian squeezes out Wang Dao to replace him. Brows arched. Student Lin Yu, you must be tired, it just so happens that there's a teleportation array here that connects to the general military area, why don't you just go to the military area and take a rest? But Master Lee misses you too. There's no way, as soon as she has to pull someone in, she touches her blind spot. At the touch of a blind spot, the clip tone comes out. Lin Yu. Don't bother Chief Tang, I'll just go back to the hotel and rest. Rest he surely must, this time smashing white bones and soaking in blood pools. The most buried he's built since his debut. He desperately needed a shower now. But certainly not to the military district. He could naturally see Tang Yuxian's premeditation. But he had refused before, and now that his strength was even higher, it was even more unnecessary. Tang Yuxian secretly sighed. But then something suddenly came to mind and his eyes lit up. Lin-san, you have full control of the abyss, right? Lin Yu skimmed his eyebrows, so to speak, what's wrong? The corner of Tang Yuxian's mouth hooked up, that'll do. This time, guarding the abyss is also a mission, since you handled the abyss then you should be rewarded for your achievements. But after all, the abyss is a high-level mission, so you'll have to go back to headquarters to collect your reward. Lin Yu's clear spring flow was still one piece short, and the military credit was definitely still necessary. So, Lin Yu didn't hesitate. Yes, then let's go now. Tang Yuxian. Chapter 117. This is Lin Yu? After Lin Yu came out, the abyssal rift completely disappeared, burying itself into the ground once again, and the world returned to being clear. This undoubtedly taught the crowd another lesson, and completely established that Lin Yu truly controlled the abyss. In the past, once the abyss appeared, it would never subside again, and the rift would always be there, even after the evil demons were killed. It also constantly affects the creatures around it, and in some cases even breeds evil. The only thing the army can do is to permanently seal the control, which is costly and can't be done. When Tang Yuxian saw Lin Yu's hand, her eyes blazed even more. Such a demon, and with such power, how great it would be to join the military, how much humanity could be benefited. Unfortunately, Lin Yu is a loner. It's strange to say the least, how could a child so young be raised with such a personality? Is it hard to be hurt in any way? And so on. Can I not penitentize him? Tang Yuxian's eyes suddenly lit up, followed by more than just chest tremors. She seems to be capable of great things. Student Lin Yu, wait. The two were walking towards the portal when Tang Yuxian suddenly pulled Lin Yu back. What's wrong? Lin Yu frowned. Tang Yuxian didn't say anything, showing a motherly expression. And then his hands gently rested on the collar of Lin Yu's coat, organizing it as he did so before opening his mouth. Hey! Look at you, Yul, you don't even know to change your clothes when they're like this, isn't it hard to wear them? Sister has clean clothes there, when we get to the military area in a while sister will bring them to you. In the future, come out with more clothes, it's a real pain in the ass, you know? Her mother had always organized her clothes like this when she was a child, and he was touched and warmed every time. She's never been a mom, but she can't go wrong with the general idea. Tang Yuxian's heart crunched. Let me redeem you. Lin Yu, his eyebrows furrowed into a Chuan shape. What? Are you sure you don't have a fever? Why are you suddenly flirting with a hard-on? And you're acting fake, you know that? Ahem. Thanks for your concern, Chief Tang, I have my own clothes, we'd better go first, business is important. Lin Yu walked towards the teleportation array alone. Tang Yuxian slowly shook her head. Still young, how is that reassuring? Yul Yu, slow down a bit. The teleportation array is uneven, be careful of falling. Lin Yu stumbled. Look at you, you've been told and you still won't listen, let my sister take a look, you didn't fall, did you? The teleportation array glowed brightly, taking away Lin Yu's group, leaving a trail of soldiers behind. Face to face. On weekdays, Tang Yusin has always been the look of a sharp woman. So, Captain Tang, what's going on? A long drought? But that's a bit much of an age difference, isn't it? Can't figure it out. People choose not to think about it anymore. Because there are more important things. The crowd looked at the disappearing teleportation array, their eyes flickering more than just a little. It's been a real eye-opener for them, today. A kid who just graduated, went into the abyss alone, completed the pole turn, and had such a great heart. Such a person will only soar in the future. It even makes it impossible to imagine where the final height will be. Lin Yu. It left an indelible impression on everyone here. Jiangbei Province, the General Office of the Military Organization. Since the outbreak of the Abyss, 17th Battalion has been transferred back to HQ. On this day, a new mandate has been issued. Beside the transmission array in the military court compound, Xue Feng, the commander of the 17th Battalion, was making final preparations. Below him stood all 17 soldiers, as well as most of the outside recruits who had been in the Barren Land before. The difficulty of the newly issued mission was about the same as the previous one, and they had been doing this for years for a living, so they just signed up for it. Look at that little eye, still thinking about his two big brothers. Laughing to death, happened to be a dog for someone for 2 days without knowing it would have thought there was a real relationship. Ha, Changju you also want, after all, is also sitting for 2 days the emperor of the soil suddenly no longer hard. It's no use, some things life is not how no, not as good as we flat out rely on their own fight it. Yes, it's also ridiculous, even if it's still there so what kind of character are they, as if they still really look at you. From time to time, whispers rang out from the crowd, with the spearheads unanimously aimed at Xiang Donghua. In the past few days, Xiang Donghua had been wearing a sad face, which made everyone even more upset. You make it sound like you're in a relationship. Ridiculous. Xiang Donghua stood at the edge of the group and clenched his fists at the sound. He didn't understand why people were always holding on to him, and it was obvious that they were the ones who had gotten themselves together to curry favor before. He also made it clear that he wasn't friends with people, just acquaintances. But it turned out to be a mess. And he's not what everyone thinks he is. Although he didn't get along with Lin Yu Wang Chenhao for long. But Lin Yu, a genius, never minded his old item nagging. Wang Chenhao has the strength and background, and does not pose with him. He had never experienced such respect, and he truly considered them friends. Isn't it right to be sad when something happens to a friend? He couldn't figure it out, and he really wanted to shut these people up. Too bad he couldn't do it with his strength. In the end, all the indignation turned into a sigh. Young Lin, young Wang, are you really dead? Xiang Donghua murmured secretly. The surrounding people are even more disdainful. Look at that, still thinking with that. Ha, he's not really moving himself. I'm really not afraid to be ashamed, just this can be told as a joke. Just then, Xue Feng's stern voice from above interrupted the crowd. Quiet. All shut up. Xue Feng had looked around, his face solemn. Inside, however, he couldn't help but sigh. For a genius like Lin Yu to fall is a loss to the country. Unfortunately, the abyss is 10 deaths away, so you can only say that things are unpredictable. Back to the point. Xue Feng looked towards the teleportation array. Gentlemen. The rules are familiar to you, so this battalion commander won't go into too much detail. Now then, off you go. Knock, knock. Neat and solemn soldiers led the crowd towards the teleportation array. Just then, the teleportation array suddenly lit up with light. Yell, is the small teleportation array dizzy? It can't be helped, the town guard's teleportation array can't do much, and besides, the distance is far. Here, sister, hold you up, it's okay, just go. A group of people showed up. A man and a woman at the head of the row. The woman had a soft look on her face and the man could tell was a little speechless. They walked down the teleportation array on their own. In a split second. The whole room was shocked. This is Lin Yu? And Chief Tang, how did she end up like this? What? Chapter 118, what are you doing on the floor? Xiang Donghua was confused. He doubted his eyes that. What did he see? Lin Yu? Wang Chenhao? And Li Yuexin, all properly appeared in front of his eyes? Xiang Donghua rubbed his eyes fiercely. That's right. It's really Lin Yu. It's all true. In an instant, the thoughts of many days erupted in an instant, like a wave that broke the dike and could no longer be controlled, and carried him forward, running. But without running 2 steps, Xiang Donghua paused again. I really don't count people as friends. But it's good to be alive, it's good to be alive. Xiang Donghua revealed a silly smile, the haze in his heart swept away at this moment. Xue Feng in front of him fell back to meet him, his eyes full of shock. Chief Tang, this. Tang Yuxian lifted her head. Oh, Lin Yu gave Abyss a pass to come out, I'll bring him over to receive some military honors. Xue Feng froze, giving the Abyss a pass? Do people talk? Tang Yuxian revealed her dissatisfaction. Come on, you guys are going on a mission, right? Hurry up and go, don't get in the way here. After saying that, he pushed Shuefeng away and pulled Lin Yu to continue walking. Little Yu, sister told you, oh, you are a big success this time, the Medal of Honor can be issued. But do you want to wash up first? Why don't you just go to your sister's room? Lin Yu. Lin Yu followed Tang Yuxian away in silence. Lin Yu also saw the difference in Xiang Donghua in the crowd, but he didn't feel anything. It's just a ping-pong or an employment relationship. Who doesn't also owe who? On the contrary, Wang Chenhao's eyes were clear and bright, waving his hand as he walked. The old item. Same place tonight. You have my contact information, he said and kept gesturing for a phone call. After Lin Yu and his party left, there were gulps from the recruiting crowd. Xiang, old brother, I was wrong before, I'm here to make amends to you. Brother Xiang, I also got carried away for a moment, you can either hit me twice, I will never fight back. Right. Brother Xiang, you hit me, I'm not a thing, feel free to take it out if you're angry. Xiang Donghua withdrew his gaze and looked at the crowd. Get out. The crowd shuddered and hurriedly agreed, fine. We'll roll here. Elder brother Xiang scolded me well. I'm the one who should roll. No eyes to see what's going on. Brother Xiang, you're less of an adult than a lesser person, so don't bother with us. Brother Xiang, I have an intrinsic weapon here that I can't use, see if you can get your eyes on it. I didn't expect Lin Yu and Wang Chenhao to really come back. They now only felt that it was difficult to breathe and their eyes were blackened when they remembered what had happened before. If Xiang Donghua wanted to count, with Lin Yu Wang Chenhao's ability, pinching them to death was not much simpler than pinching an ant. The sky, it's falling. Slap. Someone made a snap decision and just slapped themselves in the face. Others saw this and imitated it. For a while, the entire compound was filled with the sound of loud slaps. Yull, up ahead is Master Li's office. You basically handled Abyssal solo this time, you'll at least get a second-class Medal of Honor. In addition, the White Bones in the Barren Land were also solved by you, right? Don't worry, this military credit will not be less for you. The military and government building, Tang Yuxian introduced Lin Yu while showing him the way. After explaining all the way through, Lin Yu couldn't help but be satisfied. The Medal of Honor, second class, is a truly luxurious award. Previously, Wang Chenhao wanted the first place in that barren land for the Medal of Honor. Still, he could only get 500 honor points, and it took a few thousand honor points to get a Medal of Honor, or a third-level one. And he can get a straight secondary here. Combined with the military points, the smallest reward so far was that he could just redeem the last piece of Saizen. Let's just say the gold is still on the line for this trip to the abyss. Tang Yuxian was also secretly happy, and Li Jingchuan must be dead happy to know that Lin Yu had come back. Several people stepped into a wide corridor. Ooh-hoo. Oh. There was a broken whimper in his ears. Tang Yuxian skimmed her lips, although she had been enlightening, the effect was not too significant. But it's good to see the root of the problem coming. Master Li recently had a family incident, and as a human being, it's inevitable to be sad. Tang Yuxian covered for Li Jingchuan. Come quickly to the door. Very tall and wide double-opening wooden doors with some carvings. Knock, knock. Division Commander Li, it's me, Tang. Tang Yuxian knocked on the door and softly said. An instant reply was made inside. Off. Didn't I tell you not to come back later? I'm not eating. I'm not thirsty either. And I'm a third-turn professional. It's okay to sleep more physically. No need to go downstairs and move around without sunbathing. And I've unlocked the door this time, and there's no way in hell I'm letting you in again, no matter what you say. Tang Yuxian. Lin Yu. Wang Chenhao, is the division commander so grumpy? He has also been hearing from his second uncle that Master Li acts most steadily and is his second uncle's idol. Tang Yuxian squeezed out a smile. Student Lin Yu, please say something. Lin Yu would understand. In fact, in the last moments of that day when he was sucked in by the abyss, he saw Li Jingchuan. Although he didn't know why Li Jingchuan had appeared, it was obvious that he had gone there to save him. Now that we're here, let's give people peace of mind and thanks. Division Commander Li, I'm Lin Yu, I'm very grateful for your rescue that day. Lin Yu politely said. The words are cast in. Silence fell inside what had been cursing. A few moments later. Suddenly the ground shook and the mountains shook. Bang. The gate was opened directly. Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin met their heads and were slapped to the ground. Well, it's just so fast and so quick. Lin Yu's agility was high and Tang Yuexian's reaction was fast, so the two of them dodged a bullet. Wang Chenhao didn't mind himself and quickly rolled over to Li Yuexin's side. How is it? Does it hurt? Is it alright, Yuexin? Li Yuexin rolled her eyes. Xiao Wang, I'm a professional. What can happen if I get slapped by a door? It's strange. Why do I feel that Wang Chenhao is changed? You're not planning something again, are you? At the door, Li Jingchuan was dressed in a nightgown. With his hair fried in a chicken nest, he was looking around at the doorway and the moment he saw Lin Yu's ground, his entire body froze. Watery mist floated out of his eyes and the flesh. Lin Yu sighed darkly and stepped forward to bow. I'm sorry for troubling Master Li to hang on. Without speaking, Li Jingchuan looked at Lin Yu. A long time. He wiped a tear from his eye. Who's hung up on you, brat? Do you think that this division chief will shed tears because of you, a brat? This division chief has just happened to have something happen at home. From a broken abyss out to give back to you cannot let go. Lin Yu. Li Jingchuan said and then turned to the other side. And you three, do you hear me clearly? There's something going on in this division commander's family. Don't blabber outside, okay? The three frowned. Hear ye well, hear ye well. Li Jingchuan nodded, followed by suddenly raising his eyebrows. Ha? What are you two little waifs doing lying on the ground? Wounded? Xiao Tang. Why don't you bring me here if you're injured? I don't know how to heal. Wang Chenhao. Li Yuexin. Tang Yuexin. Chapter 119, He's not Mr. Nice Guy, either. Li Jingchuan was shocked after hearing about Lin Yu's glorious deeds. At the same time, the thought of accepting Lin Yu as a disciple again was completely cut off. Such a demon, growth completely without any help, themselves or their own solid leaning, any thorn's difficulties cannot stop, One day, it would reach his height, and then after that, completely surpass him. And predictably, this won't be for long. If he took on another disciple, he could no longer play the role of sending charcoal in the snow, it was just icing on the cake. It can even become a hold-up that affects the future moving forward. He finally understood why Lin Yu, then a mere high school student, had rejected him. No one who has ever made it to the top has ever been alone. He saw so much as a shadow, a glimmer, albeit still faint, in Lin Yu. The ordination ceremony has been set for tomorrow morning. It's getting late today, so Lin Yu has arranged to stay at the military area. Shaolin, you'll stay here for today. If you need anything, just say so. Just treat it like your own home, don't ever be polite. Before exiting the room, Li Jingchuan added a sentence, regret flashing in his eyes. The heartache is real, even though it's understood reasoning. I can't imagine that I, old Li, have a day to cower. It's true that you should take on a disciple before it's too late. Why didn't I run into Lin Yu earlier? Li Jingchuan mentally wailed as he felt that he needed some time to adjust. Now not only is the apprentice gone, but his self-confidence is also gone. He didn't even have a pole turn when he was younger. Pervert. Thud. The door to the room closed and Lin Yu sighed quietly. He could tell that Li Jingchuan really meant it, and just now Tang Yuexian also whispered to him that Li Jingchuan had cried for days because of him. He even lost his essence blood that day in order to save him. Well, Tang Yuexian gave Li Jingchuan a decisive sale. For worshipping the master, Lin Yu also understood that the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, and it was even a complete win-win situation. Accepting favors when you're weak and giving them back when you grow up is something any sane person in their right mind would choose to agree with. This includes the rules of the entire world. Free schooling, the sharing of information resources, and the ability of all to live in a stable society free from monsters. It's all run by one predecessor who works hard and gives, and a successor who grows up and takes over, and so on. Since Lin Yu lives here, he also has a vested interest. He was no longer alone, at least the national government had been kind to him. All of this is clear to Lin Yu. But he just doesn't want to get involved with anyone and just wants to go his own way alone. The community benefits are extensive, and he believes that he can always pay it back if he gives back enough. The bond of master and disciple, on the other hand, was too deep for him. Lin Yu was an orphan in this life, including his previous life. His character is flawed and somewhat paranoid, to the point of being black and white. Not quite like normal people. All of this Lin Yu acknowledges and can recognize. Phew. Lin Yu got up and went to the window, the bright moonlight poured over him. Am I doing this right or not? The next morning, in the envious eyes of a group of soldiers, Lin Yu. The Medal of Honor, second class, was presented by Li Jingchuan. And 10,000 military points. The Medal of Honor was specially issued for his handling of the Abyss alone. The military points then came from the quests in the Barren Lands, which was to purge the White Bone evil demons. He killed a lot and gave him a maximum limit. The Medal of Honor was a dazzling purple 5-star crystal without any attribute effects, but Lin Yu was quite satisfied. Having the Medal of Honor equated to his advancement in status. You can trade in the military for a lot of things that ordinary people can't, and you can go to school and enjoy a lot of privileges, including in the community. In short, it's a one-class pass for 100 classes, which equates to unlocking a higher level of access for him in society as a whole. If we don't count his position, his current rank in the army is directly equal to Xue Feng's. If he joins the army in the future, he will also start as a direct battalion commander. Gave a crowd of spectating soldiers who had never in their lives gotten a Medal of Honor, even a first-class one, a bad taste in their mouths. That's a straight second level, and so young. It's a real people pleaser. After the conferral ceremony, Lin Yu went straight to redeem the last piece of the Clear Spring flow. The price of a Clear Spring is 8,000 military points with no restrictions. The equipment above only has an honor level limit if it's above the very best, and it's also limited to one level unless it's too rare. Xingchuan was a great help to Lin Yu, but to others it wasn't really a true extreme, and besides, it was still a purple suit. Lin Yu's second level of honor, a 70% discount. A total of 5,600 military values were spent. At this point, the 3 pieces of clear water were considered to have finally come together. Lin Yu applied for a training room and went to test it without stopping. The effect of the fresh spring flow rattle trio is Clear Spring Streams ringing 3, Spirit plus 100, skill restores 30 mana per enemy hit, 10% mana consumption restored each time the skill is released, limited to skills below 3rd turn. Wash, fires purification energy to remove all negative statuses from oneself, purification effect depends on debuff level. Estimate, ineffective above level 50 cooldown, 24 hours. For this effect, Lin Yu didn't care. He also figured out now that his blood gods will, which could be weakened by relying on the district's Clear Spring. Normal berserkers will merge with the blood gods will as soon as they enter ultimate berserk. The effect of the cleansing spring was merely to put a valve on him so that he could stay out of contact with the blood god for a while. Once the madness starts, it's still the same thing, either tearing up everything in front of you or exhausting yourself. The only way to control the blood gods was to become stronger step by step and control it yourself. Of course, this valve comes in all sizes, from delicate to broken. Lin Yu before probably belonged to the majority of the door, not all blocked yet, leaving an opening. The last piece of the Clear Spring is a bracelet, and when worn a stream of living spring water runs through the entire body. After some testing, Lin Yu finally got the quiz results. The valves are all blocked. He can now be unafraid of sound, unafraid of contact, and completely independent. But the valve is a mesh valve and leaks. He can't get angry himself, and when he gets angry himself, such as anger, impatience, nervousness, fear, or even upset with the other person, it would still be instantly out of control, and the blood gods would instantly wash over valve and take charge for him. This result, in general, Lin Yu has been very satisfied. At least the vast majority of situations he can get into the ultimate, and dealing with everyday life shouldn't be a problem. In addition, he considered himself to be fairly calm and not so easily angered. It's always a very big improvement. As for if someone really has to be disgusted with him, then Lin Yu can only say, take the consequences with you. He's not Mr. Nice Guy here either. Chapter 120, The Power of 00001. In the next few days, Lin Yu didn't run around anymore. Near the beginning of the university, it is not a rush to run again, and besides, it is necessary to combine labor and rest. A flip down the abyss built his body up enough again. During the rest period, Lin Yu didn't forget to go through all kinds of knowledge to improve his cognition. The newly acquired level 2 Medal of Honor also gave him all sorts of conveniences, unlocking a lot of information that he couldn't see before. Lin Yu was mainly looking at him with professionals of his level. A quick perusal was a nice touch. First of all, his strength compared to a professional of the same level. In terms of output ability alone, he doesn't go into ultimate, and only opens up to the 3rd rank of Berserk. Probably stronger than a rare career, but inferior to a legendary career. That's right, just the legendary profession can be more powerful than his 3rd order Berserker. Lin, you read a lot. The legendary profession various skills bonus is about 500% 1000%, and will continue to improve according to the second and third turn. His third order Berserk is 500%, which is pretty much just enough to hang on for dear life. While he is directly adding attributes, the lore also has a lot of attribute adding professions that are roughly the same. Of course, this was only the third rank, he had the N rank and a bigger head of shields. Besides, legendary professions are still rare, basically to 1 in a million if you go by probability. Just like they didn't have a legend in Jiangbei province this year. As for the myths, they are even more rare and the information is not available and is absolutely confidential. So Lin Yu, as long as not too much wave, currently basically in a state of absolute invincibility, at least at the freshman level, is no problem at all. University information. Lin Yu also reads some. Universities are divided into third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and top-rate institutions. Third-rate, total pheasants, with a 5th or 6th grade before high school to get on, eventually graduating from college, probably not even mixing the second turn. Second-rate, middle of the road, 7 or 8 levels to be reached before the high school exams, basically advanced careers and a little bit of hard work for the average majority. 3 years down the line you can almost complete the second turn, but it's basically just a lower or middle turn. First class, even if powerful, before the college entrance examination at least to 10 levels above, efforts of senior N and some almost rare to be able to go on, before the third year of college basically can be the second turn, excellent point out to be able to get to more than 40 levels. The last is the top school in the whole Daxia, a total of 5. North China Academy, Jiangnan Academy, Dongtai Academy, Sichuan Academy, and Zhangzhou Academy. Several of the top schools are not too far apart, but the recognized number 1 is Central State. Taking Zhangzhou as an example, you have to be at least level 13 or above before the entrance exam to have a chance, and basically, only rare professions can touch this threshold, or some rich and well-connected high levels, such as Wang Chenhao. The ones that come into the middle states basically complete their second turn in their second year, and they're all still at least mid-level, and actually a little more up-level. Eventually graduating and being able to go beyond the 50th grade is huge and very gold. So at the most conservative estimate, Lin Yu doesn't drive an ultimate that doesn't count as a shield. Probably right in the upper reaches of a sophomore year at Central State. After all, he has a pull turner that pulls in quite a few points. Of course, it's not easy to tell when people have had a year of various attribute enhancements. Wang Chenhao's kind of second-generation hangers-on don't count. Lin Yu had an approximation and was quite satisfied with his upgrade progress. He's pulled a year at the top school, what's not to like? During his leisure time, Lin Yu didn't forget to apply for enrollment to the Central State Academy. He put a perfect score of 800 on the high school entrance exam, along with a psychiatric evaluation report. There's also the military district's second-class Medal of Honor sent along with it. The other party instantly agreed to his application and arranged his school registration and other information for him, just waiting for the school year to start. Time passes. 3 days before school starts, it's already time for new students to check in. Lin Yu is planning to move, too. The Zhangzhou Academy was in Zhongzhou Xiaojing, and Jiangbei province was in North China, a very long distance away. It takes a lot of time, even with the teleportation array. Besides, he had to go and familiarize himself with his surroundings first, and he was a man who liked to make advanced preparations. Early morning. Lin Yu was glowing, no matter if it was an upgrade or an attribute, as long as there was a boost. He's been longing for college for a long time, too. Knock, knock. Knocking on the door of Li Jingchuan's room, Lin Yu said goodbye. Master Li, thank you for your hospitality, I'm planning to go to Central State. Li Jingchuan also slowed down in the past 2 days. No matter what, as long as you can serve the country as a good talent. Li Jingchuan stood up with a bright smile. Good. Jade is not cut into a vessel, the Central State Academy is just right for you. It just so happens I have nothing to do today, I'll give you a ride. Lin Yu, Master Li doesn't dare to trouble him in his day-to-day life, I'll just go by myself. Li Jingchuan, hey, what do I care, all day long sitting on my butt is numb, it's just time to move around. I'll just drop you off at the Jiangbei teleportation station, so hurry up. Having said that, Lin Yu didn't refuse anymore. As soon as we get out of the building, all kinds of greetings were ringing in his ears. Greetings, Master Li. Good morning, Lin, is this going to school? Zhangzhou is good. When the time comes to pick up a sister back, old brother told you, this kind of thing should be done while you were young. When you are older you don't even want to think about it. What are you babbling about? People are going to improve themselves, all the same as you. Yes, good luck on your journey, Lin student. After a few days in the military district, coupled with Li Jingchuan always pulling him around, all kinds of non-commissioned officers do know him. People are always friendly to those who have something to offer, and that's probably the way it is in the military area. At this time, Wang Chenhao and Li Yuexin scurried out from the crowd. Lin Xiao. My subordinate also intends to go back to school. It's a tough road, so I'd like to ask Yun Lin to give my subordinate a chance to lead the way. Wang Chenhao patted his chest. In the past 2 days, the military has been staying in the military area because they have to record information about the abyss, so Wang Chenhao and his duo have also been staying in the military area. Wang Chenhao hasn't changed, as if he's been brainwashed. None with as if he was Lin Yu's blood servant. Earlier, he was a bit embarrassed in front of outsiders, but now he seemed to have gotten used to it, and he used the name Lin Xiao and subordinate in one breath. Calling out to Lin Yu was a brain ache. Lin Yu ignored Wang Chenhao. Li Jingchuan on the side was disgruntled. You came back to stir up the time alone that Laozi could not easily catch. Most of all, he couldn't be bothered with this little kid as an adult. Li Jingchuan rolled his eyes and left the compound first with his hands behind his back. Jiangbei Province Military Region General Office is not in the real world, but an independently open space. In and out have to do a transmission array. With a flash of light and another turn of the eye, several people arrived at the military area on the surface. In front of me was the very solemn building with a military vehicle with military license plates parked in the compound. Li Jingchuan stepped in, naturally the hardest. Soon, a large square box with Army 00001 on it pulled out of the compound. As soon as we merge onto Main Street, all the traffic that was going straight ahead stopped, quietly waiting for the big man to come through. The man inside was still visible through the glass, constantly wiping away sweat. There was a break in traffic all over the street. Chapter 121, Tie your hair back, it'll itch. As we approach the school season, parents can be seen everywhere traveling with their children. There was also a lot more traffic on the streets and it was very congested. However, Li Jingchuan's car was unobstructed with not a single one in front of or behind it. Teleportation arrays across large areas can no longer be called teleportation arrays, in order to bring more people also to reduce energy consumption. In fact, it belongs to traveling in space, overall similar to the train in the previous life, but now called space shuttle. Train stations are also called space stations. Soon 00001 arrived at Jiangbei Station. As soon as the car stopped, Wang Chenhao then stomped down and ran to pull open the car door for Lin Yu, half bowing his body. Young Lin, please get off the car. Lin Yu. Li Jingchuan let out a long breath. Xiao Lin, with your character I don't need to persuade you of anything. But when you get there, if you are bullied and aggrieved, you should feel free to tell me. Although we didn't make it as master and disciple, but Lao Zi said explicitly that I like you kid very much, you mustn't be polite to me. Just treat me as a senior. Lin Yu, thank you Master Li, I'll be the first to find you when someone bullies me. Lin Yu will still say anything that makes people feel better. Li Jingchuan laughed cheerfully, You kid. Alright, hurry up and go, I'll see you sometime. Lin Yu nodded again and got out of the car. As for Li Jingchuan, he had to admit that he also had some good feelings. The old man was sexually and genuinely good for him, in a totally unrequited kind of way. Lin Xiao, this way. Wang Chenhao respectfully waved his hand. Lin Yu. Next, there's a new chapter. Continue to elevate. University, depart. Lin Yu breathed a long sigh of relief at the brightly lit space station building in front of him and stepped out. Wang Chenhao Li Yuexin followed. A few people walked by, and everyone in the square unanimously flashed with envy. TSK, I wonder what kind of son of a family it is again, going out all 00001 to see him off. There's a bodyguard escort, and I think those 2 bodyguards are big men too. Is this the life of the upper class? Love it. Keep your voice down, I think you're trying to disappear somehow. Buy a space ticket, find a boarding hatch, check your ticket. Everything listed was done by Wang Chenhao. Lin Yu had done nothing but make it to the big couch in first class. With a blanket over my body and snacks and water set in front of me. It was the first time for Lin Yu to ride the space shuttle, and he couldn't help but look at it twice more. The interior had a similar feel to that of an airplane in a previous life, with dim lighting and a quiet atmosphere, and all the comforts of home. Of course Lin Yu used to read about it from the internet, just that kind of immersive experience of sitting in first class for a day. Either that or he's never flown first class, only economy, and the high-speed trains are all second class. Outside, there's nothing to see, just a tunnel made of special stone, with a light ahead of it. It was said that they would pass through the light in a moment and enter the space tunnel. After watching for a while, Lin Yu loses interest, plus the quiet space, he quickly falls asleep. Li Yuexin in the back was a bit squirmy. It's like having a thorn in my back and I can't sit still. In the past, riding the space shuttle was all about Wang Chenhao's own first class and leaving her in the messy economy class. In the words of Wang Chenhao, that is, you a subordinate is only worthy of economy class, people should be clear about their own position, do not get used to sitting on their own, cannot go back. In the past, she did not complain, she is very clear about the gap between her and Wang Chenhao, one day Wang Chenhao does not need her, she still has to return to reality. But what's going on today? As a matter of fact, not only today, but in the last few days, she had been feeling that something was not right with Wang Chenhao. Again, he asked him for a walk, took her to the movies, and went to the playground together. It's something that hasn't even been done before. Young Wan, wouldn't like me, would you? Li Yuexin couldn't help but pop up such a thought, followed by an immediate denial. No way. Resolutely impossible. Getting along for many years, she knows too well Wang Chenhao, to the poor is to look down on a little, more than a glance, as if all disgusting. Especially with women, it's pure misogyny. Every human woman is nothing more than a tool in his eyes, and none of them lasts more than 3 days. Li Yuexin had met countless of Wang Chenhao's girlfriends, and it could be said that if they still slept together at night, they could blow them away without mercy in the morning. And sometimes 2 or 3 together. There were many of them who were prettier than her, from better families, and with more strength. It's completely impossible to look at her. But then why? As he was thinking, Wang Chenhao walked over. Thirsty? Uxin, I asked for a drink for you. It's hot, drink it. Wang Chenhao was carrying a glass of orange juice with a soft face. Li Yuexin didn't dare to take it. Thank you, Xiao Wang, I'm not thirsty. Fool, how can you not be thirsty when you haven't had anything to drink all morning? Wang Chenhao squatted down and pulled up Li Yuexin's hand to hold the water cup. And then gently stroked Li Yuexin's hair. Drink up, the journey is still far, drink and sleep for a while, I'll call you when you arrive. A strange voice that had never existed before lingered in her ears, and Li Yuexin shuddered violently. Wang Chenhao was immediately anxious. What's wrong, is the glass of water hot? It's okay, let me see. Wang Chenhao grabbed Li Yuexin's hand and directly blew on his mouth. Li Yuexin shuddered again and swished her hand out. It's fine, I'm fine, Xiao Wang, it didn't burn. Wang Chenhao smiled gently, that's good, then you air it out a bit before you drink it, after you drink it, rest quickly, I'll go get you another blanket. Said Wang Chenhao softly walked away, and on his way out, he also gave Li Yuexin another chance to straighten out the broken hair on her forehead. Tie your hair back, it'll itch. Li Yuexin's entire body tensed up. What the hell is going on here? And why was her heart beating so fast? The shuttle is traveling through the space tunnel. An unchanging landscape, a quiet space. The passengers drifted off to sleep. No matter where you are, riding in a car always makes you sleepy. It all seems to be the rule. The dimly lit first-class cabin was also quiet, and Wang Chenhao had fallen asleep. Wearing an eye mask, sleeping on all fours and snoring. Li Yuexin was the only one who was not sleepy at all, and always involuntarily looked towards Wang Chenhao. The sight just made contact and popped away like an electric shock. Followed by an inexplicable increase in heart rate. After 2 hours of this, the ordeal was finally over. Buzz off. With the sound of energy braking, the space shuttle slowly came to a stop. The first-class cabin suddenly lit up. Greetings travelers, this space shuttle has arrived at its final destination, Shakio Station. Xiajing, as the capital of Daxia, is known as the most professional and the capital of civilization. Please take your carry-on equipment, look after your children and exit the cabin in an orderly manner. May the beautiful Shakio bring you a wonderful trip. Some of the passengers started to get up and leave with a hatchet. Wang Chenhao is still awake. Lin Yu went up with his jacket and pushed Wang Chenhao's head. Oi! It's time to get up at the station. Chapter 122, $50 million? The luxury of Xiajing was beyond Lin Yu's imagination. Once out of the space station, one's eyes are the endless square in front of the station, paved with jade, with tall buildings adjoining in the distance, hidden in the clouds. In the middle of the square, there was also a large white jade statue holding a long sword and looking into the distance. The person who carved it was the first human emperor of Daxia, the great man who had led the human race out of the desperate situation for the first time. No one who has gone to school who was a child of Daxia does not recognize it. Ah! Shakio, I'm back. Wang Shenhao opened his hands wide to embrace the sun. Immediately after that, he rubbed himself again and came to Lin Yu, lowering his head. My lord, my subordinate has already called for someone to come and pick them up. In a while we'll go and have a meal together. Please wait a little while, my lord. Lin Yu grinned. He couldn't figure out what was in Wang Shenhao's head. You hardly ever see someone who was a cockney figure 1 minute and a loyal guard the next. Switch freely. No, I'll just go by myself. You guys go eat? Lin Yu refused. He was already annoyed with Wang Shenhao. How could he go to dinner with him again? Another point he also read was that Wang Shenhao had been eyeballing Liu Xin recently. It's better to give them some space for two. My subordinates obeyed. My lord, take your time. Not only did he not want to keep Lin Yu, he learned a lot from the abyssal winged demon that for the blood god's orders, just follow them and don't ask questions. Not long after Lin Yu left, a convertible sports car came to the square. Yo, young Wang is back. How was your vacation? A young man with sunglasses came down from the car. The corner of Wang Shenhao's mouth hooked. How did you know I came out of the abyss? Flying was banned in the city, firstly for ease of management, and secondly to prevent accidental injury to others. This is a daxia law that can be violated unless there is a special mission. Lin Yu left the square and the streets were bustling with people. A car reflected light in the sun. I have to say, the city of Washi is so much better than the wilds, and it always puts the mind at ease. Lin Yu took a cab. Although it's a transfer world, the city will not be lacking in any of the services it should have. Not everyone has the ability to go right out into the wild and kill monsters. For a lot of people, their lives consist of working hard, saving up for deer potions, taking a trip out into the wilderness to upgrade, and either getting a union guy to take them, and continuing to work hard when the money runs out. Week after week. Or simply give up the path of a professional altogether and get serious about running a family and hoping for the next generation. The cab driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing white gloves and black sunglasses. Young guy so young to come to school, right? Just graduated? Lin Yu sat in the car. Well, come over to the school to report to the Central State Academy. The lazy driver froze. Middle States? Young man from Central State? A fluke. Vehicles traveling on a streaming highway. The driver kept peeking to the side, full of suspicion. His son is only a second rate. Is there such a big difference between people? One jumps out at you and you're in the middle of the state? Just then a call came in on Lin Yu's cell phone. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth hooked up. It's Lu Menghan. It should be the money arriving. The money for the extreme weapons he hadn't forgotten, tens of millions of dollars. Pick up the phone. Lin Yu, I've sent the money over to you from my side. I prepared a total of $50 million. Thank you very much for your help. Lin Yu frowned. $50 million? Yes, I know the price of an extreme weapon. It's definitely more than 3,000. It's very much appreciated if you can give it to me to use first. I'm sorry for dragging it out for so long. Thank you very much. Well, all right then. That's it. Lin Yu no longer say more. The price of extreme weapons explicitly is there, but there is a price is certainly to drift some. People are willing to give him more certainly does not matter. Seeing Lin Yu put down his cell phone, the driver on the side sneered. Oh, come on, it's just another dilettante. It's not surprising that a youngster opens his mouth for $30–50 million and says that the middle states are not surprising. The driver cleared his throat. Boy, it's not easy for you outsiders to get into Central State, is it? What's your occupation? Hidden occupations. Egu, a hidden profession can be great. How much did you score on the college entrance exam? Full marks. Oh. What a mouthful of truth. The driver's face was even more disgusted, pulling individuals all day long with this kind of player. Ding. A text message came on Lin Yu's cell phone. Jiangbei Vocational Bank, your account has received a transfer of $50 million from Mingyuan Pharmaceutical Limited Liability Company. The current account balance, 82,137,600.00. The driver was dumbfounded. Lin Yu put away the cell phone to see the driver is not quite normal. Some doubts. What is it, master? Driver, no, I got distracted, just got distracted thinking about something else. Lin Yu, master, you're driving, pay attention. Yes, I'll pay attention. Kyoto was bigger than Lin Yu had imagined, and the driver drove all the way for 2 points before arriving at the Zhengzhou Academy. If it were them, the city of Bainang would have dried up to the goblin territory by now. Take care of yourself, young man. As soon as Lin Yu got out of the car, the cab went off with tires burning like a race. This made Lin Yu a little strange. Were all the taxi drivers in Zhejiang in such a hurry? It's true that the pace of life in the big city is fast. No more thinking. Lin Yu walked towards the Central State Academy. Cabs don't drive to the real schoolhouse, and you have to walk. A wide, straight masonry road, lined with large, lush trees and neatly carved stonework. It's like a passageway to some sacred place. The clamor on the street gradually faded away. Maybe close to noon. The road does not see a lot of people, just a few scattered, parents leading their children. Also looks like going to report to the new students. Walked for a while. A huge gate carved out of white jade appeared in front of him, magnificent, exquisite, solemn and solemn. Beside the gate stood a statue of the same height, still the same generation of human emperors that had been in the square before, but here the action had changed. The sword points to the sky, seemingly defying difficulties. Lin Yu inexplicably developed a sense of awe, and his heartbeat could not help but speed up. It seemed to be brought by this portal. It also seemed to be a statue, and it also felt like an intimidating aura brought from behind the portal. Worthy of being the #1 school. Lin Yu cannot help but sigh. Really is outside the people, outside the sky. A gate can make his heart beat faster. He is really far from it. Pressing down the mood, Lin Yu went through the portal. As if an energy swept over him, and as if it didn't, purely psychologically, Lin Yu became more serious. The schoolhouse behind the portal was still missing and quiet. Now that school isn't in session and it's noon, it's understandable. But mostly. Not even a fellow guide? Lin Yu glanced up with a frown. It was time for the new students to report even though school hadn't started. Normally at least someone would have to come over and guide you through the process of registering your information. It's true that the better the school, the colder it is, and a different pheasant university would hate to run up to the space station plaza and pull people in. Forget it, find it yourself. Freshman check-in is nothing more than registration information to assign a dormitory. Lin Yu looked toward the freshman administration. Chapter 123, what the hell did he do? It's really, really big inside the Zhengzhou Academy. Lin Yu felt that this shouldn't even be called a school. It wouldn't be too much to say it was a city within a city. Along the way, Lin Yu saw all kinds of buildings. There were regular tall buildings, there were irregular buildings just like birds' nests. There were also several towers as tall as mountain peaks, solemn and majestic, spread in different directions, all of which did not know what they were for. The ground is lush and scenic, what with flower beds and lawns everywhere. It took Lin Yu over an hour to find the freshman registration office. The location is right at the front door. Lin Yu came in from the left. The register was on the right. He gave straight towards the front. Forget it, just familiarize yourself with the environment. Lin Yu gives himself comfort. Fugue walked into the registration building. Inside, the situation is quite distinguishable, an empty hall with a single window, on which an electronic screen reads. New student enrollment registry. There's a middle-aged female teacher behind the window. Propped up on his arms, he drifted off to sleep. Lin Yu felt that he really should have eaten before coming back. It wasn't very polite to disturb people in the middle of the day. But all in all, come what may. Lin Yu went up and gently knocked on the glass. Hello teacher, I'm the new student who came over to register. The middle-aged female teacher didn't respond, pressing on. Lin Yu. Helpless, Lin Yu knocked on the glass window again. This time the female teacher woke up but he did not show his displeasure, and stretched his back and gave an unimaginative haircut. Registration right, name, school number. Lim Yul, 2028-049-0524. 2028, it's the Daxia calendar. 049 is the number of Jiangbei province. 0524 is his high school number, which is very easy to remember and no need to go through memos. Lin Yu right, let's see. The middle-aged female teacher was operating her computer while scratching her hair, which was a mess. Yo, scholar boy is here. The female teacher's eyes lit up. The computer showed that Lin Yu scored full marks in the college entrance examination, and the second this year was only more than 700. The grades are fine, little genius. Lin Yu, teacher overpraised, better luck. The female teacher smiled and did not say much more. Full mark scholar is good, but historically there are many, can enter the central state that is not a genius to come. There's not much to do to register new students. The academic records are counted in the background, and people just arrive to confirm. The female teacher got it done quickly and paused when it was her turn to choose a dormitory. She looked up. Teacher first tell you, we are all strictly managed in Central State. we won't give you privileges just because you have good grades. The dorms are all 4 to a room at the moment, everyone is, are you okay with that? Of course, subsequently you can change it through points or honor, but that's after that. Lin Yu frowned slightly. He was a little surprised that a school this big was still doing something so chilling. He didn't like contact with people in the first place, and 4 to a room must have been a little hard to take. Thinking about it. Teacher, at the risk of asking how many points this takes, and what the contribution is, can't I change it now? I should have some points, right? Lin Yu remembered that the college entrance examination had said again that everyone's college entrance examination scores would be converted into points, and his perfect score should not be considered less. The female teacher was a bit disgruntled. Points you don't want, the teacher can only tell you that points are important, you'll be clear about that later. As for contribution, you don't even want to think about it, that has to be awarded for accomplishing outstanding tasks for either the country or the school, not at your stage. Schools are naturally not shabby, and making grade divisions is a way to give kids better motivation to hustle. Kids these days can't take a little bit of pain. I can't believe you want to trade points for a dorm room. With that said, she lost her patience and followed closely. Okay, you can forget about the dormitory, I'll just split it up for you. Wait, teacher. Teacher, do you think this thing will work? Lin Yu pulled out a dazzling purple 5-star medallion with the Dasha coat of arms engraved on it. Yes, it was his second-class Medal of Honor. Having accomplished excellent missions for his country, he wasn't sure this would work. The female teacher, still impatient, froze at the sight of the medal. You kid. If you had it, you wouldn't have brought it out earlier. Okay, sure. A second-class Medal of Honor goes anywhere. Lin Yu eventually switched to a dormitory, but only from a 4-person room to a 2-person room. In the words of the teacher, military medals are perfectly fine, but the school rules state that a single dormitory must have not only honors, but must also have points. There's no way around it either. There is some good news, though. Basically, no one can get into the 2-person dorms at the moment. So he's nominally a duo, but in reality he's no different than a single person. Lin Yu was still more than satisfied. Another benefit of the Military Medal of Honor was sort of experienced on him. After Lin Yu left, the female teacher frowned, her eyebrows full of doubt. A recent graduate got the Military District 2 Medal of Honor. What the hell did he do? The dormitory area is not far from the freshman registration area, and is planned to be right at the entrance area of the college. But this not far is also relative. Lin Yu walked for about 20 minutes before arriving. To the eye were several townhouse buildings, neatly arranged and clustered together, similar to the dormitories of the previous world, 6 stories high. On the further side are lower buildings, 3 stories high, looking a little more refined. There are even lower ones further down, becoming detached and hidden in the shade. This is the freshman dormitory area, which is divided into 3 blocks, the 4-person collective area, the 2-person elegant area, and the single luxury area. A number of students can be seen in the square in front of the collective area building, looking around and full of novelty. Through the window you can also see some students making their beds and getting their luggage. Lin Yu came to his double section, and there were suddenly fewer people. In fact, there was simply no one at all. His dorm room was in 309, the last one on the 3rd floor. The female teacher specifically let Lin Yu choose her own. Lin Yu likes seclusion, so she chose the furthest one. The building remains empty. Electronic iris recognition at the door. Push open the door. A very bright dormitory, though not large, with plenty of sunlight and full amenities, with sheets and covers all in place, white and clean, obviously cleaned by someone. Lin Yu is very satisfied. He is not picky about where to live. Quiet and clean is the best. Besides, it's better than what he had before. And so on. Lin Yu suddenly stalled. He seems to have, forgotten about the little dollhouse in the city of Bainang. Since the high school exams, he's been on the front lines, in the deep end, and finally living in the military district. Keeps just forgetting to go back. The room wasn't his either. The government only provides it to people in need, and it should have been distributed to others when he became an adult. But he's confiscating furniture and stuff now. Lin Yu is a somewhat old-fashioned man, and the thought that his old belongings might be thrown away. He was hurting. Chapter 124, The Tower of the Secret World. I'll make sure to put all the furniture into the system space from now on. After a good period of pain, Lin Yu finally came to this conclusion that. But there was no way out now, and he couldn't make it back in time when he was 100,000 miles from down under. The good thing is that he doesn't have any bad habits. After a brief rest, Lin Yu discovered a problem. The downside of a double dorm. No one can get information for him. He's drawing a complete blank on the school right now, how to earn points, what they can do, how to boost permanent attributes, what rules the school has, Normally, if you have housemates, this is the time to scurry off and discuss your research, and then you'll probably know all about it, and then you'll know what's going on. He's just in two minds right now, with absolutely no next steps. Of course you should be able to find out all this later by asking your teacher, but it's good to know sooner rather than later. There was a sudden rush of footsteps in the corridor, interrupting Lin Yu's thoughts. I thought there was no one in the double dorm. While wondering. Bang, bang, bang. There was another sharp knock on the door, on his door again. Boss. It's me. Open the door. Stop it, Shin, you're not even sure who it is, hurry up and follow me out. Students inside, sorry to bother you. No. I'm not leaving. I'm sure it must be Boss Lin. Lin Yu. Well, the voices are very familiar. It's obviously Chen Shin and Lu Menghan. But how did they find this place? Lin Yu got up and opened the door. Only to see that inside the corridor, Lu Menghan was tugging on Chen Shin, who was pulling on the doorframe so hard that his collar was almost ripped off. Upon seeing Lin Yu, the two of them were obviously stunned. Boss. I knew it was you. I really missed you. Woohoo! Chen Shin pounced on Lin Yu like a black rat. Lin Yu preemptively pressed Chen Shin's head in advance, frowning slightly. How did you guys find me? Chen Shin, boss. I just heard that someone got into the double dormitory, and when I thought about it, it was you. Other than you, no one can get into the double dormitory. Then I asked the host master downstairs and found him, and Lu Menghan still didn't believe me. Boss, do you know how much I've missed you? Where the hell have you been all this time? You don't answer your phone and you don't answer your messages. Do you know how worried I was about you, woohoo? Chen Shin said with eyes teardrops coming down. Lin Yu. How the hell does that work? On the side, Lu Menghan smiled awkwardly. Hello again, Lin Yu, how are you? Rather, it is just right to have someone to spy on the news. Chen Shin is not reliable, Lu Menghan is still more careful in doing things. Lin Yu nodded, come in. Inside the dormitory, pleasantries were exchanged. Lin Yu also roughly understood the situation of the two people these days. Since he left in the middle of the entrance exam, the two of them were very anxious, and thought that Lin Yu had been kicked out directly for failing the spiritual test. Chen Shin has been hard to make a fuss to Han Mingrui, only to realize that it is the perfect pass has been quizzed away. The two men came to rest in peace, and Chen Shin hard pestered Han Mingrui to ask about Lin Yu going to Zhongzhou Academy. And so it rose to the occasion. Lu Menghan's grades are perfectly fine. Chen Shin is also a small universe explosion, hard to pressure a hangman to take the examination in the middle of the state. The two of them couldn't contact Lin Yu after the college entrance exam. Just leveled up together for a few days, and then came to Central State early. Lu Menghan was trying to rise a few more days, but Chen Shin had to come early to find out about the school, and when Lin Yu came the first time, he could get all the information, and the road was completely paved. In the end, Lu Menghan still didn't twist past Chen Shin and came over together. And I've been following Lin Yu news every day until today when I heard that someone was living in a double dorm. All Lin Yu can say is, this little tomboy still always comes in handy a little bit. How's it going, Boss Lin? I'm okay, I even bought you clothes and covers and toiletries. Chen Shin smiled, but then immediately frowned. But why do you have a quilt here? We don't have one there, try a bedpan. Then I didn't buy it for nothing. Why don't you just use the ones I bought, boss? I don't think he's clean here either, and what he's gouging for might be shoddy products. Lin Yu skimmed his mouth and didn't pick up on the conversation and went straight to the point. Tell me about the school rules, I happen not to know them yet. Chen Shin froze and scratched his head. Rules me. How about we go eat first? Lu Menghan sighed helplessly, it's better for me to speak, Lin Xiao, the academy rules are indeed quite important. Chen Shin huffed, I want you to talk more. I didn't have time to check because I've been shopping for the past 2 days. Boss, believe me, I had planned to do a good job of badgering today. Lu Menghan just happened to know a little bit earlier than me. Lin Yu. Still have to look at Lu Menghan. Then you can say it, Lu Menghan. Lu Menghan nodded, Lin Yu, you know about points right? Lu Menghan did work very carefully, and understood in great detail in just a few days. And the words are dry, no nonsense, all dry. Lin Yu listened to the whole college functioning are roughly pu. First, the most important point. How colleges can improve the permanent attributes of their students. This one surprised Lin Yu a bit. He originally thought that he was relying on potions and treasures and all that, but he didn't realize that he was relying on the secret realm. A very rare and endemic secret world. You can get permanent attributes just by clearing the level in it, and you can do it over and over again. The several tall towers that Lin Yu had seen outside earlier were endemic secret realms. These secret places are natural, not man-made. Instead, it was only with this that Middle States College built its school. Similar to many top colleges and universities, the beginning of the site selection is also in this kind of unique secret area built on the school, but the most powerful and best belong to the central state. However, this secret realm also has attrition. The academy costs a lot of resources to maintain, so it limits the number of times a student can enter it. Apart from the necessary number of free entries, the rest cost points to redeem, and the number doubles the more times you do it. That's where the importance of points comes in. Besides, it's not just the secret world that takes points. Cultivation rooms, trading, lodging, exchanging items, etc. all require points. You could say that points are the hard currency coins of the academy, and there is no way to exchange them for money. As for how to get points, there are many ways to do this, the two most common, one picking up academy quests academies earn by their own efforts, Secondly, the college issues a direct quota for each individual, every month. The academy also has regular quizzes and exams and puts out leaderboards that each person receives different points based on rankings. That's the general running rule. To summarize, it's about earning the rest of it, except for the basic training. A very standard system of competition training. Chapter 125 Boss, I'm proud to be a hero in the Central State. For the training system at Middle States College, Lin Yu was still more than satisfied. He had originally thought that if it was all managed in a uniformed manner he was surely going to be dormant for a while. After all, the vast majority of his classmates were budding newcomers in their late teens, while he was already in his late 30s at extreme turn. Now this system of many capable people. He happens to be more than capable. But I just don't know how hard it is to earn points, how much it consumes, and how much of a permanent attribute boost there is. These finer points will have to be introduced by the instructor after the first day of school when the classes are divided. According to Lu Menghan, the entire central state is divided into 5 major systems. The warrior, mage, priest, archer, and assassin departments will each be taught by a different teacher. He and Lu Menghan both belong to the warrior department. Classes will be divided uniformly after the opening ceremony, and then guides will be assigned uniformly. Okay, just get out of the way when you're done. Boss, how about you boosting this time? You're so strong that the second turn is over. Seeing Lu Menghan finish, Qinshan pushed him away as soon as he finished and came back to Lin Yu. Lin Yu directly said, I have a general promotion, I didn't reach the second turn. Now he has reached the point where he lies without thinking at all and opens his mouth. Don't even think about being nice to a guy like Qinshan when he says he's 36 and pole turned again. Lin Yu had also discovered that sometimes hiding your clumsiness wasn't about keeping your cards or anything. It actually avoids a lot of hassle. Blending in as a normal person quietly developing is the best. Qinshan beamed, boss, you haven't turned 2 yet. I also said that you can become the first 2-turn freshman, when the time comes directly stun those teachers' eyes. Where did you go to upgrade, boss? Did you run into any trouble? Oh yeah. Second turn seems to require some kind of materials. Boss, you must not have any materials. Boss, what are you missing? I'll ask my family's old stirrups to buy it for you. Don't worry, my family has nothing else, but plenty of money. You can turn 2 at level 30, and the boss is so strong it must be less material. Finally he'll come in handy again. Behind Lu Menghan helplessly went up to pull Qinshan. Qinshan, you don't say nonsense, Lin Yu's strength must be up to the second turn, now there is no second turn is normal, besides the higher the level is also more difficult to rise, which is so easy. Qinshan glanced at his eyebrows, what does the upper second turn mean? Does it have anything to do with me buying materials? Lu Menghan was helpless, I'll explain this to you afterward, right now you'll know that you can't afford the materials needed for the upper second turn, or your family can't buy them at all is all. In short, it's only normal that Lin Yu hasn't completed the second turn now, it's not that Lin Yu is slow. Qinshan doesn't care about anything when he doesn't study well day after day, she is still clear about it. Lin Yu is strong, but it's not that easy to turn to. Another premium material and a lot of time. It's just not possible to save enough to go to the front line for such a short period of time, not to mention the fact that the front line is not that good. Normally as planned, everyone will not start their second turn quests until the second half of the semester. Which is not so fast. Chenshin paused, and although he still didn't understand much, he probably understood that the second turn was indeed difficult. Immediately after that, his eyes rolled up to shake off Lu Menghan. Did I say the boss is slow? I want you to talk too much. Also, you'll touch me less in the future. Men and women don't kiss, those who don't know will think we have some kind of relationship. Lu Menghan. Lin Yu. This kid is really an oddball, too, and others are good at schoolgirl strength. It's a real treasure to be put in his place and become something to be disliked. Boss, have you eaten yet? Let's go eat. I'm telling you, don't look so stingy here, but the cafeteria food is pretty good. Chen Shen said with gusto. Lu Menghan followed suit and spoke, Lin Yu, if you haven't eaten you should take a trip, it's just as well that I'll introduce you to the outside and familiarize myself with the environment. Lin Yu indeed did not eat, at this time also a little hungry. She couldn't find a cafeteria location, so she readily agreed to do the same. Chen Shen's eyes instantly lit up, boss, hurry up. I'm telling you, there's a lion's head in the cafeteria that's super delicious. It smells so good. I just came back from eating it, you must try it. Lin Yu gave a beat, you guys just ate? Yeah, just had to eat at noon for sure. So you still eat? Sure, what's the problem? Gotta be, still a foodie. The three of them descended the stairs to a campus with bright sunshine and fresh green grass. Perhaps it was after lunch break, and the students near the dormitory gradually became more and more. But it looked like they were all average or even trashy in strength. Lin Yu currently after the second turn, without the identification technique alone by breath, can probably distinguish the strength of people. Of course it has to be low level for it to work, it doesn't work well beyond turn 2. Currently, these students are just little munchkins in his eyes, emanating like little matches, and he's a melting pot. The difference is huge. Lin Yu, the academy is divided into grade zones, the ones we're in now are all freshman zones, we won't run into sophomore or junior seniors. Freshman year there are a total of a few thousand freshmen this year, and if the strength is strong or weak, our Jiangbei province is considered to be at a medium level. I've moved up a few levels since the high school exams, I'm at level 19 now, which is considered mid-range, and some of the best ones get up to 23-4. Especially the ones that came in from Zhejiang's own city, they have more resources for upgrading, and it's rumored that a few of them are up to level 27 or 88, as well as legendary professions. Ryu Manhwan said like an encyclopedia as he walked around. That was the information she had gathered since her arrival, and at first she was actually a little frustrated. In Jiangbei she had always been a genius among geniuses, but she didn't think that when she came here she wouldn't even be classified in the top, only up to the upper middle. She soon adjusted, though. The stronger the students are, the more motivated they are. The higher the platform, the further you can go. Lin Yu nodded, he wasn't surprised by this. Upgrading is harder the further you go, geniuses may be able to pull off a cliff gap with ordinary people in front of them, but they will definitely be slowly chased down to a smaller size behind them. So if you want to keep the momentum of being far ahead, you can only keep working hard and eliminating all kinds of so-called geniuses along the way with thorns and thistles. However, this said not to say that the big city people upgrade really have fast enough. High school entrance examination when they Jiangbei highest is 16, these places full of the highest is also 17 or 18. I can't believe I got another 10 levels in so little time. He's only up to level 9. At this time, Shenshin took over and climbed onto the topic. Boss, I'm also making fast progress, I'm now level 17. I can say that I'm the best of the best among my classmates. Rarely do I have any enemies. Of course, compared to you, boss, it's nothing, boss, it's unattainable to step on a group of heroes. How many levels are you at now, boss? Lin Yu didn't even have to go over his head, level 30. Chenshin jumped straight up, yes. I knew the boss was the best. What Xia Jing, what legendary genius, all kneel down. Lu Menghan's eyes flickered. You're already level 30. It was true that true geniuses were the brightest geniuses wherever they were placed. Keep up the good work. Chapter 126. This is my boss, the first genius of Central State. The one over there in Lin Yu is our warrior department's teaching building, will be attending classes there afterward, with specialized instructors to impart theoretical knowledge. I'm not sure what classes are available and exactly when they are, though. I'll have to wait until school starts to schedule them. That one over there is the practical building. There will be professional instructors to teach practical experience, and it is said that there are also sparring exercises between classmates, not quite sure. This is the quest hall. We'll pick up quests here in the future, but it seems that we have to pass the freshman period before we can pick them up, and it's said that there's a month of freshman period where we can't leave the school, so I don't know if it's true or not. This is the skills building, where you can exchange all kinds of skills, even exclusive ones, but I don't know how many points it takes. This is the equipment building. This is the training building. This is the library with all kinds of ancient knowledge. Along the way, Lu Menghan would introduce Lin Yu to every building he came across, very carefully. Lin Yu also had a certain understanding of the entire academy structure. I have to say that the top academies do have everything, from theory to practical combat to skills and equipment to form a very complete career chain. There's even an arena for resolving conflicts. But as Lu Menghan understand are also rough, detailed can enhance how useful or have to wait for the school after the guide to introduce to know. Lin Yu carefully memorized all these places geographically. He's a bit of a roadie. Chenshin just bounced around and followed along, playing by himself while Lu Menghan spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately wrapped himself around Lin Yu and chirped. It gave Lin Yu a bit of a headache. A few people arrived at the cafeteria, which was bright and spacious throughout, constructed not too differently from the high school, with rows of tables and chairs, but just a lot bigger. There weren't many people after dinner time. Lu Menghan consciously go to fight the meal. Lin Yu does not like to trouble others. Stop together. Chenshin was still sitting leisurely, and once he saw Lin Yu go he rubbed his heels again. The meals in the cafeteria are really tasty and overall not greasy and nutritionally balanced. And no money. Ordinary food is free, to be precise. Lu Menghan said that the cafeteria also has high-grade ingredients. Long-time eating is good for the body and even increase attributes. But it takes points. After dinner, Chenshin still wants to pull Lin Yu shopping. Lin Yu decisively refused. Silently writing down the location of the cafeteria, Lin Yu went back to the dormitory alone. 2 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, Lin Yu Ren was still awake. Just heard Chenshin shouting from downstairs. "Boss! Get up! Today's the day school starts, so hurry up and get up. We'll go to the ceremony together. I'll meet you downstairs." Lin Yu had locked the door to the dormitory building earlier, and he was alone, anyway. I thought Chenshin couldn't come up, but I didn't expect to pull this stunt again. There is no defense. Ravaged the covers and pillows to settle the wake-up call. Lin Yu washed up and came downstairs. As soon as he stepped out of the dormitory building, Chenshin immediately scurried out like a black rat. "Boss! I missed you." Lin Yu had long been accustomed to this and pressed Chenshin's head in advance. Lu Menghan stood aside. "Good morning, student Lin Yu. Today there is a commencement ceremony in Zhongfu Plaza. After that we will also be divided into classes and guides. In a moment it will start." Zhongfu Square, the school square of Zhongzhou College, where large-scale events are usually held. Lu Menghan had brought him by before. Lin Yu nodded. "Well, let's go." The morning air is crisp and cool, and the school is no longer cold when it's time to start. Men and women can be seen everywhere in the dormitory area, all rushing towards the Nakafu Plaza. Hurry up and go. Go early to get a good seat. It's rumored that the principal of Central State is presiding over the ceremony today. I'll go. The principal himself. Then hurry up. I wonder how the points are counted. I want to enter the special secret realm every day. Ceremony again. I'm most annoyed with formalism. I might as well upgrade if I have this time. A girl in the crowd suddenly came to Lin Yu's side. "Ha? What are you doing here, Manchin? I told you I hadn't seen you all morning." Seeing the girl walking, Lu Menghan whispered, "Lin Yu, this is my roommate. She's a bit self-conscious. I'm not familiar with him." The girl was wearing a denim jacket, her skin was white and her eyes were big, looking rather sunny. She came closer. "Hello, little Chenshin." "Ha? And this is?" Before Lu Menghan could answer, Chenshin immediately puffed out his chest. "This is my boss. The #1 genius of our Jiangbei province. And now the #1 genius of the entire Central State." The Sunshine Girl gave a suspicious look, but quickly suppressed it. "Politely extend your hand." "Hello, my name is Li Xiaoran." Lin Yu shook it briefly. "Lin Yu. Retracting her hand, Li Xiaoran quickly pulled on Lu Menghan. Hurry up and go, Menghan. I've heard that there's a male tutor who's particularly handsome. I hope we can be assigned to his class. Lu Menghan looked at Lin Yu with a questioning look. Lin Yu, it's okay, let's go together. A few people followed the flow of people towards the central government plaza. Li Xiaoran looked very talkative, pulling Lu Menghan along the way to chatter. This made Qinshan happy, finally giving to him some alone time with his boss. Qinshan tilted his head and laughed nervously. Boss, are you thirsty? I brought water, hee. Lin Yu. It took the better part of an hour, all the way through various flower beds and greenery. A few people arrived at the middle house square. Into the eyes of an empty, a very vast square, all alabaster paved, surrounded by an alabaster statue, there were born winged man, there are holding a spear to do the attack of the warrior, there are held high magic ball of the great wizard, The overall feeling is atmospheric, reckless, and solemn. Lin Yu cannot help but sigh. Really is the central state, the square are built so stylish, with their first high school with runway small playground completely heaven and earth. It looked more like a place for a large sacrificial ceremony. There was also a high platform built with white jade steps at the very back. Lin Yu's few people did come a little late. At this time the square is already a sea of people, black pressure a large area, blocked even the most forward are far from being able to see clearly, only a black shadow. Some of the students gathered together to chat, some tiptoed excitedly to see the front, and some were alone and indifferent. Lin Yu probably swept around, basically still small karami. There were just a few with slightly stronger breaths that went from little matches to little torches. But it's still not even close to him. All in all, it's just that we haven't seen a single second turn. Lin Yu, by looking toward the foremost high platform, far visible on the high platform sat some teachers, both male and female. These are pretty strong. Lin Yu couldn't see through it at all, and he could even feel a sense of danger just by looking at it. Of course, it wasn't that Sensei-san was intentionally exotericizing his breath, but rather his own instinctive reaction. The higher the level, the sharper the perception of danger. Enough to prove how powerful these teachers are. Boss, it's hard to see anything. Qinshan furrowed his brows. He was not tall, and now he couldn't see anything with the blockage. Of course he's even, how can the boss stand at the end of the line? The first genius of the Middle Kingdom has to be in the front row. Without hesitation, Qinshan was about to open the road right away. As soon as Lin Yu heard Qinshan speak, he knew what he was going to do, and preempted it in advance and gave it to him by the collar and carried it back. Don't give me any trouble, stand properly. Qinshan's entire body drooped. Ah. Okay then. Chapter 127, Freshman Ceremony. Lin Yu, can we go together? When the time came, the ceremony officially began with a neat salute. Only a solemn middle-aged man was seen walking up to the high platform. Class, I, Lianqingli, the principal of Central State. First of all, to be able to stand here, congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Central States. The solemn voice traveled throughout the square through the microphone, clearly audible to everyone. Lin Yu didn't like formalities either, and he also wanted to split classes early, then learn how to improve himself. The entire ceremony, preceded by a recounting of the origins of daxia and how the efforts of previous generations were exchanged for the present stable life, taught gratitude. Afterwards, he received the origin of the Zhengzhou Academy, the history of development, what role it plays in the land of daxia, and what kind of status it has. It's the last thing that recognizes how hard it is to be a part of the Middle States, However, he did not forget to caution everyone not to be proud in the future, and the need to continue to work hard to maintain the small family of Zhengzhou, and do their best to make their contribution to the big family of daxia. Well, all in all, it's still very cliched. The principal only started in the front, and was replaced in the back by a new teacher, He seemed to be a master of oratory, a voluble, impassioned, and hardly a boring speech turned into a certification conference, certifying that everyone has truly become a part of the Central State, truly becoming a pillar of the country in the future. Many of the students who listened were uplifted. Stick with the effort. Be myself. Be a useful person to society. There must be no arrogance. Although we have extraordinary strength, the test of value is not strength, it's more about good character. Only by working together can we have a better tomorrow. The struggle is more than that. The sweat of our predecessors is not for us to enjoy, we are nothing more than the advanced soldiers of society. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, we need to give more in order to give back to society. I have to say, this cut does quit the arrogance. Originally, those who could get into Central State were more or less arrogant. But a lot of people are reacquainting themselves with this speech. Maybe that's what ceremonies are for. Of course, it's hard to say how long that will last. After all, human beings, emotions are easy to receive rendering, the character is still difficult to change. Most of them are heard on one foot and forgotten on the other. In the crowd, Lu Menghan also had a burning gaze, clearly rendered, her fists visible below were clenched. What a pain in the ass, what's the point of talking about this, why don't you let me go back to sleep for a while? It's true that no matter what school that teacher is in, they all love to rub it in. Chenshin had completely changed from a curious baby to a complainer at this point. Said he before stepping forward and pushing Lu Menghan. Hey! You be normal, you hear me? Don't make that face. Confused, Lu Menghan couldn't help but scratch his head. Lin Yu, on the other hand, nodded. The kid finally has a place to get in a bar with him. The festivities went on until noon, when they drew to a close. Students. That's all I have to say here. Next we will begin to divide the classes. The divisions are not dividing your classes, they are just easy to manage, everyone is randomly divided into classes. When you see your class, go to your class guide and he will give you an overview of the follow-up course as well as the points issue. In this way, the new student celebration is officially over. Classification is not hierarchical, and there would be nothing for the students to worry about. Only some of the students who had their eyes on a particular instructor were secretly excited, rubbing their hands together and praying. Make sure I get assigned to Warrior Class 7, Class 7 guides are the most handsome. Seeing Li Xiaoran's appearance, Lu Menghan couldn't help but frown. She didn't understand what the point of being handsome was. Can there be anything more important than improving your strength? At this time, the square suddenly shook, and immediately afterward, countless points of light appeared in the sky, falling onto each student like meteors. Lin Yu also got a dazzling red medallion, modeling exquisite above the center is a totem, turn the circle engraved with a small word, Dasha Central State Academy. On the back are two big words, Lin Yu. Obviously, it's his identification. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel at being able to instantly and accurately send all the medals to nearly 10,000 students. What kind of strength is this? Lin Yu injected his spirit into it, and a line of information immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Yu. Grade, 2028. Grade, Warrior. Class, Warrior 3. Conductor, Xinya Wang. Age rankings, no reference before the big exam. College honors, none. Points, 100 plus 800. The information given was very clear, he was assigned to the Warrior 3 class, and the guide's name was Wang Xinya. For the age ranking, according to Lu Menghan, this ranking would affect the distribution of points, but it would have to wait until after the big exam. Points then, each person's college entrance examination results will be converted into points. Lin Yu full score of 800, plus that 100 should be this month's share. Lin Yu looked at it and also almost understood it. The next step is to find a guide. Clarify the use of points and course details. On the outskirts of the plaza came a single guide, a curtain of light sprouting from their heads. Warrior Class 5s come this way. Mage Class 3 meet me here. Chaplain 5, Chaplain 5. The students have moved. Oh my god. How am I in Class 3, my Class 7? Li Xiaoran cried out and immediately looked at Lu Menghan. Menghan, what class are you in? Are we in the same class or not? Ryu Manhwan, I'm in Class 7. You, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Lu Menghan came to Lin Yu's side. What about you, Lin Yu? She and Lin Yu were both from the warrior department and it was definitely better to be in the same class. Lin Yu was indifferent and said directly, Class 3. Lu Menghan was slightly saddened. Chenshin was confused, he only reacted now. He's a mage faculty. Not only can he not be with Boss Lin, even Lu Menghan is gone. He'll have to go to mage department classes alone from now on. You have to be alone for everything. No way. I don't want it. Boss, wait for me, I'm going to find a teacher to change departments, I'm also going to the warrior department. Boss, you must wait for me. Chenshin's eyes glared, and he was instantly furious and about to go find the teacher. Lu Menghan hurriedly pulled back. Chenshin, you stop, you are the mage, how to change, mage warrior on the class is different. Chenshin, I don't care. It's not the same, I just won't listen. I'm not going somewhere I don't know by myself, I'm going to Warrior Class 3 with Boss Lin. Lu Menghan sweat face, you do not listen to others, teachers have to be able to give you change. It ended up being a lot of persuasion, a lot of trickery, and a big release. You're Lin Yu's little brother now, you upset your teacher, people even hate Lin Yu together. Besides, there's no dormitory by department, so you'll be able to see Lin Yu just as well when you come back.
Chen Shen then settled down, followed by another eye roll. Well, then you'll accompany me to the guide first.
Lu Menghan grinned. He was still planning to go to the guide with Lin Yu first, even though they weren't in the same class, they were together in one department.
Lu Menghan threw an inquiring look at Lin Yu. Lin Yu waved his hand, go go go. After the two left, Lin Yu was about to move. Lin Yu student, I just heard that you're from class 3, too. Is it okay if we get together? There's something to look out for.
Li Xiaoran walked over.
Chapter 128, this class must be skipped. Sure, no problem.
Lin Yu said back to Li Xiaoran. He was polite to anyone online, provided of course that it didn't affect his progress. Li wasn't too surprised, she just wanted some company. The square was crowded and Lin Yu quickly found the third class instructor. A younger looking girl, probably just in her 20s. With a small ponytail and jeans, he was not very tall. Lin Yu looked at it and felt that it was right in the second turn range.
Probably not as good as him.
The guide is only responsible for the trivial management of the students, not considered a tutor, the strength of the lower normal.
There were 30 men in Warrior Class 3, and they arrived quickly.
Students, I'm your guide from now on. You must have known my name through the medal. My name is Xinya Wang. I hope to be able to work in harmony with everyone in the future, and we'll work together to create a great class.
Wang Xinya smiled, without a trace of a teacher's stance. I feel like I don't have much experience. You can't manage your classmates by being polite, you have to be serious. Greetings, Instructor Wang. Greetings, Instructor Wang.
The students greeted in unison. Everyone, don't be polite, I'm only responsible for everyone's day-to-day management issues, so everyone can just ask me if they don't understand anything in the future. Now I'm going to take you all to familiarize yourself with the course related, so follow me. Wang Xinya took the lead and stepped out, and the students followed.
Colleges and universities are essential for specialized instruction in addition to the necessary strength enhancements.
Oftentimes knowledge is even greater than strength. But Lin Yu doesn't know if it's working for him or not, he seems to be seconds all the way. Everywhere on campus there are ushers leading lines of students, some with loudspeakers. It felt a bit like a tour guide with a group of tourists.
Teacher Wang, you look good today. How about it, are there any good seedlings in the class this year?
Good morning, Mr. Zhang, I haven't seen it yet, I'm going to take the kids to familiarize themselves with the environment first.
You're still young.
Oh, I don't care about that.
Okay, see you when you're done. Aha! Some familiar guides came across to greet Wang Xinya. After 7 turns, a single building appeared in front of the crowd.
Everyone, this is the teaching building for our Warrior Class 3, and this is where you will be attending classes from now on. Our Central State Academy is a large place with abundant teaching resources. This entire building is for our 3rd class, so you don't have to worry about being disturbed. Wang Xinya pointed to the building in front and introduced it, her round eyes sparkling with pride. Wow, one building for one class, it's really atmospheric.
And it's so big, it's almost as big as our entire high school building.
Some of the students whispered in awe. Lin Yu also cannot help but be surprised, the entire department at least divided into dozens of classes, a class a building cannot be described as not a big deal.
In fact, aside from his strength, he's a dirtbag to boot. Never seen anything big.
Wang Xinya saw the students' reaction smile even more, and added, the academy can provide such a good environment for everyone, and the teacher also hopes that everyone will also study well, not to fail the academy, and of course, for their own sake.
Okay, let's go inside.
Wang Xinya led everyone into the building, first going up to the 2nd floor to an empty classroom.
The first class is small in number, but the classroom is not small.
It was like an audio-visual room, with rows and rows of seats progressing ladder by ladder, and open podiums with microphones standing on them as well as some crystal installations. Everyone, this is the Warrior Basic Classroom. In the future, there will be professional instructors to teach you warrior-related knowledge, from cognitive warrior to warrior's full understanding, to help you better discover your own occupational characteristics. The class time is every Monday morning from 9 to 11 a.m., and after that the schedule will also be sent directly to the group, so you can check it out through the medallion. Some of the students' eyes lit up, clearly expertise was tempting them.
But most of them don't like to learn. They go to college to get ahead fast.
Taking theory classes is not a waste of time. Mentor Wang, I think I know enough about warriors to not come? Tutor Wang, my family has hired a tutor, so a professional career is not necessary. Tutor Wang, I can't get up in the morning.
Wang Xinya was not annoyed and smiled faintly.
No reason whatsoever, theory class is mandatory, absence will deduct your points.
With that, he took the lead and left the classroom.
Okay, let's go to the next classroom.
The students didn't think it was possible to take a class, a little credit.
Some people have made plans to trade points for free time.
Lin Yu silently followed behind, he personally didn't find the lessons useless. Recognizing yourself, in disguise, also enhances your strength. When two people of the same level meet, the one with a rich professional reserve will definitely win, even to the extent of crushing. Even if it was switched to him, he wasn't false to the same level, but he could still use it by going over the level. Of course, the premise was that it wouldn't affect the upgrade progress, to him strength was the best guarantee. He had a system and a blood demon, and his expertise belonged to the icing on the cake, unlike others.
No, I'll trade in my points too.
Lin Yu silently thought that he should have the most points at the moment. Soon the crowd was in a new classroom. The overall construction was almost the same, and Wang Xinya began to introduce it. This is our monster illustrated classroom. In the future, there will be instructors to explain to you the characteristics of the habits of various types of monsters and how to deal with them. Classes are on Tuesdays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., so don't miss out. The students had their minds made up and didn't say anything more this time. Inside a building, Wang Xinya led the group in and out, having seen various classrooms. It's scheduled every morning from Monday through Friday, and there's even an ethics class. Much to the bewilderment of the students. Forget about other specialized courses, at least they help with strength.
What the hell is morality and ethics? You don't even have to go to high school.
The explanation given by Wang Xinya is that professionals have to restrain themselves, and the more powerful the force, the more moral Zhang control is needed. Otherwise it brings disaster. Lin Yu felt that this was quite right, and his blood demon was the best manifestation of it. The last classroom was on the first floor, an empty hall, similar to a stadium. Students, this is the practical training classroom, and in the future, there will be professional instructors who will take you through practical drills, including skill utilization, combat techniques, and help you improve your combat awareness. Hands-on classes are on Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Don't miss them. The students were obviously much more excited about the actual battle. One touched and looked around, and some of those who knew each other even set up a fight for fun.
It's a good class, and I'm definitely not skipping it.
I don't know if there's any sparring, so excited. My suggestion is, why don't we just replace all the classes with practical classes, then I can live with it. Lin Yu is the least interested.
He's got the blood demon.
Compared to all kinds of theories, actual combat was the most useless to him. Not to mention, he had to practice with a bunch of munchkins.
If points allow, this class must be skipped. Chapter 129: The Importance of Points. All theory classes are currently scheduled in the morning. That means the afternoon is the time for upgrades and attribute enhancements. The
students have been waiting a little too long to speak up. Instructor Wang, next is not a time to introduce the upgrades.
Yeah, there's points left out too.
Wang Xinya smiled. Good, teacher will take you all there next. The secret realm and copies are outside, let's go.
Yikes. Finally, it's the turn of something really useful.
I've long heard that the central state is rich in resources. I wonder if I can give this young man a surprise.
I think these theory courses alone are a treasure. The students followed Wang Xinya out of the building. Student Lin, I've heard that the special secret realm and central state is the one that adds the most attributes. Do you know how many?
Li Xiaoran said at this time. She had been following Lin Yu around, but neither of them had spoken much in front of them.
Lin Yu said truthfully, I don't know. Li's eyelids twitched with some embarrassment.
Oh, so. Obviously she wanted to strike up a conversation with Lin Yu to get closer, but Lin Yu was short on words. Coming outside, the crowd passed through a host of green school buildings,
came to a high tower.
It was one of the several tall towers Lin Yu had seen from afar before. Closer look is even more magnificent. Black tower, body solemn and majestic, the bottom has an arched entrance.
Outside the tower was a large plaza with a number of guide students already standing. Obviously this tower is no longer exclusive.
Fellow students, this tower is the greatest treasure of our central state. It is a special, rare and secret place that has existed for thousands of years.
There are 3 more such towers: the Tower of Strength, the Tower of Agility, the Tower of Physique, and the Tower of Spirit, which represent the 4 major attributes of a professional, and clearing them will provide you with the corresponding attributes, and there is no limit to the number of times you can do so. The one we currently have in front of us is the Tower of the Body. Wang Xinya first briefly introduced the origin. The students looked at the tower with flickering gazes, not to mention the permanent resources it could provide, just the aura was oppressive enough. Everyone quickly got excited about boosting permanent attributes, and there was no limit to the number of times they could do it. Levels are capped, attributes are not. Sensei, then how much can I add per pass? Can we get into any of these towers? Do you want points? Is it difficult to pass? The students opened their mouths and asked, which was what Lin Yu wanted to know the most. So far, the most useful thing to him was this Tower of the Secret Realm. Wang Xinya continued to explain. The Tower of the Secret Realm is divided into 9 layers. The higher the number of layers, the higher the attributes added. Currently open for everyone is the first layer. Each time you pass the level, you can add 10 points of corresponding attributes. Everyone has the opportunity to enter once a month for free. Any tower is not limited. After that, you need 100 points to enter a second time, the third time 200, the fourth time 300, progressive, unlimited number of times, but you can only enter once a day. Zeroed out for the next month. As for the issue of difficulty, the teacher can only tell you that the difficulty is very low. The secret tower is a welfare resource, so as long as the students play normally, they will definitely have no problem. At the sound, many of the students were surprised. Adding 10 points at a time is almost equivalent to them moving up a level. Everyone quickly dished up points. I scored 600 on the high school exam, 700 counting the morning handout, first time free, second time. I'll get in 4 times? I have a total of 750, and I think that's 4 times. Holy, is it that expensive? What about when it runs out? When they got the answer, the students were bitter. Lured by the high attributes of the. At this moment, everyone instantly realized the importance of points. At the same time, snuffing out the idea of trying to skip class. Points are simply life. Teacher, so is there any way we can earn points? Some of you who responded have already asked questions, and what we know so far is that the guaranteed 100 points will be paid out every month. If you go by this, almost every month you're stuck with a guaranteed meal. Wang Xinya smiled. There are certainly ways to earn points. Everyone can take on academy missions, or additional points can be awarded based on rankings as well. But don't think about it now. One before your enrollment belongs to the freshman period. You can't take missions, and the ranking grand exam is in a month's time, so you're on a mission right now. It's better to study hard. The students sighed. Doesn't that mean we'll only get in 4 times this month? Seeing is not touching. Not really. If you can bear it, you can wait until next month when it clears so you can get in a few more times as well. The teacher suggests it's best to sit like this. Points aren't that easy to earn past freshman year. Alright, the Tower of Attributes is here for now, so hurry up, there's the upgrade copy. Lin Yu followed the crowd as they continued their journey. He was in a good mood. 10 points of attributes wasn't much for him, but there was no limit to the number of times it could be accumulated. With his strength, he thought that earning points would be simpler than others. Of course, everything still has to be after the freshman period. He's only got 900 points right now, and he's only going to be able to eat the guarantee this month. Next, Wang Xinya took everyone to the duplicate management hall, as well as the training room. The duplicate management lobby is where the upgrades are provided. It contains man-made replicas of every kind and is extremely expensive to build. The monsters inside can reach 1.5 times the experience of the same level outside. The same intensity, but with a substantially higher experience, naturally excited the students again. But alas, points are still required for. The rules are slightly different and are based on time. There are 10 hours of free time per month, after which incremental re-entry costs 10 points per hour, with another 10 every 10 hours. The training room, on the other hand, is where the actual combat training takes place, and it automatically gives you a replay based on your combat, giving you room for improvement. Very useful. But it still consumes points, and the rules are the same as for copies. With all of this added up, the students kind of completely understood how important points really are. Not just an inch. Without points, you still have to watch others improve. However, Lin Yu didn't care too much about the last 2, the copy experience was good. But at this stage, the monster levels are all matched to mass classmates, with a maximum of just 25 levels. It's probably not much when you discount it to him. The training room, if you will, or, if he has a blood demon. Not much need to improve combat awareness. Anyway, the most important thing for him at the moment was still the Tower of Attributes. In this way, the specific plans for the pre-college period are thoroughly understood. Theoretical knowledge plus instructor-led practical training every morning. The afternoon is free for you to upgrade, improve your attributes, or train your skills. Closed on Saturdays and Sundays. The arrangement is very well organized and tensioned. Class, that's all for today. You can ask me anything else you don't understand. Our class group has been built, so everyone can contact each other through the Academy Medallion, and everyone can operate through the medallion if they want to make friends. The medallion is your identification as well as a piece of contact gear, and you won't run out of signal out in the field. Classes officially begin tomorrow. Dismissed. Chapter 130, A Month of Comfort. After Wang Xinya left, the students dispersed. Some went off alone, some piled up in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss where to go in a while, and some with active personalities began to make friends. In the future, we will be classmates. Copies can also be teamed up. It is not possible to say that we will have to do the quests together in the future. A lot of people are more active. A couple of the grades in particular are quite popular. Lin Yu put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the cafeteria alone. Today's day didn't have much of any classmates paying attention to him, and has been silent. He's too high-ranking for his classmates to see through. Of course he didn't pay much attention to his classmates, he probably felt it. Almost all of them were around level 20, there were a few stronger ones that might be level 24 or 25. He didn't even remember a single name all day. Mr. Lin, are you leaving already? I heard them say that they're going to have some kind of fellowship in a while. It's good to get to know each other as classmates, so we might be able to help out in the future. Are you in? Li Xiaoran caught up with Lin Yu. No, I'm a little tired and plan to go back and rest first. Lin Yu left directly without stopping his footsteps. Li skimmed her eyebrows. What a loner. This student, we're organizing a fellowship over here, we're all classmates getting to know each other. Are you in? Li Xiaoran turned back to the. It's okay. My name is Li Xiaoran, from Huai'an Province, level 20. Thank you for the invitation, classmate. Level 20? Li student's strength is good. I'm only level 19, I'll have to call myself senior sister. No, it's actually average. Lin Yu came to the cafeteria. It was near dusk, it was the mealtime. It was very crowded, cluttered and noisy, and you couldn't even see an empty seat. In a trance, Lin Yu returned to the fear of being dominated by the cafeteria back then. It's hard to cook, but it's still early. I'll have to come early from now on. Lin Yu silently made a decision to simply pack up and go. Back at the dorm. The quiet atmosphere just relaxes you. Lin Yu briefly organizes his next plan while eating. The one that was currently boosting him the most was definitely the Tower of the Secret Realm. 10 points of attributes at a time, accumulating a small amount was undoubtedly a big boost for him. If he could, he would want to soak in every day. I can't help that I don't have quite enough points, so I'll have to wait for the end of the freshman period if I want to earn points. So, the existing points will all be spent to the Tower of Secrets. The rest of the day you have to attend class every day and you can't get points deducted. The free time in the replica as well as the training room should not be wasted either. Lin Yu set his course for the coming month. This definitely slows down the upgrades, but it can't be helped. The school rules are that new students are not allowed to leave the school, and the school is closed for a month. He also has to follow the rules since he's running for permanent properties and can't have both. It was good to know that the classes weren't completely useless. For example, the monster narrative course was still quite interesting to him, and could add quite a bit to his experience. Also, just wait until the freshmen are over to be able to go out and take missions. When the time comes, you can pull back both in points and upgrades. Looks like it's going to be a month of comfort. Thinking this way, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. He doesn't seem to have had much rest since his transition. He's been fighting all the time. It's kinda hard to get used to a life of ease all of a sudden. In fact, this is the life that students should be living. He fell into the category of being too adventurous before. The night passed quickly. The next day, Lin Yu was woken up by another annoying scream. Boss Lin. It's time for class. Get up. Lin Yu flung the pillow away with one hand. Why don't you transfer the dormitory when it's all divided into departments? When Lin Yu came downstairs. Got good news. Shenshin was indeed transferred. The mage department was far away from here, and the dormitories were separated. The dormitories were divided yesterday, and he put off another night because he couldn't bear to part with them. Chenshin was aggrieved at this time, and his eyeballs were about to fall out as he watched.
Boss Lin, I probably won't see you for the next month, will you miss me?
Lin Yu was in a rare happy mood. Will do, the mage department is so far away, you still have to attend classes in the morning, just go.
Chenshin suddenly raised his head. Really? Will you miss me, brother Lin? So will you come and see me? Lin Yu's smile disappeared on the spot. No. Said he left straight away.
Chenshin paused. It's okay, brother Lin, I'll come see you sometime.
Mages are different from warriors. The two of them, Lu Menghan and Lin Yu, were left on the road.
Lu Menghan was going to see Chenshin off, but Chenshin refused. The reason was that he didn't want Lu Menghan to be late, and after yesterday he knew the importance of points and wouldn't be unreasonable. Lin Yu, I can give you points if you don't have enough. I heard that points are allowed to be traded between classmates. Lu Menghan said as she followed Lin Yu. Points are no more important than saving a life. She can still go outside to take the task to earn in the future. Lin Yu's strength is so high, when the current month is difficult to inch forward, certainly not good.
No, you keep it.
Lin Yu did not hesitate to decisively said, he saved them before but also happenstance, Huan 2 reward is not at all in his scope of consideration.
Or maybe he didn't really want to save anyone.
Lu Menghan or Wang Chenhao are also catching up. Besides, that point was nothing more than just one more entry into the Tower of Attributes, Wenki incremental rules.
Soon reaching the fork in the road. Good morning, Dream Chill student, I just happened to have some extra breakfast, have you eaten?
A boy came up from the intersection, carrying 2 cartons of milk in his hand. With Lu Menghan's face value, it was normal to attract male students within a day, or in the warrior department.
Lu Menghan instantly resumed her icy appearance. I've eaten, keep it for yourself.
Turning his head again with the intention of saying goodbye to Lin Yu, he realized that the intersection was already deserted, and Lin Yu strolling on the green path was already far away.
Lu Menghan couldn't help but shake her head. Lin Yu felt as if he just wasn't the same age and didn't care about anything.
It's almost as if she's more withdrawn than even her personality. I don't know how she was raised.
The strength is so strong and impeccable.
She really didn't know how she could return the favor. The boy on the side glanced away with a skittish eyebrow and instantly slipped the milk into his pocket. I have a few things to do, Ryu, so I'll see you in the classroom.
If you have a boyfriend, don't say so. It's a waste of feelings. Lin Yu followed his memory to yesterday's school building. It's Monday, Warrior Basic Course.
The door was open, and as soon as he stepped inside, the noise surrounded him. The students have warmed up after yesterday's time together and are already sitting together and laughing. Lin Yu didn't attract much attention when he came in, just a few students who swept him lightly. Li Xiaoran was sitting with a girl. When he saw Lin Yu, he revealed a smile and greeted, "Good morning, Lin student."
Morning. Lin Yu responded politely and found an unoccupied seat to sit down. Last row, corner. The girl next to Lin Yu pulled Li Xiaoran after she walked by. Who is it, Ren? A friend of mine. Chapter 131, Study hard, don't bully your classmates.
Class, it's almost time for class, quiet.
At 8.50, Wang Xinya walked into the classroom.
Her role is to manage her classmates, keep an eye on their progress, as well as provide some extracurricular guidance. A guide is a classroom mom. Similarly, the performance of her classmates will be directly linked to her income. Wang Xinya scanned the circle and found that no one was absent and nodded in satisfaction.
Maybe it's because she's young.
She's not too attached to her income.
Only passionate about the work.
She hopes to bring up a class that is excellent and harmonious so that each student's time is not wasted. The instructors who can come to Central State to substitute teach are all the best from all walks of life.
Truancy is not just a matter of losing points, it is a great loss. Remember to listen well in a while, and if there's anything you don't understand you can just come and ask me after class. After another mention, Wang Xinya sat in the first row.
In a short while, along with the time coming to 9 o'clock sharp,
a woman in an overcoat with high heels walks into the classroom.
She looked to be over 30 years of age, with fair skin, a spectacle, and an elegant and noble demeanor.
The students surveyed their mentors with curiosity. Finally, a conclusion was drawn. This is a mentor who doesn't like to be in charge. Well, after so many years of school everyone has a knack for recognizing a teacher's personality.
This tutor seems to be one of those rich girls who are alone and beautiful and relatively lax in managing their students. The female mentor smiled and greeted Wang Xinya before walking onto the podium. Looking around, bumping into the corner, Lin Yu was the one whose sight paused, eyebrows slightly raised. Lin Yu skimmed his lips. His classmates can't see through his strength, and Wang Xinya is only a second turn. This tutor is at least 3 turns up. His strength is naturally at a glance. Not to mention the aura of pole turning. The female mentor paused briefly and said nothing. Placed the lesson plan on the table. Class, I'll start with a brief introduction. I, young man, will be giving the basic warrior theory class for the next period of time. You can call me Instructor Zhang. I don't have that many rules in my class, no talking, no messing around. The last 20 minutes will be reserved for questions and the rest of the time will be reserved for my lecture. Is that clear? The implication is that it's up to you whether you listen to the lecture or not, just don't get in the way. The students responded quickly. I hear you. Instructor Zhang. Zhang Man nodded. Good, then class will begin now. Our first class will be an overview of the warrior as a whole, and in order to play to our strengths, we need to know the warrior first. Warrior is not only a single lineage profession, of which swordsman, boxer, fighter, gunslinger, etc. we can all collectively call warrior. Changman was dry and then entered the course. The overall overview of the warrior is just a very basic course that everyone has heard about in high school. Even people who have not attended school can have some understanding. But it was expected that the first class would certainly not be able to cover something too esoteric. Wherever it is placed, the learning style is gradual. From a holistic perception, then step by step into the fine. In the first class, the students behaved reasonably well. One is sitting upright. Lin Yu was also listening carefully. The classes are going to be there anyway, and it's good to improve a little bit. He never slacked in his efforts to improve himself. Gradually, Lin Yu also found himself gaining something. Although it was the most basic thing, Zhang Man spoke very comprehensively, filling in quite a few of his cognitive gaps. It feels somewhat beneficial. It was worthy of being the top school in Daxia. A lesson passes quickly. When the time came, Zhang Man put away the lesson plan very sharply and left. But before he left, he leaned over and whispered something in Wang Xinya's ear and glanced at Lin Yu. Worthy of being in the central state, I've gained a lot from just the warrior generalization. Finally, class is over, walk to the cafeteria, go late without food. Anyone going to the property tower with us this afternoon? Me. I don't know what it looks like in there yet. The students poured out of the classroom. No amount of mentoring can beat the breath of freedom, not to mention the attribute tower waiting for everyone today. Ran, let's go eat together, the cafeteria is too crowded, there are no seats if you go late. Li Xiaoran's tablemate stood up and pulled Li Xiaoran. Li Xiaoran was about to leave, but then she thought of something. Wait a minute. Following the steps, Li Xiaoran came to the last row. Lin Yu-san, want to go eat together? Everyone has company together. It sure ain't nice to be alone in school. She knew Lin Yu quite well, so it was nothing to call out. No, I've got a few things to do, so you guys go ahead. Lin Yu politely declined as he noticed Wang Xinya approaching. Obviously the just mentor was talking about his situation. A pole position second turn does seem a bit unreasonable to put in a freshman. As the words fell, Wang Xingya also arrived close. She first looked at Li Xiaoran. Student Li Xiaoran, you go first, teacher has something to find Lin Yu. Li Xiaoran raised her eyebrows. What was the guide looking for Lin Yu for? Okay, so does Lin Yu want me to wait for you outside? No, you guys go ahead. After Li Xiaoran left, the two of them, Wang Xingya Lin Yu, were left in the classroom. Wang Xingya looked at Lin Yu with an indescribably odd expression. Student Lin Yu, you've already turned two? Lin Yu sighed. He wasn't afraid of anything to expose his strength. Mostly because I don't mind the special attention and trouble, and it's nice to be quiet and alone. But there was nothing he could do about being seen, and he couldn't hide it. Yes. Wang Xingya's face became even more odd. Or is it the second turn of the pole position? Yes. With that, Lin Yu unlocked the viewing privileges. The atmosphere fell directly into silence. It took Wang Xingya a while to react and exhale. Lin Yu student, study hard. Don't bully your classmates. I know that, Mentor Wang. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Can I go then? It looks like Wang Xingya isn't the kind of teacher who likes to flaunt it, unlike Wang Huilin. Wang Xingya waved her hand. Yes, let's go. Teachers work hard. Lin Yu bent over and hurried away. Without taking 2 steps, Wang Xinya's voice sounded behind him again. Oh yeah, just now Instructor Zhang said you can skip her class, no credits will be deducted. After Lin Yu left, Wang Xinya looked at the doorway and frowned. She had a bit of a headache. A strong student was going to hurt her income, but she was more worried about trouble. The young boys are young and vigorous, in case Lin Yu has a little conflict with others. That said, how is it that the poll turned? Still level 36? Classmates are still in their early 20s. This could go straight to 36. Putting in a sophomore is fine. It was really the first time she had seen it. Chapter 132. Can you single-handedly take on the entire central state? Lin Yu ate lunch and then walked straight towards the attribute tower. The property tower is also considered officially open to them today. The biggest boost to him right now, Lin Yu naturally wouldn't rub it in. Lin Yu went to the Tower of Physique to improve his physique. The square outside the Tower of Physique was packed with students and people. Almost all of them are freshmen in the warrior department, and physical fitness is a more important attribute for warriors. The first day the attribute tower was opened, everyone was more excited. Some of them ran over without eating. What do you say, is it hard in there, and which of my buddies got through and gave me a break? Holy, really added 10 points of constitution to combat. Yes. Wasted, wasn't it promised to be easy? I didn't pass, I got knocked out. My attribute points. My free times. Lin Yu's arrival didn't attract any attention. A little bit of a wait and see. Lin Yu then walked straight towards the entrance. Whether the Tower of Attributes was difficult or not had nothing to do with him. He just needs to make sure he can get in now. The entrance was a dark, arched cavern, and a number of students were coming in and out just then. The description is no problem. Just before taking 2 steps, Lin Yu was stopped. Classmate, there's a risk of failure in the attribute tower. Li Wanza has already gone to inquire about the situation. Do you want to wait no more? The one who stopped Lin Yu was an ordinary-looking boy. Lin Yu glanced at his eyebrows. You might have recognized the wrong person. He didn't have much of an impression of the man, and there was also Levins who he hadn't even heard of. The boy smiled indistinctly. Oh sorry, I'm your classmate, we're both from class 3, Li Wanza is our newly elected. Sort of class president, you may not have seen the group yet, you don't recognize it, I forgot to say. Lin Yu. He really hasn't been paying attention to his class yet. Looking back at this moment, I realized that there were indeed familiar faces all around. It's like this area is their class area. As he swept his gaze across a few even nodded at him. Boys and said, classmates, you do not worry, Li Wanza character is good to know people also more, we are classmates to help each other is also deserved. As he spoke, the surrounding students nodded, looking at Li Wanza who was already more familiar and trusting. Lin Yu. In just one day, it seemed like cliques had formed in their class, and he was still oblivious. Thank you for your kind words, classmate, but I'm still saying something about my strength, so I don't need to. One step ahead. Lin Yu responded politely and finished before leaving. While he doesn't need the intel. But the classmates were also kind enough to warn. The boys glanced at their eyebrows as Lin Yu walked away. Is it another big hand? At that moment a fresh-looking boy walked back to the line. The crowd came to a standstill. Squad leader. Squad leader, hard work. What's the situation? Li Wanza waved his hand. There's no need to call me class president, we're all classmates, it's only right to help each other out. I just asked, there should be 3 waves of monsters in there, from level 18 to 20, medium difficulty, with a level 20 it's a solid pass. Some of the students who passed the passing line had their eyes light up at once, while those who lagged behind were sullen. Li Wanza added, it's fine to be lower, it's not a problem to have equipment to grind, I have a few pieces of rare equipment here, we're all warriors, so we can all take turns. Now all the students were happy. Really? Thanks, squad leader. Squad leader atmosphere. At the entrance, there is also a ranking of classmates' passes. But it looked like they were all freshmen. 1. Kingship, 1 level pass, 1. 2. Xiaoqingxue, 1 level pass, 1. 3. Li Dagong, 1 level pass, 1. Lin Yu simply swept his eyes and stopped paying attention, stepping into the tower. A wave of vertigo cuts through the atmosphere was instantly quiet. Obviously entering another alien dimension, not just the tower. Lin Yu appeared again in an empty hall, the space was large but very dim. Only the ghostly candles on the surrounding walls brought some light, reflecting the verdant stone floor beneath his feet. In the center of the hall, there also stood a crystal bead with a green crystal ball floating on it, emitting a hazy light. At the same time, a light screen information screen appeared above the crystal ball. First floor of the Tower of Physical Fitness. Remaining monsters, 30. Passing score. Passing reward, 10 physique points. Countdown, 10.00.9.59. Is there still a monster count? Lin Yu glanced at his eyebrows and wondered if this was something that the secret realm itself had or if it was an addition to the academy. Didn't think much of it. Lin Yu directly opened the long-lost Blood Eater. He hadn't pressed blood in what seemed like a long time, since his last experiment with Ultimate Berserk. The life value dropped rapidly. Now that the second turn of Blood Eater has been advanced, it can press 1000 drops of blood a second, and not only can it be precisely controlled, the speed is also greatly improved. Lin Yu didn't refrain and quickly pressed into Ultimate Berserk. With 3 pieces of clear springs, as long as he didn't have too many mood swings of his own, going into Ultimate Berserk wouldn't be out of control. The vibrant power that comes with the ultimate surges through the body. But Lin Yu was quite sober. Lin Yu revealed a smile and opened the information panel. Name, Lin Yu. Profession, Prison Blood Demon Warfare Hidden. Rank, LV 36 5.20%. Life, 66,000. Shield, 1 million. Power, 55,428 plus 1,188 plus 53,640. Agility, 59,148 plus 1,188 plus 57,240. Body mass, 600. Spirit, 300. Berserking progress, 0%. Blood God Mastery, 10%. Passive Celebration of Blood second level, plus 2 to strength and agility for every 10 life points lost. Passive Berserk of Blood second level, enhances the force sensitivity attribute based on entering a different stage of Berserk with loss of life. Current, Ultimate Berserk, strength and agility increased by 3000%, ignores all controls. Blood Eating second level, you no longer receive any life regeneration while this skill is on, and it automatically recovers 20 life points per second off. Active release, 1 life drop every 0.01 seconds. You will not die from this skill. Minimum 1 life drop. Avalanche Strike second stage, leaps up with vigor and smashes into the ground in front of you, causing different effects depending on the stage of the Berserk. Current, Ultimate Berserk, deals 3000% strength damage, range increased to 50 meters, and inflicts a knockback effect on all enemies. Note, not enough life to release 6100. Extreme Blood Wings, 20% increase in base agility attribute, 1% recharge for every 10,000 points of damage dealt, consume recharge to provide you with different skills. Blood Tone, agility attribute is increased by 100% and consumes 1% recharge per second. Blood Plume, irregularly sprinkles blood plume arrows in a 1000 meter radius, dealing 10% power damage every 0.1 seconds for a total of 3 seconds up to 300% power damage. Can only be released when fully charged. Props, Scarlet Red Purple Clear Spring Flow Set Purple. After the passive successive upgrades after the second turn, Lin Yu's attributes were also very different. It collapsed straight to over 50k. At the same time, due to the newly acquired Extreme Blood Wings, Lin Yu's strength and sensitivity attributes also deviated for the first time, with agility having a large margin above strength. Looking at the panel, Lin Yu couldn't help but pop up with an inflated idea. Can I single-handedly pick off the entire Central State? All of them, even the classmates and the teachers. Chapter 133, Alas, envy cannot be envied. People are always suddenly bloated and touchy after a surge of strength. That's what's happening to Lin Yu right now. He didn't say that he had singled out Zhengzhou, but he was afraid that the principal of the house would be able to slap him to death. He has passive boosted attributes and others have skill growth. Otherwise, Lin Yu wouldn't have been inexplicably in awe during the previous ceremony. That's an instinctive reaction, gotta recognize it. Of course, if you can't pick the Central State, it's still easy to pick a small secret tower. 10 minutes went by in a flash. A circle of light lit up in the center of the tower and a group of skeleton soldiers appeared in front of Lin Yu. They were holding spear hook-like weapons, their bodies were covered with various bone spikes, their appearance was a bit strange. At the same time their information appeared in front of Lin Yu. Skeleton Soldier Warrior, LV 18. Life, 1800. Power, 186. Agility, 158. Body mass, 180. Spirit, 95. Very middle of the road attributes, just like the kobolds outside the city of Binang, even with one double-digit attribute. This is all someone can fail at? Lin Yu was shamelessly surprised. Obviously, the attribute tower is all about the perks, and in fact the lower the difficulty is the more valuable it is. After all, the rewards are real, so that they can truly benefit the public. Lin Yu stopped rubbing it in. Avalanche Mountain. He was about to unleash Avalanche Strike when he remembered that he didn't have enough life. Turned to hold up the blood wings. Lin Yu held to Zhang across his chest, and with a flap of his blood wings, swish. The dimly lit space lit up with a narrow red aura, the speed of which was as if the entire hall had been sliced across. A squad of skeleton soldiers also unsurprisingly clattered and scattered all over the place, from start to finish. They experience just a moment of their lives before they are all killed in action. Hard work, guys. Lin Yu's people had already reached the other end of the hall, and he flung his sword out of habit. In fact, the blade didn't get anything on it, and with enough speed it couldn't even catch up with blood, let alone a bunch of skeletons. Extreme Blood Wings, current charge, 1.8%. For every 10,000 damage inflicted, the Extreme Blood Wings gained 1% recharge, and a bunch of skeleton soldiers with exactly 10 of them also managed to provide 1.8%. Just enough for the blood chirping to explode for a second. Lin Yu's experience hasn't gone up at all and is still at 5.20. It looks like no experience is added here, only attributes. Lin Yu silently judged. As soon as the skeleton soldier bottomed out, another circle of light lit up in the center immediately after. Another group of skeleton soldiers appeared, still 10. But the level went up to 19, and the attributes went up slightly. Rumble. The skeleton soldiers moved as soon as they appeared, their bones rubbing together with a toothy rattle. They look around left and right, searching for an enemy. The enemy is nowhere to be seen. However, he saw a red aura that divided heaven and earth, occupying the entire line of sight. Naturally, it's Lin Yu again, as it were. The result was also unsurprising. Lin Yu has gone back to the side where he started. The sound of skeletons scattering only sounded behind them. Hard work, guys. The third wave was still skeleton soldiers, leveled up to 20. After Lin Yu sliced it off in one smooth motion. The light curtain of the central crystal ball changes. Tower of Physical Fitness level 1, passed. Remaining monsters, 0. Passing score, SSS. Passing reward, 010. At the same time, the crystal ball shook and gushed out a small green light mass that melted into Lin Yu's body, releasing a stream of warmth. Lin Yu, who had added his physique every day, knew this feeling best. Opening the panel and looking at it, physique did add 10 points as well, no more, no less. Lin Yu flashed a smile. Just lifting puts him in a good mood. Besides, this was his first boost other than upgrades, and there was always a cap on upgrades, but attributes added were permanent. The central state is really good. He could only brush the tower of attributes once a day, and Lin Yu, who had just gotten a taste of it, couldn't do anything about it even if he wanted to continue. Lin Yu left the tower of physique. For the tower of physique, Lin Yu's feelings were that it was convenient and practical. It's not too intense, and there's not much bending, it's just straight up work, and you're rewarded for doing it. Lin Yu liked it very much. The sun was shining outside, still midday. He swipes it all over again and it's a slash in a second except for that 10 minutes of waiting at the beginning. Maybe 11 or 12 minutes in all. The previous student was about to enter the tower and couldn't help but frown when he noticed Lin Yu. Out so soon? He had just heard that it would take at least an hour to get through. Failed? So thinking, he walked to the entrance. The leaderboards keep rolling in. 10, Lin Yu, 1 level pass, 1. The classmate paused in his tracks. Lin Yu? He seemed to remember that the classmate was called Lin Yu, and that Li Xiaoran had called. Just wondering as the screen scrolls Lin Yu was squeezed down. His classmate shook his head and walked into the tower. There's still plenty of time left in the afternoon. Lin Yu wandered over to the duplicate management hall. Anyway, there are 10 hours of free time, the level is lower, but it's also free, so it's not a good idea to brush up. The replica hall was much less crowded, and the empty hall seemed a bit cold. Apparently everyone was still more interested in the property tower on the first day. There is more than one copy of the replica hall, and there is a thoughtful variety of environmental monsters for students to choose from. A large portal embedded in the wall hummed. Above the portal, there were light screens with specific information about the copy. Lin Yu stood in the hall and looked up. Dark Waters. Adaptation level, 1820. Introduction, simulate the environment of water combat, the monster group for the blood-eating piranha group, single body weak number of students recommended to enter the group attack or physical strength. The Forest of Confusion. Adaptation level, 1822. Introduction, simulating the forest combat environment, monsters for the forest beasts mostly, the number of medium single body strength medium, line of sight obstruction suggests that the agility advantage or perception of the strong students to enter. Lin Yu wanted to find a completely single copy, and a slightly higher level would be best. He's got outstanding strength, surely he doesn't want to waste time looking for monsters. Soon Lin Yu picked out a copy that was still suitable for him. Demon Beast Arena. Adaptation level, 2426. Introduction, simulate the ancient Colosseum environment, with the demonic beasts in a single game competition, suitable for single combat excellent students to enter. 24 to 26. It's the top of the replica hall. No students patronized the front of the portal for a lap. A solo arena would be a good fit, too. Lin Yu was about to enter when Lu Menghan suddenly came out from a nearby portal. She saw Lin Yu's eyes light up, followed by a frown. Lin Yu, why did you come to the copy as well? Didn't you go to the attribute tower? With Lin Yu's level, surely the attribute tower enhancement is only big, the copy shouldn't be much of a temptation. I've brushed it out. Lin Yu faintly said. Lu Menghan. What about you? How come you didn't go to the property tower? Just ran into Lin Yu also cannot help but ask a mouth. We all go to the attribute tower. Lu Menghan, a person to run a copy of what to do. I've heard that the attribute tower is not stable until level 20. I'm now 19. Lu Menghan looked a little embarrassed and touched his neck. Excuse me. Dropping a sentence, Lin Yu hurriedly stepped into the portal. In his inertia, he had completely forgotten that there was such a thing as difficulty. Lu Menghan looked up and saw the bright 2426 on it. Alas, envy does not come. Keep up the good work.